reborn into an abusive man's body. As I opened my eyes, I found my wife holding a knife, stabbing towards me. Without much thought, I quickly rolled off the ground and shouted, "Stop!" Early evening. After dinner, Nai, who had been playing all day, couldn't stop her sleepiness, and her little head went down a little bit from time to time. Just like that, she still fought hard and insisted on hearing Gushingi tell her a bedtime story before she drifted off to sleep. Gushingi smiled, covered the little one with the quilt, kissed her forehead, and tiptoed to the living room. It was now just 7 o'clock in the evening. Gushingi had been pondering what kind of song to prepare for Xiaoshirya for the past 2 days, only so far he had no clue. There were so many songs in the original world that he had to cut through them all at once, and on Xiaoshirya's side, there didn't seem to be any movement coming back from her arrival at Sound and Sea Entertainment. Gushingi thought for a moment and still had no clue, so he opened Douyin and prepared to brush the video for a while before going to bed. The heat of "As Long As It's Ordinary" on the internet still hadn't dissipated, and Gushingi swiped 3 or 4 of them to basically get a related video. Many netizens exclaimed that after listening to Xingyao's songs, their ears couldn't tolerate any other songs, and they even formed their own Xingyao fan support club, with their avatars being little Nai's expressions when she sang about her courageous outbursts. Gushingi then realized, I do not know when, they actually frame by frame will be small Nai's expression made into an emoticon, and the use of "not happy." Luckily, most of the netizens' focus was on Xingyao, and only a small number of mom fans and kid fans were fans of Nai, or else the little guy would have to wear a mask when he went out in the future, and that would be troublesome. Aside from the heat, as long as it's plain, the hottest topic on the internet right now is the upcoming Star Song Exchange. Once a year the Star Song Exchange, every time there can be so 1 or 2 singers that burst into flames, which makes a lot of people have been talking about it, and the fans of the singers who participate in this Star Song Exchange are even more actively pulling votes for their own little master. Previous Star Song Hui is in the form of a full live broadcast, a total of 4 famous veteran mentors to vote. There is no vote tie, because there is still a vote, will be voted by the majority of netizens in real time. This also allows the audience to participate directly full. Sometimes the audience in the hands of a vote will directly determine the contestants stay or go. The schedule of the Star Song Festival is also very simple, a total of 16 contestants to participate in, 2 against 2, draw lots to determine the opponent, no resurrection match, the winner advances, the loser eliminated. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. It's cruel and realistic. Until the top 4, still draw lots 2 against 2, the winner advances to the final, the loser can only compete for 3 or 4. Only the final will compete in 3 matches, by the organizers to provide song keywords, singers with keywords to come up with the corresponding original songs, to compete. It is worth mentioning that in the second game of the final, guests can also be invited to help sing. This is not only a test of the contestant's own play, but also a test of the ability of the lyricist behind the contestant, as well as their connections. That's why after every Star Song Festival, many popular original songs would appear online, which greatly satisfied the ears of the majority of netizens. Gushingi just looked at it for a moment and then scratched it. The reason why he knew so much about it was entirely because of the original owner's memories. There were not many people who mixed with the entertainment industry who didn't know about the Star Song Exchange. But now Gushingi is not very interested in this. Gushingi then continuously scratched many times and realized that this big data was really outrageous. He had just stopped by for a while, and now all that was being pushed to him were videos of Pingfan and Star Song Exchange. Gushingi, who was tired of swiping, could only turn his cell phone off and gently return to his bedroom. Sleep. Tomorrow also have to go out to walk the baby. Early the next morning, Gushingi was woken up by the ringing of the phone, and beside him, little Nai had long since woken up, and was counting her eyelashes with her big black eyes open. But the little guy will only count to 50 now, and every time he finishes counting 50, he starts counting again from 1. I don't know how long the little one has been playing. Gushingi only saw that she was having fun. Patting Nai's little head, Gushingi copied his cell phone in his hand, and the incoming call displayed on it was actually that little girl Tao Lele. Hello? It's early in the morning, what are you doing? Gushingi yawned and asked. Hello? Gushingi. You quickly control Sister Shiryao. She's bewitched. From last night until now, she hasn't slept. Telua Lele whispered as if she was a thief. She was making this call to Gushingi behind Xia Shiryao's back. What happened? Gushingi frowned. Why is this person so uncaring of his body? He took the trouble to just put on a bit of weight. Don't lose it back again. Sister Shiryao participated in the Star Song Festival, but we don't have a song. Sister Shiryao has been possessed in order to create a song out of it. Gushingi scratched his head. He didn't expect that Xia Shiryao was going to participate in the competition only a few days after this. Originally, inside the Treaty of Cooperation with Soundsea Entertainment, it was that he would write a song for her. This was indeed his own negligence. He was still thinking of a song here for a long time, but it turned out that side was already on fire. Got it. I'll give her a call, Lele. Thank you for helping me take care of her too. Shay, who helped you? It's only natural for me to take care of Sister Shioyo. Okay, let's not talk about it. Sister Shioyo is out. Taluolo was busy hanging up the phone, and glanced at Xia Shiyao somewhat as a thief. Fortunately, Xia Shiyao hadn't slept for a night. Her spirit was very poor at this time, and didn't notice her small action. Xia Shiyao was very irritated now. She felt she was about to catch that melody, but every time she was a little bit short. She didn't understand where the shortfall was, so naturally her mood wasn't very good. Also at this time, Gu Xingyi's phone call came in. Xia Shiyao was busy gathering her mood and picked up the phone. Hello? Is it Nai Nai who missed me? Can't I call you if Nai Nai didn't miss you? I'm your husband. Gu Xingyi's voice came from the phone. Xia Shiyao blushed slightly. This was the first time Gu Xingyi called himself her husband. Xia Shiyao didn't reply, and for a moment both of them were a bit silent. After a while, Gu Xingyi's sighing voice came from the phone. Why didn't you tell me when you participated in the Star Song exchange? Things that can be easily solved. Why tire yourself out so much? Really boil the body, Nai Nai, how sad? Gu Xingyi said helplessly. In his opinion, this is obviously something that can be easily accomplished. Xia Shiyao could have told him directly, but she just didn't say anything. Xia Shiyao had stayed up all night. Her spirit was already on the verge of collapse, and now that she heard Gu Xingyi's asking this, Xia Shiyao felt like he was questioning herself. She suddenly felt a great aggression hit her heart. She subconsciously bit her lip. A hint of stubbornness flashed across her face, and tears gradually filled her eyes. Xia Shiyao did not speak. She was afraid that her voice would reveal her current state. She didn't want him to see her embarrassing side. Gu Xingyi couldn't see her expression and subconsciously frowned. A moment later, he suddenly heard sobbing over there. She was crying? What had happened? Gu Xingyi just felt outrageous, and he didn't seem to have said anything? Big head. This emotion thing. It's kind of hard to get Hey, what are you crying for? Still not holding back herself, Xia Shiyao felt so useless. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao spoke out with a crying voice. Her voice was loud, and in Gu Xingyi's ears there was some hint of annoyance. Gu Xingyi was stunned. It was the first time he heard Xia Shiyao talking to him like this, with a trilling voice and full of aggression. He suddenly could think of her little expression right now. Xia Shiyao pursed her small lips, tears still in her eyes. She also realized that she was out of line. It was just that there were some words that she didn't say. She was so uncomfortable in her heart. Gu Xingyi, do you think I'm not useful at all and will only rely on you? I don't want to be like this. I'm sorry. I'm not blaming you. I'm just worried about your body. Forgetting about the matter of writing a song was indeed my negligence. So she was thinking about this? His own words just now were indeed somewhat problematic. Gu Xingyi reacted with hindsight, and busily said with a compensatory smile. Before Xia Shiyao finished her words, she was interrupted by Gu Xingyi. Over there he laughed surprisingly somewhat happily. He was so aggrieved. He couldn't even see it, but he still laughed. Xia Shiyao was even more aggravated. After she met young Qianlin, she suddenly felt that she was useless compared to her. That imperial lady had a body, a temperament, and a good talent, and from her eyes, Xia Shiyao saw her appreciation for Gu Xingyi. While Xia Shiyao was rambling, on the phone, Gu Xingyi's voice continued to come through. But Xia Shiyao, I really want to crack open your little head to see what's inside. For me, you and Nai Nai are the best gifts from heaven. Don't get any ideas. I'm telling you seriously, you, Xia Shiyao, are my wife, unique, no one can replace her. Gu Xingyi said loudly. His voice was so firm. From the moment he came to this home and was accepted by Xia Shiyao and Nai Nai, they were a family. There was nothing in a family about who depended on who, there was only holding each other up. Xia Shiyao was shocked by Gu Xingyi's words. She didn't expect him to say this. What wife, what unique. These words made Xia Shiyao's originally rosy pretty face instantly red. Her big watery eyes flashed with crystal light. It was the first time she had heard such domineering love words from him. Xia Shiyao softly hummed. Her mood obviously improved a bit. Her delicate and naive appearance made Tao Lele, who was peeping from the side, hate to rush over and ravage her. This kind of Shiyao is simply too invincible. I don't know what Gu Xingyi did over there. A single phone call will make Shiyao's sister pinch her to death. Okay, no more messy thoughts like that in the future, okay? I'll pass the song to you at night. Take advantage of these 2 days to practice a little more. If you die before you're ready, that's not a slap in my goose face. Put. Gu Xingyi's voice continued to come from the receiver. Xia Shiyao listened to the bullish words and snorted out a laugh. Still Gu someone? Those who didn't know thought he was some historical celebrity. But the phrase die before you leave the office is so good, and I don't know how Gu Xingyi is suddenly so cultured. Good, then I'll see what kind of songs you Gu Rinrin can write. Xia Shiyao, who had been talked through by Gu Xingyi, swung for the fences, burrowed out of the previous bullseye, and no longer bothered to dwell on the question of who relied on who. Once that taut string was relaxed, Xia Shiyao was immediately sleepy. She was now like a lazy kitten, her voice dainty and with an inexplicable playful flavor. This voice was so lethal that Gu Xingyi's scalp was numb from listening to it. Cough cough, go to sleep. you can only practice your song when you have the spirit. Gu Xingyi couldn't take it and just wanted her to hang up the phone quickly. Xia Shiyao hummed, before she yawned and walked into the bedroom, saying goodbye to Gu Xingyi and hanging up the phone. Gu Xingyi heard the blind tone on the phone, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Coaxing his wife felt even tougher than coaxing a baby. But fortunately, it wasn't even hard for him. Gu Xingyi glanced in the direction of the living room. Nai was still watching her favorite cartoon and didn't need his company for the time being. Let's get started on preparing the song then. Gu Xingyi took out a pen and song manuscript paper from the drawer and agonized over which song would be appropriate. If others knew about Gu Xingyi's present entanglement, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. People have to exhaust their minds to create a song, but he doesn't know which one to choose among the thousands of songs. It could only be said that all of them should be euthanized. After half a day of agonizing, Gu Xingyi still couldn't decide. He had too many good songs in his mind, all of them were crowding in his head at once, making his thoughts very confusing. Gu Xingyi was a bit annoyed and opened the window. A cool breeze blew, lowering the annoyance in Gu Xingyi's heart a bit. Downstairs in the small area, a pair of young couples are separating. The boy dragged a large suitcase, full of reluctance, the girl tearful, reluctant to say goodbye. Seeing this scene, Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered a saying. Love rises with the wind, and the wind stops it. They are now parting. The boy returned again. The two will still be together? Unknown number, but the boy is still going to go outside to the wider world to venture, to see. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi could not help but be stunned, and then he quickly walked to the desk and raised his pen to write on the curved manuscript paper. The wind rises. Youth is a string, love is a wind, a song of rising wind, blew in youth, also blew her away. Gu Xingyi's mind is now filled with this familiar melody. When this song came out, how many people's youth is difficult? Spread out the manuscript paper, Gu Xingyi's eyes flooded with memories, bit by bit to write on the surface of the various notes. Slowly, he was completely immersed in this wonderful music. His mouth cannot help but begin to follow the humming up. I don't know how long it took, until little Nai's childish voice rang out, and only then did Gu Xingyi suddenly come back to his senses. Daddy! Hungry, hungry! Rice, rice, rice! I don't know what kind of poison little Nai had been subjected to, but in the past 2 days, she had been using superlatives, which made Gu Xingyi's ears go soft. The key is the tender voice of the child to say this kind of superimposed words. The gods came also cannot carry ah. Gu Xingyi immediately revealed an ant-like smile. Little baby, are you hungry? Daddy will prepare lunch right away. His daughter's words were imperial edicts, and Gu Xingyi, who was a slave to his daughter, didn't dare to delay for a moment, threw the pen away, and turned around to go to the kitchen. As for the song, it was written a long time ago. As for those memories, all go with the wind. 2 hours later, the father and daughter who had eaten and drank enough were paralyzed on the sofa, their sizes uniformly assuming a guyu-lying posture. Hiccup. Gu Xingyi burped. Nai smiled cheekily and didn't forget to rub her dad's little tummy. Then she hiccuped herself, and father and daughter were a playful mess. Xia Shuria's video also called right on time at this moment. Her eyes still had big dark circles hanging on them, obviously she hadn't slept enough. Seeing this father and daughter in this lazy posture, Xia Shuria was envious in her heart. Alas, people work hard outside. You guys share the joy of family at home, a big and a small one are all heartless. Xia Shuriao rarely made a pitiful appearance, a pair of almond eyes watery accusation. That one phone call seemed to completely remove her defenses, allowing her to resume her small woman-like posture, and also brought the two closer together. Where Gu Xingyi could withstand this kind of test, he immediately raised his hands in surrender. I'm not idle either, the song has been written, I'll send it to you later. Little Nai also came over, similarly following Gu Xingyi's example of raising her hands, a pair of the same almond eyes just as watery, seemingly competing with Xia Shuriao to see who was more pitiful. Nai wasn't idle either. Nai watched 2 less cartoon episodes today. Learned 5 more numbers. Xia Shuriao immediately couldn't tense up and instantly broke. She admitted that she couldn't compare to this little goblin. Good. Our family Nai works the hardest. Quickly let mommy kiss it, Trojan horse. The little guy immediately happily sent his little mouth up, and similarly rewarded Xia Shuriao with a wooden horse. Ahem. Don't reward me with one? Gu Xingyi coughed and shamelessly put his face in front of the cell phone, causing Xia Shuriao's pretty face to evenly redden at a speed visible to the naked eye. The most crucial little guy was still coaxing on the side, asking mom to reward dad with one as well. In the end, Xia Shuriao really can't resist the little one's enthusiasm, but also can't resist Gu Xingyi's thick skin, pouted her mouth and symbolically kissed, just didn't make a Trojan horse sound. Getting rewarded, Gu Xingyi's face was all smiles. He quickly ran to the bedroom and handed the written song script paper to the cell phone camera. See, didn't lie to you, the song is really written. You kisser didn't waste it. Xia Shuriao gave him a flavorful blank look, but in her heart, she was shocked beyond words. It's only been a few hours? He wrote a song already? There was struck. He had thought about it for so many days, and there was a little bit of melody but he couldn't catch it. but Gu Xingyi had a finished song out in just a few hours. This man is a demon. The family of three chatted for a while longer before hanging up the phone. Gu Xingyi photographed the sheet music and lyrics in their entirety and sent it to Xia Shiyao, before throwing the phone onto the table and continuing to accompany little Nai Nai to lie down. Xia Shiyao received the WeChat and clicked on the picture above with some anticipation. A large caption came into her eyes. The wind is rising. What kind of divine song is this? After Xia Shiyao read the lyrics and the music score, she only felt her heartbeat accelerate slightly. She now finally understood the gold content of those comments on the internet. What did it mean that Star Yao's product must be a fine product? This was it. And the most terrifying thing was that he had only used a few hours to create such a song. Xia Shiyao was a little impatient to ask Gu Xingyi how much he had hidden behind his back in his head. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao took a deep breath and picked up the phone. Gu Xingyi had just changed little Nai Nai's clothes at the moment and was about to go out to walk her baby, when he saw Xia Shiyao's video screen call again. Anything else? Gu Xingyi was puzzled. Hadn't he just hung up not long ago? How come it's coming again? In the video, Xia Shiyao's eyes were fiery, looking straight at herself, making Gu Xingyi a bit overwhelmed. What? What? Gu Xingyi's voice stuttered, his eyes dodging. This woman, what did she mean? Showing off her good-looking eyes? Can't I call you a video if there's nothing wrong? Good guy. Now learning. She had just used this reason to dislike her earlier, and she immediately returned the favor. Not only was this woman beautiful, she also held a grudge. Gu Xingyi thought darkly, but his mouth snorted. Ha? Can. That must be Abel. Gu Xingyi. What the hell are you hiding behind my back? Ha? Where did this come from? How could she defile someone's innocence for nothing? Gu Xingyi scratched her hair, frowning in confusion. Seeing Gu Xingyi in such a state, Xia Shiyao's pretty face reddened, somewhat annoyed, and her voice unconsciously grew louder. These songs of yours. These ah. Do you believe me when I say that I suddenly became enlightened on a certain day? Ha ha ha. It was just kinda sudden, wasn't it? Gu Xingyi didn't know how to explain, and could only rub his nose to try and muddle through. Xia Shiyao looked deeply at Gu Xingyi and didn't pursue the question, instead looking down at the lyrics, only to suddenly open her mouth half a day later, her voice soft and sticky. Thank you. Gu Xingyi was completely confused by this sudden sentence from her, and could only nod his head. You practice your song well, Nai Nai, and I will cheer you on then. Good. Xia Shiyao's voice was small, and when she looked up again her face already had a smile on it. I won't let you bury the song. Gu Xingyi nodded and took little Nai Nai's hand and shook it in front of the camera. Nai Nai and I are going out. The video screen hung up, and Xia Shiyao picked up her cell phone and knocked on Tao Leilei's room door. Leilei, get ready, let's go to the company. Sister Xiaoyo, are we going to the company? Tao Leilei walked out from her room. She didn't understand why Xia Shiyao suddenly wanted to go to the company. Xia Shiyao raised the cell phone in her hand, a smile on her face. Going to practice, we have a song. Really? Did Gu Xingyi give it to you? I knew he wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Tao Leilei got excited, a look of surprise on her face, directly grabbing Xia Shiyao's hand and shaking it, not realizing in the slightest that she had let her mouth slip. Xia Shiyao blushed slightly and glanced at Tao Leilei. Only then did she realize that it was this guy who betrayed her. Next, Sister Yun was also called back by Xia Shiyao. She was still out contacting lyricists, and after hearing that Xia Shiyao had a song, there was excitement in her tone. She had been bumping into walls everywhere in the past few days, and now that she finally didn't have to look at other people's faces, she was naturally very happy. The three of them drove to Sound Sea Entertainment and went up to the 11th floor, where there was a special recording studio. Xia Shiyao was going to stay here for the next 2 days until she was satisfied with the song. Until she actually sang out the wind, she didn't realize how good the song was. Especially Tao Leilei and Sister Yun, after hearing Xia Shiyao's clean singing, their eyes went wide, completely not expecting the song to be so stunning. For a while, they became even more excited about this star song exchange. After trying to sing a few times, Xia Shiyao also slowly found her feeling. She sang more and more calmly. If Gu Xingyi was here, he would definitely gasp in amazement. This was not far from the original song he heard in the original world. The time for practicing passed very quickly. Time unknowingly came to the afternoon. Xia Shiyao had already rewritten the manuscript paper Gu Xingyi had taken down on the manuscript paper, and Tao Leilei went to contact the company's recording team to record the background music of the song and register the copyright. The company's team was very professional, and for original songs like these, it didn't require much effort from Xia Shiyao. They would naturally do everything right. Moreover, the manuscript paper Gu Xingyi gave her was very complete. Even which instrument should be used was clearly labeled. Xia Shiyao was surprised when she first saw it before she contacted Gu Xingyi, because this was something that a mature lyricist could do completely. It was only after Tao Leilei returned that Xia Shiyao finally came out of the recording studio. She was ready to continue practicing after dinner. There was still 1 day left tomorrow, and the day after that she would be going to participate in the Star Song gathering. time was running out. She would not allow Gu Xingyi's song to have any slip-ups in her mouth. As the three of them came out of the recording studio, the door to the opposite room also happened to open, and a cute girl with a baby face also happened to come out of it at this time. She froze for a moment when she saw Xia Shiyao, but still nodded to Xia Shiyao in a friendly manner. Xia Shiyao returned a smile. In the face of kindness, she always held greater kindness. It was just that the man with the golden eye sockets standing behind her had his nostrils turned to the sky, and didn't give Xia Shiyao the slightest bit of goodwill. Xia Shiyao didn't recognize him either, so naturally she didn't greet him and turned around to leave the place with Tao Lele and Sister Yun. After Xia Shiyao left, the man snorted coldly. Really no eyesight, don't even know to greet the leader when you see him. I don't know how the company chose her. Uncle. People just came to the company, it's only a problem if they can recognize you. You must sing well this time, okay? You were elected by me, don't lose your uncle's face. Got it. This girl was none other than Chang Di, who was going to participate in the Star Song exchange with Xia Shiyao, and her uncle, who was no one else, was none other than Yin Ping. After Chang Di finished speaking, she glanced at the already closed elevator place, pondering. She naturally learned from Yin Ping how Xia Shiyao was selected, so she was also curious as to what kind of song Xia Shiyao would actually come up with. After all, it was written by Xingyao, so it shouldn't be bad, right? She was also a fan of Xingyao. As for what kind of person her uncle was, Chang Di naturally knew that if Yin Ping wasn't her own uncle, she wouldn't want to pay much attention to him. In the next few days, Xia Shiyao left early and returned late every day, practicing very hard. This effort made Tao Lele's heart ache, so much so that the nutritious meal she made became even more generous. Sister Yun wasn't idle either. She picked up Xia Shiyao's siege blog back up and released a comeback statement. Hello everyone, I'm Xia Shiyao. On August 7th, on Star Song Wii, I'll be making a comeback. Sound and See entertainment singer Xia Shiyao is on her way. I hope everyone can take care of me more in the future, and I also hope that everyone can interact with me more at the bottom of my Weibo. Thank you all. The statement was very short. Xia Shiyao's remaining fans were only a few thousand. Most of them were still zombie fans, so after the statement was sent out, it also seemed like a stone sinking into the sea, and didn't set off any storms. Only a small number of old fans and some small marketing number found this statement. Although Xia Shiyao retired from the circle for more than 2 years, but can't help the flow of the Star Song exchange is enough, so these small marketing numbers have begun to edit. Through the publicity of these small marketing numbers, many people vaguely remembered this former popular young flower. But they didn't take it seriously. It's all old news, who cares about this? On August 7th, at the Magic City Stadium, the Star Song Festival officially opened. But this time, Ren Chao, the director of the Star Song Festival, was very worried, because one of Xingyao's songs had been dominating the hot searches, so the traffic of their Star Song Festival was completely incomparable to before. But the annual Star Song Exchange couldn't be postponed because of one person, so he can only start this edition of the Star Song Exchange with a hard head. It was a pity that he couldn't contact Xingyao. If he could get him to sit in on Star Song Wii as a mentor, wouldn't the traffic explode? Ren Chao had also sent private messages to Xingyao's account many times, but unfortunately, they were all dropped like a stone, without a single response. But fortunately, during this period, Xingyao did not release any new works. The influence of the last works has been reduced a lot. In addition to his video, now the highest online traffic is the Star Song Wii. At this time, Gu Xingyao did not know this in the slightest. He was taking little Nai, walking in a long line towards the stadium. That's right. He had concealed Xia Shiyao from the Magic City after lunch. Since he wanted to help her cheer, it must be live cheering. Little Nai was also excited in Gu Xingyi's arms. She had come on a big airplane today, and she heard her dad say that she would be able to see her mom soon. She misses her mom. The atmosphere at the scene was very enthusiastic. Gu Xingyi looked around. Basically everyone was holding a support stick in their hands, and there were also people holding up support signs for the singers they supported and waving them around, cheering endlessly. Gu Xingyi is considered an anomaly, only he looks like a thief, holding only a Nai in his hands, quietly looking for his seat in the arena. Gu Xingyi is very lucky. His seat is still relatively forward. The official opening time of the Star Song Festival is 8 p.m., which is also convenient for people who are bored at home after work to watch the voting through the live broadcast. At this time, the live broadcasting room of the Star Song Exchange has already opened. The competition has not yet begun, and it is playing the advertisements of various sponsors and the information of the contestants. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also sending the viewers' own opinions at the right time. Gu Xingyi took a little look at the pop-ups. None of them seemed to be supporting Xia Shiyao, and there were 4 favorites to win the championship: Cheng Di, Lu Qian, Xiao Feibai, and Miao Ankuan. Gu Xingyi only knew one of them, Lu Qian, the woman who dared to extend her claws to Nai. The other 3 he had not heard of, so he did not pay much attention. The match was about to begin, and the backstage was very unsettled at the moment. Xia Shiyao, why are you here? Lu Qian's face was blue. She couldn't believe her eyes. She actually saw Xia Shiyao backstage. You can even be in. Why can't our sister Xiao be there? Tao Lele directly rolled her eyes and choked back. That look of disdain made Lu Qian even more irritated. Lu Qian's eyes were cloudy. How could she not expect Xia Xiao to show up, and Tao Lele and Sister Yun were still by her side? This feeling reminded her of the Xia Xiao that had always suppressed her back then. The old Xia Xiao seemed to be back again. Especially with Xia Xiao's outfit today, it made her face even more ugly. She herself seemed like a clown in front of her. Can't compare to her anywhere. Cowardice before battle, that's what Lu Qian's mood is at this moment. Xia Xiao is wearing a sky blue dress today. The edge of the skirt is decorated with light green 5-leaf clover. Her hair has been pulled up, tied into a lovely pill head. Slightly powdered pretty face is letting her exude youthful charm. She just raised her head and glanced at Lu Qian, letting Lu Qian feel the pressure all of a sudden. Seeing this, Sister Yuan hurriedly pulled Lu Qian away, looked around at the gazes cast by the other contestants, and whispered in her ear to persuade her. Xiao Qian, here is the backstage, don't make jokes, a Xia Xiao only, what she wants nowadays is nothing. It's not worth it for you to degrade yourself. Lu Qian's face was much better after hearing Sister Yuan's words. Right. Today's Xia Xiao is not the same as the popular young flower. What is she going to compete with herself? Not to mention that she had a song by the godfather of music, Wu Fan. There was even less need to be afraid. Thinking like this, Lu Qian regained her composure and glanced at Xia Xiao with disdain. What's the use of singing well? What's the use of being good-looking? What kind of good song can a married person like you come up with? What happened backstage was naturally unknown to the program team. Outside on the stage, the host was already on stage with a microphone. She simply said a few words before inviting the 4 judging mentors to take their seats. With the thunderous applause on the scene, where spotlights shone down from the roof, several veteran mentors who have been in the music industry for years have entered. They waved to the audience on the scene, and then sat on the mentor's seat. The 4 mentors took their seats and the competition officially began. The rules of the Star Song Festival competition were very overbearing. The photos of the 16 contestants scrolled on the big screen in turn, and the audience called for a stop to determine the contestants' number. No. 1 versus. No. 2, and so on, for 8 matches, which also eliminated the possibility of cheating in advance, because no one knew when the audience would call a halt. The audience's favorite part was also this part, where they themselves introduced the PK candidates, and the completely unknown outcome made them even more excited. Not long after, the 8 groups of dueling candidates were smoothly selected. Looking at the list of duelists on the big screen, Gu Xingyi smiled. And that was when the host's voice resounded throughout the room. Let's give a round of applause to welcome the 2 contestants of the first match to the stage. One of them is Xia Xiao from Sound Sea Entertainment. One is Lu Qian from Tianmei Entertainment. 2 spotlights appeared again, and at the back of the stage, Xia Xiao and Lu Qian slowly stepped onto the stage with the spotlights. It could be seen that Xia Xiao was more or less a bit nervous. The first time someone who hadn't been on stage in years went on stage, she was also a bit apprehensive in her heart. Lu Qian on the other hand, sank a face. She also completely did not expect. The first game will be so dramatic, and Xia Xiao PK. The audience under the stage exclaimed in shock. There were quite a few people who didn't recognize Xia Xiao. How come they hadn't heard of such a beautiful woman? So they asked the people around them. Gu Xingyi also saw Xia Xiao's nervousness. When she was nervous, her eyelashes would lightly blink. So he raised little Nai Nai high and waved it. At this moment, little Nai Nai directly transformed into a sign of support. Her round little face, big eyes curved into 2 crescent moons. Her mouth kept shouting mom cheer. Xia Xiao on the stage suddenly saw this familiar figure. She fiercely covered her mouth and unbelievably looked towards that spot under the stage. Those 2 lively figures dispelled the tension in her heart instantly. In the next moment, an unprecedented luster suddenly bloomed in her eyes, and then her eyes suddenly curved up, forming the same crescent shape as little Nine Eyes. The tenderness displayed in this instant melted the hearts of the audience present. Papa, Dad, Mommy saw us. Little Nine Eyes' gaze locked with Xia Xiao's as her little short hands waved even faster. Gu Xingyi also looked at Xia Xiao, a gentle smile on his face. Yeah, Mommy saw Nai Nai. First match, Xia Xiao PK Lu Qian. Xia Xiao sings the first song. Let's give the stage to her. At this time, the host's voice once again resounded throughout the room, and then she walked backstage with Lu Qian. The lights gradually dimmed on the stage, with only a spotlight hitting Xia Xiao. As the music played in the background, Gu Xingyi wrapped little Nai Nai in her arms and slowly closed her eyes to listen. For some reason, Xia Xiao's pure smile just now stayed imprinted in his mind, lingering. Gu Xingyi suddenly thought of that one song lyric. Now walking through this world, 10,000 lingering, turning over the years on different sides. I was caught off guard and broke into your smiling face. The melody of the song rang out, like a warm wind blowing in the face, gently brushing the audience's ears. The scene unconsciously quieted down, their mouths slightly open, quietly listening. At this time on the big screen, the name of the song also appeared. The Wind Rises. The name was very simple, but the lyricist and composer that followed underneath it caused everyone's eyes to narrow slightly. Xing Yao. This unfamiliar singer had managed to hire the mysterious Star Yao to write a song for her. Everyone unanimously perked up their ears. They now desperately wanted to hear Star Yao's new song, what it was really like. Lu Qian backstage had long been dumbstruck, and if one was careful, one could notice that her hands were trembling. The intro was simple, yet it firmly gripped the ears of the crowd as Xia Shiyao's song followed. Walking and stopping along the way, following the traces of a teenager drifting. The moment before I stepped out of the station, there was some hesitation. I can't help but laugh at this near hometown feeling of timidity, still unavoidable. The sky in Jiangxing is still so warm, and the wind is blowing up from the past. The wind is blowing. Memories rise. The scene is still becoming a pin drop. They followed the music, as if they saw the footsteps of their youth, never stopped. However, after half a lifetime, when they saw their familiar hometown, that kind of near hometown feeling engraved in their bones made them vaguely excited again. Xia Shiyao at this time has been completely immersed in the song. This song she practiced countless times, only this time, she is the most committed. That is a kind of let go of the heart of the commitment, her eyes full, looking down to the stage. There were the two people who were most important to her, and they were both there. Once upon a time, when I first knew this world, I lingered for a long time, looking at the sky as if it were in front of me. Also willing to go through fire and water to walk it again. Now walk through this world, all kinds of lingering, turn over the years different side face. I was caught unawares and broke into your smiling face. Another divine song. Regardless of the audience at the scene, or those who were watching the live broadcast, all of them were completely infected by the song at this moment, and their minds, flickering and flipping like a slideshow, coincidentally recalled countless familiar and unfamiliar side faces from the past, and finally settled on one person's smiling face. That was the most unforgettable person in their youth. It turned out that this was the rising wind. The wind that was blowing was their wind that had long been buried in the bottom of their hearts and was called youth. Xing Yao. This then, came to tug at their heartstrings again. The song continued, and the crowd was mesmerized. I had a hard time extricating myself from the greatness of the world, and indulged in its dreams. No truth or falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I've turned my youth into her, and I've played summer with my fingertips. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm sure that I'm going to be able to do it. Walk against the light, let the wind blow and the rain beat you. The large stadium was silent, everyone fell into memory with the song. Lu Qian at the back of the stage, sat on her but on the ground, her face ashen, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop trembling, she didn't have the courage to sing. Xia Shiya with the brightest appearance, the most perfect singing, with this almost invincible song, completely and utterly tore all her courage to shreds. Sister Yuan stood not far from Lu Qian, her eyes all confused. Who in the world is the godfather of music? She had heard the song that Wu Fan had written for Lu Qian, and now that she had heard this song by Xing Yao, she felt that that song was not even worthy of this song. Sister Yuan smiled miserably, her skills were not as good as others, after all. She was crushed to death in the past, but now that she's back, she's still crushed to death. Not only was this the case backstage, even the mentors on the judges' table were infected by the song at the moment. As mentors and veteran singers, they were vaguely envious of Xia Shiryao. If they had such a song to pave the way for them in the beginning, they might have already achieved the heavenly king and queen status. It was a pity that there was no second Xing Yao in the world. The melody of youth continued, Xia Shiryao, dressed in a fluttering long dress, moved with a light step, gently walking a few steps forward, like a butterfly spreading its wings, tracing out the trajectory of everyone's youth. The short road walks and stops, but also has a few points of distance. I do not know whether to caress the story or paragraph mood, perhaps looking forward to nothing more than an enemy of time. Seeing you again in the cool morning light, smiling sweetly. Obviously, it seems to be talking about a trivial matter, returning to see that it is still her. But the audience's heart swelled up with infinite regrets. They also want to go away for half a lifetime, and return to the original heart remains unchanged. But regret is regret. They seem to see the cool morning light in the face of the smile, is slowly fuzzy disappearance. At this time on the pop-up screen of the live broadcast, I don't know who brushed a sentence. I said how to get separated, it turned out to be the wind. The originally quiet pop-up screen suddenly exploded, countless people with tears in their eyes, followed and brushed up. All the netizens directly broke their defenses at this moment, and after listening to this song, their hearts were filled with youthful regrets. They shed tears, brushed the pop-ups, and told the stories of their youth. In the end, the unification became. I said how to go apart, it turned out to be the wind, love with the wind stops the intention but it is difficult to level. Just at this time, Xia Shiryao's singing gradually came to an end. Her voice as deep and mellow as wine was like soothing the hearts of the crowd, and like giving an answer to youth. The evening breeze blows up the gray hair on your temples, smoothing the scars left by memories. In your eyes, light and darkness are mixed, and a smile is born. The twilight obscures your hobbling steps as you walk into the painting hidden above your bed. You in the painting, talking with your head down. The end of the song. Like in an account of themselves, all the people from the youthful dream of a big dream, wake up, life is still going on, and those memories, just their own touch. Memories are regrettable, but there is no regret of youth, and how can we call it youth? Youth should be flaunting indulgent youth, memories of regret, but make people infinite nostalgia. Exploded. I don't know when. The viewing data in the background has exploded, far exceeding the ratings of previous years. Director Rin Chao wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He was also infected by the song. After all, who doesn't have a youth anymore? But now he wanted to be happy and shout. This roller coaster-like mood made his heart beat faster, and he couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. This is Xing Yaoa, the one who makes you cry and makes you laugh. What kind of god is this person? To be able to have such a great charm. When Xiao Shuriyao first came, Rin Chao was still somewhat unable to look at her, someone who wanted nothing, and if it wasn't for Soundsea Entertainment's insistence, he would have wanted to kick Xiao Shuriyao out of the program. He didn't expect things to turn around so quickly, and now he can't wait to offer Xiao Shuriyao up. Song good. Good person. You can have anything you want. Ren Chao did not feel the slightest blush for his change in attitude, making money. Not too shabby. The song on the stage is still ringing. Ren Chao put down the nonsense in his heart and continued to listen. I still marvel at the size of the world, but also intoxicated by the childhood love story. No truth or falsehood left, no struggle, no need for jokes. I finally returned my youth to her, along with the blooming summer that popped out of my fingertips. What the heart desires goes with the wind. In the name of love, are you still willing? Everyone who heard this couldn't stop smiling. The wind stops, the memories go with the wind, the melody of youth falls, and the summer remains the same. The summer is still in full bloom. Even the most difficult youth will eventually come to an end. The music fell, and the lights turned on again. Xia Shuriyao slowly recovered from the afterglow of the song and looked nervously at the stage. The silence of the stage left her somewhat at a loss for words. Gu Xingyi slowly opened his eyes and laughed out loud when he saw Xia Shuriyao's nervous appearance. Xia Shuriyao sang very well, comparable to the original song he heard in the original world. Little Nai Nai looked curiously at the uncles and aunts around her, not understanding why they all had tears in their eyes. Obviously mom's singing was very good. At her young age, she had no idea that they were still remembering the past. But none of this could affect little Nai Nai. She stretched out her little hand and tried her best to applaud for her mom. The next moment, as if a chain reaction, thunderous applause resounded throughout the audience, and with tears in their eyes, they all offered their support for Xia Shuriyao on the stage. In the live broadcast room of Star Song Exchange, there was even a tidal wave of pop-ups. It's true that Star Yao's product must be a masterpiece. No disappointment. It's awesome. I'm crying. This is not a wind-up, this is clearly a tornado, completely lifting up the memories buried in my heart for many years. It also can't be denied that Xia Shuriyao perfectly sang the feelings contained in this song. From today onwards, I'm a fan of this singer. Woo woo. The song is beautiful. The person is also beautiful. I'm in love with the whole thing. Brothers, I've just started out in society. Now I want to be impulsive. Go back for her. I don't want to have regrets in my youth. Upstairs. Support you. Go for it. I'll be luckier. My wife is my green plum. My youth has no regrets though, but it's still infected by this song. Xia Shuriyao? Xing Yao? There can't be any story between them, right? Upstairs and dares to break my Dao heart. Woo woo. Xing Yao is mine. I've been his die-hard fan since his first song. A song that picked up the wind managed to convince everyone, and at this moment, no one remembered that no one had favored Xia Shuriyao at all before. Originally thought to be here to make up the numbers, but it turned out to be a king bomb in the opening. Just like the lyrics of the song, caught off guard. It broke into the hearts of the crowd. It also put the pressure on the people behind. You're going to play the king bomb right off the bat? How can you let us 4-2s play? Xia Shuriyao on the stage bowed to the audience at this point, then glanced fondly at Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai and retreated back to the back of the stage. The competition continued, and Lu Qian's performance was next. Lu Qian didn't know when she had gotten up from the ground, looking at Xia Shuriyao who had passed by her, a deep sense of powerlessness inexplicably arose in her heart. She didn't know how she walked onto the stage. Even when the music started, she froze for a moment before reacting. Unfortunately, she was still half a beat too slow, and she was out of her depth in the opening scene. The audience under the stage booed in unison, which made her heart panic even more, and the tune she sang couldn't help but go out of tune. After singing a song in a muddle, the sparse applause from the stage made her want to cover her face and run away. Backstage director Ring Chao looked at the real-time viewing rate, could not help but frown. This Lu Qian and what? He knows her singing ability. She used to be very good. How did she become like this today? However, Ren Chao was only slightly depressed for a moment, and then no longer think about it. Anyway, she is bound to lose. There is nothing to think about. today's ratings have exploded enough. Without a doubt, the final voting result, 5-0, a crushing victory. Xia Shuriyao's message was also sent at this time, asking Gu Xingyi to meet at the backstage exit. When Gu Xingyi saw this, he didn't pay any more attention to the later matches, holding little Nai Nai and leaving the arena early. Xia Shuriyao had just arrived backstage and welcomed a big hug from Taluo Lele. Taluo Lele's eyes were red and tears were welling up in her eyes. Sister Yin behind her was also, her eyes slightly red, looking at Xia Shuriyao. The two of them smiled tenderly. After such a long time, once again seeing Xia Shuriyao standing on the stage with infinite scenery, they had indescribable excitement in their hearts. Okay, don't cry, it will get better and better in the future. Xia Shuriyao pulled Tao Lele's hand and said seriously. Tao Lele gave a heavy finally breaking into tears. Today Sister Shioto rubbed Lu Qian hard on the ground. She should be happy. Let's go, Gu Xingyi is waiting for me at the door. Xia Shuriyao didn't want to delay any longer. She just couldn't wait to see them now. She wanted to take Nai Nai into her arms and love him. This was the first time she had left the little one for so long. Not only did the little one miss her, she likewise incomparably missed little Nai Nai. Ah! Gu Xingyi is here ah! Tao Lele was so surprised that her eyes widened. She didn't even know what kind of attitude she should take to meet Gu Xingyi now. Before, she hated him to death, but now she felt that he was quite good, so she was torn. Xia Shuriyao didn't give her a chance to think about it, pulling her along as she walked quickly towards the exit. Outside the sky is already late, street lights on both sides of the street have long been lit. As soon as Xia Shuriyao came out, she saw Gu Xingyi holding Nai Nai from afar, standing straight below the street light. They were looking towards her, the orange light pulled their shadows very long. Xia Shuriyao's heart suddenly surged with a sense of happiness, the kind of husband leading the child, waiting under the light for his wife to come home from work. Plain and simple, yet extremely warm. Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shuriyao in the moment she came out. She is very beautiful tonight, and the beauty of this moment is very different from the stage. On the stage, she is like a fairy who fell into the mortal world, so beautiful and dazzling that people dare not easily approach. At this moment, she is like a summer breeze, let him feel warm and friendly, natural to let him cannot stop wanting to get close. Mommy! Little Nai Nai couldn't wait to break free from Gu Xingyi's arms and ran towards Xia Shuriyao with small steps. Hey! Xia Shuriyao immediately squatted down, a bright smile blooming on her face, and embraced the Nai Nai who jumped over into her arms. Gu Xingyi also approached at this time, greeting Tao Lele and Sister Yun with a smile on her face. Sister Yun nodded lightly in response, but there was a hint of gratitude in her eyes. Tao Lele's eyes dodged, but she also nodded her head gently in response. Ever since she realized that Gu Xingyi was Xingyao, she suddenly didn't feel so bad about him. After all, someone who could write about having you in his life and just being ordinary, how bad could his heart be? Xia Shuriyao also hugged Nai Nai and stood up at this time. Nai Nai arched in her arms and kept rubbing, her little face unwilling to lift up. Gu Xingyi smiled and looked at Xia Shuriyao. How is it? This surprise is okay, right? A blush rose on Xia Shuriyao's face, but she still looked straight at Gu Xingyi, her almond eyes curving up. Aha! Xia Shuriyao replied softly, followed by her lowering her head and looking at Nai Nai in her arms as she replied again. It's a surprise. Then let's find a place to eat? Nai Nai and I haven't even eaten dinner yet. It doesn't matter to me, Nai Nai's little tummy has been rumbling for a long time. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Sister Yun walked up at this time. Go back to the apartment, there are still ingredients there, feel free to eat at home. Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement at the same time, and the few of them walked side by side towards the parking lot. Only they didn't know that their actions at this moment, all of them fell in the eyes of Lu Qian and Sister Yuan who had just come out from the backstage. Lu Qian was holding her cell phone at the moment, looking at Xia Shuriyao's back as she left, her eyes glowing with resentment. She suddenly thought of a good idea to make Xia Shuriyao lose her reputation. Since she had already lost completely, she was going to pull down Xia Shuriyao in the same way. What she couldn't get. What makes Xia Shuriyao able to get it? Although the Star Song Exchange competition hadn't ended yet, but at this time, the internet had already exploded, for no other reason than because the first game of the Star Song Exchange, a song so good that it exploded appeared. The wind had risen and swept across the entire internet in this mere hour's time. Not only the viewers who had watched the Star Song Festival, but also various media and marketing organizations had all heard about it. As a result, all kinds of headlines with shocking outrageousness came out on the roundup blogs. Shocked. The biggest dark horse of this year's Star Song Festival is actually her? Invincible. A song that cries everyone, bringing you a different kind of youthful memories. Outrageous. Star Yao released another new song and it was actually sung by her. Take stock of mysterious lyricist Xing Yao's creative journey. In addition to the various media marketing numbers, those who were watching the Star Song Exchange, more people directly saved the recording screen and sent it directly to their friends and family. Xing Yao's new song. Explosively good to listen to. Hurry up and listen. As more and more people clicked on the video, Xia Shiyao also began to fully enter the public's view. People were curious as to who on earth and where Starry Yao had found such a singer who was not only stunningly beautiful, but also had excellent singing skills. Starry Yao's song plus Xia Shiyao's voice, simply perfect match. But when they followed the trail to open Xia Shiyao's blog, they only saw a comeback statement. That's when everyone realized that the singer had existed before. The internet has no memory, but when you appear in their field of vision, its memory is immensely powerful. Xia Shiyao's past experiences began to be rummaged through and posted on the Hibernation blog. A popular young flower 2 years ago? Love affair exposed and retired from the circle? This hotspot out, immediately by some unscrupulous media smell, they began to take this topic wantonly speculation. For a while, Xia Shiyao's topic got hotter and hotter, and even overshadowed the Starlight Exchange. The internet was also polarized. A part of the people felt that since Xia Shiyao retired from the circle because of the exposure of her love affair, she shouldn't make a comeback, and they couldn't fan a singer who was already married. There is also a part of the people who feel that as long as the singing is good, it is their freedom to fall in love or not. Who says singers can't fall in love? Powerful singers don't need to be fancy. The two sides are arguing online. The last part of the people who feel that power singers don't need to be hyped up came straight to the kill line. I'll just ask you if the song is good. Once this sentence came out, those face value parties were instantly dumbfounded. Is the song good? Do they need to argue here if it's not good? It's just that they were still twisted in their hearts and could only throw out a sentence. If Xingyao had given this song to someone else, the singing would definitely be just as good. At this time, Soundsea Entertainment finally came down to speak. Congratulations to our division, Xia Shiyao, for successfully advancing. I hope everyone will be able to support her more in the future. I would like to state that in the next match, Xia Shiyao will still come out again with Starry Yao's song. In addition, Xia Shiyao's songs from this Star Song Festival will be unified into an album, which will be released on Hawaiian after the Star Song Festival, with lossless sound quality, so please look forward to it. Once this notice from Soundsea Entertainment came out, the internet was in an uproar. Starry Yao didn't just write a song for Xia Shiyao. More than one song. It would be outrageous. In an instant, Soundsea Entertainment's announcement and Xia Shiyao's topic instantly killed the #1 hot search list. Even the song The Wind Rises could only come in second place, while Star Song Exchange could only stand pathetically shivering in the third place of the hot searches. For the online scene, Gu Xingyi several people completely unaware. At this time, Sister Yun is driving the car, Tao Lele sitting in the passenger side, to Gu Xingyi family of 3 to leave some space to get together. The family sat in the back row of the car. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were very close to each other, and little Nai Nai was surrounded by the two in the center. Xia Shiyao took the rare initiative to whisper to Gu Xingyi, so close, Gu Xingyi could smell the familiar fragrance of Xia Shiyao's body, which smelled very good. Gu Xingyi unconsciously sniffed. The small action made Xia Shiyao's pretty face slightly red. Gu Xingyi enjoyed this moment, once again smelling the nice fragrance of Xia Shiyao's body and feeling her by his side. His heart was inexplicably solid. The car quickly arrived at the artist's apartment, and several people got off. It was now 9:30 p.m. Little Nai Nai had long been hungry, and just as the group entered the apartment, Gu Xingyi fought with Tao Lele for the right to use the kitchen. Gu Xingyi squinted at her. Nai Nai likes to eat my cooking. And steamed eggs. Sister Shiyao and Sister Yun like to eat the nutritious dinners I make. Tao Lele puffed up. This guy was going to take away her great power as soon as he arrived. Oh, I don't believe it. Then ask Xia Shiyao whose cooking she likes to eat. Taluola twisted her head in aggravation, looking towards Xia Shiyao who was coaxing little Nai Nai in the living room. Xia Shiyao was helpless. These two were just like little kids. This was all a fight, especially Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao could tell at a glance that he was just deliberately pissing off Lele. It's just that she really hasn't eaten Gu Xingyi's cooking for a long time. She didn't dare to look at Tao Lele's pitiful expression and lowered her head, her face slightly red. Lele, come out. No more love. Tao Lele wanted to cry. Sister Shiyao really is still a big fan of color. The kitchen was dominated by Gu Xingyi, and soon a table of delicacies was served to him in turn. When Tao Lele saw Xia Shiyao eating so deliciously, she hatefully picked up a chopstick and put it in her mouth, wanting to see how Gu Xingyi really did. As a result, with just one bite, Tao Lele's eyes immediately turned into starry eyes. This was too delicious. She used to feel sorry for Xia Shiyao, but now she was suddenly a little envious of Xia Shiyao. After the meal, Xia Shiyao sent Gu Xingyi back to the hotel alone, while little Nai Nai stayed at the apartment and joined her tonight. Ever since Gu Xingyi crossed over, he basically hadn't been alone with Xia Shiyao, and now that it was suddenly just the two of them in the car, the atmosphere was a little silent for a moment. Gu Xingyi didn't know what to say, and looked at Xia Shiyao who was driving, then turned his head to silently look out the car window at the night scene. Xiao Shuriyao noticed his gaze, could not help but sneak a glance at him, but soon turned back, a small heart beating a little fast, her earlobes reddened, forcibly suppressed the dissimilarity in her heart, staring ahead, pretending to be unconcerned. Has been to the hotel. The two surprisingly have not had a little communication, if you let people who do not know see, also thought that the two do not know each other. The car was parked in the hotel parking lot. Only then did Gu Xingyi turn his head and look at Xiao Shuriyao. Go back, be careful on the road, give me a call when you arrive. Xiao Shuriyao lowered her head and didn't agree, instead she unbuckled her seatbelt and pushed open the door to get out of the car first. Gu Xingyi's heart stirred, looking straight at her standing beside the car. What did she mean? Gu Xingyi secretly gulped, pretending to be calm as he followed out of the car. Then go up and sit down? Gu Xingyi asked, his voice taking on a tremor, inexplicably feeling a sense of nervousness. Xiao Shuriyao was wearing a loose housecoat, her pulled-up hair had been lowered at the moment, and she just walked into the hotel side by side with Gu Xingyi in a playful manner. The fluffy hair covered her face, making Gu Xingyi unable to see her expression at the moment. Gu Xingyi was now more nervous than he had ever been before, even more so than at the time he realized he had crossed over. He felt like his heart couldn't take it right now, and in the narrow elevator, he could clearly hear his own plopping heartbeat. Xiao Shuriyao wasn't much better. She didn't know what had just happened to her. When she heard Gu Xingyi ask her to go back, she suddenly didn't want to go back so soon. Until now, the fire heat radiating from Gu Xingyi's body next to her made her feel like she was going to suffocate. She didn't even need to touch her face to know that her face must be hotter than boiling water right now. Dying. Why hadn't she just left herself? What to do next? The two were married to their children, and since marrying Gu Xingyi, she had never had skin-to-skin contact with him again. She stared dead at her toes, not daring to raise her head, and not knowing what to do. Ding! Without allowing the two to think any further, the elevator doors opened and the third floor arrived. Gu Xingyi had booked a room on this floor tonight. Gu Xingyi subconsciously walked out of the elevator, Xiao Shuriyao dawdlingly followed. Swiping the card, opening the door to the room, Gu Xingyi walked in, looking around, a standard single room. There was only one bed in the room. Xiao Shuriyao's entire body was now in a daze. She didn't even know how she entered the room, how Gu Xingyi closed the door behind her. The only sound left in the room was the breathing of the two. What was going to happen next seemed to be predictable, but Xiao Shuriyao was suddenly a little terrified. She wasn't ready yet. She had only just somewhat accepted him. She couldn't do anything else yet. Gu Xingyi, however, didn't have the slightest idea of what Xiao Shuriyao was thinking. He knew even if he was stupid, a woman wanting to go to a man's hotel room to sit down. What did that mean? He was a 10,000-year-old single dog, but it didn't mean he didn't have emotional intelligence. If you haven't eaten pork, haven't you seen a pig run? For Xiao Shuriyao, Gu Xingyi asked himself many times in his heart, from the beginning of just to make up for her, to later slowly heartache her, to a little like, to appreciate, he clearly know his feelings. Gu Xingyi leaned on the edge of the bed and sat down, looking at Xiao Shuriyao who was still standing in place with her head down. He took a deep breath and took the initiative to pull up her hand. Warm and soft like jade, this was the first feeling that Xiao Shuriyao gave Gu Xingyi. Warm little hand in his hand, Gu Xingyi raised his head, which looked straight up into Xiao Shuriyao's eyes. However, in the next moment, the fire in his heart was abruptly extinguished. Her beautiful almond eyes were filled with panic, uneasiness, and fear. Gu Xingyi exhaled a deep breath and slowly let go of Xiao Shuriyao's hand. I'll wash my face first. The voice was hoarse. Xiao Shuriyao still kept her head lowered, only giving a soft with a trembling voice. Gu Xingyi washed his face with cold water for a long time before he completely calmed down. He came out of the bathroom and suddenly smiled when he saw Xiao Shuriyao again. She was still standing there with her head down, dumbfounded, like a quail. This idiot doesn't know that this will attract people to commit crimes. Just knowing how to light a fire without knowing how to put it out is the most shameful behavior. Let's go, I'll send you down. Ha? Xiao Shuriyao jerked her head up and looked at Gu Xingyi. What? Go! Gu Xingyi angrily stretched out his hand and knocked her brain. The pain caused Xiao Shuriyao to cover her head, her watery almond eyes looking straight at Gu Xingyi, her little mouth deflated. Simply like in Little Nai a mold printed out. Only Xiao Shuriyao was like this, more flavorful. Oh, this was truly a demonic spirit. Gu Xingyi couldn't stand it a bit. Didn't she know her own charm? Hurry up and go. If you don't leave again, you won't be able to leave tonight. You're still aggravated. Gu Xingyi opened the door and started to drive people away. Only then did Xiao Shuriyao hurriedly walk out, seeing Gu Xingyi close the door, and patting her chest in relief. After sending Xiao Shuriyao all the way downstairs and watching her get into the car, Gu Xingyi quietly waited for her to drive the car away. Who knew that the car had just started? Xiao Shuriyao suddenly lowered the window and looked straight at Gu Xingyi, her cheeks crimson. Gu Xingyi, why? Don't you want to? Gu Xingyi held his forehead and sighed long and hard. Alas! What do you say? It's just that this kind of thing, it has to be consensual. When one day your wife is ready, I'll be very happy to do it. Xia Shuriao's face instantly reddened to the base of her neck, only her eyes, however, became more and more radiant. I'm off. Slow down on the road. Call when you get home. The car drove away. Gu Xingyi smiled bitterly and turned around to walk quickly towards the hotel. Today was another day of staying up late. Gotta go back, take a shower, and hurry up to sleep before I do. Save yourself from sudden death. Gu Xingyi returned to his room and had just finished showering when he received a call from Xia Shuriao, who had already arrived at the apartment. The two exchanged good nights. Only they didn't know that a post about Xia Shuriao had suddenly appeared on the Roundup blog, crawling up the hot search slowly. Until the next day, this post had come to the 10th of the hot searches. Xia Shuriao having an extramarital affair? Cheating on mysterious singer Xing Yao. The post swore with conviction, and in it, it was mainly about how Xia Shuriao and Gu Xingyi were already married and had a daughter, but the two of them hadn't been on good terms. In order to make a comeback, Xia Shuriao utilized her beauty and seduced Xing Yao so that Xing Yao would write songs for her. This post said it all, and many marketing numbers reproduced it, and there were even many comments. So it managed to kill the hot search early in the morning. The netizens who saw it were a bit skeptical at first, but they couldn't help the lopsided comments underneath the post, and there were even a variety of marketing numbers that were forwarding it for publicity. They went from skeptical to believing, to verbally attacking Xia Shuriao. As more and more people woke up and saw this post instantly caused a furor. Countless people were commenting at the bottom, and Xia Shuriao's siege blog was blasted. Ha! I said how could I get Xing Yao's song? It turns out it's by selling meat. Xing Yao isn't any good either. One can only say that it's woefully incompetent. I don't believe that Xing Yao could do such a thing. You guys just wait for your faces to be slapped. Although I don't understand Xia Shuriao, but I believe in Xing Yao. Someone who can write those songs would cheat on a married woman? Grow a brain. Then how can you explain that Xing Yao only writes songs for Xia Shuriao? And did you guys realize that Xing Yao created Just Plain with Hua Yin for Soundsea Entertainment and Xia Shuriao was the one who joined Soundsea Entertainment later? It's definitely Xia Shuriao's fault. Anyway, Xing Yao, was definitely cheated. All sorts of eye-catching comments appeared underneath Xia Shuriao's newly posted siege blog, and in just 1 hour, at 9 a.m., this post and Xia Shuriao's siege blog were instantly brushed to the first and second on the hot search list. At this moment, Gu Xingyi had just finished his morning run and was completely unaware of this. Xia Shuriao had insomnia last night. As soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with the scene in the hotel where Gu Xingyi held her hand. So much so that when she got up in the morning, Sister Yun and Tao Lele had already gotten up. Nai was eating the breakfast that Tao Lele had made for her, and Xia Shuriao was yawning, topped with 2 large dark circles under her eyes, listless. Sister Yun and Tao Luo Lele looked at each other, both with a worried look in their eyes. They thought that Xia Shuriao saw the hot search and that's what caused her to stay awake all night. Tao Luo Lele had anxiety in her eyes as she walked over to Xia Shuriao who had just sat down at the dining table. Sister Shuriao, what did Gu Xingyi say? Aren't you going to come out and clarify? For this kind of thing, it would be best for Gu Xingyi to personally come out and clarify. If Xia Shuriao were to release a statement, it would only lead to the opposite effect. Xia Shuriao was in a state of confusion. When she heard Tao Lele's words, she was bewildered for a moment, not knowing what it meant. What clarification? Did something happen to Gu Xingyi again? Tao Lele was speechless. Only then did she realize that Xia Shuriao didn't even know what had happened. She was even more angry at Gu Xingyi, who hadn't come out to stand up for Sister Shuriao until now, and the gossip on the internet was almost flooding Sister Shuriao's Weibo. Sister Shuriao, you're still thinking about him. He's fine, but you're not. You'd better take a look at your blog. Only then did Xia Shuriao realize from Tao Lele's tone that something was wrong. She took out her cell phone and opened the blog. What came into her eyes were dense private messages and comment messages. Xia Shuriao clicked on it. Her hand involuntarily shook after seeing these private messages full of malice. She took a deep breath and continued to scratch down. Basically 9 out of 10 were private messages scolding her. Exiting the private messages, she then saw the post, as well as several follow-up posts posted by marketing numbers. A moment later, Xia Shuriao put down her cell phone and continued to eat her breakfast, her expression calm, as if nothing had happened at all. Seeing Xia Shuriao like this, Tao Lele was even more worried. With such a big public opinion on the internet, would Sister Shuriao not be able to withstand it? Sister Shuriao, what to do? Do we not care? Xia Shuriao patted Tao Lele's hand and comforted Tao Lele instead. Lele, those who are clear, it's good that we know. Seeing Xia Shuriao with this look, Tao Lele sighed in her heart, saying that it's the purist who clears himself, but public opinion never cares about your death or life. Xia Shuriao's eyelashes blinked slightly. In fact, she was also very unsettled in her heart, but since Gu Xingyi had always posted his songs anonymously, it proved that he didn't want others to know about him. Since this was the case, then she couldn't expose Gu Xingyi's identity. At this time, the majority of netizens were still waiting for the main owner to come out and explain, but it turned out that they waited for a long time. and finally waited for Xia Shiyao's siege blog update. They couldn't wait to click on it, and then they all froze. They had thought that it would be a long-winded PR, but they didn't realize that there were only 4 simple words. The clearer the clearer. What is this? This wants to send them away? Thus, the online comments instantly became more aggressive. Jiangqing Tianmei Entertainment Mansion, Lu Qian was smiling happily, even though she was scolded by the company when she came back from Mordor, it couldn't stop her current pleasant mood. Xia Shiryao was successfully pulled down by her. This is nice. Seeing all the comments on the internet, she was now incredibly happy, although she knew that most of them were the water army she paid for, and there were a few marketing numbers that she also paid for someone to post. But as long as she could bring Xia Shiryao down, she felt that the money she spent was worth it. Sister Yuan looked at the incomparably open-mouthed Lu Qian who was smiling from the side. She only felt that this woman in front of her had gone crazy. She also only learned of this news this morning. Lu Qian doing these things even hid it from her as an agent. Lu Qian, do you know what you are doing? You are making false accusations. If Xingyao really wants to pursue this, you'll be completely finished. Hearing Sister Yuan's words, Lu Qian just glanced at her with dissatisfaction, and in her heart, she even scoffed at her words. How did I falsely accuse? Who knows if the two of them are alright or not? You say if they are fine, just by virtue of Xia Shiryao, a woman who wants nothing, how can she get Xingyao to write a song for her? I think they 80% have a ghost in their hearts. Look, there's not even an explanation, huh? And the purists are still clearing themselves. Fake innocence. Sister Yuan remained gloomy and didn't say anything. She looked at the mad Lu Qian and could only hope that what Lu Qian said was true, otherwise, she could only abandon Lu Qian. Dead Taoist friends don't die in poverty, the next one might be better. Gu Xingyi in the hotel is leisurely bath, but do not want to outside of the cell phone such as urging, non-stop ringing. Gu Xingyi could only act hastily, wearing a bath towel, wiping his hair and hurriedly walked out. Seeing the name of the caller, Gu Xingyi was a bit surprised. What was she doing calling herself? Hello? Why is Minister Yang free today, calling me, a loafer? Idle person? You even have the face to say you're a loafer. Do you know that ever since you appeared, the hot searches have almost been contracted by you? On the other end of the phone, Yang Lin said without a trace of anger. Gu Xingyi scratched his head and thought about it as if it was true. Ever since he posted about having you in his life, the hot searches seemed to be all related to him, and it never stopped. Alas! Who let me look too inviting? I am getting down to business. What's the matter with the call? Gu Xingyi shamelessly boasted before getting serious. Yang Chenlin gritted her teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. What did she mean by calling him? Can't you call him if there's nothing wrong? They are not friends? She was so angry. Yang Lin tone even worse. Humph, do you think I want to call you? It's still not about that family of yours. I mean, what's wrong with you? Xia Shiryao has been hacked like that, and you're still sitting there? Xia Shiryao? Hacked? Gu Xingyi immediately got serious. What did you say happened to Xia Shiryao? The tone of his voice was unprecedentedly serious, which made Yang Lin's heart a little sour. It seemed as if this man became incredibly serious as soon as Xia Shiryao's matter was involved. Hot search. You go see it yourself. Bye. The phone hung up directly, and Gu Xingyi frowned, not understanding what kind of nerve this woman was having. But now was also the time to think about this. Gu Xingyi hurriedly opened the Roundup blog, and the first thing he saw was the first few posts of the hot search. The moment he saw the title, Gu Xingyi's face darkened. When he finished reading all the post contents, and then read the messages and comments on Xia Shiryao's Weibo, Gu Xingyi's face completely darkened, and he directly laughed in anger. Ha! Really think that Labor's woman is good at bullying. And that stupid woman, such a big thing does not tell me, how do you think? Carry it yourself? Gu Xingyi only wanted to question that idiot to her face, whether she considered him as her husband or not. But before questioning her, he had something else to do. Since someone wanted to play, let's have a good time. How could Lu Qian have never imagined that the face slapping would come so quickly and swiftly? So much so that she hadn't been happy for long before she was in a state of trepidation. How could she not have thought that Xingyao would actually be that former gigolo? At 10 o'clock in the morning, people were still talking about Xia Shiryao's collapsed room incident, when a short video of Xingyao on Douyin was swiped. As the other protagonist of the incident, and a mysterious big brother sitting on tens of millions of fans, he had just released the video, and it was very much seen by countless people. It didn't even need Douyin's specialized push stream, the fans spontaneously pushed the video up. Xingyao showed his face and testified himself. This was a huge event. Everyone didn't expect the mysterious Xingyao to come out and release the video at this time without hesitation. He could have kept quiet. After all, the main target of everyone's attack this time wasn't him. But when everyone clicked on the video, they realized, which was a self-attestation video. It was clearly a dog food plus crusade video. In the video, Gu Xingyi was dressed in a decent casual outfit, and even though his face was very serious, he still brightened people's eyes. I didn't expect the mysterious Xingyao to be so handsome. Loved. But the next words made the netizens feel like they had suffered a 10,000-point blitz. Hello everyone. I'm Xingyao. One just woke up from a nap and saw some very bad comments on the internet. A lot of people are questioning why I wrote a song for Xia Shiyao. Some even rumored that Xia Shiyao had an extramarital affair. I just want to ask out loud. What's wrong with me writing a song for my wife? What's wrong? My wife doesn't want to talk to you, but I don't give you a hard time. You're not the only one who knows what's going on. It doesn't exist. I tried to get along with you as normal people, and all I got in return was alienation. I'm sorry. I'm done pretending. I'll show my cards. My name is Gu Xingyi. I'm sure you can find me on the internet. When Xia Shiyao and I both retired from the industry because we were in love, then we got married, and we've been doing it ever since. As for why I was named Xingyao, because our daughter is called Gu Xingyao, now you know the result, happy? Here, I would also like to say to the person who posted that and those few marketing numbers, sorry, I have already collected the relevant evidence, none of you can get away. That's right. And those water army, those teams behind you, there is account 1, all waiting for a lawyer's letter. Well, that's all for today. I advise those people to behave themselves. Dismissed. All the people who saw this video were instantly shocked beyond words. They've been arguing for so long, and it turns out that people are supposed to be married? Everyone knew that Xingyao was supposed to be married, after all. Xiao Nai had appeared on his doujinshi back then and looked quite similar to him. But no one thought that Xingyao was Gu Xingyi. Off the big spectrum. This video of Gu Xingyi spread like crazy at this moment, and his fans who had always believed in him were forwarding it to the Roundup blog like crazy. Damn it! I'm standing right here. Let's see who dares to start rumors. I told you that Xingyao couldn't be such a person. See? They were originally a couple. A fairy couple. Where are those jets in the morning? Open your eyes. Holy shit. I know him. He even bought his wife a cell phone. I said, why does Xia Shiyao look so familiar? I didn't realize he was Xingyao. Woo. So spoiled. I love it. Fans spontaneously retweeted this video of Gu Xingyi, and just like that they didn't think it was too much. Because Gu Xingyi himself didn't have a blog, Xia Shiyao's blog was instantly reduced to a battleground for them. You all owe Xia Shiyao an apology. Shiyao. Xingyao. I should have guessed this. Whoops. Xia Shiyao, I'm sorry. What more can one ask for with a husband like this? I adore it. Brothers. Perfect match. One is an unbeatable songwriter. One sings beautifully. I'll be your fan from now on. Gu Xingyi is so young. Why did you have to step into the marriage grave so early? Woo. It's true that all good men are from other families. Those who are clear themselves. Well said. The public opinion had only just taken place for an hour, and there was an instant 2-level reversal. Xia Shiyao's Weibo comments section was once again blasted, only this time, it was all positive remarks. Just as everyone was still discussing the video posted by Gu Xingyi, Sound Sea Entertainment's Roundup blog immediately followed suit, posting a notice. Hello everyone. This is the legal department of Sound Sea Entertainment, entrusted by Mr. Gu. We will continue to follow up on the false statements and rumors on the internet. We have now submitted a lawyer's letter to the publisher of the previous post and the companies behind several marketing numbers. As for the water armies, we will be verifying with the official of the Weibo, and the related accounts will be blocked in their entirety. If it is found that there are profit-making units behind, we will also send a lawyer's letter according to the law. As soon as this notice came out, the Weibo instantly boiled over. Sharp-eyed netizens suddenly realized that the few posts that were still on the hot search before had all been cleared out, and even the people who had posted the posts had logged out of their accounts. It didn't take long for the official Gobo to come forward. Dear bloggers, good morning. After we verified and checked, we have now blocked 1,500 accounts that posted false statements, and we would like to warn certain people that the internet is not a place outside the law. Those who spread rumors will regret it for the rest of their lives. As the official notice from the blog came out, Gu Xingyi's video post was topped to the top of the hot search. Xia Shiyao's newly released Weibo also instantly took second place. Within a short period of time, the buzzwords wife-favoring fiend and cleaner than the cleaner also came out one after another. The most popular words among the melon eaters are, my wife doesn't want to take care of you. Gu Xingyi, my wife's favorite devil, will not spoil you. What cleansers clear themselves? Doesn't exist. In the Magic City artist's apartment, Xia Shiyao was still embracing little Nai watching cartoons, when Tao Lele ran over with her cell phone like the wind, her face overflowing with bright smiles, and her whole body looking unusually excited. Sister Shiyao, you quickly look. Gu Xingyi he sent a video. Xia Shiyao raised her head and looked at Tao Lele in confusion. When Tao Lele saw Xia Shiyao like this, with a look of hatred, she directly handed her cell phone to Xia Shiyao's face. Sister Shiyao, what should you do in the future if you are so gentle? Oh, you should really learn from Gu Xingyi. Look at him. Straight up hardcore. It's so cool. Hard? Xia Shiyao took the cell phone and clicked on the video. Gu Xingyi's voice then came out from the handset, and little Nine Eye also curiously came up, looking hard with wide eyes. It's Dad's voice. Daddy is in the cell phone again? Until Xia Shiyao finished watching all the video, her small mouth was slightly open, obviously surprised. Taluola was still continuing on the side. Sister Shiyao, do you know what people are saying about Gu Xingyi now? A wife-favoring fiend. Ha ha, it's so funny. Hearing Tao Leilei's words, Xia Shiyao's face quietly blushed, and her heart also slightly flushed with sweetness. Who wouldn't want to be spoiled again? Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao directly left little Nai Nai behind and quickly walked back to her room. In the living room, only Tao Leilei and little Nai Nai were left staring at each other with wide eyes, not sure what was wrong with Xia Shiyao at all. Xia Shiyao, who returned to her room, looked at the dialing interface, suddenly some hesitation. She didn't know what to say when she called over. Say, why do you want to say those shy words? Isn't this indirectly admitting that you are shy? Or to say dislike is good? Deep in my heart? No. Then will he think he's a flawed and petty person? Xia Shiyao flopped down on the soft bed, her face buried deep in the quilt, kicking her legs like a little girl. In the end, she still drummed up the courage, picked up the cell phone, directly called the voice of WeChat. The phone was answered in seconds after a beep, and Gu Xingyi's nice voice came from there. Hello? Xia Shiyao's small face was still buried in the quilt. Suffocating red, muffled voice said, Hello? What are you doing now? Xia Shiyao didn't wait for Gu Xingyi's reply, but first waited for Gu Xingyi's mocking voice. Ha! What are you doing? Performing to smother yourself with a quilt? Ha! Xia Shiyao exclaimed out in shock, raising her reddened little face in panic. She was startled, not knowing how Gu Xingyi knew what she was doing, and it wasn't until she saw the cell phone interface that she realized that what she had accidentally clicked was a video call. The big word social death was written on her face. Xia Shiyao slightly opened her small mouth, as if in a trance, blankly looking at Gu Xingyi on the other end of the video. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, such Xia Shiyao was unexpectedly cute. The next moment, Xia Shiyao gave a cry of envy and buried her face into the quilt like an ostrich, never wanting to get up again. Shame on you. You're not allowed to laugh. A dull voice came from the quilt, and Gu Xingyi finally had the sense to stop laughing. Fine. I won't laugh. I was just about to leave the house to go to my apartment. Are you coming to pick me up? Then you wait for me there. Only then did Xia Shiyao raise her head, a pair of watery almond eyes staring at Gu Xingyi on the other end of the video screen, her pretty face still flushed and flawless, only her voice was no longer dull. She still didn't ask Gu Xingyi why he sent that video. There are some things that don't really seem to need to be asked. It's just that she didn't ask, but Gu Xingyi was the first to talk about it. However, there are some things I still have to say. Xia Shiyao, what have you been hacked into? Why didn't you tell me? What the hell do you take me for? Xia Shiyao pursed her lips, a little silent. What does she take him for? In fact, Xia Shiyao is also a bit confused. Do you like Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiyao asked herself in her heart. Just quickly, she got the answer, is like. She likes him after the change. He carefully takes care of his own mother and his wife. Those delicate life moves make her happy. The heartache and purity in his eyes when he looks at himself can't be faked. This kind of Gu Xingyi is hard not to let people like. Only the past experience made Xia Shiyao a little afraid to let go of her heart. After waiting for a long time, Gu Xingyi didn't wait for Xia Shiyao's answer, and then he also fell silent. Only after a long time did Gu Xingyi's voice ring out again, only this time his voice clearly carried some feeling of loss. It's okay if you don't say anything, I'm downstairs, come pick me up. The video hung up before Xia Shiyao came back to her senses, recalling Gu Xingyi's tone just now. Her heart suddenly ached like a pinprick. Had she let him down? Xia Shiyao was busy getting up from the bed. She suddenly wanted to see him quickly. Thinking like this, her steps couldn't help but speed up, running towards the door. Tao Leilei was still wondering what Xia Shiyao was doing alone in her room in the middle of the day. The next moment, she saw Xia Shiyao stumbling out of her room, and then ran out the door just like that. Tao Leilei frowned. Sister Shiyao, seems to be crying? Xia Shiyao did cry. She didn't want to, but she just couldn't help the tears from welling up in her eyes. She was suddenly afraid that because she didn't answer, Gu Xingyi would be sad and leave them. All the bits and pieces of this period of time flashed through her mind, and she became even more afraid. Obviously he was already working very hard to get closer to himself. Why did she hesitate? It wasn't until the car arrived downstairs of the hotel, and Xia Shiyao saw that figure standing upright in the sunlight, that she finally breathed a sigh of relief, followed by stretching out her fists as if cheering herself up. The car stopped beside Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi got on the car. He didn't seem to have any fluctuation in his mood. After he got on the car, he just quietly looked out the window. Xia Shiyao didn't start the car, so she turned around and stared at Gu Xingyi's side face. She took several deep breaths, then finally spoke. Gu Xingyi, I'm sorry. Only then did Gu Xingyi turn his head and looked at Xia Shiyao's slightly red eyes. In fact, when Xia Shiyao didn't give a clear answer, it was hard on his heart as well. But when he saw Xia Shiyao like this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. It was like he just never had it, right? No need to apologize. Xia Shiyao, actually, I'm not the Gu Xingyi you think I am yet, so you don't have to feel guilty about anything. Then are you Gu Xingyi? Xia Shiyao was still looking straight into his eyes, her gaze still like water. Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered the conversation that Xia Shiyao had with him earlier at the playground, where Xia Shiyao asked him, "Who are you?" He replied, "I'm Gu Xingyi." Now that Xia Shiyao asked herself back, Gu Xingyi scratched his head. I'm Gu Xingyi. Then you're the Gu Xingyi I think you are. Hearing Xia Shiyao's firm reply, Gu Xingyi was suddenly stunned as he tried to clench his somewhat trembling fists. But I'm a little scared. I'm afraid that one day, you guys don't need me anymore. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao suddenly interrupted him. Looking at Gu Xingyi like this, she felt heartbroken. She reached out her hand and held Gu Xingyi's somewhat trembling hand with force, gently leaning on him again. Gu Xingyi, you are Nai's father and my husband. No matter when or what happens, we won't leave you. And Nai and I don't want much. Those talents of yours Nai and I will only appreciate. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you are by our side and treat us well. We are satisfied. A delicate body in her arms, warm words, nothing could put Gu Xingyi's mind at ease more than this. Gu Xingyi embraced Xia Shiyao and suddenly smiled. He got the answer he wanted, and that was enough. From now on, besides Xia Shiyao and little Nai, nothing could shake his Dao heart. The two of them only coexisted for a few moments. Xia Shiyao scurried out of Gu Xingyi's arms in embarrassment, a small face parched with heat. This was already the maximum she could do right now. Gu Xingyi didn't force himself, he just had a silly smile on his face, which made Xia Shiyao even more shy. She glanced at the giggling Gu Xingyi with a flavorful glance, and snorted, and laughed out loud as well. This fool. So well satisfied? The car slowly drove away from the hotel and traveled towards the apartment. It was only this round trip that the two men's state of mind had completely changed. How is it possible? Impossible. How could Xingyao be that little white boy Gu Xingyi? Pa! Inside the Tianmei entertainment artist apartment in Jiangcheng, Lu Qian swept away the cosmetics on the table as if she was crazy. The cosmetics fell heavily on the ground, making ear-piercing cracking sounds. As if Lu Qian was still unsatisfied, she went up and stomped on it with her feet as if she was venting her anger, and what was scrapped together with the cosmetics was a lawyer's letter sent by the legal department of Sound and Sea Entertainment. She was raked over the coals, and the person who made the post immediately gave her up as the mastermind when he saw that things weren't right. As Tonehaven Entertainment had ordered her to take a break, she knew that she was finished. In a few more days, she would surely be sitting in the defendant's chair. Sister Yuan, who was not far away, watched the scene gloatingly. As an old fox she knew that things would definitely not be that simple. Sure enough, things turned out to be even more outrageous than she expected. Gu Xingyi? Xingyao? Oh, what a deep hide. Sister Yuan sighed darkly. Of course she knew Gu Xingyi. 2 years ago Xia Shiyao's matter was a big deal in the company. No one looked favorably on that little white boy in the beginning. But I didn't expect that now the little white boy had bared his fangs and steeply turned into an awakened tiger. The first one to suffer the backlash was Lu Qian. It had to be said that Xia Shiyao's vision was really good. I'm not convinced. Sister Yuan, give me the cell phone to use. Lu Qian was gasping for air, both her eyes glistening with blood. Her cell phone had been shattered by her long ago in the first place. Sister Yuan just glanced at her faintly and said in a nonchalant manner, "What do you have to be unconvinced of? You can't sing better than others. You don't look as good as others. Even finding a man is not as good as others. You're here to tell me you're not convinced?" Lu Qian abruptly twisted her head around and looked straight at Sister Yuan, who was not the least bit afraid and still glanced at her. "What? Did I say something wrong? When you are imprisoned, the contract between us will naturally end. You should understand what the company means, right? What rest? They abandoned you a long time ago. Why?" Lu Qian gritted her teeth, still unable to believe that the company had abandoned her. "Why? You're still asking why? The company needs a money tree. You have no value at all, so you were naturally cast aside. As a person who has been there, Sister Yuan said something to you from the bottom of her heart. You also have a few good looks. When you come out, find an honest man to marry. Don't toss and turn." "Ha! Oh, then shouldn't I thank you? My good Sister Yuan." Lu Qian gasped and laughed. This was the moment they finally tore their faces apart. "In that case, can I borrow Sister Yuan's cell phone for a bit? Just for a bit. It's also counted as a beginning and an end between us." Sister Yuan looked at Lu Qian, who suddenly revealed a wry smile, and her brows furrowed again. "What else do you want?" Lu Qian was still smiling, only the smile was more or less oozing, causing goosebumps to rise on Sister Yuan's body. "What do I want? Fish death. What right does she have over Xia Shiyao? She used to be on top of me at every turn. It was so hard to get rid of her. I didn't expect her to come out again. She's an orphan. How can she be better than me? Even in the area of finding a man, she has to crush me. Ha ha. But now that I know that Xingyao is Gu Xingyi, then I still have a killer weapon. If I can't move Xia Shiyao, then I'll make Gu Xingyi lose his reputation. Screw me over. Then no one will be good enough. Sister Yuan narrowed her eyes and looked carefully at the matin Lu Qian. She had gone insane. Sister Yuan wanted to tell her, what's wrong with Xia Shiyao being an orphan? She's never fought with you. Her character and personality are a million times better than yours. But Sister Yuan couldn't say it. She knew that Lu Qian was now at the point of dying. Any blow would make her lose her mind. Good. The cell phone is given to you. But you remember, all this that you are doing now has nothing to do with me. I know. Sister Hope, are you scared? Ha ha. Lu Qian laughed out loud and added, don't worry. What I'm going to do this time, that's what really happened. There's not a single bit of falsehood. Sister Yuan, you just wait and watch the show. Sister Yuan glanced deeply at Lu Qian, but still handed over her cell phone. Lu Qian took the phone and dialed a number under Sister Yuan's gaze, and a man's voice came from the opposite side of the receiver. Hello? Looking for someone? Hello? Gao Chang, this is Lu Qian. Magic City. Gu Xingyi was currently eating lunch in his apartment, only the atmosphere on the table, today, seemed a bit different. Little Nai Nai hadn't changed much, still eating happily. Sister Yin had an anti-smile on her face the whole time, slowly picking at the lobster, washing it in water, and then feeding it to little Nai Nai's mouth. Tao Lele had a shocked look on her face as she lowered her head and grubbed at her meal, sneaking a glance at the two of them sitting across from her, Xia Shiyao, every now and then. Xia Shiyao's pretty face and even her neck were all red. She couldn't wait to bury her head into the bowl and didn't dare to look at the few people on the table. What caused the crowd to be like this was because of Gu Xingyi, who was giggling at the moment, helping Xia Shiyao to pick up the crayfish, and personally feeding it to her mouth with chopsticks. Xia Shiyao felt that this person was not normal anymore. Ever since he just got down from the car, he suddenly wasn't normal. But Gu Xingyi didn't feel there was anything wrong with being like this. Just now in the car, Xia Shiyao had admitted that she was her husband. Gu Xingyi, who had never been in love, could think of a way to get close was to hand feed her. Is that wrong? There's nothing wrong with it. Xia Shiyao finally couldn't stand the crowd's strange eyes. She felt like her pretty face was like this crayfish. It was all cooked. Can you not be like this? I'll just do it myself. After saying that, she raised her head, her eyes looked at Gu Xingyi with shyness, the pout in her eyes looked at Gu Xingyi for a moment. Original. Being watched by a girl with a pouty gaze was such a cool thing. Gu Xingyi felt completely enlightened. In the past, he always felt that love dogs don't even talk about it. Now he just wanted to say, it's so fragrant. Good. Then do it yourself. Gu Xingyi stopped feeding his wife, turned around, and proceeded to start feeding little Nai Nai. Xia Shiyao blankly glanced at Gu Xingyi helplessly. It seemed like this man couldn't eat properly today. The previous him wasn't like this either. But fortunately, after the meal, Gu Xingyi finally got normal. He sat on his butt on the sofa and began to think about what song to write for the next competition. With only 3 days between each competition, the rules of the Star Song Exchange had always been so cruel. 16-8, Xia Shiyao won easily, the next 8-4 match might not be so simple. As the elimination goes on, the remaining contestants will only get stronger and stronger. Their singing skills are not inferior to Xia Shiyao at all. The competition is the song and play on the spot. It was not easy for anyone to come up with a good original song in 3 days. Even Gu Xingyi was starting to worry. He was torn between what kind of song to choose this time, in order to ensure that he would get the victory. As for Xia Shiyao, she wasn't idle either. She was sitting right next to Gu Xingyi, and there were a few sheets of songwriting paper spread out on the table, as she perfected the song she had been thinking of all these days. The one that always lacked a bit of melody, but now, she slowly seemed to have caught the tail end of that bit of melody. Xia Shiyao locked her brows tightly and kept humming in her mind. This piece of melody was like a cat's claw that kept scratching one's heart. Whenever Xia Shiyao tried to grab it, it always mischievously shrunk back. Until the evening, when Gu Xingyi had already left, she hadn't been able to completely make this song out. Almost. So close. Xia Shiyao was so anxious that she scratched her originally smooth hair into a chicken nest. In the end, when it was late at night and little Nai Nai had long gone to sleep, Xia Shiyao finally put down the half-finished sheet music and lyrics, and helplessly lay down on her bed. Sometimes inspiration is something that can't be forced, not even a fraction of a mile, but once you realize it, it will be as comforting as an enlightenment. After all, not everyone is the same as Gu Xingyi, directly with a plug-in on the field. Early the next morning, Xia Shiyao had just woken up from her nap, and before she could wash up, she realized that a big story about Gu Xingyi on the internet had once again hit the hot search. These days the hot searches about Gu Xingyi and herself didn't stop. Xia Shiyao didn't take it seriously at first, but as she saw the title of the post, her eyes instantly contracted. At this moment, her heart completely panicked. The netizens seemed to have gotten used to it. Ever since Xingyao's account appeared in the public's view, they could see his topic every day. Today was the same, and when the melon-eating army once again saw a post with Gu Xingyao in the title, they didn't have the slightest surprise and naturally clicked on it. This kind of thing was the only thing that was familiar to the hands. Right now, the day they didn't see Xingyao's name, they were all over the place. But this time was different. When the melon-eating army clicked on the post, they actually froze collectively. They rubbed their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Starry Yao? Domestic violence? Laughing. Yesterday they were all brushing up on the wife-favoring devil Gu Xingyi. Today you're telling us he's a domestic abuser? You'd have to find a better reason to make things up. Who would believe that? After the melon army froze, they couldn't help but laugh, and they urgently clicked on the video in the post, wanting to see what this then in the end are talking about. Two men appeared in the video with serious faces. Some people recognized them as former members of the boy band with Gu Xingyi. One was called Gao Chang and the other Su Bin. Seeing this, melon netizens will smile, these two out to brush their presents? Can't see others well? At this time, Gao Chang opened his mouth. Hello everyone. I'm Gao Chang from the Flower Boys. Some of you should recognize me. That's right, I'm the current popular lyricist Xingyao, Gu Xingyi's former friend. Why do you say former? Because later on, I was ashamed to be in the company of such people. I guess you must not believe me when you hear this, he's so hot nowadays. Why do I still hate him so much? You'll know when you hear me out. What I want to say is that ever since he got married, he's been calling members of our boy band and he wants to make a comeback. Originally, we had some consideration for his request, after all, we were all friends before, but when he called, we knew one thing. So we rejected him decisively. And that was Gu Xingyi. He's a domestic violence man. I have the phone recording here as proof. It's a coincidence that at that time, when he called about wanting to make a comeback, I happened to record it because of that, not realizing that it would now be an important piece of evidence to expose him as a hypocrite. I don't know how he could have released Xia Shiyao now and had the ability to keep Xia Shiyao from accusing him, but I guarantee that all of what I said above is the truth. Since I, Gao Chang, dare to show my face, I am not afraid to confront him face to face. When the melon-eating netizens heard this, they were all a bit silent for a moment, although they believed in Gu Xingyi and in Xingyao's character. But this Gao Chang's words, real names and evidence, made them also a little shaken for a moment. At this time, Su Bin in the video also spoke, picking up his cell phone and shaking it in front of the camera. Hello everyone. I'm Su Bin. I can testify. What Gao Chang said is all true, and now I'm holding Gao Chang's cell phone in my hand. Now let's listen to the original recording together. After saying that, Su Bin unlocked his phone, and on the screen of the phone was a recording of a phone call. With a smile on his face, he casually clicked on the recording. The netizens all perked up their ears at this moment, wanting to listen carefully to what was inside. Hello, brother Gao? I'm Gu Xingyi. Do you have time tonight? Buy you a drink. It was Gu Xingyi's voice. The netizens immediately became unsettled and continued to listen down. Gao Chang's faint tone followed. Hello, little Gu Ah? Drinking is even better. What's the matter directly? Alright, I thought you had time, brother Gao. It's like this, do you think I can still go back to the company? Xiao Gu. It's not that I'm talking about you, you're married to a popular young flower. Why do you still think so much? He. Brother Gao. Women are just like clothes, I've figured it out now. It's still important to have a career. So if you want to make a comeback, can Xia Shiyao give it to you? Didn't you guys just have a kid? Brother Gao. I won't hide it from you. This family. I'm the boss. How dare she refuse? Just give her a beating. It's all about women. You can't spoil her. Hearing this, the majority of netizens can no longer listen. This him. Still a man? Pandering to the outside world and bullying his own woman? Vomit. Disgusting. Hearing this is not only the majority of female netizens cannot stand, one by one, all transformed into a god of war, began to spray Gu Xingyi too, even the male compatriots are filled with righteous indignation. This can't be called a man. The recording was also all over at this time, and Gao Chang continued to speak with an angry look on his face. Everyone has heard it. This is the so-called wife-favoring fiend you all talk about. Gu Xingyi. I don't believe that a person can change that much in a short period of time, so please polish your eyes and don't be deceived by this two-faced person. One last word. I, Gao Chang. I am at loggerheads with this kind of domestic violence man. The video came to an abrupt end here. However, the anger of the majority of netizens couldn't be stopped, and a flood of comments appeared at the bottom of the post. Labor is really blind. Only then would I like this kind of person. Vomit. I threw up when I heard the recording. It's hard to imagine. What kind of a filthy being he is behind his back. Gmei guys. Follow me and punch Starry Yao's Dojinshi. Get a statement from him. How much I liked him before. How disgusting it is now. It's only people with no guts who would lay hands on their loved ones. have the guts to come out and be cross. I'm also angry. But a weak word. Is it possible that this isn't Xingyao? It is him. I can hear his voice even with my eyes closed. Shit. I have to go wash my ears. It's really dirtying my ears. Where's Xia Shiyao? Why doesn't she come out and sue him? This kind of scum. Keep him for the new year. The internet was full of curses for a while. This kind of behavior had touched everyone's bottom line. It answered the saying, how much people liked him before, how much they hated him after knowing this. No one could have imagined that their favorite idol would be something like this. Gu Xingyi's douyin, even more so, was directly smashed, and countless people were cursing angrily below as they told Gu Xingyi to get out and speak. The online crowd was furious, and Gu Xingyi, at the moment, was also looking at this post on the Weibo. He quietly listened to the recording in the video. A few moments later, the familiar feeling of nausea surged up again, and he once again ran to the bathroom and began to vomit. At this moment, it was as if he was back in that depressing atmosphere. Regarding the past, Gu Xingyi could only feel bad. He couldn't change anything. But he couldn't refute it either, because all those things had actually existed, and the damage Xia Shiyao had once suffered would only be more. This moment for Xia Shiyao was also considered a vindication. Gu Xingyi just fumed, from crossing over to now. For the first time he couldn't do anything. The phone rang and rang by his side. He didn't answer it, he didn't even look at it, he didn't know who was calling, and he didn't know how to answer it. Gu Xingyi chose to escape for the first time. He covered himself into the quilt, as if ignoring it wouldn't be so hard. What's hard for him is not being scolded. What's hard is those memories coming back to his mind, those sufferings that Xia Shiyao and Nai suffered surfaced again. What's hard is his heart. No matter how many times he comes back, he can't accept the mistakes that this body made before. It was only then that Gu Xingyi realized that he had never forgiven himself. Since crossing over, he had been making up for the two of them all the time, but he still couldn't change the fact that he had. When the bloody scars were uncovered, he realized that what he couldn't get past was himself. Gu Xingyi was like this, like an ostrich, shrinking himself into a ball, shrinking in this small space. At this moment in the artist's apartment, on the sofa, Xia Shiyao, with an anxious face, called Gu Xingyi's phone over and over again. After seeing that post, she was incredibly worried, and she knew that no one could understand the current Gu Xingyi better than herself. She had watched him change, watched him redeem himself a little, she understood it all. Now that this suddenly happened, Xia Shiyao didn't really have much of a feeling. What was in the past would never be seen again, she was beyond sure. But she knew Gu Xingyi, now he certainly can't forgive himself. Beside her, Sister Yun and Tao Lele had a heartbroken look on their faces. The first time they saw the post, they were also both incredibly angry. Tao Lele even wanted to kill to the hotel, questioning Gu Xingyi, are those all true? Did you really hit Sister Shiyao? But when they saw Xia Shiyao's worried and anxious face, they didn't know what to do. Even if those are true, but Xia Shiyao's still anxious for him, that heartache color are almost overflowing out, and even with them seeing Xia Shiyao like this, their hearts are not good up. The phone still didn't get through. Gu Xingyi seemed to have evaporated. Xia Shiyao's heart immediately clenched. The little Nai in her arms raised her eyes, looking at her mom's anxious appearance. She stretched out her two little hands to reach out and hug Xia Shiyao's hands. Mommy, are you calling Daddy? Looking at the understanding Nai, Xia Shiyao gripped the cell phone hard and nodded her head. Then why doesn't Mommy go look for Daddy? Little Nai looked at Xia Shiyao suspiciously. Why would Xia Shiyao not want to go look for him? Only, she was afraid that Gu Xingyi would be even more upset if he saw her at this time. But when she saw little Nai's eyes, Xia Shiyao couldn't sit still anymore, panicked, stood up and staggered outside. She was going to find him. Sister Shioyo. Lele. Let her go. Tao Lele anxiously tried to stop her. It was the first time she had seen Xia Shiyao so flustered, but Sister Yin shook her head and stopped her. Both of them looked towards the door with worried faces. Xia Shiyao figure had already disappeared. Soon, Xia Shiyao arrived at the hotel. After getting off the car, she jogged all the way, and by the time she arrived at the door of the room where Gu Xingyi was, she was out of breath. After slowing down a bit, she bit her lips and gently knocked on the door. There was no response inside the door. Xia Shiyao didn't hesitate and continued to knock. She must knock him out today. Gu Xingyi nestled in the quilt. He heard the knocking outside. He didn't want to move. Today he felt like a walking corpse. But the knocking outside didn't stop, over and over again, like it wouldn't stop. Gu Xingyi finally got up, dragging his heavy body to open the door. What met his eyes was Xia Shiyao's pretty face with red eyes. Obviously yesterday, he still felt that being with Xia Shiyao was such a pleasant thing, but after just one day, he didn't even dare to look at her when he saw her again. Gu Xingyi's eyes dodged, and he was stuck in front of the door, not knowing what to do. She must have seen that post as well. Was she remembering the past again? Get out of the way. I'm going in. Xia Shiyao bit her lip and moved Gu Xingyi's arm out of the way, walking into the room herself first. Gu Xingyi was silent, closing the door like a prisoner about to go to the torture chamber, following behind her. You. What do you think? Gu Xingyi's voice was a little hoarse, his heart was more than a little terrified. Now that everyone knows, what will she do? Divorce? Divorce now, everyone would turn toward her, she would never have to be wronged again. Gu Xingyi. Xia Shiyao knew what Gu Xingyi was thinking when she saw his eyes. She was furious. She reached out and yanked Gu Xingyi onto the bed, hugging his arm and biting down hard. Xia Shiyao was really exerting her strength. It really hurt. Gu Xingyi ate the pain and felt his spirit all of a sudden clear up quite a bit. He subconsciously wanted to retract his arm, but then he stopped it quickly. Letting her vent, she would feel better, right? Until Xia Shiyao reacted and let go of her mouth. Looking up at the still gentle Gu Xingyi, her tears could no longer be controlled. Are you stupid? She roared, then pulled Gu Xingyi's sleeve away. There was already a row of deep teeth marks glistening with blood on the top of his arm. Alright, this makes it even, Xia Shiyao said with a sobbing voice, her entire body flinging itself into Gu Xingyi's arms. I've been domestically abused as well. It's evened out. You're not allowed to be upset anymore. Feeling the flaming body in his arms, Gu Xingyi completely froze, and after half a day, he couldn't believe it when he touched Xia Shiyao's head. It was true. Gu Xingyi's mood seemed to go from hell to heaven at once. He grinned. It's true, Xia Shiyao said, get even. From the time he crossed over to now, he had always been careful, because he felt indebted, although he could say that it wasn't him before, but, who could know that it wasn't him? That wasn't him, it was him again, so Gu Xingyi had never been able to forgive himself. He paid more for Xia Shiyao and Nai. He felt that it was not enough. Gu Xingyi had always felt this way, and he had always done the same. He had no ego because he loathed himself. Yet now, there was someone who told him to get even. It was so good. Gu Xingyi couldn't stop the tears from falling. Not only was he redeeming them, he had been trying to redeem himself as well. The two people hugged and sobbed together like fools. From now on, no more of this. Nai and I will worry about you. Slowly, Xia Shiyao stopped first, her voice smothered in Gu Xingyi's arms coming out. Gu Xingyi nodded, his voice still a bit hoarse. It won't. In fact, other than you guys, no one can shake my Dao heart. Just know how to say it. Xia Shiyao raised her head, her sultry red face and slightly red eyes made her look watery, as if she suddenly thought of something. Her eyes carried some hard-to-hide excitement. Right. I seem to have thought of that melody. What melody? Looking at Xia Shiyao's bird-like appearance in his arms, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but get his hands on her, rubbing her head and asking. This sense of reality gave him great satisfaction. Xia Shiyao struggled slightly and blankly glanced at him, this look of his, as if he was rubbing a dog's head? Just the song I've been working on myself. I always lacked a bit of inspiration before, but now it suddenly came to me. Xia Shiyao still broke away from Gu Xingyi's embrace. She now wanted to perfect the song quickly while she was inspired. The warm and soft petite body left, Gu Xingyi had some regrets. He hadn't hugged her enough. He scratched his head, stood up and took out the song paper from his own backpack and handed it to her. I was going to write a song tonight, I just didn't realize. Since you have a song, why don't you write it? Gu Xingyi put all the paper and pencils away and stood by the bedside, looking at Xia Shiyao. He also wanted to see what song was troubling Xia Shiyao for so long. Xia Shiyao nodded vigorously with a red face. She thought for a moment and sat on the bed with her legs crossed, taking the paper and pen over. Ever since she came to Magic City, most of the melody of this song has been echoing in her mind, and she has been composing it all along. She just couldn't always catch that little bit of melody, and now that she has caught it, the whole song naturally came to fruition. Writing the sheet music, humming a little tune, Xia Shiyao wrote very quickly. Just a few moments of work, a complete tune appeared on the paper. She raised her eyes and looked straight at Gu Xingyi under the light, her eyes glowing with joy. Finally, she had made it. She herself wasn't a vase yet. Do you want to take a look? Xia Shiyao asked. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face and shook his head gently. I'd rather you sing it for me. Xia Shiyao lowered her head, her face turned even redder. She was a little embarrassed. This song was completely written by her according to her own state of mind. It was also considered an alternative confession. Sing, it seems like you haven't sung to me alone yet? Gu Xingyi urged. Xia Shiyao blushed and whispered, there are no lyrics yet. Humming is fine. Gu Xingyi laughed. Unable to withstand Gu Xingyi's request, Xia Shiyao shyly nodded her head. Without accompaniment, everything was so natural, and Xia Shiyao's humming sounded softly, as if it was a reflection of her mood at this moment. She and he both needed some courage. The moment the melody sounded, Gu Xingyi directly froze in place. He looked at Xia Shiyao, his gaze slightly shocked. For no other reason, this melody, he had heard it before, and it was in the original world. Just not sure yet, Gu Xingyi continued to listen attentively, until a section of Xia Shiyao's humming came to an end, and Gu Xingyi suddenly interrupted. Wait! After saying that, Gu Xingyi hurriedly picked up the pen and paper again, quickly writing on the paper. Xia Shiyao was a bit confused, not knowing why he was interrupting when she was singing properly, but when she put her head together to see what Gu Xingyi was writing, her eyes abruptly released a light. Written on the paper was the large title, Courage. Are these the lyrics? Gu Xingyi just listened to her humming and wrote the lyrics? As Xia Shiyao continued to read on, the two of their heads came together, illuminated under the light, like a pair of divine lovers. Seeing the lyrics, Xia Shiyao was even more surprised. These were the kind of lyrics she always wanted, even better than she thought. She had also written a little bit of lyrics, just compared to this, it was much inferior. Xia Shiyao blushed and shifted her gaze to Gu Xingyi's serious side face. He really looked good when he was serious. And the lyrics, he did understand what he was thinking. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao was a bit mesmerized for a moment and couldn't help but gently kiss Gu Xingyi's side face. Gu Xingyi's hand, which was writing the lyrics, suddenly shook, his pen and ink fainted, and he froze, his eyes blank and unfocused, his whole person is petrified. He could clearly feel the wetness on the right side of his face, as well as that soft touch just now. Gu Xingyi looked down at the lyrics on the paper, his heart exploded, only to feel that heaven and earth were hanging upside down at this moment. This was the courage Xia Shiyao wanted to express, right? Xia Shiyao panicked after kissing Gu Xingyi. She lowered her face, wishing there was a crack in the ground for her to burrow into. Just now she didn't know what was wrong with her. Ghostly, she kissed him. Luckily Gu Xingyi didn't have much of a reaction, otherwise Xia Shiyao felt sure that she would have to run away in a mess. At this moment, Gu Xingyi was holding back very hard. He also knew that Xia Shiyao was thin-skinned. He forced himself to hold back the throbbing in his heart and continued to write the lyrics, until he finished writing. He then breathed a sigh of relief and turned his face around to pretend as if nothing had happened to him and handed the lyrics to Xia Shiyao. Nah, look, this time you can sing it to me in its entirety. Xia Shiyao still lowered her head, her voice as tiny as a mosquito fly, only her small hand reached out and took the lyrics and put them on her lap. Seeing the complete lyrics, Xia Shiyao realized how good the song was. You follow the lyrics to the sheet music and sing it again? Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiyao with anticipation in his eyes. The humming just now had already made him feel amazing. If there were lyrics again, wouldn't it be even more perfect? This song should not be too hot in its previous life. It was used by countless people to play with the existence of stems. Who gave you the courage? Gu Xingyi was a little excited at the thought of it in his heart. Then I'll sing. Xia Shiyao said in a small voice. She also wanted to hear what her tune would be like with this lyrics. The room quieted down and Xia Shiyao opened her mouth again, singing softly. Finally made this decision. I don't care what others say, as long as you are just as sure. I'm willing to the ends of the earth and sea will go with you. I know everything is not easy. My heart has been warming up to convince myself that I'm most afraid of you suddenly saying you want to give up. As soon as he opened his mouth, Gu Xingyi froze. He clenched his fists with a smile at the corner of his mouth, staring closely at Xia Shiyao. It was as if this song was tailor-made for Xia Shiyao. It was worthy of being composed by her. At the same time, Gu Xingyi was surprised that two different worlds could rub the same sparks together. Love really needs courage to face gossip. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, my love will have meaning. We both need the courage to believe that we'll be together. Crowded with people, I can feel you, in my hand, your true heart. At this point, Xia Shiyao was also completely immersed in the song, recalling every bit of her relationship with Gu Xingyi as if she was walking around in her mind. Love really needs courage. He made a change. She made a decision. From now on, one person holds an umbrella and two people walk, not caring about what others think, and withstanding all the gossip. This was the courage she had been trying to express all this time. Xia Shiyao sang softly. Gu Xingyi listened quietly. He was now listening not to the song, but to Xia Shiyao's heart. Such a treasure girl, how could he not fall for her? The song continued. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao both had the courage to face the future at this point. If my strong capriciousness will accidentally hurt you, can you gently remind? Although my heart is too eager, I'm more afraid of missing you. These lyrics made Xia Shiyao like it even more. It was as if Gu Xingyi was murmuring in her ear. It was as if he was telling himself that he was more afraid of missing himself. Xia Shiyao raised her head and met Gu Xingyi's gaze. The two of them looked at each other like this. The thoughts contained in their eyes were clearly expressed. Having you is enough. At this time inside the apartment, little Nai Nai sipped her yogurt and burped. She beamed with dissatisfaction and looked at Tao Lele beside her. Auntie Lele, what's taking mom and dad so long to come back? Did they forget about Nai Nai? After the song, the two of them slowed down. Gu Xingyi nodded to Xia Shiyao with a smile on his face. It's very nice to listen to. Next match, steady. A touch of shyness rose on Xia Shiyao's face. She lowered her head, fiddling with the song manuscript paper in her hand. It's your lyrics that are good. No. If it wasn't for your wife's tune, I wouldn't have thought of such lyrics. The two of them began a commercial mutual praise mode. Only Xia Shiyao obviously didn't have someone's thick skin, and after hearing the 4 words your wife, she was completely defeated, like an ostrich, burying her face into her arms and refusing to come out. This was the first time Gu Xingyi called her wife face to face. Xia Shiyao's heart was shy and a little bit gorgeous. However, Gu Xingyi hadn't appreciated the beauty in front of him enough, when his cell phone unconsciously rang, interrupting the subtle atmosphere in the room. Gu Xingyi copied the cell phone, and the screen displayed Minister Yang's note. Gu Xingyi raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Yang Lin had also seen the post. What he didn't know was that Yang Lin hadn't seen the post. She was going crazy. She didn't believe the post when she saw it, but until Gu Xingyi's douyin was so washed out that it needed the technical department to maintain it, he didn't even come out to clarify, which made Yang Qianlin's heart drum. Could it be that what was said on the internet was true? Yang Qianlin couldn't believe it. When she thought of Gu Xingyi in her mind, he was a gentle and talented person. Would such a person commit domestic violence? She waited for a long time, but did not wait for Gu Xingyi's clarification video, so she couldn't hold back any longer and made the call. The call connected, and Gu Xingyi's still gentle voice came through. Hello? Can I help you? Yang Lin was stunned. Did he not know about this? No. Nothing, it's just that there are some bad comments about you on the internet. Aren't you going to clarify it? Gu Xingyi scratched his head and subconsciously looked at Xia Shiyao. At this moment, Xia Shiyao was fiddling with the manuscript paper, pretending to be serious, but the gaze she secretly cast from time to time, obviously absent-minded, proved that her attention wasn't even on the song at the moment. Gu Xingyi winked at her, and Xia Shiyao's small face abruptly reddened, busily glancing away from her gaze as a thief. No need to clarify, that's all true. Gu Xingyi answered Yang Jianlin, the phone followed by silence. Half a day later, Yang Jianlin's voice came out. Why? I don't believe it. I have the impression that you... I'm sorry Minister Yang, to interrupt. What I want to say is, how much does Minister Yang know about me? Those on the internet are true, there's nothing to clarify. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished. As for those remarks on the internet, let them say it. As long as the people I care about understand me, that's enough. Gu Xingyi interrupted Yang Jianlin's words and said calmly, his gaze was always on Xia Shiyao. He didn't care what others thought of him, he hadn't wanted to be liked by so many people, he only needed this person in front of him to like him and that was enough. The phone fell into silence again. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Yang Lin's heart was very bad. He only needed the people he cared about to understand him. What about himself? Okay, I'm just asking you, nothing else. It's okay, I'm hanging up then. Yang Lin's voice was obviously not right. Gu Xingyi didn't think too much about it, and after the phone hung up. You're too cold. That's not good. Gu Xingyi had just put down the phone when Xia Shiyao's voice came from his side. Gu Xingyi's head was full of questions. Was he indifferent? It seems like it's quite normal, right? One is speaking the truth and quite polite. That imperial sister should like you. Xia Shiyao said again, only this time her eyes were slightly dark. Yang Qianlin? Likes herself? Couldn't be? Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling a wave of headache, but he only treated her as a normal friend. Ahem, how do you know? Feelings. I believe in my feelings. Xia Shiyao raised her head and stared at Gu Xingyi, her tone firm. You have the wrong feeling. Also, it's all known that I'm a man with a wife and child. And I'm not going to go getting feelings for someone else, it's rude. Gu Xingyi continued to scratch his head and explained. The love in his heart, that should be serious and exclusive, otherwise it would be impolite to anyone. Looking at Gu Xingyi's sincere gaze, Xia Shiyao gave a soft but her heart still had some sense of urgency. Gu Xingyi doesn't like others, but it doesn't mean others won't like him. That imperial sister is very good, much better than her, she knows. Xia Shiyao continued to fiddle with the curved manuscript paper in her hands, as if there was a treasure there. Gu Xingyi looked at such Xia Shiyao suspiciously, thought carefully about the conversation he had with her, then suddenly figured out something. With a smile in his eyes, he pushed Xia Shiyao's arm. Is this jealousy? Xia Shiyao's entire body flustered, her face evenly red. Nope. No. The voice was quite loud, only this reaction was even bigger. Broken case. Just jealous. Gu Xingyi had a smile on his face as he continued to look at her. A jealous Xia Shiyao is also very nice to look at The more Xia Shiyao covered up, the more flustered she became. She could feel Gu Xingyi laughing at her. This feeling made her shy and annoyed. Finally, she couldn't resist Gu Xingyi's gaze any longer and threw the manuscript paper in her hand onto the bed as if she was posing. Right. I'm just jealous. Who let there be such a big beauty who likes you? Gu Xingyi's smile grew more and more prevalent as he suddenly leaned down and approached her, his voice full of compulsion. So, why don't I give you a stamp so that you won't be jealous? Gu Xingyi's face came so close that Xia Shiyao could feel his breath slap on her face, a feeling that made her heart beat like a drum, faster and faster, as if it was going to jump out of her throat. Then, she slowly closed her eyes, and her small mouth pouted slightly. In fact, Gu Xingyi was also tense, and when he saw Xia Shiyao close her eyes, he felt happy in his heart, secretly pinched his palms, closed his eyes, and slowly came up. Far ahead, far ahead. Right at this critical moment, Gu Xingyi's cell phone once again rang indisputably, startling both of them. Xia Shiyao even directly flung herself onto the bed, covering her face with the quilt, never daring to come out again. Gu Xingyi's eyelids jumped slightly, and he picked up the phone with a murderous rage. Hello? Which one? If you don't have anything big going on today, Don't blame me for making you have something big. Gu Xingyi now hated to kill the person who had called. No sound came from the phone. Gu Xingyi frowned and looked at the caller ID. It was Chen Feng? Crazy man? What are you doing? Not talking either? Gu Xingyi bared his teeth. This retrograde son better not be okay, or else he would blame him for being righteous. After waiting for a while longer, Chen Feng's voice finally rang out, his tone filled with a shriveled air. Old Gu, what's going on online? Did you bully your sister-in-law? I'll be damned. Is this what you called about? It hasn't. I haven't even bullied her yet. You called. Gu Xingyi's voice was tinged with resentment as he once again looked at Xia Shiyao, who was hiding under the covers, and sighed again, his face filled with regret. Forget about that for now. What's wrong with your voice? Being taught a lesson by society? Chen Feng's voice was clearly not right. Gu Xingyi also came back to his senses after his anger subsided, and waited for a few more moments before Chen Feng's voice continued to come through. Sort of. Been taught a hard lesson. Are you free now? Can you come over, accompany me to drink 2 cups? You don't need to drink, accompany on the line, I'm on this side, just you a friend? Gu Xingyi's eyes slightly converged. Last time he vaguely felt that something was not right, did not expect that now Chen Feng really had an accident. He didn't hesitate and directly said to Chen Feng on the phone. Okay. Send me the location, I'm in Magic City now, I'll be there in 3 hours. Good. Chen Feng answered and the phone hung up. After Gu Xingyi hung up the phone, he helplessly gently patted Xia Shiyao who was still hiding under the covers. Your honorable wife, get up for a bit? Send me to the high-speed train station. Xia Shiyao had just been listening to Gu Xingyi's phone call and naturally knew that he had something to go, although she didn't know what exactly, but she had just heard Gu Xingyi's words quite serious. She didn't dawdle, directly burrowing out from the quilt, her smothered reddish little face reappearing. Good. Are you going to pack? I just have a backpack. It's just that I don't know how long it'll take to come back from this trip, so I can only put it here with you first. Gu Xingyi put his carry-on luggage inside the backpack and lifted it up to talk to Xia Shiyao. Xia Shiyao nodded. She had Sister Yin here, and Lele, they could both help carry Nine when she was on the show. It was very convenient. After packing up, Gu Xingyi checked out of the room and the two of them got on the car. Because it was a temporary departure, they could only take the high-speed train, but this distance high-speed train was not much slower than an airplane. On the way to the high-speed rail station, Xia Shiyao looked ahead and focused on driving the car. Gu Xingyi sat in the co-pilot and looked at the serious Xia Shiyao. This time I'm going to find Chen Feng. You've seen him before, my college friend. He seems to have encountered something, shouting for me to go over to accompany him for a while. Gu Xingyi told Xia Shiyao directly, saving her from worrying. Xia Shiyao softly her heart also relaxes. That Chen Feng, she has an impression, a very simple person, his character is still good. From the hotel to the high-speed train station, it took less than 20 minutes. Now it was just noon, the high-speed rail station was crowded. Gu Xingyi put on a mask and didn't let Xia Shiyao get off to send her. The two of them were hot topics right now, especially Gu Xingyi, who was black and red. Wearing a mask also prevented her from being recognized. I'm leaving. You don't need to send me off, be careful on your own way back, and I'll be there to watch your match if it's not too late. Gu Xingyi finished, smiled and rubbed Xia Shiyao's head. He suddenly liked rubbing her head now. Oh. Xia Shiyao's almond eyes flickered slightly, still a little unaccustomed to the emotions of parting. Alright, go back. Gu Xingyi got out of the car, slammed the door shut, and watched as Xia Shiyao drove slowly away from the high-speed rail station. At 3:30 in the afternoon, half an hour later than Gu Xingyi expected, mainly because of the delay in waiting for the train, Gu Xingyi arrived in Jiangchang. While on the high-speed train, Xia Shiyao called to report her safety and told herself to go back early. I missed him. Gu Xingyi snickered when he saw the message, wondering if it was Nai who missed him or her. Stopping a cab, Gu Xingyi went straight to the location Chen Feng had sent. It took another 10 minutes for the car to reach its destination, a 10-story commercial building, and Chen Feng's rented studio was on the 6th floor above it. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the studio, the door to the place was unlocked, so he naturally walked in. The windows were closed, the room smelled of alcohol, and there were beer cans all over the place, much like the scene when he first crossed over. Chen Feng was sitting paralyzed on the floor, holding up a can of beer and just drinking it dry. Gu Xingyi first opened the window as soon as he could, letting the fresh air circulate outside, before walking over to him and sitting down, removing his mask. Chen Feng hiccuped, his face pale and bloodless. When he saw Gu Xingyi, he raised the can of beer in his hand in greeting, his eyes disheveled and disoriented. Coming? Good brother. You're the only one who won't abandon me. Gu Xingyi disgustedly fanned in front of his nose twice. The smell of this alcohol, he smelled like he wanted to vomit, and it reminded him of bad memories. Tell me, what kind of major blow was it that made an optimistic person like you fall apart? Chen Feng was silent for a few moments before taking another drink from the can of beer, then squeezing it flat with force and dropping it on the ground. I mostly just really can't figure it out. Why? What did I do wrong or what? They want to do this to me? Chen Feng said through clenched teeth. casually copying another can of beer. Gu Xingyi didn't stop him. He knew that right now Chen Feng needed to vent. Double backstabbed? Chen Feng took another big gulp of beer and nodded. This pair of dogs. Old Gu, I really didn't expect this, and I can't figure it out. Nope. Lao Gu. Did you guess it a long time ago? Chen Feng suddenly remembered what Gu Xingyi had said to him when they first met, telling him to look at things more carefully in the future. Gu Xingyi shrugged and patted Chen Feng's shoulder again. At first I was just skeptical, in the middle of the night whose girlfriend called another man and it's your partner, not to call you instead of hitting her, it's just that this belongs to your personal emotional problems, I'm not good to intervene without authorization. Chen Feng's expression was a bit frozen. Half a day later he let out a bitter smile. Yes. If Gu Xingyi had been straightforward in the first place, maybe he would have gotten angry over it. So, what's the situation now? Gu Xingyi continued to ask. As you can see, the entire studio, there is just this one empty shell. They have long been inside and outside the partnership, the studio hollowed out, my design is gone, the shares are gone, Of course, my girlfriend is also gone. Chen Feng was disheveled again, his body completely collapsed, and once again tilted his head back to drink. Gu Xingyi frowned at his words. I can understand if the girlfriend is gone, how did the shares get snapped away? I transferred the shares to Ruan Shang. Chen Feng smiled sarcastically, this kind of thing, it was indeed a bit of a second stroke, it was only because Ruan Qing's acting skills were too high, he was momentarily mesmerized. Gu Xingyi sighed in her heart, she could only accompany him silently, he was in this state, as if it was useless to say anything by himself, she could only wait until he was sober. After smothering 2 more cans, Chen Feng suddenly turned his head over. Right. I haven't asked you yet. What's going on with you? That post online? Oh, it's a long story, so let's just leave it at that. You just need to know that the old me was an asshole, that's all, and by the way, it was because of those things that I completely quit drinking. Those crap things in the past, Gu Xingyi didn't want to mention them again and simply skipped over them. Chen Feng nodded his head and didn't ask more questions, but in turn patted Gu Xingyi's shoulder. Then we belong to the same end of the world? Nonsense. Gu Xingyi was directly anxious. It's not like I'm the same as you, I'm fine with your sister-in-law and have a baby daughter, don't live too comfortably in the day. Rely. Are you here to comfort me or to strike me down? Chen Feng was struck down a bit and once again smothered a sip, only because Gu Xingyi was by his side, he was obviously in such a better state than before. Old Gu, if only I had your talent and was as handsome as you, wouldn't she have abandoned me? And wouldn't have acted for such a long time? Now that I think about it, sometimes I really want to laugh, it's a good thing she was able to endure for so long. Looking at Chen Feng in this disheveled state, Gu Xingyi was a bit puzzled. Crazy man, is it necessary to be so sad? Chen Feng glanced at him with slanted eyes and suddenly asked, what do you think? We've known each other for 2 years and dated for almost a year and a half, I really like her. Old Gu, let me just ask you, if Xia Shiyao leaves you one day, won't you be sad? Gu Xingyi frowned, he hadn't thought about this question. He thought carefully and answered somewhat less surely, I suppose I would. After all, from crossing over, he had lived for them. Seeing this frowning and hesitant look on Gu Xingyi's face, Chen Feng suddenly gave Gu Xingyi a punch on the shoulder. Shit! Is there still a need for hesitation here? Old Gu, do you know what love is or not? Gu Xingyi was suddenly bewildered and fell into deep thought, he had always been a single dog before, how could he know what love was? What was love? Did he really love Xia Shiyao? Gu Xingyi asked himself silently in his heart. Damn him! Is there any need to think about this? You think about love and who's the first person that comes to mind? That's not it. Chen Feng slapped Gu Xingyi on the shoulder again, the whole person was completely speechless, letting him come to comfort himself. Now how did it turn into himself enlightening him? Gu Xingyi was suddenly turned around by this slap. Shit! He was a bullseye. He was originally a person who had never been in love, and when he encountered this kind of problem at first glance, he couldn't help but think about it a bit more. Did he love Xia Shiyao? Yes. From the beginning when he only wanted to make up for the two of them, to later thinking that this kind of life was not bad, to later seeing the color. Until some small contacts in life made him slowly fall in love with her. Gu Xingyi was originally a very serious person, and what could impress him was never those big sensational events, but rather some small and uneventful things. As Chen Feng said this sentence, when you think of the word love, who appears in your mind, that is who. Gu Xingyi grinned a silly grin, and Chen Feng's heart was like a knife. It seemed like he had somehow eaten a mouthful of dog food. It was also at his most difficult time. It was true that the best of brothers knew how to irritate themselves the most. Chen Feng only felt the depression in his heart washed away in a flash, and he only wanted to jump up and violently whack this then. But, I guess, Ruan Qing doesn't know about your family history, right? Gu Xingyi was busy changing the topic, only this topic obviously made Chen Feng even more disheveled as he shook his head. No, I've always thought that she's a good girl and wouldn't care about that, I just didn't expect it. The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth involuntarily twitched. Who is a good girl like this? Yoho, isn't this the domestic violence guy on the internet? Chen Feng, Wan Cheng was really right to leave you, this kind of friend you make? Just as Gu Xingyi was about to speak again, a voice suddenly rang out from the studio door. Chen Feng's face steeply gloomy, Gu Xingyi twisted his head to look. The person who came was a fair and handsome-looking man, only his face was too white, so much so that Gu Xingyi felt that those individuals who used to call themselves white boys were all slurs. This is the real white man. The woman is naturally with Gu Xingyi had a side of Ruan Xing, she is still the second dress, but this time to see compared to the last time, the makeup is drawn more thick, the person is also more enchanting some. Ha! It's none of your business if I make friends? Wang Jun, Ruan Xing, you guys have the nerve to come here. Can't it be that you guys also want to set off on this empty shell studio? Chen Feng said angrily. It was only then that Gu Xingyi realized that this little white boy was Wang Jun. Chen Feng, you don't want to be like this. We are also doing this for your own good. Hearing Chen Feng's words, before Wang Jun could say anything, Wan Cheng beside him opened her mouth first, with a look of I'm doing it all for your own good. Groove. For my own good. You're so damn funny, being good for me means putting a green hat on me? Chen Feng, Wang Jun and I have always liked each other. Before you, we had a crush on each other, we just didn't realize it before. Chen Feng, we didn't come here to fight with you this time. It's hard for me to look at you when you're giving up on yourself like this. Why don't you join our studio? With your ability, you'll definitely be better off in the future. Wang Jun beside her also chimed in at this time. Right. At least we understand each other. You insisted on the animation dream for so long, cannot be so wasted is not it? You and Xingqing cannot be a couple, can still be friends. Gu Xingyi heard this, cannot help but want to laugh, so to say, that in the end who gave who a cuckold? But also today he realized, what is called woeful adultery, what is called a nest of snakes and rats, what is called when the bitch also want to set up a house of cards. These two people really will be these words embodied to the fullest. Chen Feng was even more furious when he heard the words of the two men. He stretched out his finger to point at Wang Jun. Being your fucking friend. What do you have besides this face? The design is mine. The money is mine. Even the woman beside you was mine before. What the hell were you thinking? Let me join you again? To be your friend? I, Chen Feng, don't have the habit of being a bitch. Wang Jun on the opposite side frowned. Obviously Chen Feng's words had poked his heart. But he slowed down and still spoke with a smile. Don't get excited, these are all mine now. That smile was indescribably cheap. Chen Feng directly got up from the ground and wanted to storm out, but was stopped by Gu Xingyi. Alright, try not to make a move if you can argue, Wang Jun and Ruan Cheng, right? You guys know me? Gu Xingyi asked smilingly, his face indescribably gentle. Wang Jun sneered, even if he wasn't from the entertainment industry, he knew Gu Xingyi's big name, a regular in the hot searches, it's just that this big name is now a notorious one. What's wrong with knowing that? Domestic violence man, huh? He. Chen Feng was about to storm off again, but was stopped by Gu Xingyi, who nodded, still with a smile. This made Chen Feng unable to help but feel a bit stifled. Gu Xingyi blocked in front of Chen Feng and continued, then you guys should also know that I'm a lyricist? Wang Jun and Ruan Qing snorted at the same time. What did a lyricist have to do with their animation world? Gu Xingyi's identity was no good at all in his place. Chen Feng also felt that Gu Xingyi was talking shit. Who cares if you're a lyricist here? Wang Jun looked at Gu Xingyi playfully. Knowing that, what can I do? Oh, then you must not know that I know a little bit about anime as well. It's like being slightly knowledgeable about lyrics and music. Hearing this, Wang Jun suddenly had a bad feeling as he frowned at the man in front of him with a confident smile on his face, his eyes slightly austere. But then he laughed again, shaking his head to throw away the distracting thoughts in his mind. This was something completely in two directions. Unless he, Gu Xingyi, was a demon, how could he possibly threaten himself? Are you threatening me? A slight understanding won't do. Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped laughing and looked at the other party with pity on his face. A slight understanding is enough. With my slight understanding coupled with the madman specialization, bullying you two rookies is still no problem at all. Wang Jun suddenly didn't want to talk to Gu Xingyi anymore. This then always spoke softly with a thorn in his side, not at all like Chen Feng, who only knew how to be reckless, and the one thing he wasn't afraid of the most was other people being reckless. So he decided not to pay any more attention to Gu Xingyi, and instead turned his gaze towards Chen Feng once again. Chen Feng, how's the consideration going? Do you want to join us? Or do you believe his words? Ruan Qing also advised from the side, a false sense of reluctance even showing in her eyes. Yeah, Chen Feng, this is really an opportunity to fulfill your anime dreams. Join us and tomorrow will be better. Chen Feng also calmed down at this time. He took a step forward and stood beside Gu Xingyi with a cold smile, ignoring Wang Jun and looking at Ruan Qing instead. Ruan Qing, we've been together for a year and a half. I've never done anything wrong to you, and there's even less of a hint of overstepping the rules in my behavior, and today you even said that, well, Then let me tell you, friends and all, I'm not willing to do it with a dog. Chen Feng glanced his eyes towards Wang Jun again. And, listen carefully. Gu Xingyi is my brother. I believe in him. You guys are also worthy of comparing yourselves with him? Chen Feng's words fell, turning Wang Jun and Ruan Qing's faces somber as they gave Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng a death glare and twisted their heads to leave. However, Gu Xingyi and Chen Feng's voices still came from behind them. Ah, leaving just like this? I still have one sentence left to say? We have an old saying over there for you to hear. 30 years east of the river. 30 years to the west. Don't kid yourself that you're poor. Scram. I'm not poor. I'm a rich second generation. Wang Jun and Ruan Chang, who hadn't gone far yet, turned red in the face all of a sudden, especially Gu Xingyi, who added a sentence afterward, making Ruan Qing's face even more ugly. Hear that? Rich second generation ah. Wang Jun and Ruan Chang walked away in a sorry state. Their silhouettes had just disappeared. Chen Feng could no longer maintain his image and sat on his butt on the ground, his expression as hard as it could be, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Gu Xingyi knew that he had been bracing himself before. After all, he was the girlfriend he had been talking to for a year and a half, and just now, like that, was already his limit. Old Gu, I really like her. Chen Feng shouted with a sobbing voice. Gu Xingyi didn't know how to comfort him. Comforting people, this kind of thing, it was really hard for him. He only knew how to support him with his actions. After seeing Chen Feng like this, Gu Xingyi could only pat Chen Feng's shoulder and hand him a can of beer. Go ahead and cry, get drunk tonight and start over tomorrow, show them that they are nothing without you. Chen Feng took the wine and muffled another mouthful. He didn't blush when he drank, he was just getting paler and paler. Old Gu, how can it be that good to start over? The domestic animation I designed in almost 2 years, it's gone, it was cheated away, in a short period of time. How can I still come up with any good themes? The national anime market was already failing. This time when they take away that anime, it's just 2 pigs coming in, and it's still on fire. Gu Xingyi nodded. He knew that Chen Feng's talent for producing anime was really high. Just look at the way those two shamelessly retained it. But Gu Xingyi wasn't bragging when he said he knew a little about anime before. It was just that right now, Chen Feng was obviously drunk and didn't have the heart to think about this, so he decided to talk about it tomorrow. Chen Feng finished, and no more words, just immersed in sadness. Beer is more cans and cans of drinking. Gu Xingyi silently accompanied him, watching him even end the hand of the wine or a little trembling. Chen Feng completely drunk. Outside has been early lights. Gu Xingyi do not know where he lives, can only drag him to the nearest hotel. Chen Feng is quite honest, only the mouth has been constantly muttering love, liar and so on, causing the hotel receptionist lady has been looking at them with different eyes, which makes Gu Xingyi very headache. Opened a double room, threw Chen Feng on the bed, covered him with a quilt. Gu Xingyi wiped the sweat on his forehead. This then, grow fat on this bad, meter solid really heavy. Gu Xingyi went to the bathroom to take a shower, and then came out, refreshed. Chen Feng is still muttering. Gu Xingyi blankly glanced at him, ignored him, turned back to his own bed, took out his cell phone. There was a WeChat on it, sent by Xia Shiyao in the afternoon, which he hadn't seen. How did things go? Gu Xingyi would smile. Nothing big. Almost done. At this hour, Xia Shiyao should already be asleep, Gu Xingyi thought. In the next second, a WeChat message sounded. Aha! Seconds back. Was she looking at her cell phone the whole time, or had she been waiting for her message? In the Magic City apartment, Xia Shiyao wrapped her arms around Nai, who had long since fallen asleep, and looked at the message on her cell phone, pursing her lips slightly. I wonder what Gu Xingyi is busy with today. It's only now that he returned the message. Your wife is worried that I've been up all this time? Gu Xingyi flew back, the smile on his face growing even wider. Nope, just happened to wake up. Just saw your message. Ha! Woman! Just hard-mouthed. Soft everywhere else. Gu Xingyi smiled without saying anything. Then, your honorable wife, go to bed early. I'll be back tomorrow without any surprises. Aha! Xia Shiyao also unconsciously put a smile on her face and gently typed down a word. Right. Good night. Gu Xingyi's message came again, and Xia Shiyao blinked her pretty almond eyes. Good night. Xia Shiyao put down her cell phone, before she contentedly burrowed into the quilt, cuddling the milky, creamy little Nai as she happily slept. Gu Xingyi on this side also put down his cell phone, glanced at Chen Feng who had already slept like a dead pig, then sighed, found a pen and paper, and stayed up late to write something. The next morning, when Gu Xingyi finished her morning run and bought some buns and donuts and came back, Chen Feng only got up with puffy eyes. Gu Xingyi rushed him to finish washing up, and the two of them ate breakfast. Chen Feng stuffed his buns and looked at Gu Xingyi's 2 large dark circles under his eyes, a little puzzled as to how this was even worse for him than his own puffy eyes after drinking. Did you go stealing chickens and dogs last night? Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Gu Xingyi gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Feng unkindly. It's not because of you. Chen Feng was shocked upon hearing this. He hurriedly checked his body and felt nothing strange before settling down a little. then looked at Gu Xingyi with a skeptical look. His body also slightly stepped backward. Ahem, old Gu, I like women. Screw you. It's still not for you. Believe it or not, I'm going to tear up this anime title right now. This time, Chen Feng was even more shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at the book Gu Xingyi was holding up in his hands with some disbelief. What did you say? Anime? You mean you wrote an anime title overnight? Gu Xingyi's face was still unfavorable. Last night for this anime, he recalled his head bald. On one hand, it was for Chen Feng. On the other hand, he wanted to go back earlier to accompany Xia Shiyao and Nai Nai. You guess. What else can I do? Ahem. Don't be angry. What you said yesterday was true? Chen Feng still looked at Gu Xingyi with surprise. He said yesterday that like with the lyrics, the anime was also slightly understandable. He only thought at that time that Gu Xingyi was angry at Wang Jun and Ruan Qing. He didn't expect that in one night, Gu Xingyi really came up with an anime title. Of course. Dude never tells lies. Here's just a rough outline and characterization. Wait for me to go back and slowly give you the whole thing in detail. Actually, Gu Xingyi wanted to write it out directly last night, but he didn't know exactly how anime was going to work. So he could only write a rough outline with the main character's personality images, and when he went back he would search the internet and learn about anime scripts before giving Chen Feng a complete anime script. Gu Xingyi said, throwing the book into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng was dumbfounded and opened Gu Xingyi's black eyes. His heart was even more touched. This was his brother. Although he didn't say anything on his lips, he used practical actions to show his feelings. Chen Feng opened his mouth, but not a word came out. Then he lowered his head and opened the book, reading it carefully. Only to see that on top of the first page, there was a large name written. One man down. Chen Feng froze. The national comic he had designed was called Above All Beings, and this one Gu Xingyi had given him was called One Person Below. Was this a coincidence? Immediately afterward, he turned to the second page. It told of a world of inhumans, and then Zhang Chulan appeared, who had been carefully hiding himself. Until one day Sister Bauer appeared. From then on, he was chased by walkers, hacked by strange people, and caught up in unheard of trouble. Not shaking Billy and Zhang Chulan, digging a pit to bury someone's Sister Bauer. As Gu Xingyi said, this was just a rough outline with characterization images. But the more Chen Feng looked at it, the more he was amazed. It was so much better than the one he had designed. With just the brief outline, Chen Feng was mesmerized by the ups and downs of the storyline. This profound characters. He really wanted to crack Gu Xingyi's head open right now to see just how this thin brain grew. Chen Feng's hands holding the book began to tremble. This is a fucking treasure. Chen Feng raised his head violently and looked at Gu Xingyi, his voice trembling a little. Old Gu, did you really write this? For me? Or else? Gu Xingyi nodded calmly. In this world, this was what he had written. One Man's World. The original world's explosive national manga, written by Mier, once took the anime world by storm. He believed that nowadays in this world, it was still able to blossom with the luster that belonged to it. Old Gu, do you know the value of this thing? You're just going to give it to me? Gu Xingyi put a smile on his face. There were some things between brothers that didn't need to be said, just like Chen Feng. He obviously knew that he was the online Xingyao, but he never mentioned it. He didn't care about how famous he was, he just cared about all the bad things he said online. What? Crazy man, can't you see it? Then give it back to me and I'll tear it up? Gu Xingyi glanced at Chen Feng and said with a deliberate smirk, putting on the act of going to snatch the book back. Nah, what's given to me is mine. Chen Feng was busy protecting the book in his arms, like an old chicken protecting its young. Gu Xingyi laughed a bit and patted Chen Feng's shoulder. Well, people, it's all about looking forward. We still have an old saying there. It's called a blessing in disguise. Crazy man, what are your plans next? Chen Feng looked at the smiling Gu Xingyi, and he too suddenly smiled. Although he didn't know why Gu Xingyi had suddenly changed so much, talking in a set way, writing songs, and writing anime, he didn't really care about any of these. What he cared about was a phone call, this feeling that Gu Xingyi would come running no matter how far away he was. Good. Old Gu. I won't let you bury this anime. I'm going to find some more people and reopen this studio, so that the name One Person will resound through the anime world. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Gu Xingyi's eyes revealed relief. He didn't care what Chen Feng could make of this anime. He saw that Chen Feng was able to regain his confidence, and that was enough. Then you should keep your eyes peeled when looking for someone this time. Ha ha, Gu Xingyi joked, and Chen Feng awkwardly scratched his head. Won't happen. How could I possibly fall twice in one place? Trust me, the people I'm looking for this time are definitely professionals. I won't say much more then. When I go back, I'll send you the complete anime design, Su Young. Go for it. The two looked at each other and both laughed. After that, Gu Xingyi didn't stay in Jiangqing any longer, and Chen Feng also started to continue to be busy. He was going to go and shamelessly ask for investment from his family again, and then go to pull people's heads. At 1 p.m., Gu Xingyi returned to Magic City on time. Tomorrow Xiaoshirya was going to participate in the 8 in 4 competition. She had been busy practicing her new song for the past 2 days. When Gu Xingyi arrived at the apartment, there was only Sister Yun with little Nai Nai at home in the apartment. Little Nai Nai hadn't seen her father for 2 days, and now that she suddenly saw him, she quickly jumped into Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi picked her up in a hug, then nodded her head in greeting to Sister Yun. Sister Yun, is your mother in good condition? Sister Yun looked at Gu Xingyi with a complicated face and nodded her head in the same way. The last surgery has been done, it was successful, and she's currently recovering, and the nanny is taking good care of her. For this matter, Sister Yun's heart is grateful to Gu Xingyi, and Xiaoshirya is also very good to her. Xiaoshirya will be all the activities in the future. 10% of the proceeds of the songs are given to her. Talu Lele likewise, is also given 10%. So Sister Yun now has some mixed feelings towards Gu Xingyi. He helped himself, he is good to Xiaoshirya now, but he bullied Xiaoshirya before. Gu Xingyi didn't think so much about it. He nodded his head when he heard Sister Yun's words. That's good, then it will be hard for Sister Yun to take care of Xiaoshirya more in the future. This is all due. Sister Yun waved her hand. Even without this, she would still take care of Xiaoshirya, but Sister Yun could understand. After all, Gu Xingyi is Xiaoshirya's husband, it was reasonable to say this. After thinking for a while, Sister Yun continued, Shiryao is practicing her song in the company right now, won't you go and take a look? If she knows you're back, she'll definitely be happy. Sister Yun, however, had long ago discovered that since Gu Xingyi left yesterday, Xiaoshirya had been staring at her cell phone from time to time. At that Gu Xingyi's eyes lit up. Visiting the class? He liked it. It was just the right time to listen to his wife's heavenly voice again. Gu Xingyi decisively agreed, and the three of them rushed towards Sound Sea Entertainment. At this time online, netizens are still not waiting for any information from Gu Xingyi, even the victim Xiaoshirya. There is no news. People have speculated, is not Xiaoshirya and Gu Xingyi is discussing the divorce thing. After all, now this is exposed, public pressure on Xiaoshirya is very favorable. Whether she is controlled or how, can rely on this incident to get rid of Gu Xingyi. There are even good netizens who have specially set up a group to denounce Gu Xingyi and show solidarity with Xiaoshirya, and the group is updated with the latest news of the incident every day. The latest news in the group was that someone had seen Xiaoshirya appearing at Sound Sea Entertainment with only a small assistant by her side. Gu Xingyi's Douyin was still cursing underneath, but right at this moment, Xiaoshirya's Weibo was suddenly updated with a top message. The netizen who first discovered this Weibo had a quick wit. He was a member of the vocal group. He didn't even have time to click on it to read it. He immediately ran to the group to report this latest news. Brothers, big event. Xiaoshirya's siege blog has been updated. There should be a result. This time, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Everyone all got excited and started calling out various friends, and what's more, they swiped under Gu Xingyi's Douyin, and there were also some entertainment media hidden in the group, who also smelled that this time it would be another hotspot. They released all sorts of news at the first opportunity. Everyone had been waiting for more than a day for the information, and now that one of the parties involved had finally spoken out, there were countless people flocking to Xiaoshirya's siege blog account in an instant. However, when they clicked on the top message, the content of the 2 sentences inside the text made them instantly dumbfounded. How fortunate it is to meet a good man in this life. When a gentleman corrects his mistakes, everyone looks up to him, and so does my heart. This is? The netizens said that they recognized every word here, but when connected, they were completely lost. They have been denouncing for so long, but the victim gave them this? In an instant, the netizens' hearts ached, as if they had been stabbed in the back, and they couldn't even believe that this was from Xiaoshirya. Of course they knew the meaning of these 2 sentences, that's why their hearts exploded. For a while, underneath this roundup blog, a flood of comments hit. Basically everyone was wondering about this. Could it be Gu Xingyi controlling Xiaoshirya's siege blog? But they had no way to get an answer right now, and could only keep posting I don't believe it. Underneath the blog. The netizens had no choice but to post I don't believe it. The netizens had no choice but to wait for tomorrow's Starlight Festival. By then, everything will be revealed. They'll have to ask Xiaoshirya if it's true on the spot. When Gu Xingyi and Sister Yun arrived at Sound Sea Entertainment with Nai Nai, Xiaoshirya had just finished posting her blog and was practicing her song in the recording studio. She had thought for a long time before sending out that blog, and originally, she didn't want to pay any attention to the beats on the internet, but when she saw that those people kept angrily cursing Gu Xingyi, she couldn't help herself from wanting to defend him. After sending it, she blushed for a long time. That bold sentence was her greatest courage. But after sending it, her mood was obviously much better. Even when she sang, it was much more natural. Gu Xingyi held little Nai Nai, and Sister Yun guided him to take the elevator straight to the 11th floor, which was full of recording studios, and it was probable that Xiaoshirya was here now. They didn't call to tell Xiaoshirya in advance, just to give her a surprise. Just after arriving at the 11th floor, Gu Xingyi and the others hadn't seen Xiaoshirya yet, but they happened to run into Cheng Di, who had come out of the recording studio. Her eyes clearly lit up when she saw Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai. This was the first time Chang Di had seen Gu Xingyi in person, and her first impression was that he looked very kind and not as vicious as the internet said. She was one of Xingyao's earliest batch of fans, when that account of Xingyao wasn't completely on fire yet. When she heard the song A Lifetime of You, the mysteriousness of Xingyao holding his guitar and not showing his face attracted her. And she also particularly yearned for the love in that song. How many people had adored your youthful looks? Do you know who was willing to bear the relentless change of the years? Chang Di had always thought that the person who could write and sing such a song had to be such a romantic person, and since then, she had been silently following Xingyao. This time, although she hadn't believed the online revelations, she had also been silently paying attention to it, and the first time she saw the siege blog posted by Xia Shiyao, she was so envious that the two of them could have such a love that people longed for. One for the sake of his wife, displaying his talent, came to Magic City alone. One got to meet a good man, how fortunate, brave for love voice. She also wanted such sweet love. Gu Xingyi also noticed this sweet-looking girl who suddenly stopped, and he also recognized her, Chang Di, one of the favorites to win the Star Song Festival this time. He smiled kindly at her and nodded, then held little Nai Nai in his arms as he prepared to continue on his way. You guys are here to find Xia Shiyao, right? She's in the second recording room on the left in front. At this time Chang Di suddenly spoke. Gu Xingyi turned back curiously at the words and looked at Chang Di, a little girl she had never met before, dressed in a long goose yellow dress that exuded a spiritual aura. Thanks. Gu Xingyi thanked her and just wanted to turn her head and continue walking, but unexpectedly Chang Di suddenly spoke again. Xingya, can you give me an autograph? I'm a fan of yours. Chang Di was a bit squirmy, her voice stuttered, and she looked as if she was a little girl meeting her idol. Gu Xingyi was a bit surprised. His current online reputation could only be answered with a bad answer, not expecting this famous little girl would also graciously admit that she was her own fan. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but feel a little better about Chang Di's impression. He smiled and put the little Nai Nai in his arms down, holding her little hand as he walked over to Chang Di. Good. I didn't realize that I could still have fans now, or a big singer. Chang Di blushed a bit evenly when she heard Gu Xingyiao say that, and spat out her tongue in a slightly cute manner, then actually took out a notebook with her and handed it to Gu Xingyiao. Hello Xingyiao, my name is Chang Di, just sign this notebook. I really like those songs of yours. Okay, Chang Di, thanks for liking it too. When Gu Xingyi took the book, he then saw that all that was recorded in this book were actually those few songs that he had written. Gu Xingyi touched his nose unnaturally, then signed his Xingyao's big name and returned the notebook to Chang Di. He didn't expect Chang Di to be an avid fan. Gu Xingyi was a bit uncomfortable. He just call me Di. Chang Di joyfully took back the notebook and looked at the signature on it, full of joy. Xiao Di. What are you doing? At this time, a male voice suddenly came from the elevator. Gu Xingyi's line of sight crossed to Chang Di, and saw a gentlemanly man with gold-framed glasses walking towards her with a frown. Nothing. Chang Di hurriedly put away her notebook, looking well-behaved, and said to the Sven man, Uncle, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Yin Ping. Yin Ping walked to the front of the few people. He naturally saw Gu Xingyi. His face was a little cold, pulling Chang Di's arm and leading her towards the elevator entrance. While walking, he also lectured Chang Di. Your mom asked me to bring you something, and don't go in front of people when you meet anything. Do you hear me? I know. Chang Di kept nodding her head in agreement with her uncle, and secretly turned her head to spit out her tongue at Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi couldn't make sense of it at all, not knowing how she had offended this man. But this was just a small episode. Gu Xingyi shook his head without thinking deeply, turning around and heading towards the recording studio where Xia Shiyao was. Gu Xingyi knocked on the door. It was Tao Lele who opened the door. She was obviously a bit surprised when she saw Gu Xingyi. She was just about to call out to Xia Shiyao who was practicing her song inside, but was quietly shushed by Gu Xingyi. Tao Luolu understood in a second and immediately closed her voice. Gu Xingyi led little Nai Nai quietly inside, and Sister Yun closed the door behind her, standing in front of it with Tao Lele to look inside. This wasn't the first time Gu Xingyi had heard Xia Shiyao sing, but no matter how many times he watched her sing, Gu Xingyi felt that she treated the song with extreme seriousness, and her earnest and focused appearance was beautiful. Xia Shiyao was singing with her full attention, and didn't notice Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai standing outside in the slightest. The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth rose into a smile. The song with the accompaniment sounded even better when sung from Xia Shiyao's mouth. Little Nai Nai snuggled up to Gu Xingyi's leg, her big eyes staring at her mom. Ignorantly she also liked this confident look of her mom. The Xia Shiyao who was singing was like two people from her usual self. The kind of charm that emanated from her bones made people fall for her. When Xia Shiyao finished her song, and she habitually turned her head to look outside, she saw the figures of Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai, and her eyes couldn't help but widen, even with a bit of mo. Gu Xingyi had a gentle smile on his face. Little Nai Nai's pair of almond eyes curved into a crescent moon, and that smile was so bright that it seemed to light up the entire room. Seeing this cozy scene, Xia Shuriao suddenly smiled like a flower and walked over playfully, softly saying, "You're back." The tip of Xia Shuriao's nose was densely covered with dots of fine sweat, appearing extraordinarily playful and vivacious, which was what the 20s should look like. Gu Xingyi nodded, his eyes containing a smile that was hard to hide. "Well, Your Honor, surprise?" Xia Shuriao's face flushed all of a sudden, and she saw Tao Lele and Sister Yun in front of the door covering their mouths and snickering. How could this person be like this? There are still people here. Just call her honorable wife. Xia Shuriao lowered her head, no longer looking at him, and instead picked up little Nine Eye. Only the crystal-reddened earlobes and the lingering smile on that face betrayed her thoughts at the moment. It was a surprise that Gu Xingyi could suddenly appear in front of her. The next day, the much-anticipated second phase of the Star Song Exchange competition arrived as promised. Originally, the heat of the first phase of Star Song Exchange had reached heavenly heights because of Xia Shuriao's singing of a song called The Wind Rises, and this phase was also due to Gu Xingyi's incident, which had led to several platforms starting to live broadcast this competition in collaboration with Star Song Exchange. Sure enough, from early in the morning, there are countless netizens squatting in the various platforms of the live broadcast room, waiting for the arrival of this game, and the Magic City Stadium in front of, but also long ago gathered a large number of people. Most of them are pure Melon Army, which there are a lot of Xia Shuriao Solidarity group members. There are also some mainstream entertainment media. They also want to get the first-hand news, so early came to the arena before. From this, it could be seen that this Star Song Exchange was a spectacle brought about entirely by the topic of one person. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the official live broadcasting room was just opened, and the broadcasting of all the major platforms was also opened synchronously, countless pop-ups flooded the screens of all the live broadcasting rooms. The director of the Star Song Exchange, Ren Xiao, saw the dense pop-ups and smiled from ear to ear. No matter how Gu Xingyi is, whether he is black or red, the heat he triggered is real, and this is great news for Ren Xiao. But at this moment, he also immensely hoped that nothing would go wrong between Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao, and how nice it would be to be in peace. As long as the two of them didn't have any problems, the next installment, as long as Xia Shuriao was there, that meant Gu Xingyi was there, and if Gu Xingyi was there, that meant the traffic was there. After all, one meal is saturated and one meal is full. Ren Xiao can still tell the difference, so he is truly praying that Xia Shuriao and Gu Xingyi can be good. Inside the Magic City Stadium, this time the scene was much more grandiose than last time. After all, the program group made money, and the venue set they were willing to invest in. Gu Xingyi this time and little Nine Eye both wore masks and followed the crowd, quietly entering the scene. The sky inside the venue has become starry, a Milky Way falling from the dome of the sky, straight to the stage above, like a summer night. Deep starry sky shrouded in the head general, mysterious and the people yearning. And this time the host has also changed to a new host. The host of the show is also a new host. The host of the show is also a new host. And this time, the host also changed to the famous host Chen Shuer. She was wearing a dress at the moment, stepping on the river of stars, slowly walked onto the stage. Welcome everyone to Star Song Exchange. I am the host, Chen Shuer. It's a pleasure to meet you all in this grand program. Now that our competition has reached its second installment, only 8 of the original 16 contestants remain on stage. And today, for more singers will leave. This is the cruelty of the competition, but also the charm of the competition. At this moment, I believe that the audience present with the live broadcast is all nervous, are looking forward to their own support of the contestants can be successfully promoted. So, without further ado, let's first look at the big screen, our 8 players' profiles. Chen Shuer's words fell, turning her lithe body. Together they looked at the big screen, on which the profiles of the 8 contestants appeared one by one. It was only when the last player's profile was revealed that Chen Shuer turned back to her body and picked up the topic to continue. Alright, the profiles of our 8 contestants have been viewed. Next, welcome our 4 mentors to the stage. On the stage, the Milky Way suddenly split into 4 paths, and the 4 tutors bathed in the Milky Way, appearing one after the other, and as they appeared, they all sang their own famous songs until the last tutor finished singing, and they collectively waved to the audience. Thunderous cheers, applause and whistles erupted from the stage. Amidst the cheers of the audience, the 4 mentors walked up to the judging stage one by one and sat in their seats. Chen Shuer looked at the several mentors and smiled, then raised the microphone in her hand again. Backstage Xia Shuriao had long since taken her place. She was wearing a mask and quietly came in from the staff channel. There were just too many people in front of her, and so many of them were holding up her sign that she was a little nervous. Especially she saw, there are some people held up against Gu Xingyi, against domestic violence sign. She saw the heart is particularly difficult. She did not know Gu Xingyi CC, she is worried that he saw, the heart will also be sad. Gu Xingyi of course saw, he is not blind, so big sign, really shaking eyes. But he didn't feel anything. It didn't matter. As long as it wasn't Xia Shuriao and Nai Nai, no one could break his defense. And this is what Gu Xingyi did in the past. What does it have to do with him Gu Xingyi? After getting even with Xia Shuriao, he had long since looked away. Gu Xingyi shifted his gaze to the stage, where today's candidates have been randomly assigned by the audience. Xia Shiyao is the second match today. Her opponent is Xiao Feibai of Shengshi Entertainment, who is also the favorite to win the championship. As if the heavens had deliberately arranged for Xia Shiyao to have to overcome 5 hurdles and 6 generals in order to win the championship, for 2 consecutive matches, they were all strong opponents. Lu Qian in the last match, if not for her broken down heart, 10% of her strength only played out 40%, she would not have lost so miserably. At this moment, Xiao Feibai in the background also received the news. His face was like a dish, his heart was also surprised. Among these players, the one he didn't want to face the most was Xia Shiyao. There is a bug behind this woman. The man who brings his own hot search. Fortunately, this time that man's image collapsed, and it was not known what happened to Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi. And this time the song was still not written by Gu Xingyi. This made Xiao Feibai feel much more comfortable in his heart. He recognized Xia Shiyao's singing skills, but he was not afraid of her either. Unless Gu Xingyi struck again and wrote a treasure song, Xiao Feibai believed he could still put up a fight. The first match was Cheng Di, and her opponent was the only remaining singer from Tianmei Entertainment. Cheng Di's voice was very different from Xia Shiyao's. Her voice was born sweet, and with her petite body and that cute baby face, she sang little sweet songs that sweetened the hearts of the audience under the arena. It was also the first time Gu Xingyi had heard her sing, and the last time she competed. Xia Shiyao was the first to appear, and Gu Xingyi left the arena after her match. This time, Gu Xingyi did hear Cheng Di's song. He nodded his head. The song was really good, perfect for Cheng Di to sing. This little fan of his own, his singing skills were really good too. Worthy of being the favorite to win the title. Her opponent, who was not as strong as Lu Qian, naturally lost to Cheng Di in this match. In the second match, it was still Xia Shiyao who went on first. Today she wore a white shirt with a floral skirt, simple, hair is still cute pill head. This dress, compared to the last time, this time she is more youthful and beautiful. When she stood on the stage playfully, everyone seemed to see a young girl full of youthful vigor. At the first moment, Xia Shiyao searched for Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai with her eyes, and when she saw their waving hands, the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. The spotlight hit her face, and she smiled a moving smile that tilted the country and the city, causing Gu Xingyi to look a little dumbfounded. Before the song even started, someone in the audience below shouted out, "Xia Shiyao, may I ask if you posted that roundup blog? Xia Shiyao, do you really like Gu Xingyi? Or is he coercing you?" For a while, the scene was noisy. Xia Shiyao gripped the microphone tightly, looking at Gu Xingyi under the stage, suddenly thought of the first time when she saw him, the pure, clear and that some love in his eyes. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao's pair of almond eyes became brighter and brighter. Then, with a smile in her eyes, she raised the microphone. Loudly, she announced to the audience on stage as well as in the live broadcast room. I like Gu Xingyi. He's great. Some people. Some likes. It's destiny. In the galactic brilliance, her eyes traveled through the sea of people and intertwined with Gu Xingyi's gaze. Gu Xingyi was in a trance, as if he saw the 9 heavenly maiden looking away from himself across the starry river. Destiny? And how is it not destiny? This was the point that Gu Xingyi felt the most, destined to cross over, meet her, and fall in love with her. The scene also due to Xia Shiyao's words all of a sudden became a pin drop. She said faded. The smile and happiness in her eyes could not be faked. She really liked him and she really felt happy. Only then would she say such words. Whether it was the audience in the arena or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all silent at this moment. This joy that overflowed the screen would not be something that someone who had been subjected to domestic violence for a long period of time would be able to fake. At this time, the sound of music also slowly sounded, and on the large screen behind the stage, the title of a song called Courage slowly appeared. Lyricist Gu Xingyi, composer Xia Shiyao, singer Xia Shiyao. They collaborated to create a song? Courage? The prelude sounded, and people unconsciously immersed themselves in the music, slowly experiencing the melody as they followed it. Xia Shiyao also raised the microphone at this time, her gaze still locked with Gu Xingyi. This song was like she was telling Gu Xingyi, "I now have the courage to love you." The intro ended, and Xia Shiyao's voice rang out softly, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. Finally made this decision, I don't care what others say, as long as you are just as sure. I'm willing to end of the world will go with you. I know everything is not easy. My heart has been warming up to convince myself that I'm most afraid of you suddenly saying you want to give up. Numb. Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all completely numb at this moment. This is a naked confession, right? It was spreading dog food, right? That's it? That's all it takes to say she's miserable? Domestic violence? I don't know. If this is called misfortune, then single dogs like me would like to try misfortune too. At this moment, Gao Chang and Su Bin were also watching the live broadcast, their faces as blue as if they had eaten 100 dead rats. Why? They just want to know why. Gu Xingyi treated you like that and you're not angry? And you're still here confessing? Fortunately, Lu Qian has now gone in, cannot see this scene, otherwise, she'd directly have to tell heartbroken, in place to ascend to heaven. The next moment, let everyone more numb came. Love really needs courage to face the gossip. As long as you give me a look of affirmation, my love has meaning. Listen, is this human language? The netizens collectively vomited blood. Hoping we're all gossip mongers, yes. You're very courageous. We're convinced. No more spraying. People only need one look to be sure of love. The original owner has come out in support of Gu Xingyi, so why are they all so worried? Backstage in the guide room, Ren Chao's mouth was already grinning up to his ears. Another great classic song. And the main thing was that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi were still close. Ren Chao was relieved. And happy as hell. At the moment, in his heart, Xia Shiyao was a treasure, and a big treasure with bugs. On the stage, Xia Shiyao's song was still ringing, and the firm courage in her song made the crowd understand her meaning completely and thoroughly. We all need courage to believe that we will be together. I can feel you in the crowd, in my hand, your heart. Got it. Got it. No more shows. We were wrong. Whoa. I thought today was going to be a critique session. It turned out to be a dog food night. Numb. But this song is really good. I want to forgive Xingyao too. I'm afraid how should I live without his songs in the future? Forgive. Must be forgiven. Xia Shiyao has even come forward to speak out. What are we still entangled in? You're just going to forgive this kind of person? No way, no way? Upstairs. What's wrong? Why are you still jumping out at this time? Are you the original owner? Who gave you the courage? Xia Shiyao? Ha 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 ha. I laughed. Xia Shiyao gave you the courage. But this song is really good. It reminds me of the past. It's a pity, at that time, if I could have been as courageous as Xia Shiyao, the ending might have been different. It's hard to open one's heart when love is in the air. How rare a thing it is to have such courage. May those who are brave enough to pursue love be happy forever. The online pop-ups, when Xia Shiyao sang the song, gradually calmed down, although the netizens were still a little twisted in their hearts, but the original owner of the family was in love, even sprinkling dog food. What else were they, the melon eaters, going to say? Can't it be that the emperor is not too anxious? They didn't have this bad habit. Xia Shiyao's declaration of love and the song Courage completely conquered the audience, not only because of this great song, but also because of her courage to defy the odds. Backstage, Xiaofei Bai, his face is colorful as a vegetable, his heart at the moment, but there is no courage at all. He is really afraid of what will come. Originally, he was praying that Gu Xingyi didn't write a song for her, but now it's good that they created a song together. If it was just a good song, he would have recognized it. It's not impossible for him to win that way. But the problem now was that not only was the song good, but the song was too appropriate. It was written for this situation. It was too in line with Xia Shiyao's current emotions. One song, one declaration, directly turning this night's competition scene into a night of dog food. How can this win? Xiaofei Bai smiled bitterly and shook his head. The song he prepared was a little bit worse than Courage, the atmosphere of the scene was even worse, and his emotions were not more focused than Xia Shiyao's, and he only had the singing skills to compare with her. The competition has not yet ended, Xiaofei Bai knows the result. At this time, Xia Shiyao had already finished her song, she bowed to the audience and the tutors, and slowly retreated from the stage. Until the music ended, the crowd suddenly realized that the song had already finished, they had just been immersed in the feelings brought by the song and had not yet slowed down. Xia Shiyao's figure had already disappeared from the stage, and only then did the scene suddenly erupt into warm applause. They all admired Xia Shiyao, a person who dared to bravely pursue love deserved their support. It was Xiaofei Bai's turn to go on stage. He quickly organized himself. No matter what, he had to give it his all. This had nothing to do with anything else. This was a singer's professionalism for the song. Xiaofei Bai really deserved to be the favorite to win the title. As soon as the music started, he quickly entered the stage. His tone was good, crisp and bright, singing a cheerful song. The atmosphere of the scene could not help but warm up. The audience waved their hands fluorescent sticks, swinging rhythmically with the light-hearted music. The several mentors on stage also showed their approval. Although this song was not as good as Courage, it was already good that he could play so well after Xia Shiyao sang it. At least it was much better than Lu Qian, who was also the favorite to win the title in the last match. Xiaofei Bai's fans were also slightly regretful. They also knew that their favorite bean had tried his best. After all, there was only one Xingyao in the world. Not everyone could create such a high-quality song in this short period of time. Gu Xingyao, who was under the stage, was also listening attentively to his singing. Although they are rivals, but music has no borders, good music should be taken seriously. The result was unsurprising, although this time there was no crushing of votes like the first phase of the competition, directly zeroing out the opponent. But this time, Xia Shiyao still won easily with 4:1 votes. Xiaofei Bai's vote was a friendly vote from a mentor who liked his voice and his serious attitude. Xiao Feibai also gladly accepted this. He had expected this result, can only say that the skills are not as good as others, in the future to work harder. The second phase of the Star Song Festival came to an end at 11 o'clock in the evening. Xia Shiyao, Cheng Di, Miao Ankuan and Wang Chen, a contestant from a small entertainment company, were the four who successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. In addition to Xia Shiyao and Wang Chen, the other two were the previous favorites to win the competition. This made the viewers even more enthusiastic about Star Song Exchange. After all, a competition with dark horses is only interesting, and the championship will be fought for unexpectedly. Nowadays, the calls for Xia Shiyao to win the title were getting louder and louder online, with 2 songs in a row, proving her individual ability and Star Yao's perverted composing ability. These two were not a pair, and now the netizens were not buying it. Originally before, the netizens still felt that Xia Shiyao was not worthy of Gu Xingyi, that was Xingyao. What virtue and ability can you, Xia Shiyao, have to gain his favor and write songs for you? But slowly, everyone realized that things were not as simple as they thought. Especially after the end of this period of the Star Song Exchange, netizens suddenly realized that before they thought completely wrong, not Xia Shiyao can't match Yu Gu Xingyi, it's Yu Gu Xingyi can't match Xia Shiyao. This kind of treasure goddess, who can't cherish it? So, after the end of the Star Song Festival, a post about this topic rushed to the top of the hot search list again. Gu Xingyi's self-redemption comes from the courage given by Xia Shiyao. The meaning of the original post was simple. You, Gu Xingyi, can be forgiven by us solely because you have a good wife. Be content you. And right at this moment, Soundsea Entertainment was not willing to be lonely and rubbed off on this hot search, posting a siege blog and etching Xia Shiyao. Congratulations to our division Xia Shiyao and Cheng Di for advancing to the top 4. Also to explain to everyone, Gu Xingyi is not as bad as the rumors. He and Xia Shiyao are running in both directions. Xia Shiyao was able to sign up for our company solely because Gu Xingyi came to Magic City alone in the first place and ran for her. Well, netizens saw this and realized that the two of them were mutually fulfilling and running in both directions. Loved. This kind of relationship is too good. They expressed their admiration. The love that goes in both directions already makes people happy, and this is a divine couple, so everyone likes it even more. Previously, the owners of Xia Shiyao's Solidarity Group and Gu Xingyi's Denunciation Group silently changed their group name to Xia Shiyao Gu Xingyi CP Group after the competition. People in the group also chatted unconsciously. The two of them better be together for the rest of their lives. I'll die. Don't worry. I don't think Xingyao is a person who doesn't know what's good for her. If the two of them dare to separate, I'll be the first to smash Xingyao's douyin. Ahem. Actually, I'm a fan of Gu Xingyao. Ha, I also want to have a daughter like that. Right. I forgot about it if you didn't tell me. This then is called Gu Xingyao. Xingyao is our favorite little princess. Bah. You fake fan. Just now you said you forgot. The group master silently dived in and watched these groupmates chatting enthusiastically, then with a slap of his head, the group name was changed again. Xia Shiyao Gu Xingyi's relatives group. Don't ask why Gu Xingyi is at the end of the list. The question is that he is the ugliest of this family in comparison. Oh, that's right. There's also the ex-convict. When Xia Shiyao came out from the backstage, only Gu Xingyi was left outside waiting for her. Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes and wondered where Lele and the girls had run off to. Even Nai Nai had been taken away. And Gu Xingyi's straight eyes made her face a little hot. Just how bold she was on the stage, Xia Shiyao was now how shy she was. She lowered her head, her originally pursed small mouth lightly curled up, and her rosy face became more and more scarlet. Xia Shiyao stared at her toes, not daring to look at him again. This man, on the main road, also not shy. Which one stares at a girl like this? Gu Xingyi didn't notice anything wrong in the slightest, looking at his own wife by himself. The gods can't control it even if they come. He only felt that Xia Shiyao's comment about being fated today simply spoke to the tip of his heart, that he was fated to cross over and love her. Xia Shiyao couldn't stand Gu Xingyi's fiery gaze any longer. She raised her head and cut him a glance. With this glance, Gu Xingyi took a step back in panic and touched his nose in embarrassment. Such Xia Shiyao was invincible. The flavor of this glance was lethal. Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shiyao snorted out a laugh, blanked him and asked, "Where's Nai Nai?" Lele and Sister Yun took it back. Gu Xingyi laughed awkwardly. He didn't know why. He suddenly wanted to stay with Xia Shiyao alone. His heart was at peace when he was alone with her. Xia Shiyao let out a soft hmm. The blush on her cheeks hadn't disappeared, obviously knowing Gu Xingyi's intentions. Her little girl look, not to mention how tempting it was. Anyway, Gu Xingyi had completely fallen. Gu Xingyi took a deep breath and managed to suppress his restless heart. He took the initiative to walk forward, holding Xia Shiyao's warm and soft little hand, walking forward. The two of them walked quietly like this, taking a walk under the streetlight. The streetlight stretched their shadows, and at this moment, the hearts of the two were exceptionally close. Gulp! As they walked, the quiet atmosphere between the two was suddenly broken by a loud sound. Xia Shuriyao's originally slightly curved little mouth slightly opened, looking at her stomach in disbelief. At this time her stomach indisputably rattled, making Xia Shuriyao want to find a crack in the ground to go under. It was too embarrassing. Xia Shuriyao lowered her head, her face flushed red. Gu Xingyi laughed out loud and clear, his laughter echoed in the night sky. Only when Xia Shuriyao squeezed his hand gradually harder did Gu Xingyi stifle his laughter, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Xia Shuriyao. Such a Xia Shuriyao was the most real. Ahem, I'm hungry. Let's go eat some late-night snacks. Xia Shuriyao didn't say anything, just gently nodded her head, and then was led by Gu Xingyi all the way to the snack street in this neighborhood. The night market at the end of summer was very lively, especially this kind of snack street. A small street was crowded with people, the aroma of all kinds of snacks drifted, making both of them a little hungry. Xia Shuriyao hadn't eaten much at noon, it was more than 11:40 at night, she had been hungry for a long time. Now smelling the aroma of so many snacks, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. This scene naturally fell in Gu Xingyi's eyes, he secretly smiled, he didn't expect Xia Shuriyao to be a snacker? Then it was really hard for her in the past. How long had it been since she had tasted these snacks? Following the crowd, the two walked into the snack street. At this moment, they were like an ordinary young couple in the marketplace, Gu Xingyi buying all sorts of snacks and feeding this snacker beside him. Regardless of the original life or here, Gu Xingyi seldom shopped, and Xia Shuriyao, the number of times shopping is even more fewer, used to be an orphan, work-study when going to school, after graduation went to be a singer, even less time to shop. She had forgotten the last time she came to this kind of night market snack street, when was it? But at the moment, she was really in love with such a snack street, mainly because it smelled really good. Right now, for example, before she even spoke, just her almond eyes glowing, looking towards the roasted chicken leg stall on the street, Gu Xingyi would walk straight over, and when he came back again, he would inevitably have 2 skewers of roasted and fragrant chicken legs in his hands. Just this simple thing. Xia Shuriyao knew that happiness had really come to her. This feeling made the corners of her mouth stay up, and her heart was even warmer. Gu Xingyi also enjoyed this kind of time, this should be the so-called love affair. In the eyes of others, he and she were an old married couple who had been married for many years, and even had children. But in reality, they were just like a young couple who had just gotten together, experiencing many things for the first time. The two of them just strutted around the snack street. This time was the time that Xia Shuriyao ate the most, all sorts of snacks. She ate a little bit of all of them. The ones she couldn't eat went into Gu Xingyi's stomach. Xia Shuriyao. Gu Xingyi. Where? At this moment, someone on the originally noisy snack street suddenly shrieked out in alarm, and the people next to them immediately inquired, and at once, most of the people on the entire snack street looked from side to side. Until they saw those two familiar faces, they were immediately stunned. Holy shit! It's really Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi. Xia Shuriyao looks just as good as she does on TV. This face. It's so perfect. Gu Xingyi must have been very lucky in his past life. Most people recognized them at once. Even those who didn't recognize them were asking what was going on. The entire snack street immediately stirred, and many people gathered around the two of them. It was the first time they had seen a living star in such a noisy snack street, not wearing a mask, not to mention a bit of camouflage. Did they not realize how hot they were now? Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao were also in a state of confusion. They did forget about this layer all of a sudden, mainly because both of them were not famous before. How could they think that this would happen? It was only now that the two of them reacted as an afterthought. These days the two of them were all over the hot searches, and it would be hell if they weren't recognized. After being recognized, the entire snack street was in chaos. Completely messed up. Regardless of whether it was those who recognized them or those who were simply hilarious, they all crowded here in an instant. Crap! Gu Xingyi, who reacted with a shocked curse, pulled up Xia Shuriyao, who was still naively holding up the snacks, and fled. Fortunately, the snack street's roads are intricate and crowded. Gu Xingyi turned east and west, and in a short while, he got rid of the large group of people trailing behind him. The two have turned from the center of the snack street to the edge of the position, like a thief with a mask, and even Gu Xingyi also bought a duck tongue cap, covered in Xia Shuriyao's head. Gu Xingyi, who had settled down, wiped his sweat and looked at Xia Shuriyao, who hadn't completely regained her senses. Being a star is trouble. It's too scary. Xia Shuriyao's eyes under her duck tongue cap blinked, touched the mask on her face, and raised the snack in her hand again. Can't eat like this. The voice was a little aggravated. Gu Xingyi sighed. How do I feel that this woman is getting stupider and stupider, just this and still only thinking about eating. I'll wrap it up for you, let's find a quiet place to eat. Xia Shuriyao looked at the snacks in her hands, thought for a moment, and only then reluctantly handed the snacks to Gu Xingyi. Her eyes kept on it, that look, as if she was afraid that if she didn't pay attention, Gu Xingyi would give it to her to steal it. Gu Xingyi was speechless. He wrapped up the remaining snacks, and took napkins from his pocket, naturally pulling over Xia Shuriao's small hand to gently wipe the oil stains on her hand. "Don't worry. It's all yours," Gu Xingyi said softly while wiping. Xia Shuriao looked blankly at such a gentle Gu Xingyi. Her eyes couldn't help but moisten, but in the depths of her eyes, a bright light emerged that was hard to hide. "Let's go." Gu Xingyi surveyed for a moment, only retracting his hand when he saw that the delicate little hand had been wiped clean, a smile rising on his face as he said. Xia Shuriao lowered her head and blindly followed Gu Xingyi forward. It wasn't until the two came to a square in front of a shopping center that Gu Xingyi pulled Xia Shuriao to sit on a bench, handing Xia Shuriao the snacks that were still warm in his hands. "Now you can eat in peace." Xia Shuriao nodded her head, took the snack from Gu Xingyi's hands, took off her mask, and ate it in small bites. Gu Xingyi tilted his head, his hands holding the back of his head, looking at the starry sky in the sky. The starry sky in this world was so beautiful. The moon stars were sparse. Even though it was already midnight now, the moon in the sky still illuminated the earth brightly. Just for a while, Xia Shuriao wiped out all the snacks. Gu Xingyi handed over a tissue. "Wipe your mouth." Xia Shuriao pursed her lips and took the tissue. She always felt like Gu Xingyi was taking care of herself like she was taking care of Nine Eye. After she wiped her mouth, when she raised her head, she happened to see above the shopping mall, that big movie theater signboard. Xia Shuriao's eyes suddenly brought brightness. "Let's go watch a movie. Okay?" Gu Xingyi scratched his head. It's this time of the day. If he doesn't go back, will it be bad? But seeing the light of anticipation in Xia Shuriao's eyes, Gu Xingyi's heart immediately softened. He stood up and stretched out his hand to point in the direction of the movie theater. Walking. Xia Shuriao's face immediately blossomed with smiles. She had wanted to go to the movie theater once a long time ago, but she just never had the chance. Now she could finally go, or accompany him. When the two of them arrived at the movie theater, it happened to be the last one about to start, which made Xia Shuriao a burst of happiness. This if they came a little later, they wouldn't be able to catch up today. The two quickly bought tickets to enter, probably because of the late night. The movie theater is not many people, only 3 or 2 small couples, sitting in the place are more remote. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriao naturally bought a seat directly in front of the screen, or the center section. Because there are not many people, the two people naturally took off the mask. When the lights also dimmed, the movie began. This is a youth-type romance movie. Gu Xingyi watching is relatively boring. This kind of movie he basically never seen. Xia Shuriao is seriously watching. Gu Xingyi is more like to see Xia Shuriao's serious side face. Especially in the middle of the movie, the plot of the male and female main characters flirting with each other. Gu Xingyi could clearly see Xia Shuriao's pretty face gradually flushed, and her eyelashes fluttered unnaturally. Then she suddenly turned her head and looked at Gu Xingyi, just in time to catch Gu Xingyi peeking at her. Xia Shuriao instantly panicked for a moment, her pretty face turning even redder. This man, not watching the movie, looking at her for what? Gu Xingyi smiled. It was true that this type of movie was still suitable for girls to watch. They were more easily impressed by the movie, and Xia Shuriao was no exception. Domestic youth-type love movies, the ending is always not so beautiful, and it is true that at the end of the day, the male and female main characters are still separated. When the movie ended and the cinema lights came on, Gu Xingyi could clearly see that Xia Shuriao's eyes were a little red. Women were just emotional. This kind of movie was not even as shocking to Gu Xingyi as a single look from Xia Shuriao. As Gu Xingyi held Xia Shuriao and got up to leave, they saw that the couple in the corner was still cuddling and getting tired of each other. Seeing this scene, Xia Shuriao's pretty face instantly filled with blood, while Gu Xingyi shamelessly also looked at one more glance. He quite envious of this kind of young people, passionate like fire. The two of them walked out of the movie theater. Gu Xingyi could feel that Xia Shuriao's hands were a little sweaty. She was nervous. He didn't move to look at the side of her face, and sure enough, she was even reddening her ears. The two of them strolled under the moonlight like this, without any of them taking the lead. Gu Xingyi was doing it because he was admiring Xia Shuriao's shy appearance at the moment, while Xia Shuriao, on the other hand, was simply being shy. In the end, Gu Xingyi squeezed the soft, boneless little hand in his hand and took the lead. "Don't be so nervous, huh? It's not like I'm going to eat you." Hearing that, Xia Shuriao instantly became even more nervous. "What do you mean eat yourself? What does he want?" She raised her small face, her eyelashes fluttered, and there was some sense of panic in her eyes. This was overly nervous. Seeing her like this, Gu Xingyi suddenly wanted to tease her. Doing whatever he thought of, Gu Xingyi suddenly stopped and yanked Xia Shuriao, who was walking forward, towards himself. Xia Shuriao was suddenly staggered by this tug, and under panic, her hands held on Gu Xingyi's chest, raising her face to look at him in disbelief. The next moment, Gu Xingyi's face suddenly came closer. Xia Shuriao could feel his hot breath spraying on her small face. Xia Shiyao's eyes widened in dismay, and in an instant, even her heart stopped half a beat. Gu Xingyi saw her white and red face instantly turn red, saw the sudden flash of dismay in her eyes, saw her small mouth gently move, and gulped. Too cute. It was also too foul. Gu Xingyi had only wanted to tease her, but this time, his Dao heart instantly collapsed and he couldn't keep it. So he chose to go all out with his heart, directly lowering his head and gently dropping a kiss on her face. Xia Shiyao at this time has closed her eyes, and then she felt a warm touch on her face, then, waiting for half a day without a little movement, Xia Shiyao secretly opened her eyes. Gu Xingyi was looking at her with a narrow smile on his face. So angry. This bad guy. Xia Shiyao's hand on Gu Xingyi's chest pushed him hard, and she huffed as she turned around and walked forward. Gu Xingyi was pushed and stumbled, scratched his head and hurriedly followed. Xia Shiyao walked ahead, her small steps a little fast, and she had to take big steps before Gu Xingyi could catch up with her. Cough angry? Teasing his wife for a while, chasing his wife to the crematorium, Xia Shiyao didn't pay any attention to him. Cough, I really can't help it, not on purpose. Gu Xingyi hurried to explain, he really can't help but kiss up, not on purpose. Xia Shiyao still didn't pay attention to him, just small steps faster. Gu Xingyi could only continue to follow Xia Shiyao with a bitter face. The two of them, one after the other, walked for half a day. Xia Shiyao did not see Gu Xingyi catch up to pull herself, then she was even more angry. Why didn't she realize he was so stupid before? Simply foolish. After walking to the parking lot outside the stadium, Xia Shiyao pulled open the car door and got into the car. Gu Xingyi hurriedly took 3 steps and followed into the passenger seat. Xia Shiyao's pretty face is still cold, let go of the handbrake, ignition, start in one breath. The car drove away. 20 minutes later, the car arrived at the apartment. Gu Xingyi watched as Xia Shiyao walked inside the apartment, turning him away. Tao Lele walked out of the apartment in disbelief. She saw her sister Shiyao's small face scarlet, exasperated as she walked into the bedroom. Just as Tao Lele went out the door, she saw Gu Xingyi with a painful mask on his face. Tao Lele frowned. Are you bullying Sister Shiyao again? Gu Xingyi's eyes dodged. No. Nope. Seeing Gu Xingyi's thief-like appearance, Tao Lele became even more certain. Good. Sister Shiyao just finished confessing to you in front of everyone, and you're bullying her. Are you still not a human being? Tao Lele was obviously furious. Her sister Shiyao had defended him like that. Why would Gu Xingyi still be a bully? It's not what you think. Gu Xingyi hurriedly waved his hand to explain, scratching his head and telling the general situation. Tao Lele's eyes widened as she listened, an unbelievable look on her face, but Gu Xingyi's expression didn't look like a fake, and Tao Lele remembered the redness on Xia Shiyao's face, which made her believe Gu Xingyi's words. Then she looked at Gu Xingyi with a complicated face. This. Give you the chance and you don't hit the mark. You don't even know where the point of Sister Shiyao's anger is. Hopeless. Knowing the truth, Tao Lele was somewhat speechless and decided not to pay any more attention to this man who was as stupid as a pig, turned around and closed the door and walked in. Gu Xingyi looked at the closed door of the room in front of him and sighed. I should have known better than to tease her. This is good. Hard. Gu Xingyi turned around, hung his head, and was about to leave with a disappointed face. The door of the apartment behind her suddenly rang again at this time, and then a car key was shoved into Gu Xingyi's hand, with some warm feeling on the key. Gu Xingyi turned his head, and saw Xia Shiyao's pretty face with a pout. Idiot. You want to walk back. Gu Xingyi smiled, his heart relieved. It was good to be able to care about himself. Then he carefully asked, not angry? Seeing Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shiyao couldn't hold back any longer and snorted out a laugh. Dumb and Dumber was kinda cute, just a bit unsettling. Wasn't angry in the first place. Xia Shiyao said with a pout, giving Gu Xingyi a blank look. Are women also fickle? Then who the hell was the one who just got angry and ignored people? No matter how stupid Gu Xingyi was, he wouldn't have said those words out loud at this time, and he nodded sagely. Right. There was no anger. I was the one who misread it. Not wanting to ignore him, Xia Shiyao glanced at him and turned back to the apartment again. Gu Xingyi laughed hee and swaggered away with the car keys. All the way to the hotel, Gu Xingyi, who had taken a shower, had just laid down on the bed when he received a WeChat from Xia Shiyao. Good night. The corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth gently rose as he returned the same. Your wife. Good night. A night without words. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi drove to the apartment. He was taking little Nai back to Jiangcheng today, and the return ticket he had booked when he arrived was today. His life as a baby daddy was going to continue again, and Gu Xingyi was still looking forward to it. So after breakfast, the group came to the airport, Xia Shiyao and little Nai intimacy for a while, until the time was almost up, before handing the little guy over to Gu Xingyi, eyes full of reluctance. Gu Xingyi was equally unwilling to let go, but he still held Xiaoshuriao's little hand and softly said, "Go back, remember to call back often, and no matter what's going on, talk to me, don't hold it in, got it?" Xiaoshuriao nodded. Gu Xingyi pinched her small hand before reluctantly letting go. "Let's go," Gu Xingyi said, hugging Nai Nai and turning to walk inside the passageway. "Wait!" A sudden gust of fragrant wind hit him, and Gu Xingyi just turned around. He and little Nai Nai reaped a fragrant kiss from Xiaoshuriao on their faces, then Xiaoshuriao took 2 steps backward and pursed her lips. "Go back!" Gu Xingyi laughed lightly, looked at Xiaoshuriao's delicate face and waved his hand. "From now on, the fireworks on earth, the mountains and rivers are far and wide, none of them are you, none of them are you. The river and the sea share the rest of life, the rest of life is all you." The airplane arrived in Zhengcheng at 11:10 at noon. Returning to his long-lost home, Gu Xingyi first cleaned up and down the house, and then made a good lunch before resting down. After eating and drinking, father and daughter naturally lay down on the sofa as usual. It can only be said that there is a father and a daughter. Gu Xingyi himself do not know when. Little Nai Nai learned this lying posture, and have modeled a perfect replica of it. Looking at the little Nai Nai who was following his own example, Gu Xingyi sat up straight again, and he suddenly remembered a very important thing. That is, little Nai Nai is now 3 years old. It's time to go to kindergarten. And since kindergarten would start in September, there was still a month to go, so Gu Xingyi had to find a kindergarten to enroll in ahead of time. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi looked towards little Nai Nai who had also sat up straight on the sofa. "Nai Nai, do you know about kindergartens?" Nai Nai blinked her big eyes, thought carefully for a moment, and nodded at Gu Xingyi. "I know ACA. Kindergarten is a place where lots and lots of kids are. Nai Nai has seen it on TVD." Gu Xingyi had a smile on her face and rubbed the little one's head. "Nai Nai is so smart. Then does Nai Nai want to go to kindergarten?" This time, Nai Nai didn't answer immediately. She frowned her little brows and thought for a long time, her big eyes staring tightly at Gu Xingyi the whole time. It wasn't until Gu Xingyi thought the little one was resistant to going to kindergarten that she opened her mouth. "Nai Nai wants to go, but Nai Nai can't let go of Daddy." Gu Xingyi took a serious look at little Nai Nai and carried her into his arms. "Go to kindergarten, you can also see Daddy every day. Daddy will send Nai Nai to school every day. Pick up Nai Nai after school. Kindergarten there are many children to play with Nai Nai, and the teacher will teach Nai Nai to sing children's songs. Good behavior. There is a small red flower can be received." "Oh," Gu Xingyi said patiently. Nai Nai's current personality and habits are largely from her own and Xiaoshuriao's words and teachings, but Gu Xingyi knew that she hadn't received systematic education and training after all, and couldn't be compared to a school teacher. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Nai Nai then nodded her little head. "Then Nai Nai is going to kindergarten. Good. Then Daddy will help Nai Nai find a very good kindergarten." "Oh." Gu Xingyi smiled and stroked little Nai Nai's head, placing her on the sofa again before picking up his phone and searching for a nearby kindergarten. Then, Gu Xingyi realized that kindergarten enrollment was over. Enrollment stopped in July. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. How can this be done? At that time, he had not yet crossed over. The original owner of that livestock had not considered these problems before. Gu Xingyi could only continue to search online, which kindergartens in the neighborhood were better. In the end, Gu Xingyi chose a nearby kindergarten named manhwa, which had a high rating and a good reputation online, especially from the parents. With trepidation, Gu Xingyi brought all sorts of materials and led Nai Nai to Zhenghua Kindergarten by car. This place is really not far from where they live. By car is only 10 minutes of time. Once off the car, Gu Xingyi winds up asking the security guard in front of the door, and smoothly came to Zhenghua Kindergarten's enrollment office. There were only 2 female office workers aged around 40 sitting in the office chatting. Gu Xingyi knocked on the door, and they both turned their heads at the same time to look at Gu Xingyi at the front door. One of them immediately stood up and politely inquired, "Hello, what can I do for you?" The other stared at Gu Xingyi's face and frowned slightly. She always felt how this man was somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who it was. Little Nai Nai was still a bit scared at the moment, hugging Gu Xingyi's thigh and hiding behind him. Gu Xingyi also responded politely, with a somewhat embarrassed look on his face. "Hello, it's like this, I forgot to enroll my child in kindergarten in June due to a momentary oversight. She's already 3 years old this year. Do you see that there are still spots on your school side?" The woman who stood up shook her head. She had seen this kind of careless parents many times. Not to mention kindergartens like Zhenghua Kindergarten, which had a very good reputation. Nowadays, I'm afraid that even the average kindergarten wouldn't have any more spots, although every kindergarten would reserve a few specific spots for emergencies. But she could tell that Gu Xingyi obviously wasn't one of them. "I'm sorry, sir. We have a full quota here," she said to Gu Xingyi with a slight expression of regret. Gu Xingyi was a little disappointed when he heard this, and behind him, little Nai Nai also poked her little head out at this time, her big eyes looking around in confusion. she had only seen this place on TV and was very curious about everything here. Xingyao. You are little Princess Xingyao, aren't you? The staff member sitting there suddenly voiced out when she saw little Nai Nai, the excitement in her tone overflowing. She had just seen Gu Xingyao and thought she looked familiar but couldn't recall, but when she saw Nai Nai, she immediately recognized her. She had a son, and both she and her son were fans of Nai Nai, and she was a fan of Nai Nai's mom. The staff member standing froze when she heard this and muttered under her breath, Xing, Star Yao? Then she turned her gaze to the tiny Nai Nai, and her eyes also glowed steeply. As moms they weren't familiar with Gu Xingyi, but they were too familiar with Gu Xingyao. It's really little Princess Xingyao. My precious baby. Wow, it's just like online, so cute. Gu Xingyi was also taken aback by this sudden reaction from the two. He scratched his head, so it turned out that both of them were Nai Nai's fans. For Nai Nai's mom fans online, Gu Xingyi still knew more about them. They all called Nai Nai as little Princess Xingyao. When Nai Nai saw the two men looking at her with glowing eyes and calling her name, she first timidly looked at Gu Xingyi, and after receiving Gu Xingyi's eyes of encouragement, she finally stepped out from behind Gu Xingyi. Hey! Hello ants! This was what Gu Xingyi usually taught her, to greet people when she saw them. You! Hello, quickly let me touch, wow, I've actually met the real little Princess Xingyao, so happy. Both of them squatted down, one stroking Nai Nai's hair and the other pinching Nai Nai's little face, causing Nai Nai to wrinkle her pretty little eyebrows. At this time one of them suddenly looked up. Hello, Mr. Gu, can you wait here for a moment? I'll give our headmaster a call to inquire, and I think our headmaster will be happy to accept Gu Xingyao to attend our school. There was such a good thing? Gu Xingyao hurriedly nodded his head, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional, so Nai Nai was so powerful that her mom's fans were even more enthusiastic than normal celebrities' fans. So next, one staff member hurriedly went to the side and dialed up the head gardener's phone number, while the other remained coaxing Nai Nai, simply in love with her. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, became a complete outsider. Not long after, that staff member finished the call and came over with a happy face. Mr. Gu, you have all the information with you, right? I'll help you enter the quota now. Thanks. Trouble. Gu Xingyi nodded his head busily and said thank you, handing her all the information in his hand. He had searched online before he came to find out exactly what information was needed. The quota was quickly entered successfully. The staff returned all the information to Gu Xingyi, then rubbed little Nai Nai's little head and said, well, the registration has been successful, Mr. Gu. The following to pay attention to keep the phone open. Our teachers will find time to go to the home visit, recognize the child, and convenient to understand the child's situation, Mr. Gu. Patiently wait on it. In addition, our school's opening time is September 1st, Mr. Gu must not forget this time. Gu Xingyi took the information and was busy shaking her hand again. Good. It's really troublesome for you. I'll pay attention. With everything taken care of, Gu Xingyi then left with Nai Nai under the reluctant gazes of the two staff members. After leaving the door of the kindergarten, Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. His intention was to give it a try, but he didn't expect it to really work out. And kindergarten enrollment before even half to home visits, this is Gu Xingyi did not know before. Gu Xingyi was a little nervous at the thought of this, first-time father, the child's first teacher to come to the home visit. He was a little numbclaws. However, this is all a must for parents. Gu Xingyi could only force down the tension in his heart, and brought Nai Nai back home. Nowadays, Gu Xingyi had a lot of tasks, the things that Nai Nai needed to prepare for kindergarten, the song for Xia Shiya's next match, the complete title of the anime that Chen Feng needed. All of these needed him to prepare, sparing Gu Xingyi, who had traveled over, a bit of a headache. Gu Xingyi was busy in a frenzy, but fortunately, everything was still going well. And at this moment, Magic City. The sky was pattering with light rain. In the Sea Moon Hotel, Yin Ping was having a meal with a woman dressed in fashion. This woman had long hair with big waves, and at this moment, she was very ladylike as she shook the red wine in her cup, took a small sip, and gently placed it on the table again. Minister Yin, it's thanks to your promotion that I was able to fire in the first place, but this matter you're talking about now is not a good thing to do. Although she was already around 30 years old, when her voice came out, it had a sweetness to the point of being cloying. However, Yin Ping obviously liked this kind of whiny voice of hers, and even the eyes that looked at her had an appreciative light in them. Xiao, don't worry, I've already greeted Wang Bing. If Xia Shiya's next match is really Chang Di, he'll vote for Chang Di. Together with your vote, we're in the clear. Yin Ping looked like he was confident. He was even a little smug in his heart. A wage earner would always be a wage earner. How could he fight against a capital like him? The Star Song summary had a total of 4 judges and mentors. He had already convinced 2 of them. Now as long as Ran Xiao agreed, Xia Shiya would definitely lose the next match. Ran Xiaoxiao narrowed her phoenix eyes when she saw Yin Ping's gesture. Oh, even if you convince Wang Bing, together with my vote, it's only 2 votes, how can you say it's stable? Yin Ping still had a smile on his face as he held up the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose. What if I add Xue Xiaoqian's 1 vote? Xue Xiaoqian? That upright man? How could that be? Ran Xiaoxiao frowned. If she said someone else, she might still believe it, but when it came to Xue Xiaoqian, she would never believe it. Yin Ping smiled mysteriously, poured Ran Xiaoxiao another glass of wine and snorted. There's nothing impossible, you don't need to care about that, you just need to say whether you're helping me or not. Ran Xiaoxiao thought for a moment, looking at Yin Ping's look of determination, she lifted the cup up again, and after taking a gentle sip, she said to Yin Ping, "Cheers." Yin Ping's face immediately opened up with a smile. Cheers. After a meal, Yin Ping reluctantly sent Ran Xiaoxiao to the car and watched her go far away. She was also a popular actress now, and could no longer be manipulated at will like before, which made Yin Ping a little slightly lost. However, he soon covered up the loss and a smile spread back on his face. Nowadays, of the 4 mentors in Star Song Exchange, 3 of them he had already gotten through to. If Xia Shiyao met Chengdi, what would she win with? Do you really think that the water in the entertainment industry is that clean? Naive. Moreover, he also invited Wu Fan, the godfather of music, to write a song for Chengdi. There was no fear that the audience wouldn't buy it when the time came. As for Wu Fan losing to Gu Xingyi last time, he didn't care in the slightest. Wu Fan had personally assured him that the song would be good this time, and that it was purely because Lu Qian was useless last time. It didn't have much to do with Wu Fan. All the people and things were taken care of smoothly. Yin Ping proudly got into the car and drove towards Soundsea Entertainment. Of course Gu Xingyi didn't know about these things. He was currently checking the internet for manga titles to write about while writing the plot of one man's life in a thick notebook. Even though he had a deep memory of the anime, he still felt tough when it came to writing it. The descriptions and transitions of the scenes that were the most difficult for him, as well as the characters' personalities and dialogues, he had to rack his brain to pick out a little bit. This was exceptionally tough for him who wasn't a writing major. Even for a supporting character, he had to think for quite a while before he could use words to portray him out, but this was also much faster than the average person. Knowing the average person, it would take at least years and years to get him to write about a subject. Building something from nothing and standing on the shoulders of giants were 2 entirely different things. And this wasn't a rush. He'd have to write it and have a manga artist draw it again before it could be made into an anime. With his current speed, he believed that in a month at the latest, he would be able to narrate the first season of One Man's World in its entirety. As for Xia Shiyao's song, he also already had an idea. It was a song that suddenly came to his mind when he was playing a video with Xia Shiyao today, a song specifically written for long-distance relationships. Gu Xingyi knew that as the match progressed, it would get tougher and tougher at the back, and he was afraid that he would lose miserably if he didn't come up with some king bombs. The main thing was that Xia Shiyao's base was too small. Unlike other famous singers, her fans had already taken shape and would only grow. Compared to other singers, Xia Shiyao's road to fame is short, more controversy, less fixed powder, which is also her disadvantage. The only way to make up for this disadvantage is to continue to come up with good works. Busy until the evening, Gu Xingyi put little Nai Nai to sleep before he came back to the living room and sat at the table. He laid the songwriting paper flat and didn't write immediately, but instead silently beat the beat and hummed it in a small voice first. This song wasn't just the lyrics that were unrivaled, the most important thing was the tune of the song, and its intro. Only after humming it once did Gu Xingyi put pen to paper, writing down the tune in its entirety, then labeling all the instruments used in it. When the pen was down and the song was complete, Gu Xingyi picked up the piece of paper and read it again before a smile hung on his face. This prelude. It's fucking unbeatable. 3 days passed very quickly. In these days Gu Xingyi had immersed himself in the creation of One Person Below. Except for the song he wrote for Xia Shiyao, he felt that he must have O Chen Feng in his past life, or else he would have been more tired of writing anime for this than writing a song for Xia Shiyao. But fortunately, Gu Xingyi was getting more skillful the more he wrote, and now he didn't even need to deliberately focus on the layout, he could smoothly write the format all right. It was true what they say, where there's a will there's a way, there's nothing that hard work can't solve. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Gu Xingyi brought little Nai Nai and sat on the sofa on time, casting his cell phone and watching the live broadcast in real time. Today is the 3rd installment of the Star Song Exchange. For Into 2, he has been a little impatient to hear that song from Xia Shiyao's mouth. How amazing it is. Magic City Stadium. Xia Shiyao was already on the stage, and it was time to draw lots. Only this time, before the draw, the program group even added a contestant interaction session. The host was still Chen Shuer, who was dressed in a dressy outfit, and as if she had mastered the traffic code, she came up and took the lead in interacting with Xia Shiyao. Contestant Xia Shuriyao, may I ask if your song this time is still composed by Gu Xingyi? With a smile on her face, Xia Shuriyao gently nodded her head and gave an affirmative answer. Yes. Chen Shuer smiled faintly with a look of anticipation, and immediately followed up with a question. Can you tell us what the name of the song is this time? And also for the draw this time, who do you hope to draw the most? Kill and punish. Gu Xingyi saw this. Straight away, he called out that this is more than unsuspicious. Asking like this, no matter which one Xia Shuriyao answered, the other party would feel slighted, right? At this moment, even the pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to spit. Holy shit! The host is trying to mess things up. What are you afraid of? There's strength that isn't afraid of messing things up. I'm sure Gu Xingyi that song, which one isn't a classic? Right. I've listened to a few of the songs, so good melodies and lyrics, simply awesome. It feels like Xia Shuriyao doesn't panic when she meets anyone. Alas. The songs are good, but I just don't know when they'll be online. I've listened to it over and over again with full lossy sound quality. It's too hard. Didn't you say you'd go online after the competition? The first album. I'll definitely buy it. No more. No more talking. It's all the same. Let's see how Xia Shuriyao answers. And on the scene, Xia Shuriyao still had a smile on her face. She simply thought for a moment before answering directly. I won't say the song title, you guys will see for yourselves later. The people I wanted to draw the most I didn't think about. Hey. I think they're all very strong. No matter who I draw, I'll give it my all. In front of the TV, Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shuriyao's answer and smiled as well. Xia Shuriyao answered politely and skillfully so as not to offend anyone but also to show that she would try her best. Chen Shuer didn't ask anything, her face looked a bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted and continued to ask some small questions, which were all answered by Xia Shuriyao one by one. After that, Chen Shuer interacted with a few other contestants for a bit before starting the official draw. Backstage Rin Chao, see online real-time traffic data, happy, like this kind of competition, after a few periods of traffic will always slowly go down. The main each phase is basically the same, not much innovation, completely rely on the singer's song to support. After a long time, the audience will naturally lose. But the star song we now are the third period, the data flow is even a period than a high. This is Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao brought the heat, each period a famous song. The gods came to the top cannot be wow. At this time on the stage, the drawing of lots had already ended, and Xia Shuriyao's opponent for today's match had already been determined. It was Cheng Di. Cheng Di looked at Xia Shuriyao's absolutely beautiful side face. Her mood was a little nervous and excited. She didn't know what song Gu Xingyi had written for Xia Shuriyao this time, but she could guess that the song written by her idol was definitely better than the one she had in her hands. But she would still give it her all as well, and she would be happy to be able to compete with Xia Shuriyao on the same stage, even if she lost. Losing to Gu Xingyi's song was not a loss. And to hear another good song, it would be great. Next, the four mentors, Gao Yu, Ran Xiaoxiao, Shui Xiaoqian, and Wang Bing, sang each other's famous songs and took the stage in turn under the attention of the crowd. The atmosphere at the venue was also lit up. After all, these veteran singers have countless amounts of traffic from their own fans. In this installment, Xia Shuriyao and Cheng Di were the second match. The first match was between Miao Anquan and Wang Chen. Miao Anjuan sang a passionate love song, and is dancing while singing. The opening is warm and extraordinary, really is the new generation of the popular Little Flower. The strength, even Gu Xingyi are secretly smacked. The four contestants who were able to kill their way out of the competition, there really wasn't a single one of them who was a flamboyant player. Although Miao Anjuan sang well, Gu Xingyi still felt that his own Xia Shuriyao was the eternal god. The next Wang Chen, he brought a rock song, heartbreaking music accompanied by Wang Chen's husky unique voice, another ruthless character. Even the audience was driven to sway their bodies. At the end of the first set, Gao Yu and Wang Bing's votes went to Wang Chen, while Ran Xiaoxiao and Shui Xiaoqian's votes went to Miao Anjuan. Both songs were good and they sang them very well. It's just that the mentors like different genres and everyone has a different understanding, so the votes achieved a tie. The final vote was decided by the audience, and in the end it was Miao Anjuan who won slightly, taking the final vote from the audience. On the one hand, Miao Anquan has a much larger fan base, and on the other hand, rock music really doesn't have a large audience, and for the average viewer, love songs are really easier to get into their hearts. Miao Anquan and Wang Chen slowly retreated from the stage. The host, Chen Shuer, came on stage immediately afterward with a microphone. Next up is our final group of contestants today, and also our competition for the biggest popularity king of this year's Star Song Exchange. Let's first welcome contestant Xia Shur. Chen Shuer said enthusiastically as Xia Shuriyao slowly walked from the backstage. Today she was dressed plainly like a white-collar worker who had just gotten off work, a white body t-shirt paired with blue jeans, and wearing light makeup. Just this simple dress makes her more real than the previous 2 times, giving the audience the feeling that she seems to have walked into the world, plain as true, more apparent proximity. This scene is still by Xia Shuriyao first on stage to sing. The host also retired at this time, the stage darkened, only a beam of light hit Xia Shuriyao's body. The music started, and on the big screen at the back, the title of the song slowly appeared. Flowers C. Lyrics composed by Gu Xingyi. Performed by Xia Shuriyao. The audience was drawn in by the intro before they even saw the song title. In front of the TV, Gu Xingyi's face was even more mesmerized. This intro is indeed unbeatable. One must know that this was old Zhou's song. As we all know, those songs of old Zhou's, the intro is basically unbeatable. As soon as the prelude sounded, it could completely bring people into the world of music. On the stage, the program group rarely used special effects. A sea of flowers bloomed open, and Xia Shuriyao was just bathed in a sea of flowers, walking slowly. Seeing this scene, the audience, however, closed their eyes at this time. Following the music, it was as if they could feel themselves in the sea of flowers under the sun, their bodies and minds soothed. None of them marveled in their hearts. Gu Xingyi this time, the song's prelude alone made them sink. They didn't even need to think about the lyrics of the next song. Just this intro had already defeated the 2 songs from the previous competition. Xia Shuriyao blinked her eyelashes lightly. Her hand holding the microphone was a bit nervous. This time, the song was harder than the previous ones. She had practiced for a long time, and in her heart, the song, it was better than the previous ones. She didn't even know how Gu Xingyi's brain grew to be able to write such a song. She could only do her best to live up to this song. Xia Shuriyao fixed her heart and spoke softly. Stilled, all the blossoms. Distant, clear love. The sky is depressed, but love loves it. At that time, I didn't understand this is called love. The voice was soft, and all the audience with their eyes closed fell deeper into the world of music at this instant when the lyrics rang out, their hearts softly filled with a faint sadness and joy. Sadness was the melody, joy was the memories, contradictory and not contradictory. You like, standing on that windowsill. It's been a long time since you've been here again. Colored time stained blank, is the tears you shed haloed. The hearts of the audience suddenly trembled as they heard this, the sea of flowers in their hearts suddenly went blank, and in the haze, a light rain fell from the sky. Everyone was bathed in this fine rain, waiting for the ending to come. Xia Shuriyao on the stage, at this time, her eyes suddenly firm, picking up the microphone, her gaze as if through time and space, saw Gu Xingyi's figure. Her song came out with it. Don't want you to leave, the distance can't separate you. Thoughts turn into a sea, outside the window can't enter. Forgive for saying it too fast, love becomes a hindrance, the kite in your hand is flown too fast to come back. Xia Shuriyao's footsteps gently stepped forward with every line she sang, and her voice seemed to penetrate space and time, entering the hearts of the audience, and even more so, Gu Xingyi's heart. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shuriyao who walked step by step to the front of the stage, her eyes full of tenderness. The mentors were also all composed at this time, not even daring to breathe loudly. Especially Ran Xiaoxiao, she felt like she wasn't wrong about this song. If she didn't vote, she would be scolded to death. This kind of divine song was one of the best songs without a doubt, she felt, up until now. Xia Shuriyao was still singing, her hands slowly reaching out and waving. The audience at the scene also opened their eyes at this time, waving along. They heard this and had been shocked to the point of opening their eyes. Their eyes were all filled with Xia Shuriyao who was waving her small hand on stage. Backstage Ren Chao was even pressing his heart to prevent it from suddenly jumping out. What is this a competition? This is a solo concert. Pure solo show Don't want you to leave, memories can't be scratched. Oh you favor, I'm waiting for a do-over. The sky still shines, it loves the sea. Love songs are defeated, love no longer exists. Perfectly wrapping up, Xia Shuriyao gave the song its soul in this world. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but lift little Nine Eyes' palm and clap it. Xia Shuriyao's singing was fantastic. Old Zhou can also be relieved now, right? He himself didn't let his song be buried in this world. The accompaniment in the song gradually ended. Xia Shuriyao gently exhaled a breath, her face was a bit flushed. She had just been brought into the song without realizing it too, she even waved her hands. Just very shy. Warm applause erupted from the scene, one after another, as if it would never stop, more enthusiastic and long-lasting than any of the previous performances. This was the audience's affirmation of the song Sea of Flowers. Especially in the live broadcast, Gu Xingyi wanted to turn off the pop-ups, but he couldn't. These then were praising himself and his wife. I've never heard such a good song. Especially the intro. Seal the deal. As soon as the intro of this song came on, I got pulled in ugh. First time I've ever had that feeling. It's amazing. The lyrics are great too. Just speechless. Another full lossy sound quality for looping recordings? Woohoo! When will the copyright registration go live? This heck. Starry Yao's songs are more seductive than the others, I'm convinced. We still have to wait for the Star Song Festival to end before the album will be released. I can't wait any longer. Let's hurry up and finish the Star Song Festival. Upstairs. Can't be. Think about how many more songs Starry Yao will come up with next. Just bear with it. I can. That seems right. The mentors on stage, especially Shui Xiaoqian, was also covering his heart at this moment. His heart ached as he couldn't cast his vote for the song. It's a pity that he came here with a mission. How come this kind of thing against his conscience is his turn? Hard to bear. Want to cry. As for Chang Di in the background, he had long turned starry-eyed at this moment. Sure enough, it's Gu Xingyi, and this song is too awesome. Right. And Xia Shiyao sang it so well. Woohoo! From now on, these two would be her idols. A song that successfully conquered Chang Di's ears. Chang Di already liked Gu Xingyi's songs, and now even Xia Shiyao, who was singing, she was a fan. She felt that her song was not even half as good as Sea of Flowers. On that also that who still calls himself the godfather of music. Chang Di didn't really like Wu Fan's song before. If it wasn't for Yin Ping's strong request, she wouldn't have chosen this song. Xia Shiyao had already walked off the stage at this time and came face to face with Chang Di. The two of them nodded at each other in a friendly manner, and even Xia Shiyao raised a small fist in a cheering gesture. Chang Di instantly liked Xia Shiyao even more. The two of them smiled at each other. The host's voice on stage sounded again. It was Chang Di's turn to come on. Chang Di sang still a small sweet song, with her sweet voice, while Xia Shiyao's last song brought a little bit of light sadness or washed away, this kind of sweetheart girl, deeply the majority of male netizens love. When the song ended, the audience also applauded, but the applause was obviously not as warm as when Xia Shiyao sang Sea of Flowers. This kind of song for the audience has been a little flat, mainly Gu Xingyi that then pulled up their level of appreciation, and even the entire Chinese music scene level are pulled up more than a chip. If it had been in the past, this song would have completely taken the country by storm, but unfortunately, now it was just a brother and a brother. When it came to the voting session, the first mentor to vote was Gao Yu, who first commented on the two songs, then unsurprisingly voted for Xia Shiyao. After that it was time for Shui Xiaoqian, only to see Shui Xiaoqian in a difficult situation. He praised Xia Shiyao's song in a very high profile, but when it came to voting, he voted for Chang Di. All the audience smiled. This was obviously a friendly vote. Just like last time, Xiao Fei Bai similarly received a friendship vote. However, what happened next was out of their expectation, out of Shui Xiaoqian's expectation, and out of Chang Di's expectation. No one had expected that Wang Bing, his vote had also gone to Chang Di. Shui Xiaoqian's face became more and more ironic. Chang Di's eyes unconsciously widened. This time, the scene all instantly quieted down, and everyone looked at the last tutor, Ran Xiaoxiao. This vote of hers became a crucial one. Ran Xiaoxiao instantly became the center of attention in the room, and she had long cursed Yin Ping 1,000 times inside. If the gap between the songs wasn't too big, she would still be able to round it up a bit, but now this situation was undoubtedly pushing her into the fireplace. She was a little hesitant for a moment, and her heart was struggling even more to the point of no return. This step, once she took the wrong one, what she faced later on could be the loss of her persona and all sorts of controversies, and she weighed the pros and cons quickly within her heart. The audience had already held their breath, and the scene had become a pin drop. No one had expected that things would develop into this. As for the audience in the live broadcast room, they were not spoiled at all, and one by one, the pop-ups had long been flying. Crap! What the hell? I can still understand Shui Xiaoqian's vote as a friendly vote. What's the situation with Wang Bing? Are you blind? Nope. Deaf? Can't you tell if it's good or bad? Is this a veteran top-rated singer? Shady. I can't believe it. Are the judges out of their minds? Or do they think we have IQ problems? There's obviously something wrong with this vote. Let's see. Take it easy. Isn't there still one more vote? If it's a tie, the audience's vote will definitely go to Xia Shiyao, and she'll still win. I feel that even if I go up there, I'm better than this judge. If Xia Shiyao is really eliminated, I'll directly transform into a land key immortal. Shit. I'm still waiting for Xia Shiyao's later songs. Not only the netizens exploded, Gu Xingyi in front of the TV set, even more narrowed his eyes. He now does not care about how the votes, fools can also see that there are problems. He is now only concerned about Xia Shiyao. At this time, the camera just gave the two people on the stage. Chang Di's eyes were wide open, full of unbelievable look. As for Xia Shiyao, Gu Xingyi was relieved to see that she didn't seem to feel lost because of the number of votes given by the judges. Xia Shiyao was actually still a bit lost in her heart, but the reason she was lost was because she felt that Gu Xingyi's Sea of Flowers was really good, and it seemed like she was going to fail the song. And at this moment in the backstage guide room, The program director Rin Chao had long been furious and slapped the table with a clang. What do they mean? How dare they? He asked the assistant on the side like this. The assistant smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He didn't know either. Rin Chao's eyes were glowing with hostility. This was someone trying to smash his job. The program had such an abnormal situation, and he, a director, didn't even know about it? The audience wouldn't think so. The audience would only think that it was the program's team that had done something shady. By then, he, as a director, would be sprayed as a fool. Ren Xiao thought about it and got angrier and angrier. He must find out the black hand behind the scenes. He must find out who was behind this. He ate the bear's heart and leopard's gall. But at this moment, he could only pin his hopes on Ran Xiao Xiao. The whole audience is watching, and that's what this moment is all about. Ran Xiao Xiao vaguely felt that she had returned to her heyday, and that the audience on and off the stage was looking at her the same way. Seeing this scene, her heart surged, and she already had an idea in her heart. If you can be red again because of this, even if it's black-red, it's still traffic Anyway, even if things blow up later, she could shift all the blame to Ying Ping, and it wasn't like she was the only one. Xue Xiaoqian and Wang Bing didn't similarly vote. Making up her mind, Ran Xiao Xiao opened her mouth slightly. Her voice was not loud but deafening. I'm sorry, Xia Shiyao, I prefer Cheng Di's song, therefore, this vote of mine goes to Cheng Di. Groove. Ren Xiao, the director in the guide room, after hearing Ran Xiaoxiao's words, only felt his eyes go black, and the water cup in his hand was dropped on the ground in response, spilling the water in the cup all over the ground. The assistant beside him was trembling in fear. Even the entire guide room was quiet. The host Qin Shuer was also a bit confused at the moment. She didn't know how to continue hosting. The votes had already been finalized. Was the next audience vote still meaningful? Moreover, the audience on the scene was obviously a bit agitated. The online curses were even worse for a moment, and the pop-ups completely flooded the screen of the live broadcast room. I laughed. Really fucking invincible. No one can do anything about it if it's obvious that it's shady? Garbage program group. Garbage program. Garbage mentors. They're all garbage. Shady. Shady. If this isn't shady, I'll eat 10 pounds. Don't cheat upstairs. Even a fool can tell this is shady, huh? I've been chasing this for so long. This fucking ticket makes people speechless. I liked Ran Xiaoxiao before, I didn't expect it. What a surprise. Why are you just talking about Xiao Xiao? Didn't Xue Xiaoqian and Wang Bing also give their votes? It's really exciting. This vote was given, my heart was like a roller coaster, and in the end, it fell off. The internet exploded, either cursing or questioning. The scene was also agitated, many people shouted shady, refund and so on. On the stage, Chen Shuer sighed. Now that the facts are like this, she can only announce it. Chen Shuer picked up the microphone, her face put on a professional smile again, but this smile is more or less a bit forced. Now that all 4 mentors have given their votes, now Cheng Di. Wait. Chen Shuer's words were suddenly interrupted, and the crowd looked at Xue Xiaoqian and Cheng Di who had spoken. Xue Xiaoqian's face was darkened, while Cheng Di had an anxious look on his face. The guide also had the sense to point the camera at the two. And when Cheng Di saw that Xue Xiaoqian had opened his mouth as well, she nodded, signaling her mentor to speak first. Xue Xiaoqian picked up the microphone, his face heavy. Sorry for interrupting, host, there's a problem with the tickets this time. I'd like to apologize to Xia Shiyao, to the audience, I'm sorry. I got a message from Ying Ping, the operations minister of Soundsea Entertainment earlier, and he told me that Cheng Di and Xia Shiyao belong to the same Soundsea Entertainment, so if the gap between the two sides was too big, he told me to cast a friendly vote for Cheng Di, so as not to make it too ugly for her to lose. But now it's letting Cheng Di advance instead. I feel that I have a responsibility. Today, because of me, it caused Xia Shiyao to be eliminated. I resign from my responsibility as a Star Song Exchange mentor. Xue Xiaoqian's words were loud and echoed in the arena. The audience under the stage boiled over. They never expected that it wasn't the program group, but Soundsea Entertainment. They also didn't expect. Xue Xiaoqian was so rigid that he would blow himself up over such an incident. Gu Xingyi in front of the TV saw this familiar scene and raised his eyebrows. This Xue Xiaoqian, he was a bit interesting. His character was on par with old Xue in the original world. On the other hand, Ying Ping, who saw the scene, pushed away the heavily made-up woman in his arms, his hands trembling slightly, his face full of horror. He couldn't believe how Xue Xiaoqian dared. Wasn't he afraid of incurring curses? But at this moment, he could no longer care about Xue Xiaoqian. He knew that this time, he was finished. The woman next to him also knew at this moment that something was wrong. Her voice was trembling a little. Ian. Brother Ian, this. Scram. It's all you. If you hadn't been on the side saying that Xia Shiyao had taken your spot and that you wanted to teach her a lesson, could this have happened? It's over. It's all over now. In Ping roared, putting all the blame on the woman beside him. He still couldn't believe that Shui Xiaoxian would even jump out and voluntarily admit it after the vote results were out. No way. I can't stand by with my hands tied. In Ping wanted to struggle a little more, but at that moment, the phone rang violently, and the name of Chairman Yang Xian was displayed on it. In Ping's eyes were steeply lifeless as he trembled and picked up the phone. On the phone, Yang Envy's roaring voice rang out. In Ping, you get your ass over here right now and explain yourself. Chang Di on the stage was dumbfounded. Although she didn't know the specifics, she could sense that the vote was wrong. She had wanted to shout out that she was abstaining from voting, but Shui Xiaoxian's words made her completely dumbfounded. She never expected that the originator behind this matter was actually her uncle. Her lips trembled twice, but she still couldn't say anything. Now what is the truth is no longer important. Her uncle did things, and what difference between what she did, even if to explain, probably no one will believe. At this time, the internet had already exploded. Just after Shui Xiaoxian finished his sentence, Weibo, Douyin was all about the hot searches of this incident. Ren Xiao couldn't have imagined that the traffic explosion he was expecting would be in this way. Countless crowds swooped into the major live broadcasting rooms like waves, most of them rushing in search of the hot searches. In an instant, the amount of pop-ups in the live broadcast rooms doubled several times from before. Seeking hot searches. I heard there are shady practices. Shui Xiaoqian's character can still be guaranteed. Those two just don't know what kind of goods they are. Xia Shuriao. Let's not compare. Let Guxingyi write you a few more songs. Let's go play on our own. Go online to Huayin. We'll buy the album. In full view of everyone. How dare you play this game? Do you think the audience is stupid? A weak word. Chang Di's singing is really quite good. No one is saying she can't sing well. The key is to compare. No comparison, no harm. Understand? I just want to know if Chang Di knows about this. I liked her before. She's a sweet girl. How could he not know? It's all shady just to let her win. I'll eat 10 pounds live if the person in question doesn't know. Another cheat to eat and drink. Just Chang Di not also shouted, wait a minute? Do not understand. Genuinely do not understand. It's all one company. Why do we have to do this? The netizens were heatedly discussing, even the scene was noisy and they were whispering. How well Xia Shuriao sang, how good the song was, they all knew it in their hearts, they didn't expect this to happen, it was too much. The only calm one in the scene was Gao Yu. He looked at Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao who were ironing their faces with interest and snorted. These two people were really out of their minds. For the sake of Yin Ping, they did such a stupid thing. He didn't know that Wang Bing was on the verge of cursing Yin Ping and Ran Xiaoxiao at the moment. He had received benefits from Yin Ping to vote for Chang Di, and he had hesitated when he had just voted. He just couldn't afford to give up those benefits, and there was still a Ran Xiaoxiao behind him. He thought that even if he voted for Chang Di, Ran Xiaoxiao would only need to vote for Xia Shuriao, and in the end the result would still be Xia Shuriao's victory, and then everything would be fine. After all, he didn't believe Ran Xiaoxiao would vote for Chang Di in that situation. However, no one expected that Ran Xiaoxiao would suddenly get carried away and would really give Chang Di another vote. Ran Xiaoxiao was even more completely flustered. She originally wanted to use this to gain some attention and conversation, and then afterwards she would sell herself short and blame it on Yin Ping. But after Shui Xiaoxian messed up like this, she was the last person to vote, and the traffic was gone. The reputation was also completely finished. Shui Xiaoqian could still say that he did it because of the friendship votes, but she was the last one to vote, so there was absolutely no way to wash her hands of it. Ran Xiaozhao's state of mind completely collapsed. The host Qin Shuer is completely embarrassed in place. She has been engaged in hosting for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen this kind of situation. Even though she is experienced, at this time, she does not know how to round off the scene. Run Chao is also suffering from a headache right now. This vote has been cast. How can we do it now? Can't it be that the previous ones don't count and we can vote again? But it seems like this is the only way now. It's hard to deal with. This kind of broadcasting accident was too much of a headache. If Yin Ping were here right now, Ren Chao would want to strangle him directly. Ren Chao had no choice but to sigh and prepare to personally step in to resolve this matter. Unexpectedly, at this time, Chang Di suddenly opened her mouth. She held the microphone, her eyes were lifeless, but her voice was loud. I'm abstaining. She knew that the program group must be having a headache right now, and that the only best solution was for her to come forward herself. Whether it's Xia Shuriao's performance, or the song Sea of Flowers, both are too much better than mine. I'm equally unconvinced about the voting results, so I choose to abstain. The one who advances this time should be Xia Shuriao. She deserves it. Cheng Di spoke. She didn't explain about Yin Ping, she just stated her thoughts. The audience in the arena once again exchanged words, and the netizens online, too, were all talking. They didn't know if Chang Di's words were out of sincerity or because of pressure, and for a while, the internet was also a mess of noise. Various hot search topics still continue. This 10 minutes time, the previous things have been on the top 10 hot searches, and now Chang Di's speech is followed by the hot searches. Hot search 50, now basically all of them were the events of this year's Star Song Exchange. Right at this moment, Xia Shuriyao moved. She had been very subdued from the start of the voting, but now she pursed her lips and walked over to Chang Di, pulling her small hand. "You're good." The voice was not loud, only Chang Di could hear it. However, her actions made everyone understand that Xia Shuriyao, she and Chang Di were on good terms. So Chang Di should not know anything about this matter either? Otherwise, how could Xia Shuriyao have this kind of attitude? The netizens thought about it carefully. After the voting ended, Chang Di was standing out with Shui Xiaoqian, only for her to let Shui Xiaoqian speak first before she had a chance to speak. What she should have wanted to say at that time was to abstain from voting, right? The online clamor also stopped because of Xia Shuriyao's movements. Holding Xia Shuriyao's warm and soft hand, Chang Di turned her head, then she saw Xia Shuriyao's sincere gaze. At this moment she suddenly wanted to cry a little. Not to blame herself, but to feel happy that she could like such a person. She was really worth it. Chang Di thought like this. She decided to go back, let her mom give her uncle a good cleaning and then ground him at home. It was too hard for her to have such an uncaring uncle. Ran Xiao also walked onto the stage at this time. He was quite grateful to Chang Di, because Chang Di's initiative to abstain saved him a lot of things. He took the microphone from the host. "Hello everyone. I'm the General Director of Star Song Exchange, Ran Xiao, and I'm very saddened by the fact that such a thing happened on our Star Song Exchange stage. And also very remorseful. Xia Shuriyao's strength is obvious to all, and I won't allow her to quit the stage due to something like this. But luckily, tutor Shui Xiaoqian and contestant Chang Di came forward at the end and gave us the truth. Now I hereby announce that I am removing Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao's votes, as well as terminating their contracts. They will not be employed from now on. Also, this match is now reopened for voting. We, Star Song Exchange, will never allow any injustice to exist." After Ran Xiao finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the audience before retreating from the stage. The host took over and the voting resumed, only this time, Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao were sitting on pins and needles in the mentor's seat. The result of the revote was clear. Xia Shuriyao advanced successfully. Ran Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Next he had to invite 2 more mentors to come. Luckily for Wang Bing and Ran Xiaoxiao it was they themselves who broke the contract, so naturally he didn't have to bother much on this matter. The one-wave match ended, but the online verbal attacks had just begun. Angry netizens directly found Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing's entertainment company's Roundup blog, questioning them on how to deal with this kind of unethical entertainer. As for the culprit, Yin Ping, the blog of Sound and Sea Entertainment had been blown up long before. Finally, shortly after the match ended, Sound Sea Entertainment's official Goibo officially responded to the incident and released an apology statement. A letter of apology to the majority of netizens and Xia Shuriyao. Due to a problem with our management system, our former operations director Yin Ping utilized his position to bring serious injustice to our singer Xia Shuriyao in the Star Song Exchange competition. It also brought bad viewing experience to the general netizens. After a meeting of the company's board of directors, Yin Ping has been dismissed from his position and will never be rehired. Lastly, we have always adhered to the principle of fairness and impartiality, and we will never be lenient with the people who cheat, so we hope that the majority of netizens will supervise and support us to create a harmonious and stable entertainment situation. Shortly after the Sound and Sea Entertainment statement was issued, Ran Xiaoxiao and Wang Bing's companies also spoke out one after another. The two were greeted with the result of apologizing to the public with Xia Shuriyao and assuring them that similar things would not happen in the future. Once these two statements were issued, everyone knew that the two of them's careers had come to an end. Because of these statements, the heat of this incident slowly calmed down, and the netizens just wanted a result, and now that everyone was happy, they would naturally disperse. It was only after this incident that Sea of Flowers completely caught fire. Even people who didn't pay much attention to Star Song Exchange before knew about this song. In just one night, the airplay of Sea of Flowers surpassed all previous songs, and even The Wind Rises had to settle for second place. On the internet now, Gu Xingyi's few songs were riding high, with the airplay leaving the other songs far behind, bearing in mind that these songs hadn't even made it onto the airplay platform yet, and were still in full lost sound quality. One could imagine how hot these songs would be once Xia Shuriyao went live with her album after the Star Song Festival ended. Currently, Gu Xingyi only had one song, As Long as It's Ordinary, online on Huayin, and it topped Huayin's new songs chart, leaving the other singers with nothing to look forward to. They were all lamenting the fact that someone who wasn't in the entertainment industry had stiffly lifted the Chinese entertainment industry to a height where it didn't belong. Gu Xingyi didn't care at all about the online furor at the moment, as he was facing something that was much more important to him. Little Nai Nai's kindergarten teacher was coming for a home visit. On the first morning of the second day, Gu Xingyi got up early, tidied up the house neatly, and put fresh fruits on the coffee table. For the next 3 years, little Nai Nai would be taught by these two teachers, and Gu Xingyi still attached great importance to this home visit. At 9 in the morning, Gu Xingyi brought little Nai Nai downstairs on time and waited for the teachers to arrive. Not long after, 2 female teachers in uniform came up to the school, and they recognized little Nai Nai waiting downstairs at once. Gu Xingyi had a smile on her face and hurriedly walked up to shake their hands. Hello, hard work you guys. The 2 female teachers were one young, aged around 20 years old, and one older, around 40 years old. Uniformly their demeanor was very decent, and they both wore a very gentle smile on their faces. This kind of smile made people look at them and couldn't stop a feeling of cordiality rising. Hello, Mr. Gu, my name is Su Ling, I'm the teacher of the primary 3 class at the manhwa kindergarten, and I'm a fan of yours. Su Ling, who was relatively young, smiled with 2 dimples showing on her face, and introduced herself to Gu Xingyi with a delighted face. Another older teacher followed after Su Ling finished. Hello, my name is Lu Dan, I'm also the teacher of the primary 3 class at manhwa kindergarten, I'm different from Su Ling, I'm a fan of little Nai Nai. Lu Dan finished, squatted down and rubbed little Nai Nai's hair with a loving face. Little Nai Nai rarely had no fear of being a student, lifting her little face to gaze at this teacher who just seemed so nice. Gu Xingyi scratched his head with a silly smile. Why is this whole thing like a fan meeting? 2 teachers, it's hot here, quickly enter the house. Saying this, Gu Xingyi led little Nai Nai, leading the way for the 2 teachers in front, and the group came to the house. After greeting them and sitting down on the sofa, Su Ling and Lu Dan also took out the notebooks and pens they carried with them, and began to ask about some of little Nai Nai's basic situation. Gu Xingyi sat across from the 2 of them and answered questions like an elementary school student. Mr. Gu, I don't know who usually brings the children, and who picks them up and drops them off at school. Su Ling looked at the formal Gu Xingyi and secretly smiled. She didn't expect the famous Gu Xingyi to be this easygoing. The first 2 years Nai Nai was brought up by her mom. Recently her mom has been busy with work. It's me who has been bringing her up, and when it's time to go to school, it'll be me who'll be responsible for picking her up and dropping her off as well. Gu Xingyi replied with some embarrassment. This full-time baby daddy of his didn't know what the 2 teachers across the street thought? Su Ling nodded, recording into her book while continuing to ask questions. There were a whole bunch of questions after that. What does the child usually like to eat? Allergic to what? Favorite cartoons? Favorite toys? Lifestyle? Personality? And so on, a series of questions. Gu Xingyi answered them all in detail one by one. He was now incredibly impressed with these teachers. They really thought of everything they could think of and recorded it clearly. Knowing that they had to take care of so many children, this would be extremely rare. After asking Gu Xingyi questions, the 2 teachers magically pulled out small gifts they had prepared from their pockets and gave them to Nai Nai. Nai Nai glanced at Gu Xingyi, and only after Gu Xingyi nodded her head did she accept the gifts from the 2 teachers and said thank you. Su Ling and Lu Dan obviously loved little Nai Nai. They squatted down and spoke to Nai Nai. The Nai Nai in their eyes at the moment was well-behaved, polite, and pretty, and it was practically adorable to their hearts. Su Ling and Lu Dan interacted with Nai Nai for a while before sitting down on the sofa again, smiling broadly. Mr. Gu, I wonder what Nai Nai's usual interests are. After interacting with Nai Nai for a while, they all knew Nai Nai's nickname as well. Loves to sing. Nai Nai takes after her mom and is more talented at music, Gu Xingyi said without even thinking. Nai Nai liked to sing and had a good sense of tone, something he had discovered early on. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, a trace of joy crossed the eyes of both Su Ling and Lu Dan. They knew that little Nai Nai sang very well. They didn't realize that the child's hobby was also singing. Children whose hobbies and specialties were the same were the best to nurture. Then can Nai Nai sing a song for the teachers now? Su Ling squatted down, gazed at little Nai Nai, and asked with a smile. Aha! Little Nai Nai had interacted with the 2 teachers for a while and was already familiar with them, and now that she heard that the teachers wanted to hear her sing, she was busy nodding her little head vigorously. She loved to sing. Whether it's daddy or mommy, singing looks good, and she also wants to look as good as her mommy and daddy. Then, under the watchful eyes of the 3 adults, Nai Nai sang the song of the White Rabbit that Gu Xingyi had taught her in her tender childish voice. The 3 adults were very cooperative as they shook their bodies and gave Nai Nai a beat. Nai Nai sang beautifully, and the brand new children's song was a sight to behold for both Su Ling and Lu Dan. As kindergarten teachers, their judgment of children's songs was quite sharp. If the previous online Nai Nai song Courageous Outburst wasn't suitable for 3-year-olds to sing, then this Little White Rabbit song would undoubtedly be well memorized by the children. The song was short and Nai Nai finished singing it quickly. The 3 of them applauded Nai Nai's performance together, and Nai Nai's big, happy eyes had narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. She liked kindergarten even more now. Teacher Su and Teacher Lu were both very warm and fuzzy people. After that, Su Ling and Lu Dan chatted with Gu Xingyi for a while. They introduced Gu Xingyi to Jianghua Kindergarten's educational philosophy and educational content. Gu Xingyi listened attentively and nodded from time to time. After chatting, Lu Dan took out a home visit record sheet and asked Gu Xingyi to fill it out and put it away. This home visit was almost over. Su Ling and Lu Dan put away the record sheet, but they did not want to leave, but looked at Gu Xingyi with an embarrassed face. Gu Xingyi scratched his head and didn't understand why they suddenly looked this way. It was Lu Dan who took the lead to speak. Mr. Gu, it's like this, September 1st is not the beginning of the school year. Our school has prepared a welcoming assembly. At that time all the parents and the newly enrolled children should attend. The director asked each classroom teacher to prepare 2 children's songs at the welcoming assembly. The site should teach the children's songs and dances. In the past years, we have taught the same 2 songs every year, which were not very good, but also a bit difficult for the children. So many children could not learn them, and we were very embarrassed. This year, Mr. Su and I heard that your child has entered our class, so we would like to prepare 2 more innovative songs and dances. I wonder if Mr. Gu could try to compose 2 children's songs for us. Of course, this is just our personal request. If it's difficult then forget it. Lu Dan finished in one breath with an embarrassed look on her face, and it could be seen that she also said it with a try-and-see attitude. Su Ling, on the other hand, blinked her eyes at the side, looking at Gu Xingyi with some anticipation in her eyes. Like this, ah? Of course you can, miss. Lu don't need to be polite with me. After all, it's all for the sake of the children. After Gu Xingyi heard this, he agreed very quickly. He thought it was some big deal, this thing. For him, very easy. Seeing Gu Xingyi's big promise, Su Ling and Lu Dan simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, their faces once again overflowing with happy smiles. The 2 of them were completely unauthorized to do this. There was no such thing as a home visit, and if the park knew about it, they wouldn't be allowed to ask the parents for anything. The 2 of them really couldn't find a better children's song, so they thought to ask Gu Xingyi. After all, Gu Xingyi had made songs like Courageous Explosion before. Then thank you so much, Mr. Gu. The 2 of them thanked Gu Xingyi at the same time. Then when Mr. Gu creates a good song, send it to our WeChat and we'll see how to choreograph the dance? They had exchanged WeChats with Gu Xingyi before, which made it easy for Gu Xingyi to keep tabs on little Nine Eye's situation at the kindergarten in the future. But what they didn't expect was for Gu Xingyi to wave his hand. No need to be so troublesome. Wait for 2 minutes, now I'll make 2 children's songs to show you guys if they fit. After saying that, Gu Xingyi quickly walked back to the bedroom, took out the manuscript paper, and created them in front of the 2. The melodies of the children's songs were basically very simple, just 2 children's songs. Gu Xingyi could have copied out 2 of them with his eyes closed. Su Ling and Lu Dan, however, were completely shocked. What do you mean, just 2 children's songs? Do you not like children's songs? And they knew that Gu Xingyi was good at writing songs, but they didn't think it would be this good. Composing songs on the spot without saying a word? Is this guy really a charcoal-based creature from the blue planet? It couldn't be a mysterious visitor from an alien planet, could it? What Su Ling and Lu Dan didn't know was that their thoughts at the moment were already very close to the truth. If it wasn't for the fear of being too shocking, Gu Xingyi could hang everyone in the entire lyric world in minutes. Especially that what was called the godfather of music, Wu Fan, if Gu Xingyi really wanted to compete with him, he could press him to the ground and violently pound him. It only took 10 short minutes. In the shocked eyes of Su Ling and Lu Dan, Gu Xingyi stopped writing and picked up the song script paper with the lyrics and handed it to them. Okay. Su Ling was so shocked that she stuttered. Gu Xingyi nodded rightfully. Of course it's good. You guys take a look at the lyrics first and ask me again if you don't know. Su Ling and Lu Dan exchanged a glance, then they looked at the lyrics and sheet music in their hands. The sheet music they couldn't read too well, they only read a generalization, but the lyrics they could see. The lyrics of both songs were very simple and clear at a glance. Su Ling raised her head and took the paper in her hand, embarrassedly saying, That, I can't quite read it, can you sing it once for me to hear? Lu Dan also raised her head and looked at Gu Xingyi. She also wanted to hear what these 2 songs that looked very simple sounded like. This time it was Gu Xingyi's turn to be embarrassed, letting him teach little Nine Eye alone to sing children's songs. He could still sing them, but in front of the 2 beautiful teachers, he really couldn't sing them. However, he still has to sing. Gu Xingyi touched his nose and took the piece of paper from Su Ling. Then I'll sing it. I'm not good enough to sing it. I may not have the flavor to sing this kid's song. Su Ling was busy waving his hand. He was a fan of Gu Xingyi and knew that Gu Xingyi's singing was also very good. It's fine. Mr. Gu, we often sing children's songs too. Gu Xingyi nodded, before putting down the paper in his hand, moistening his voice, and cheerfully singing the song in Su Ling's hand. It was called 2 Tigers. The cheerful melody sang out from Gu Xingyi's mouth, causing both Su Ling and Lu Dan to light up before their eyes. They all perked up their ears in unison and listened attentively. 2 tigers, running fast. One without ears, one without a tail. How strange. With simple lyrics and a catchy melody, little Nai Nai even listened to it only once before following Gu Xingyi, bobbing her head and singing along. Su Ling and Lu Dan also looked like they had found a treasure. This kind of simple and clear melody and repetitive lyrics were perfect for children to learn, and they could definitely sing this song out with ease. Moreover, they already had the beginnings of a dance to this song in their heads just after hearing it. Gu Xingyi and little Nai Nai's chorus ended, and the father and daughter tacitly high-fived in celebration. Su Ling and Lu Dan couldn't help but applaud as well. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. This kind of childish children's song sang from his mouth as a big man, or in front of the two teachers, it is really a bit out of place. Fortunately there is a little Nai Nai chorus, otherwise it is really a bit embarrassing. After the song was finished, Gu Xingyi handed Su Ling the manuscript paper in his hand. Su Ling received the manuscript paper that Gu Xingyi handed over, and her face smiled so brightly that she couldn't hide it. Wonderful! Mr. Gu, this song is really great. It's completely suitable for small children in this age group to learn to sing now. Lu Dan also nodded in approval. This kind of simple song is most suitable for children. We just need to go back and choreograph it into simple and easy to learn dance moves, and in conjunction with the hand gestures, the children will surely be able to accept it with ease. It's good to be able to help you guys. Gu Xingyi was also all smiles. He could already imagine the scene at the orientation meeting with groups of budding children singing Two Tigers under their breath. Su Ling earnestly put away the song's script paper, and then Lu Dan handed Gu Xingyi the paper in her hand again, the look of anticipation in her eyes showing. Gu Xingyi was dumbfounded. Again! Lu Dan's meaning was obvious. The two tigers had sung, so let's sing this song again. Okay. Facing the teacher who would be spending 3 years with little Nai Nai in the future, Gu Xingyi compromised. Having already sung one song, Gu Xingyi was much more relaxed for the second one, and he even started to do the moves. This song was also a very simple children's song that had once burst onto the Douyin scene in the original world. It was called Planting Flowers in the Garden. Gu Xingyi cleared his throat and raised his hands. He didn't realize in the slightest that the door behind his home was open from the outside at that moment. 3 familiar figures just stood frozen in the doorway, looking at Gu Xingyi who was performing inside. Dig, dig, dig inside the tiny garden. Plant tiny seeds, bloom tiny flowers. Gu Xingyi sang as he gestured his hands in the air. First he drew the shape of a garden, then he gestured as if he was planting seeds, and finally he put his hands together and closed them in front of his face, making a blossoming motion. None of the 6 people in the house disturbed him, letting him immerse himself in the performance of this children's song. Behind them, in front of the gate, someone even took out a cell phone and started to videotape it. Dig, dig, dig inside the great big garden. Plant great seeds, bloom great flowers. Gu Xingyi compared the garden a bit larger this time, continuing to be shamefully cute. After singing this part, he gestured a bigger garden in front of him. Dig, dig, dig inside an especially large garden. Plant extra big seeds, bloom extra big flowers. Put. The sound of uncontrollable laughter came from behind him, and Gu Xingyi froze abruptly as he mechanically turned around. The figures of Xia Shuriao, Sister Yun, and Tao Lele clearly appeared in front of him. The culprit who had just failed to hold back her laughter was Tao Lele, who was still covering her small mouth and stealing a laugh while secretly hiding her cell phone in her other hand. Gu Xingyi was confused. When did they come back? Is this a social death for himself? Gu Xingyi was silent for a moment, looking at Xia Shuriao's stunningly beautiful face and blinking her eyes. Why did you come back? Xia Shuriao originally had a happy smile on her face, which suddenly disappeared after hearing Gu Xingyi's words. What did this guy mean? Didn't want to come back by himself? Originally wanted to give him a surprise. Now it's just very angry. She pursed her lips. This is also my home. After saying that, Xia Shuriao felt a little bad again, so she added another sentence. I miss Nai Nai. After saying that, Xia Shuriao smoothly walked into the room, followed by Sister Yun and Tao Lele who came in snickering together. This Gu Xingyi really deserved it. They, however, knew how impatient Xia Shuriao was before she came back. Even early in the morning, she pulled them up. Seeing her mom return, little Nai Nai joyfully jumped into her arms. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose and also hurriedly stood up to introduce them. By the way, these two are Nai Nai's kindergarten teachers, Ms. Su and Ms. Lu, here for a home visit. Su Ling and Lu Dan had long since stood up with smiles on their faces. They had also long since recognized the stunningly beautiful-looking girl in front of them, Xia Shuriao, the singer whose topic was exploding on the internet nowadays. She was also little Nai Nai's mom. And they also know a little bit about Gu Xingyi's domestic violence. Now they see the scene, Gu Xingyi which looks like a person who will be domestic violence now. Clearly Xia Shuriao can pin him down to death with a single look. Hearing Gu Xingyi's introduction, Xia Shuriao's face also resurfaced with a smile. She shook hands with Su Ling and Lu Dan respectively. Hello guys, hard work to the two teachers. Su Ling and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands. It's not hard work. This is all what we should do. It's Mr. Gu has helped us a lot. If it wasn't for the 2 children's songs he provided us with, we would have been fretting. Xia Shiyao sniffed and glanced at Gu Xingyi, so the children's songs he just sang were prepared for the kindergarten. He actually even had Nai going to kindergarten. And such an important thing as a teacher's home visit, he didn't even tell himself about it. This man wants to monopolize the power of household management no more. When Xia Shiyao's unkind gaze came again, Gu Xingyi blinked again, his heart that aggrieved. Didn't he say he'd be a full-time baby daddy? I don't think it's a good idea to say that you're the one who's going to be in charge of the household. I'm not saying that you're the main outside and I'm the main inside. Sure enough, women are all big pigs' hooves. This eye contact between the 2 fell in the eyes of Taoluolele and Sister Yun. They were simply unable to look at it, and Taoluolele even rolled her lovely white eyes. Ah hey! There are still so many people around. A public flirtation. What a shame. Su Ling and Lu Dan also put away the script paper on the table at this time and said smilingly to Gu Xingyi, Mr. Gu, today's home visit has come to a successful end, so we'll take our leave first. Gu Xingyi hurriedly retained. Why don't the 2 teachers have lunch here before leaving? Su Ling and Lu Dan hurriedly waved their hands, their bodies also heading towards the door. No, can't. We've already been delayed here for a long time. There are other children's parents waiting for our home visit, Mr. Gu. Don't send us off, go back. After Su Ling and Lu Dan finished speaking, they left from the neighborhood under the escort of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiryao. This home visit was also considered to be a good time for the guests and hosts, and Gu Xingyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Full-time baby daddy, it's not good to be one. Back home, Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shiryao sitting on the sofa with Nai in her arms, and wondered if it was an illusion. Gu Xingyi always felt as if she had gained a little weight compared to a few days ago, and her pretty face, without realizing it, was so watery and white. Gu Xingyi vaguely remembered when he first came to this world and opened his eyes, the little faces of this mother and daughter were reflected in his eyes, and at that time, their faces were so pale and helpless. This cutting sense of time and space interlacing caused Gu Xingyi to momentarily go into a bit of a trance. Xia Shiryao's beautiful eyes glanced over at Gu Xingyi, and saw him standing there like a fool, staring at herself and little Nai without moving. This naive. Xia Shiryao cut him off with an annoyed glance, signaling that Lele and Sister Yun were still there. Gu Xingyi was struck by the flavor of this glance and snapped out of his time interlude. He then rubbed his nose and asked, Isn't the Star Song Festival finals in 2 days? Why did you guys take this time to come back? Before Xia Shiryao could speak, Tao Lele staggered out first. Gu Xingyi, you don't care about our sister Shiryao. The finals are a week away. Sister Shiodo just rested and rushed back without stopping. Lele, I didn't. I was thinking about Nai. When Xia Shiryao heard Tao Lele say that, a blush rose on her face and she immediately explained. Taoluolele blinked her eyes and looked at Xia Shiryao, which meant that she herself didn't say that you were thinking about him. You belong to the category of not beating yourself up. This time, Xia Shiryao blushed even more. A week ah? Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He really didn't watch it. At the end of the revote, he received a call from the kindergarten. How could he still have the heart to watch the later programs? Xia Shiryao softly hummed, sort of answering Gu Xingyi's words. Gu Xingyi nodded, sensibly not asking him how many days he was staying at home. It would be impolite to ask again. He was afraid that Xia Shiryao would gar him. Gu Xingyi, Shiryao, we sent you back. We'll leave first. It's not easy to come back. Lele and I will go to the hospital to see Mom. At this time Sister Yun also walked over and looked at Gu Xingyi and said, Aha! Sister Yun, Shiryao, and I will see you guys off. No need. It's not easy for Shiodo to come back. Stay home or we can just go over there ourselves. Sister Yun said, pulling Lele towards the door. Xia Shiryao still holding Nai stood up and sent Sister Yun and the girls downstairs. Gu Xingyi didn't follow and was ordered to make lunch at home. On the way, Tao Lele joyfully took out her cell phone and clicked on the video she had just recorded to watch it, and Sister Yun and Xia Shiryao also came over with curious faces. Seeing Gu Xingyi's face again, they still couldn't stop laughing. Even Xia Shiryao had rarely seen Gu Xingyi look so childish. Sister Yun suddenly said at this time, Shiryao, can this video be uploaded? Ever since your comeback, you've only had those 2 updates on your blog. Now that you have such good material, it would be good to upload it again to show your fans your daily life at home. And it would also completely change the perception of Gu Xingyi in their eyes. Since the end of the last incident, although Gu Xingyi's image online had reversed quite a bit, people's impression of him was still stuck on the senses of being mysterious, writing great songs, and having a dark history. Netizens didn't know what kind of person Gu Xingyi was in his life, and most of Xia Shiryao's fans left messages under her blog asking about new songs, when she was going to release her album, and whether her life with Gu Xingyi was good or not. Xia Shiryao's blog account has always been managed by Sister Yun, who is very sensitive to this aspect. Hearing Sister Yun's words, Xia Shiryao thought about it and still shook her head. Have to ask his opinion first yet. If he doesn't want to, then he won't post it. Tao Lele sniffed and put her cell phone away. She was a little confused as to what exactly was going on between Sister Xiaoyao and Gu Xingyi both right now. According to reason, they are an old married couple. Why would Sister Xiaoyao need to ask Gu Xingyi's opinion on this decision? In Tao Lele's mind, husband and wife should be a community, not like Xia Xiaoyao, who seems to be careful in everything she does. What Tao Lele doesn't know is that the current Xia Xiaoyao compared to before, has been too much better. At least now she has her own little temper, and many times, she has her own ideas and decisions. When Xia Xiaoyao returned home again, Gu Xingyi was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of food drifted into the living room from within the kitchen. Xia Xiaoyao put Nai Nai on the sofa and leaned on the kitchen doorframe, quietly looking at his back. His shoulders were a lot stronger than before, and he wasn't as thin as before. His whole body exuded youthful vigor. Compared to these, what had changed the most was his personality. He became extremely patient with everything, became calm, and became extremely good and kind to both of their mothers, especially in some of the trivial matters of life. The delicacy he displayed made her unconsciously indulge in his gentleness. This man was her treasure. When Gu Xingyi turned around, he saw Xia Xiaoyao looking at him in fascination, her autumn watery almond eyes mapping out a gentleness that seemed to melt him. He scratched his head, suddenly a little shy, but he still looked straight into her gaze. "What's wrong?" Seeing Gu Xingyi in such a dumbfounded state, Xia Xiaoyao laughed, smiling brightly like a peach blossom, making Gu Xingyi look even more dumbfounded. "Nothing, it's just that Sister Yin asked you if she could post the time when you just sang the children's song on the Roundup blog." Gu Xingyi's eyes widened steeply, even the hand holding the spoon trembled a little. "What? She videotaped it?" Xia Xiaoyao pursed her lips and nodded. "Lele recorded it, and Sister Yun said that posting it on the peripatetic blog would solidify your image a bit." Gu Xingyi had a question mark on his face. Is this corrupting his image or consolidating it? Seeing Gu Xingyi's look, Xia Xiaoyao knew he wasn't too happy about it, so she added, "It hasn't been uploaded yet. I think I need to ask your opinion. If it doesn't work, I won't upload it." Gu Xingyi saw Xia Xiaoyao's look and suddenly asked, "Then do you want to upload it?" Xia Xiaoyao froze for a moment. She just looked at the serious Gu Xingyi. The smile on her face grew even bigger. Then she nodded her head. "Aha! I want to. It's useless even if you want to. You have to ask Ms. Su and the girls first." "Ha ha!" Gu Xingyi laughed out loud, as if the prank had succeeded. These two songs were given to teacher Su's girls, and since they were given to others, they still had to ask for their opinions. Being put on the spot by Gu Xingyi, after being stunned, Xia Xiaoyao's almond eyes flashed with a trace of shyness and annoyance. Even her voice got a little louder. "Gu Xingyi." In the small kitchen, immediately came the sound of two people laughing and joking. Little Nai Nai, who was playing with her toys on the sofa, curiously looked towards the kitchen. "This time it's so strange, Miles. It seems like mommy is hitting daddy?" Then Nina heard another exclamation of surprise coming from her dad in the kitchen. "Ah! Stop it! The food is mushy." The kitchen was greeted with another bout of chicken and dog jumping, and after a long while, the food finally came out of the pot. It was just that today's meal was more or less tainted with the smell of paste. Perhaps it was because they were all in a very good mood, so little Nai Nai and Xia Xiaoyao still ate very well. This made Gu Xingyi feel a little emotional. Sometimes the important thing is not how good the food is, but how happy the family is together. After the meal, the family sat on the sofa. Gu Xingyi then took out his cell phone and used WeChat to send a message to Su Ling, asking her about the children's song. Not long after, the WeChat message sounded. "Mr. Gu, this song was originally created by you. We will only use it at the kindergarten orientation. We won't use it elsewhere. You don't have to ask us for any use day." Seeing that Su Ling was in a good mood as well, Gu Xingyi smiled. Dealing with these lovely people was a real relief. There was no such thing as deceit. Getting Su Ling's reply, Gu Xingyi then spoke to Xia Xiaoyao. Although that was a scene where he was more socially dead, the big deal was that he came to a blind eye and didn't look at it. But things didn't turn out as Gu Xingyi wished. Sister Yun, after receiving Xia Xiaoyao's message, edited and embellished the video with Tao Lele and uploaded it to Xia Xiaoyao's Siege blog. At this moment, the majority of netizens were still fiercely discussing the upcoming Star Song Exchange final, not knowing in the slightest that they were about to be greeted by another big melon. Xiaohong was a housewife. Her husband was a 9-to-5 company gold-collar worker, so she had a lot of free time every day. Like right now, she was half lying on the sofa holding half a watermelon and swiping her cell phone. She also has another identity, that is, she is the group leader of a Xia Xiaoyao Gu Xingyi relatives group. She's a fan of Xia Xiaoyao's since a long time ago, and she has a lot of Xia Xiaoyao's songs in her cell phone, not just the ones written by Gu Xingyi after Xia Xiaoyao's comeback, but also some from 3 years ago. 3 years ago, Xia Xiaoyao retired from the circle, and she also changed from a young girl to someone else's wife, and after that, when she saw Xia Xiaoyao's comeback again, she still consistently liked her. Xiao Hong's finger gently scratched on her cell phone. Inside the group there were a lot of Xia Xiaoyao's recent topics, but these were all things that Xiao Hong had seen. Xiao Hong was slightly disappointed. She again switched her phone interface to Weibo, then her eyes steeply lit up. Xia Shiyao, who usually did not like to update her Weibo, actually updated her dynamics today. She was busy following the attention and clicked in. Inside the dynamic was a video, and there were already a lot of people commenting below. Xiaohong faced with a happy color. In her heart she thought that this woman finally updated the video. Her fingers then quickly clicked on the video. The result disappointed her. The person who appeared inside was Gu Xingyi. How is he? Xiaohong muttered to herself, but still continued to watch, loving the house. Now she was also considered a fan of Xia Shiyao's family. In the video, Gu Xingyi was making childish movements, gesturing with his hands in front of his body, and even singing a refreshing children's song under his breath. Gu Xingyi's movements and songs made Xiaohong unable to stop herself from laughing out loud. She was truly surprised that Gu Xingyi, who usually had a name synonymous with mystery, was like this in his daily life. Childish and cute. Xia Shiyao must be happy in such a family, right? Xiaohong listened to it once, then clicked on the video to listen to it again, and she suddenly realized how the more she listened to this song, the more it got on her head. So, she hurriedly ran to the group and edited the message to send it out. Everyone, quickly go to Xia Shiyao's Roundup blog. There's something good to see. After the group was quiet for a moment, it immediately exploded. The group owner, who usually dives a lot, came out to speak. Good stuff? Is it Xia Shiyao's photo shoot? Shibuya expression. You're thinking about farts. Xia Shiyao hasn't even posted a photo of her life since her debut. Curious. Let's go see it right now. What's the good stuff? The group master is really appetizing, and he wants me to go and have a look myself. Only a fool would still be in the water group at this time. Can't you see that most of the people in the group have stopped talking? Then you are? The buzz in the group is just a corner. At this time the buzz on the internet has just begun. There are already many sharp-eyed people who have seen this video, and after listening to it over and over again, they are frantically planting it on their family and friends. Quickly look at Xia Shiyao's siege blog. Gu Xingyi that then online renders what it means to dig. Crap! I can't stop. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and after an afternoon of fermentation, everyone knew that Xia Shiyao had posted a Weibo, or Gu Xingyi's video performance. The children's song. See the children's song again. Many people happily ran to Xia Shiyao's blog to catch a glimpse of the spectacle, the last children's song or the last one. That courageous outburst is really good. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Xia Shiyao's blog managed to get to the top of the hot search. As we all know, the comments section of the silly bird netizens is the best to read. The comments underneath this Weibo were even better than the video content. First listen, what is this? Second listen, digging inside a tiny garden. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Tell me this is Gu Xingyi. People can't set up old iron. I can't. I'm going to die laughing. I also want to plant flowers. Plant a big seed, bloom a big flower. Gu Xingyi dance picture. Crawling in a small company. I earn a small salary and I don't dare to spend it. Help! My daughter is already singing along. Now my mind is full of digging. Ahem. I'm different. I'm a 500-month-old baby who listens to it with great interest. It's true that the joy of having a baby is something we single dogs can't appreciate. The premise can't be a bare child. This heck. Who says Gu Xingyi is a violent man again? I'll be in a hurry. Who's a violent man? Dig it. I can't hold it any longer. Let me laugh for a while. You guys dig slowly. This is obviously a simple children's song, but it suddenly became a source of joy for netizens, and by 9 p.m., the song officially topped the hot search list. Poor Gu Xingyi didn't know all this yet. He was enjoying the happy moments of the family being together. And just as this blog was topping the charts, inside a mansion in Mordor, Ping was pathetically drinking a little wine and looking at this explosive blog. Not only did he lose his job, he was also educated by Cheng Di, and then not only Cheng Di, even his sister, Cheng Di's mom, scolded him to death. Ping thought he was right. Wasn't the entertainment industry always like this in the past? How come it was wrong this time? And he was not doing it for Cheng Di's sake? The more he thought about it, the more depressed he got. Ping could only borrow wine to drown his sorrows, but at that moment he saw Xia Shiyao's Weibo on the hot search again. Damn! It's all Wu Fan's fault. The more he saw, the angrier he got. Ping directly slammed the wine bottle on the ground. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that the song written by Wu Fan wasn't good, this kind of thing wouldn't have happened. The truth was also true. If Wu Fan could write a song comparable to Sea of Flowers, then the votes cast by the mentors would not have been questioned and none of this would have happened. Ping pushed the source of all the mistakes onto Wu Fan, so he immediately picked up the phone and called Wu Fan. The phone was quickly connected, and before Wu Fan had a chance to speak, he was spat at angrily by Ping's split face. Garbage. It's all you. You call yourself the godfather of music? And you personally guarantee that there won't be any problems with the song this time? I think you're just a pillow. You're just a good-looking but useless thing. Shucks. Wu Fan was just about to go to bed when he received a call from Yin Ping. Before he had a chance to speak, he was scolded by Yin Ping with a dumbfounded look on his face, and he didn't react until Yin Ping's voice fell. A godfather of music was being scolded by someone who knew nothing about music? And he's also a jilted commodity? Wu Fan couldn't help but laugh in anger, and without even a word of explanation, he decisively hung up and blacked out Yin Ping's phone. This kind of person, with him to say one more sentence is a waste of their own words. Reclining sitting on the bed, Wu Fan staring at the phone, now how can not sleep? The more he thought the more angry. He was angry not being scolded, but since Guxingyi came out, his own song 2 times in a row were defeated under his hands. Now even the number of people who asked him for a song is much less than before, especially a lot of singers. Now when they mention him Wu Fan, they always think of Guxingyi first. This made Wu Fan very anxious, and his resentment towards Guxingyi grew bigger and bigger in his heart. He didn't deny that Guxingyi's songs were good, but the ones he wrote weren't bad either. He thought that the two of them were in between, and the reason why they failed was the singer's problem. Wu Fan, who was annoyed in his heart, opened his cell phone again, wanting to take a look at the recent entertainment dynamics, so he saw the hot search list number 1, the siege blog posted by Xia Shiyao. Wu Fan narrowed his eyes, it was Xia Shiyao again. He didn't know when it started, the entertainment circle he was familiar with was gone, and in its place was the daily news of Guxingyi and Xia Shiyao on the hot searches. Wu Fan stifled his anger and clicked on the roundup blog. Inside was a video, and in the video, it was the very source that made him hold in a bellyful of resentment, Guxingyi. Wu Fan silently listened to the children's song sung by Guxingyi, his brows getting tighter and tighter. After listening to it twice in a row, he angrily slammed his phone on the bed. Groove. Only knows claptrap. How dare you send out this kind of children's song? Wu Fan only felt that this was an insult to him. Just such a simple children's song had made it to the Hot 100 list one. He could have composed this kind of song with his eyes closed. Especially now that many people on the internet were saying that nowadays, after listening to Guxingyi's song, they could never listen to another song again. Wu Fan felt that this was the biggest insult to him. Thinking of this, the gloom in Wu Fan's eyes grew thicker and thicker, and a moment later, as if he suddenly thought of something, he picked up his cell phone again, sent out a siege blog and ate Xia Shiyao. Just this? How dare you send it out? They all say that you, Guxingyi, created a good song, but I think it's just like this. Claptrap. After sending out the roundup blog, Wu Fan immediately felt much better in his heart, especially when he saw that his fans were supporting him. Sure enough, there were still people in this world who understood music. Wu Fan looked at his fans' comments and only felt that he had found a confidant in life. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because at this time, many netizens who were still looking at Xia Shiyao's roundup blog also found this roundup blog, and they were in an uproar. More still, Guxingyi and Xia Shiyao's fans, who were entertaining themselves well at home, were suddenly attacked, and were immediately in a bad mood. So whether it was the netizens from all walks of life, or the fans from both sides, they all ran under Wu Fan's siege blog and argued. People are sitting at home, but pots come from the sky? Xia Shiyao just shoots a daily, and a red eye comes out to talk? And 8 people? Really think you're still the godfather of music? There's one thing to say, Wu Fan's songs are pretty good too. It's just that he's different from Guxingyi's main type of songwriting, his songs are more alternative. Calling Grounded House alternative? I can't appreciate it anyway. There's no need to step on it. Wu Fan's horror songs are still quite flavorful, I'm a bit scared to listen to them anyway. Who's stepping on him? No one cares about him, he just jumped out to get scolded. That's right. I think he lost 2 songs in a row, so he's pissed off and came out to bite people. My brother Wu Fan's songs are better than Guxingyi's. He's only written a few songs. Guxingyi only has a few songs, how many does my brother have? Don't you know what's in your heart? Wu Fan's blog, in the netizens' quarrels, slowly climbed upwards, and without realizing it, it even went on the hot search. Wu Fan has also been watching the real-time news, when he saw his own blog on the hot search, and there are many people to support themselves, the heart of the previously held in the gloomy gas also dissipated a lot, the previous confidence is back a lot. As for those who questioned him, he will use the strength to hit them in the face. The reason why he dared to send this siege blog, precisely because this Star Song Exchange final, the first keywords are miserable, horrible, this kind of music his specialty. Wu Fan smiled, he was not a brainless person, since he dared to draw war, he was already prepared. Immediately after, Wu Fan clicked on his siege blog and uploaded another siege blog while it was hot. I know that when I say this, many people will question me, but I, Wu Fan, don't care. A good song is a good song. It's not something that can be proved by some people claptrap. You guys question me, then I'll respond to you with strength. The first match of the Star Song Festival final. Let's ask him, Guxingyi, if he dares to take my challenge. If I lose, I'll voluntarily give up the title of Godfather of Music and apologize to Xia Shiyao. If I win, I just need Guxingyi to come out and personally admit that he is inferior to me. Wu Fan. The siege blog was sent out. Wu Fan smiled. He didn't continue to pay attention to it. Instead, he threw his cell phone on the bedside and lay down contentedly. Because he knew that this was already equivalent to a letter of war, he didn't even need to look at it. He could guess that this peripatetic blog would definitely kill the hot search. The truth was just as Wu Fan thought. Once his second blog was sent out, it immediately caused a furor. Veteran lyricists formally laying down the gauntlet to up-and-coming lyricists. This was a big event that happened once in 100 years in the entertainment industry. Many media outlets were sensationalized, and they were the first to compose a variety of headlines, the main one being as swift. Is the new king taking the throne? Or will the old king continue his legend? As soon as this headline full of gunpowder flavor appeared, it was quickly lifted to the hot search list, no matter if it was Guxingyi's fans, or Wu Fan's fans, or the people who were watching the fun. Basically everyone was now looking forward to the arrival of the first finals of the Star Singing Exchange. And at this moment in Magic City, inside the Shangshur Entertainment Artist Apartment, Miao Anquan's small assistant Yu Ranran held her cell phone and knocked on Miao Anquan's bedroom door with a startled cry. Miao Anjuan rubbed both sides of her eyebrows and sat up covering the quilt in front of her chest. She had a bit of a headache from her little assistant's alarm. She had just practiced her song for the day, and was just about to take a break now. Ran, what happened? So anxious? Yu Ran gulped when she saw her own young master's delicate appearance with this fragrant shoulder without an inch of clothing. In her cognizance, in the entire entertainment circle, in terms of looks alone, it seems that only Xia Shiyao can compare with her own young master. Only the styles of the two seem to be completely different. Xia Shiyao gave her the impression that she was as gentle as water, while her own young master was as passionate as fire. Both of them fascinated her. When Miao Anquan saw Yu Ranran's nymphomaniac look, she couldn't help but have an even bigger headache. This little assistant of hers was good at everything, it was just that she was always scheming against herself. Ran. Miao Anjuan voice a little louder. Yu Ranran snapped back to God, only then remembered that there are still things to say. Sister Peony. The big event. Take a look. Saying this, Yu Ranran disliked the screen of her cell phone in front of Miao Anjuan. Miao Anqilan helplessly took the phone and looked at it, and a moment later, her brows furrowed as she pointed to the message on her phone and said, "Did I promise to use his song for the final? How come I don't remember?" Early the next morning, Guxingyi woke up with a start, only to feel that his entire body was sore and numb, especially his entire arm, which seemed to have lost consciousness. He opened his eyes in a daze, and only then did he realize that it was Xia Shiyao who had somehow burrowed into his arms again, and even had her entire body pickpocketed like an octopus. As for little Nai, he didn't know at what time. He slept horizontally on his back 7 times to the foot of the bed. Guxingyi was speechless for a while. The sleeping posture of these two mothers was simply the same. Neither of them were very good. Originally, Guxingyi slept happily and had a good dream, but as a result, in the middle of the night, the scene in her dream changed suddenly, as if she was being pressurized by a ghost, and now that she saw this scene, she finally solved the case. Guxingyi scratched his head with his only free hand, and gently moved his body so that he could half sit up, and his sore and numb body felt a bit more comfortable. This action seemed to have caused Xia Shiyao's dissatisfaction. Her pink and white little face wrinkled a bit, and her little mouth pouted, and with a cry, her entire body moved towards Guxingyi again, once again hugging him tightly. Guxingyi's entire person immediately froze. This early in the morning is to make things can't stand it, couldn't stand it at all. Guxingyi only felt like a rare batch right now. He looked again at the little Nai sleeping sweetly at the foot of the bed, his entire being wearing a mask of pain. Guxingyi rubbed his nose, thinking in his heart, Nai is also 3 years old now. Not small anymore. It's time to sleep in separate rooms. Thinking like this, Guxingyi gently pulled out the arm that was being pillowed by Xia Shiyao again. Now it was as if this arm wasn't his own. He even had to use his other hand to assist to pull it out. Perhaps feeling that her pillow was suddenly gone, Xia Shiyao's eyelashes gently blinked. The next second, she slowly opened her eyes, confusedly raised her head, with a hint of doubt in her eyes as she looked at Guxingyi. The whole person appeared to be delicate and naive. When the two of them looked at each other, Xia Shiyao instantly came to her senses. Guxingyi didn't move. Xia Shiyao also froze. Her legs and hands were still resting on Guxingyi. This styling made her face quickly fly red, just in an instant. Even her earlobes had already reddened, living like a prawn that had just entered the frying pan. Guxingyi blinked. Xia Shiyao panicked and left him, turning her back to him, no longer daring to look at him. Her heart was a deer in the headlights. Finished? He shouldn't think he did it on purpose, right? Xia Shiyao bit her lips. The whole person shrunk into an ostrich. She even heard the sound of gulping saliva coming from Guxingyi behind her. Guxingyi stated that it was hard for him right now. Desperately needed cold water to wash his face to calm himself down. Anyone who saw such a delicate beauty early in the morning and couldn't make any moves would be sad as hell. Guxingyi hurriedly climbed up from the bed, bowed his body, and scurried out of the bedroom in a puff of smoke. The sound of the bedroom door being slammed shut came, and only then did Xia Shiyao let out a sigh of relief. She gently patted her rolling face, a puzzled look in her eyes. It seems that since the last time Gu Xingyi stayed in the master bedroom, she would unconsciously burrow into his arms when she fell asleep. Obviously before she slept she remembered that she was honestly sleeping on the other side. Besides, there was still Nai Nai in the middle. Thinking of Nai Nai, Xia Shiyao suddenly froze and hurriedly sat up. Then she saw Nai Nai who was sleeping alone on all fours in the corner of the bed. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips and carefully carried Nai Nai into her arms and placed it in the position that originally belonged to her. Kissing Nai Nai's little face, Xia Shiyao smiled. It seems like it's time for Nai Nai to have her own little room. It had to be said that at this point, the couple's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. When Gu Xingyi finished washing up and came out, Xia Shiyao happened to also come out from the bedroom. The loose pajamas buried all of her marvelous figure. Gu Xingyi touched his nose, and actually had some regrets in his heart. Anyway, he is her husband, just now he should not look at two more eyes? But soon Gu Xingyi will own this kind of lewd thoughts from the mind to wipe away. To see certainly is to one day openly see. Looking at Gu Xingyi's somewhat strange gaze, Xia Shiyao glanced at him and went to wash up without moving. It was still early. Originally this time should be Gu Xingyi's morning jogging time, but he wasn't going to go out today. It was hard for Xia Shiyao to come back. He wanted to spend more time with her. Sitting on his butt on the sofa, Gu Xingyi took out his phone. He wanted to see what the keyword for the first match of the Star Song Exchange final was. Xia Shiyao never took the initiative to give him this, so he had to be self-conscious himself. But when Gu Xingyi searched for the keywords of the first match, he was immediately nonplussed. What the hell is this? Miserable? Horror atmosphere? Play? Was this a keyword that a serious program should come up with? The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth skimmed. How could he not expect that the keyword for the first game of the finals would be this kind? Just at this time, Xia Shiyao finished washing up and walked out from the bathroom. Gu Xingyi looked up with a puzzled face. The keyword for your Star Song Exchange final is misery? Horror atmosphere? Who came up with this keyword? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shiyao also walked over to the sofa and sat down, nodding. The keyword for each of the final matches was set by the director himself. No one knows what it will be. Gu Xingyi frowned. He only felt as if this director had that big disease. If Ren Chao knew that Gu Xingyi thought this way, he would cry his eyes out. He didn't want to in the first place. It was hard for him too. But this was his teacher, asking him again and again. And his teacher was a veteran horror movie director. The most difficult to disobey is the teacher's order, especially in the eyes of the older generation. The teacher is like a father. Ren Chao also do not want to chill the heart of the teacher. And this kind of song is not mainstream, but also can side test the lyricist's skills well. These Gu Xingyi of course do not know, since the keyword is already so, he can only rack his brain to think. Gu Xingyi has heard fewer songs of this kind. This was the first time Xia Shiyao had seen Gu Xingyi frowning when he was creating a song, and it turned out that he would also have a hard time, and he seemed to have those songs at his fingertips before. Such Gu Xingyi gave her a great sense of reality. Xia Shiyao raised her hand and gently smoothed his frowning brows. No need to rush, no matter what we both work together as long as there are no regrets. Being stroked over his brow by warm and soft fingers, Gu Xingyi's heart felt like a warm current flowed through him. He raised his head and saw Xia Shiyao looking at herself seriously and gently. Xia Shiyao, who had just washed her face, had a plain face, but Gu Xingyi only felt that she looked better than ever at this moment. Being looked straight at by Gu Xingyi like this, Xia Shiyao was a bit hot. She didn't understand why he had to look at himself like this after she just said one sentence. That look, besides appreciation, seemed like he wanted to eat himself up. Strange Gu Xingyi. However, the next moment, she didn't feel strange at all. Because in her eyes, Gu Xingyi's face suddenly came closer until the warm and soft touch was imprinted on her lips. Xia Shiyao's eyes suddenly widened, even blinking twice in disbelief. This was? Being sneak attacked? Gu Xingyi now also completely understood that in front of his petite wife, what cold water cooling, that was all bullshit. After a long time, lips parted, and Xia Shiyao's body was a little soft as she leaned against the back of the sofa. She now have not come back to her senses. Gu Xingyi even sneak attacked himself? And also kissed for so long. It wasn't until she saw that Gu Xingyi was actually still staring at herself with intent that she hurriedly covered her face with both hands, so shy that she couldn't wait to hurry and escape from here. Gu Xingyi tasted this wonderful flavor for the first time, and his heart couldn't be happier. Especially with this shy appearance of Xia Shiyao now, it made him even more joyful. He couldn't help but move a little closer to Xia Shiyao until the two of them were next to each other. Were husband and wife. Kissing is a very important behavior to express the couple's feelings. Gu Xingyi tried to make Xia Shiyao less shy, or at least let go of the hand covering her face. Unexpectedly, Xia Shiyao reacted even more. Miso backed up 2 steps, never willing to let go of her hand. Trying to no avail, Gu Xingyi could only look at Xia Shiyao blearily. With some disappointment in his heart, he hadn't kissed enough. Just now, if it wasn't for the fact that he was inexperienced for the first time and didn't know how to change his breath, he would not have been able to let her go just like that. Gu Xingyi shamelessly got next to her again. Nah, I looked at my cell phone. Definitely won't do anything more. Gu Xingyi picked up his phone and waved it in front of Xia Shiyao, pretending to look at it. Xia Shiyao sneakily looked at him through the cracks in her fingers, then she saw his smiling face, and all of a sudden, she became even more embarrassed. Then she pushed Gu Xingyi a little harder, stood up and ran back to the bedroom as if she was escaping. Gu Xingyi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched her, still not forgetting to shut the bedroom door. Only then did he really pick up his cell phone and read it. He still had to think about the song, and now that he had nothing to do, he just happened to take a look at Xia Shiyao's siege blog. He remembered that Xia Shiyao said that she would send the video that Tao Lele secretly recorded to the blog. Just after clicking on the blog, Gu Xingyi saw his familiar name on the hot search list. The name of the person who is the most popular in the world. Pretty boy sighed. Gu Xingyi felt that it must have been that video that sparked the discussion that his image was going to be ruined. Clicking on a random hot search, then Gu Xingyi's brows gradually furrowed. It seemed like things weren't as simple as he thought. Originally, Xia Shiyao had posted an ordinary roundup blog that did make it to the hot search, but now this hot search was about a war letter. War letter? It also involved himself? Gu Xingyi's fingers continued to scratch. A hot search looked at, which gradually understand the beginning and end of the matter. The cause is the children's song in their own video, was disliked, and then argued into this. Just this Wu Fan, is there that big disease? Did he invite him to mess with him? Gu Xingyi couldn't figure out, he hadn't even seen this Wu Fan, how come he was disliked? The key was that he disliked himself even if he did. He even went so far as to mention Xia Shiyao, which Gu Xingyi, as a wife-favoring devil, couldn't even endure. Gu Xingyi himself also has a Weibo account, but even he himself has forgotten his Weibo, not to mention his fans. He previously used all the Douyin. This was the first time he had ever used a Weibo account, and usually his fans were all active under Xia Shiyao's Weibo. Opening his blog homepage, Gu Xingyi deleted all those messy dancing videos that he had previously posted in his blog, until he deleted them to a blank space, and only then did he re-edit a blog. Clicked, sent, and in passing, etched Wu Fan. You want to fight? Then let's fight. The godfather of music? Oh, just a few simple words, between the lines but not at all spoiled for him. Gu Xingyi finished posting, nodded with satisfaction. What do you mean by professional? This is called professional. Really think he is good at bullying? Ah? The words are concise, and the mocking attribute is pulled full. The last one is a perfect ending. It is very nice. After doing all this, Gu Xingyi stretched his waist, then put this matter behind him. It was still early, and many netizens were still asleep, so they naturally didn't know about this news. Even Wu Fan, because he slept too late last night, didn't realize that Gu Xingyi had responded to him. Until 9 a.m. when Gu Xingyi's family was eating breakfast, most people were basically up at this time. It was the weekend, so they habitually sat on their beds and fiddled with their phones, glancing at last night's hot search situation in the meantime, and then they found this roundup blog that Gu Xingyi had responded to. This time their confused eyes instantly lit up. There are melons to eat again. Ah! The netizens couldn't wait to click on this Weibo, and then they saw this simple response, and in an instant they became even more awake. Yo ho! This Gu Xingyi has a temper. They expressed their liking. The netizens then scrambled to get involved, commenting below, especially some of Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's fans, who were cheering him on and supporting him after seeing this dismissive tone and words from Gu Xingyi. Until 11 o'clock in the morning, Wu Fan, who had just woken up, when he peeled his cell phone up, he saw the siege blog that had already been topped on top of the hot search. Looking at Gu Xingyi's arrogant words, Wu Fan sneered. The type of song for this competition was his specialty, and he was very confident that he would step on Gu Xingyi's feet. When he thought of this, Wu Fan's heart was still a little happy. Fortunately Gu Xingyi answered the battle. If he didn't, he still couldn't do anything about it. Now well, after this time, Gu Xingyi's heat will all be stolen by himself, then. He is still the same music godfather. Wu Fan was in a good mood. He was busy making phone calls and started to contact the operation. Now all that was missing was the consent of Shangshi Entertainment Company. For the side will not agree to use their own songs. Wu Fan has 100% certainty that they will. After all, his own strength in this, before our entertainment companies to their own song invitation, now their own on the poll to send songs, or their own familiar tracks, the other side does not agree that the ghost. If Gu Xingyi knew what Wu Fan was thinking right now, he could definitely burst out laughing. This poor baby, simply do not know what he is facing. At 1 p.m., Shangshi Entertainment returned the message. They really agreed to Wu Fan's offer. A former songwriter gave away his song for free. They would be out of their mind if they didn't agree. Of course, this is also based on the case that Gu Xingyi will not write a song for them at all. If Gu Xingyi is also willing to write a song for Miao Anquan, they will not hesitate to kick Wu Fan out. After all, no one was a fool, and now Gu Xingyi's heat was as hot as ever, so it would be a waste of time not to rub it in. And as it turned out, every one of Gu Xingyi's songs was on fire. When Miao Anjuan was notified by the company, she was practicing her song and was under a lot of pressure as she was about to face Xia Shiyao. When she heard that the company had picked up Wu Fan's song, she frowned slightly because she already had a song now and had practiced all day yesterday. Miao Anjuan was a bit angry and found the company, wanting a statement. After all, changing the song for her without going through her consent was something she couldn't accept. But the company gave her reasons she couldn't refute. For one, the song given by Wu Fan was indeed better than the one she was practicing right now, and secondly, the heat on the internet was exploding right now, and this match was not just a match between Xia Shiyao and Miao Anjuan, but it was also a match between Wu Fan, the lyricist behind the song, and Gu Xingyi. The first of the finals of the Star Song Exchange could be described as all eyes on it. Shangshur Entertainment certainly wouldn't let go of this good time. Taking Wu Fan's song, they could reap even more benefits. In this way, Miao Anqilan's personal opinion didn't matter. Of course Miao Anqilan understood, but she was still a bit lost. It wasn't that she couldn't see Wu Fan's song, she just simply didn't want to become a tool person for others to gain benefits. This made her not help but envy Xia Shiyao a little. As if, since her comeback, Xia Shiyao had always used Gu Xingyi's and her own songs, and had never heard of a time when Soundsea Entertainment had forced her. Miao Anquan only thought about it for a moment before she figured it out. This was the result of having someone behind her. How nice. Ha! You made a date with Wu Fan, ah? Until the evening, Xia Shiyao then saw the hot search on the Weibo. She usually seldom pay attention to these, this time where she and Sister Yin made a phone call, only to know that someone actually gave Gu Xingyi a battle. Seeing Xia Shiyao's nervous appearance, Gu Xingyi still said with a relaxed face, "Yeah, other people are calling the door, so it's not reasonable to not answer it, right? But you haven't even written a song yet. What can we do about this?" Unlike Gu Xingyi's relief, Xia Shiyao was full of worry. She also knew that Wu Fan was quite good at this aspect of songwriting, and at noon today, Gu Xingyi was still frowning over the song. Gu Xingyi, who was still writing the script of one person's story, stopped and busily waved his hand to calm Xia Shiyao. "It's fine. You still don't trust your husband, me?" Even when Gu Xingyi said this, Xia Shiyao was still a bit worried. If it was just about her own competition, she could care less if she won or lost. But now that the internet was in an uproar, this match was now completely about Gu Xingyi's face. Xia Shiyao pursed her lips and pondered for a while. Suddenly her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of some good idea. Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shiyao settle down. He then continued to write one man down. In fact, he was also a bit worried about what song he should take to win this competition. Until 9 p.m., little Nai Nai slowly fell asleep amidst Gu Xingyi's fairy tale. Gu Xingyi was just about to lie down when he saw Xia Shiyao, who was sleeping on the other side of the room, cautiously sit up and hook her finger at herself like a thief before heading outside the bedroom. After Gu Xingyi was bewildered for a moment, his eyes abruptly brightened, and his heart was even more excited. Could it be? Gu Xingyi did not dare to continue to think about it, but the look of surprise on his face could not be waved away. Busy crawling out of the nest, Tiptoe, dog sneakily followed out. The bedroom door was gently closed. Gu Xingyi saw Xia Shiyao already sitting on the sofa, waving to herself. Gu Xingyi jogged all the way to the sofa and sat down next to Xia Shiyao, turning his head to look at her, his heart thumping, and then boldly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Xia Shiyao directly froze. What is he doing? A touch of blush climbed on her cheeks. Xia Shiyao pouted and slapped Gu Xingyi's strange big hand. What are you doing? Gu Xingyi froze as well. No. Wasn't it you who told me to come out? Still. What else can I do? Xia Shiyao blankly glanced at Gu Xingyi, but didn't continue to bother with the hand around her waist, instead whispering. Letting you out is for you to find inspiration day. What are you thinking about? Inspiration. Inspiration? Gu Xingyi was dying of embarrassment at the moment, as if she had really misunderstood. Because she saw that Xia Shiyao had searched for a horror movie on her phone and was turning on the TV to cast the screen onto it. It turned out that she was looking for herself to watch a horror movie. Okay. Gu Xingyi, a whole person, suddenly shriveled up. He thought his spring had come. Xia Shiyao turned down the volume, and then she saw Gu Xingyi with this lost look. She snorted out a laugh and pinched the flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist, but her body leaned into Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. Like this, it seemed quite good? So he just wrapped his arms around Xia Shiyao in his arms and watched a horror movie. This horror movie is really quite scary. Can be seen as Xia Shiyao carefully selected. Gu Xingyi is a big heart, but did not feel anything. But Xia Shiyao, see, half of the time, the whole person is almost shrunk into a ball, tightly embracing Gu Xingyi does not let go. Especially in the TV, the moment the red-clothed female ghost suddenly appeared, the horror melody suddenly sounded, scared Xia Shiyao so much that she directly buried her face into Gu Xingyi's arms, no longer daring to look at it. Gu Xingyi patted her back and comforted. Fake. It's all fake. If you don't dare to look, then let's not look, okay? Xia Shiyao, however, arched in his arms and shook her head, her voice almost carrying a sob. Don't want to see it. It's just the scary part. It'll be fine in a while. Gu Xingyi laughed and didn't continue to persuade her, but continued to watch the TV. He really seemed to have some thoughts. TV. The female ghost in red, shedding blood and tears, smiling miserably, her figure disappeared abruptly, and when she appeared, it was already a close-up of her face. In the next moment, she was covered with a red head, while spots of blood flowed out from under her feet. Xia Shiyao peeked again at this moment, and then her entire body went soft, directly paralyzed in Gu Xingyi's arms, her body trembling a bit. This time really gave her a fright. Gu Xingyi, have you gotten inspired yet? Her voice was small and carried a tremor. Gu Xingyi only felt warmth in his heart as he wrapped the soft, delicate body in his arms tighter and turned off the TV in his hand. The room immediately quieted down. Thought of it. No need to be afraid, I've already turned off the TV. Gu Xingyi gently patted Xia Shiyao's back, his voice gentle, like he was afraid of scaring the petite wife in his arms again. Really thought of it? Don't lie to me. Gu Xingyi smiled and rubbed Xia Shiyao's scattered hair. Really? Lying to you as a puppy. Only then did Xia Shiyao raise her head, her almond eyes misty with water, obviously frightened. She looked at Gu Xingyi's clear face in front of her and asked again. Really? Gu Xingyi nodded his head, looking at the rosy lips close at hand, but there was no ripple in his heart. Really? Tomorrow morning, your wife will be able to see a complete new song. The horror atmosphere and tragic elements will all be there. Looking at Gu Xingyi's gentle as well as determined eyes, Xia Shiyao believed it, and she softly mumbled, burying her little face into Gu Xingyi's arms and arching it again before getting out of Gu Xingyi's arms. Gu Xingyi looked at the water stains in front of his chest, wanting to cry, this woman, more and more like a little child. Alright. Go to bed quickly, I'll go change out of my pajamas. Gu Xingyi rubbed Xia Shiyao's hair again, this time his voice was somewhat helpless. As soon as Xia Shiyao heard that Gu Xingyi was going to leave, she immediately came to Gu Xingyi's side again, both her hands going through his arms and holding him firmly. No, don't! The various emotions of nervousness, fear, and shyness hidden in her eyes, made Gu Xingyi look blank. However, these were not the most important thing. The important thing was the soft touch coming from his arm, making Gu Xingyi's heart skip a beat. Gu Xingyi gave a soft dry cough. Before when she was in his arms, he didn't even feel it, but he didn't expect to feel it now, so he could only say that Nai was truly blessed. But I have to change into my pajamas. It'll be done soon. Before, when Xia Shiyao hadn't gone to Magic City yet, the two of them seemed to have formed a tacit understanding that they changed their clothes behind each other's back, alone in the bathroom, and this time when Xia Shiyao came back, it was still the same. Xia Shiyao's face turned even redder, but she still didn't let go of her hand, stubbornly looking at Gu Xingyi. Okay. Gu Xingyi wanted to say something, and brought Xia Shiyao back to the bedroom. This time, Gu Xingyi changed into his pajamas in the bedroom, and under the hazy night color, he saw Xia Shiyao's eyes clear and bright. This night, Gu Xingyi fell asleep with his arm around Xia Shiyao. Both of them slept soundly. When Xia Shiyao woke up, the sky had already lightened. Gu Xingyi had gotten up at some point, and in her arms, there was only little Nai with a soft and supple body left. She clearly remembered that when she went to bed last night, she was sleeping in Gu Xingyi's arms, so she thought that it was Gu Xingyi who had carried Nai into her arms after he got up. Thinking of last night's scene, Xia Shiyao's face flushed a little. She couldn't believe that the person who was clinging to Gu Xingyi yesterday was herself. When had she been so bold? The corner of Xia Shiyao's mouth curled up slightly. This kind of feeling, it seems like it's also very good. Kissing Nai's little face, Xia Shiyao got up from the bed and went out of the bedroom with soft footsteps. Just as she pushed open the door, the aroma of rice floated over from the kitchen. Xia Shiyao inhaled. She smelled the flavor of steamed eggs. Awake? Wash your face first and go. Later I'll tell Nai to get up for dinner. Gu Xingyi happened to walk out from the kitchen with dishes. Seeing Xia Shiyao already up, she smiled and said, nah. Xia Shiyao nodded her head in agreement, her eyes shining brightly. This kind of plain and cozy routine made her feel very fulfilled. Inside the breakfast there was indeed little Nai's favorite steamed egg. Nai took her exclusive little spoon and took a big bite, as if no matter how many times she ate steamed eggs, her eyes could curve into a nice crescent moon. Even now, Xia Shiyao still clearly remembered Nai's overflowing joy when she first ate the steamed egg Gu Xingyi made for her. Just thinking about it made Xia Shiyao want to cry a little. It was the kind of wanting to cry with tears of joy, and as she looked towards Gu Xingyi who was tenderly feeding Nai, that kind of faint joy tumbled over in her heart. After the meal, Gu Xingyi was washing the dishes in the kitchen. Xia Shiyao was laying her hands on the side, but her gaze kept falling on Gu Xingyi. She felt that Gu Xingyi was becoming more and more like a house husband. Right. Wait for me, I almost forgot the main thing. Gu Xingyi had just returned the dishes to their place. He looked up and saw Xia Shiyao's infatuated gaze, then he suddenly said. Xia Shiyao's thoughts were pulled back by Gu Xingyi's words, and she watched as Gu Xingyi put down the chopsticks in his hands and jogged all the way into the side bedroom, which had been converted into a study by him. When Gu Xingyi came out again, he was holding 2 sheets of curved manuscript paper in his hands, a smile piled on his face. Nah. This. Promised you last night. Walking to the kitchen, Gu Xingyi handed Xia Shiyao the song script papers in his hands. Last night's horror movie wasn't in vain, your wife's effort wasn't in vain, and this song suddenly came to me when I saw that movie. Xia Shiyao's pretty face was slightly red. Gu Xingyi said this, she remembered last night's scene again. She took the song script paper and looked down. On the top page were the lyrics. The song title was only one word. Shi Yan. Xia Shiyao froze. She didn't understand how the name Shi Yan could be related to tragic elements and horror atmosphere. Then she continued to read down. The 18th day of the first month, the auspicious day of the zodiac, sorghum lifting. Carry on the red dress, a foot of hate, cut in haste. After only reading the first bit, Xia Shiyao's goosebumps crawled all over her body. The 18th day of the first month? The auspicious day of the zodiac? You can't get married on the 18th day of the first month. Everyone in China knows that it's a day for funerals and mourning. But in the lyrics, it was written that it was an auspicious day. Xia Shiyao gulped, suddenly remembering the female ghost in red that she saw last night. So, this is underworld marriage. Xia Shiyao skimmed over the lyrics and looked at the sheet music again, and after only a few moments, her body suddenly trembled and she looked up at Gu Xingyi. This. I'm afraid I can't sing it. The voice was a bit aggrieved. Gu Xingyi dryly coughed twice, and busily pacified. It's okay, if we can't we won't sing this song, it's okay. In Gu Xingyi's heart, there is nothing that can compare to Xia Shiyao and Nai Nai, even if it's a competition, it has to be sidelined. Seeing Gu Xingyi say this, Xia Shiyao calmed down a bit, she whispered. It's not that, it's that I'm a bit scared, but it would be much better if I had you by my side. Eh? Gu Xingyi then realized that it wasn't that Xia Shiyao couldn't sing this kind of song, but that she was still under the influence of last night's horror movie. It seems that she was really afraid of watching a horror movie. Thinking of this, Gu Xingyi couldn't help but be even more touched that Xia Shiyao was so scared, but she still took the initiative to drag herself to see it, just to give herself the inspiration to write a song. Gu Xingyi rubbed Xia Shiyao's head. Then I'll always accompany you to finish this competition. Xia Shiyao responded softly with her head lowered, a smirk rising on her face. Gu Xingyi suddenly wondered if this woman was just saying this on purpose because she wanted him to accompany her. At noon that day, the family packed their bags, and after connecting with Sister Yun and Tao Lele, they left for Magic City. In the days after arriving in Mordor, Gu Xingyi again wondered if he had thought wrong, because after Xia Shiyao returned to Mordor, he basically couldn't see her twice a day. This was because Xia Shiyao basically spent every day in the recording studio of Sound and Sea Entertainment. Xia Shiyao was like this all because when she thought that Gu Xingyi had a date with someone else, she couldn't help but want to practice the song a little better. A little bit better. She didn't want Gu Xingyi to lose. Gu Xingyi could only continue to work on the script for one man down over here as well. Time passed quickly, and the first of the Star Song Festival finals had arrived in the blink of an eye. This time, the final was much hotter than the previous days, because this time, the Star Song Festival final not only changed 2 very famous veteran mentors, but also had the godfather of music, Wu Fan, and Gu Xingyi's appointment. The so-called topic is full of talk, but that's just it. If it wasn't for the heat brought about by all this traffic, with the keywords of this competition, this final felt like it was going to be cool. Ran Chao was also incredibly happy that he had merely followed his teacher's advice, not realizing that he had reaped an unexpected surprise, having Wu Fan and Gu Xingyi just get on. As for who he favored, he definitely wanted Gu Xingyi to win, but he was a little worried, mainly because Gu Xingyi had never composed this type of song before. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Magic City Stadium opened. Several lines of people formed a long queue. Everyone had a look of anticipation on their faces as they walked one after another towards the stadium. Gu Xingyi was in the middle of these long lines, his head lowered, wearing a mask. He didn't even dare to raise his head as he saw that there were many spectators, surprisingly holding up fan signs with their names written on them. Little Nai Nai didn't come with him this time, but was brought by Sister Yun and stayed in the apartment. It wasn't until 9:30 p.m. that all the spectators had entered. The contest was also officially unveiled, only to see that on the stage, a throne belonging to the champion slowly rose, and beside the throne, stood a crystal-clear crystal microphone. The host, Chen Shuer, stepped on the red carpet and slowly walked onto the stage. She picked up the microphone and looked towards the bottom of the stage with a smile on her face. Welcome to the stage of the Star Song Exchange Final. I am the host Chen Shuer. After the brutal elimination of the previous installments, now the Star Song Festival has finally ushered in the first of its finals. Let's begin by congratulating our contestants, Xia Shiyao, Miao Ankuan. These 2 contestants have gone through layers and layers of screening, and have finally stepped onto this stage that belongs to the champions. Chen Shuer said loudly, and the photos of Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan, as well as the resumes of the songs they sang in the previous competitions, duly appeared on the big screen behind them. There was a slight pause to give the audience time to look at the screen before Chen Shuer continued again. But the competition is cruel, there is only one champion, and only one person can sit on this throne. Will it be Xia Shiyao who wins the title? Or will Miao Anjuan reach the top? Let's wait and see. Next, let's applaud the tutors as they make their grand entrance. As the words fell, the four mentors slowly rose from the ground accompanied by lights. Gu Xingyi also raised her head and looked at the introduction about the mentors on the screen. The two familiar mentors, Gao Yu and Shui Xiaoqian, were still there, while the other two were Chen Yisun and Lu Ruoying. This made Gu Xingyi sigh. Star Song Exchange had money. Such old and famous singers were invited. It was just bullskin. The mentor appeared on stage and the whole audience cheered. The audience was even more excited, their long-awaited final was finally coming. This match, for them, can be said to be full of attractions, two big female singers on the same stage. Behind the two major lyricists is even more gunpowder flavor. The so-called gimmick full, but so. Now even the audience below are like Chu River Han boundary, clear distinction. The right side of all supports Xia Shiyao's fans, they pulled banners, cheering for her. The left side of the arena is full of Miao Anjuan's fans, they are also not willing to show weakness. The hands of the fans of the light sign waving flying, mouth shouting is constantly. Gu Xingyi turned his head to look, could not help but skim his mouth, that banner, the corners even have their own names. Just his name, why write so small? Without looking closely, you can't even see it. It's outrageous. What Gu Xingyi didn't know was that there wasn't his name on the banner originally. This banner was made by Xia Shiyao's #1 fan, Xiao Hong, who led an army of fans to personally make it, but when making the banner, one of the college students, who was a fan, strongly requested that Gu Xingyi's name be added. Xiao Hong had no choice but to comply with this fan called Xiao Ming, adding Gu Xingyi's name to the edges. In addition to the live audience, the major live broadcast room is crowded with people. Star Song Hui official live broadcast room, and even once appeared like phenomenon. Ren Xiao temporarily let the technical staff and added many exclusive traffic channel, which can only be stabilized the situation. Ren Xiao touched the false sweat on the top of his head. He remembers that the last time this kind of situation appeared in the live broadcasting world, or the last Showbiz Heavenly King's first time to open the broadcast. At this moment, unlike the live broadcasting room and the scene's fervor, behind the stage, it was an eerie silence. Even when the staff was busy, their movements were unconsciously small. The reason for this weird atmosphere was precisely Xia Shiyao, who was sitting in front of the dressing table and was being dressed up by the makeup artist. On the other side of the dresser, Miao Anjuan was wearing a black evening gown and was looking at Xia Shiyao with a complicated face. She didn't understand. Today's theme was obviously tragic elements and horror atmosphere. Why Xia Shiyao wore this bright red brilliant wedding dress? Not only Miao Anquan did not understand, everyone present did not understand how this kind of festive dress could be related to today's keyword. Xia Shiyao sat quietly in front of the mirror, her heart like still water. She was trying to find that state. Gu Xingyi taught her that when she sang this song, her expression should be solemn, her eyes should be godless with a bit of sadness in them. By the way, Gu Xingyi also said that it was best not to blink when singing this song. Xia Shiyao remembered it all, and although this was difficult, as long as it was what he said, she would go and do it very well. On the front stage, the host had already asked the two contestants to take the stage, and the staff also whispered to inform the two at this time. Xia Shiyao stabilized her emotions, stood up, and walked slowly towards the stage at the same time as Miao Anjuan. All the lights on the stage also dimmed at this time, only two spotlights, hitting the two. Well, as soon as the two of them appeared on stage, a burst of neat exclamations immediately came from under the stage, and all of them stared at Xia Shiyao with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Some even rubbed their eyes, their faces full of astonishment. What made them cry out in shock was precisely Xia Shiyao's outfit, wearing a phoenix cape on her head and a red wedding dress. Under the spotlight, she was simply gorgeous. This is completely contrary to today's theme. Rather, it was Miao Anjuan, dressed in a black gown, looking dignified and solemn, which was more in line with today's keyword. They were puzzled as to why Xia Shiyao would be in this outfit. Inside the live broadcast room, after a brief moment of silence, the pop-ups also drifted up crazily. It's not? Is my eyes blurred? What is Xia Shiyao doing? I can't figure it out. Can it be that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi have given up? Preparing to sing a wedding march? Wu Fan was right. Gu Xingyi is a clown. See? He's been exposed right away. We haven't even had a match yet? Why are you barking? Maybe there'll be a reversal later. Reversal? If this can be reversed, I'll eat 10 pounds. Another cheater. But Xia Shiyao is so beautiful in her wedding dress. Gu Xingyi, this dog thief. Spoiling my Dao heart. On the stage, the host Chen Shuer asked the two their usual questions, but no matter how much she asked Xia Shiyao, the only thing that answered her was one word, secret. This made Chen Shuer helpless. She was also curious to know what Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi were hiding. Below the stage, in the audience, Wu Fan of course came early, and when he saw Xia Shiyao in this outfit, he almost laughed out loud. This was posing for a bad time? It's not okay to pose for a bad time. Wu Fan had a mocking smile in his eyes. He had meticulously polished a song with a horrible and tragic melody just for this competition. The pre-match interview session on the stage had already ended, and for this one, it was Miao Anjuan who took the lead in singing. Chen Shuer and Xia Shiyao nodded their greetings to the audience before slowly retreating from the stage. The lights dimmed again. The next moment, the music started. A spotlight slammed onto Miao Anjuan, her expression slightly sad, one hand gently raised as if expecting something. At this time, a melodious piano sound rose. With the low sound of the violin, coupled with Miao Anjuan's expression, the audience was instantly brought into the music. They seemed to actually feel the pain spreading through their bodies. On the big screen, the details of the song this time also appeared in due time. Cancer. In the next moment, Miao Anjuan's voice sang softly, and it turned out that this was a song depicting the tragic life of a cancer patient. The tragedy of learning that you have cancer is embodied by the lyrics, and Miao Anjuan's vocals along with her stage performance makes it even more profound. The song reaches the middle of the song, where the sound of the music changes abruptly, becoming low and scary. The lyrics also aptly reflected the horrific images that appeared in the patient's mind at this point when his spirit had already collapsed. Gu Xingyi under the stage was also listening quietly, and she had to say that Wu Fan did have two brushes, and her previous title as the godfather of music was well deserved, and Miao Anjuan also did a good job of embodying the hidden meaning of the song. Whether it was the lyrics or her demeanor, it was perfect. Immediately afterward, the music changed one more time, and then Gu Xingyi's face violently became strange. Wasn't it a bit too high-end? It was questionable whether normal people could understand it or not. Only to see that on the stage, the lyrics suddenly disappeared, and as the Western music progressed, the entire tune became more depressing, as if it was speaking in a silent voice. The entire song was devoid of lyrics, with only Miao Anjuan interpreting it. In the audience, at this time, there were also many people who frowned to hear the lyrics were gone. They suddenly could not understand. The live broadcast room was originally solemn. When this depressing music sounded, the pop-up screen violently began to float the screen. Singing properly, why is it suddenly like this? It's really hard for our peony. What is this? What? A bunch of chickens. Can't you understand this? This is the soul of the song. It's expressing the agonizing horror and depression of cancer. Wu Fan is the best. Scalp numbing. But it serves its purpose. At least it can be the theme song of a horror movie. This is the charm of Western music. How can you understand it without culture? Right. You're right about everything. I'm a dirt dog, I don't deserve it. Wu Fan, who was in the audience, had long closed his eyes at this time, immersed in the music. He liked this section too much. He felt that this section was simply divine. This was art. Until the music ended and Miao Anjuan slowly retreated from the stage, the controversy on the internet was still huge. Some people said that the song was a failure in the back, while others said that the song was sublimated in the back. Anyway, there were many different opinions, and the audience couldn't help anyone, but they all agreed that this was a rare and good song. Especially the music and lyrics in the first half of the song, which was even more awesome. There was also the background music of the song, which used Western music to the extreme, and many people who knew Western music came out to praise Wu Fan's professionalism. Regardless of the audience's reaction, the competition continued. The lights on the stage had completely dimmed, and facing a beam of spotlights, Xia Shiyao moved her lotus steps gently and slowly walked onto the stage. Under the lights, her expression was very much at odds with what she was wearing, clearly wearing a wedding dress of great joy. Her facial expression showed a hollow dead sadness, especially her normally watery almond eyes. At this moment, she was actually also looking forward listlessly. On the darkened stage, she stood there silently like that. Spooky. An indescribable panic rose from the bottom of the audience's hearts. There was no music, no intro, and the audience held their breath in silence. On the big screen at the back, the name of the song slowly rose. Wedding. The singer was Xia Shiyao, and the lyrics and music were both composed by Gu Xingyi. Seeing this song title, no matter if it was the live broadcast room or the audience under the stage, they were all bewildered again. This was the character Xian? Why did they suddenly not recognize it? It wasn't that they didn't recognize the word, it was that they simply couldn't believe that the song title she had appeared at this very moment. Only Gu Xingyi took a deep breath as he looked at Xia Shiyao on the stage. This expression of Xia Shiyao's right now was simply too on point, making his sweat hairs already all stand up. The original singer Gudongqi Xiyan, a song that had triggered a buzz across the internet when it first appeared, was even in existence that made countless people's scalps go numb. Now Xia Shiyao even embodied the atmosphere in front of the song. At this time, the music started, the audience's eyes steeply lit up, even the mentor on the stage, his eyes were flooded with surprise. What is this? Arrow? Pipa? The arrow plays sadness, the pipa plays love. When the tune is played, sadness and love are the same. Everyone looked at Xia Shiyao on the stage. They still didn't understand why a song called Double Happiness started off with such sadness. Immediately after, the sound of Guqin joined in, then the sharp clapper sounded. Xia Shiyao's godless eyes on the stage lifted up, her vision panned out, looking at the audience below the stage. The song rose. On the 18th day of the first month, on the auspicious day of the zodiac, sorghum is lifted. I carry a red dress, a foot of hate, and cut it in haste. I don't want to prattle on about not wanting to return to my husband. The red sandalwoods are so easy to talk about, it's hard to guess. That's good. That's good. Yes, it is. But, is this a pop music with an opera? And, the 18th day of the first month? The lucky day? A foot of hate? A fake face? The audience felt a chill rising from the soles of their feet to the sky, and goosebumps crawled all over their bodies. This wedding. It's the ancient medieval wedding in China. Not a word of sadness. It's not scary. Instead, the words are filled with sadness and terror. It's a horror that only Chinese people can understand. The folk music with the folklore, and then with this wedding in the underworld, it simply made people's scalp numb. The live broadcast room was completely blown up. They and the live audience is not the same. The live audience can only hold back. They can speak freely. Holy shit. When the song came out, I felt the cabinet behind me move. Big night. Don't. This is the horror that lies deep within the hearts of Chinese people. I've been hiding under the covers listening to it now. Woo. I silently retracted my feet that were stretched outside the comforter. Let you terrorize. You directly grounded the house? Can you still play happily? The song is good, but I don't know if the person is a good person. This happiness makes my back cold, my whole body tingling, my legs and feet weak, my joints sore, my scalp pounding, and my eyes darkening. Upstairs, to be able to talk about the onset of the disease in such a refreshing way, you kid can. Good to hear, and afraid to listen, what to do? The reaction of the live broadcast room Xia Shiyao didn't know. She was also integrated into the song at the moment. She slowly raised her hand and pinched her orchid finger, secretly saddened, while she was still keeping Gu Xingyi's words in mind. Can't blink your eyes. In the next second, the music turned, the hall drums started, and the entire music instantly rushed. Xia Shiyao jerked her head up, her gaze looking straight at the audience, and the song sounded sharply under her breath. Listen up at the dawning of the hour that 3 miles away turns up. Flat and oblique the sound of horseshoes gradually rises to chop down the word sorrow. That official smiles. All the audience under the stage couldn't stop gulping, being frightened. Even Gu Xingyi couldn't stop shivering. He really didn't think that if he let Xia Shiyao sing this song, she would sing this feeling as if she had experienced it herself. Scary. The sound of the pipa sounded again. Xia Shiyao looked miserable and euphonious. It was as if she was reminiscing, and as if she was slowly telling. That official happily searched for half a day only humming out a departed sorrow. The song was once again urgent. This time she again failed to catch the words. She's laughing and crying. Guess how she laughed and cried? Crying. See how she cries and laughs? Laughing. The next moment, the swana sounded. The high and joyful music heralded in everyone's ears exploded over, and with the wedding chapel lyrics in the background, everyone's hearts were just shaken to the core. The swana sounded. Gold 10,000 taels. It's not ascension. It's worship. The moment the swana sounded, Wu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Xingyi. How dare he? This kind of rogue instrument. What gives him the right to use this rogue instrument? Wu Fan panicked. Completely flustered. Everyone knows there's no arrow that can't be played, and no swana that can't be blown away. The arrow and swana are all together in this song. A Western instrument can't produce the sound of the swana. It's over. Wu Fan's nails pinched deep into the flesh. This song, not only the lyrics are superb, the arrangement is unbeatable, there are a variety of folk elements into it, but also the opera with pop music, simply cracked. The title of the song says happiness, but actually sings sadness, while the lyrics contain a deep meaning of terror. Not only did Wu Fan panic, but also all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Hey, Xia Shiyao, you blink your eyes, please. Oh haha, she doesn't even need to blink her eyes. Upstairs has gone crazy. I'm getting close too. Gu Xingyi and old 6 Art can have an aura, but it can't have an aura. That's not true. Is this an auditorium? It's beautiful to the bone, but it's a bit creepy. Look at my hairs, they're straighter than steel needles. Mom. Xia Shiyao, why don't you blink? Please, don't make me suspect that you're coming up from below to do publicity. Suddenly I don't envy Gu Xingyi anymore. Whoa, I'm all alone, it's 10:30 p.m., lights off, blindfolded, can brothers understand? However, no matter how much the viewers in the live broadcast pleaded, Xia Shiyao's song still continued. It was drilled into their ears along with their blankets, as if the room was filled with Xia Shiyao's voice at this moment. Xia Shiyao had forgotten her fear at this moment. She was tangibly integrated into the song. He said the words from his heart. I'm not going to be able to live up to my promises, but I'm not going to be able to live up to my promises. The 18th day of the first month, the auspicious day of the zodiac. The 18th day of the first month, this auspicious day of the zodiac. Xiaoshuryao's song slowly ended, the high sound of Swana faded away, the joyful music seemed to come from the sky, but the audience knew that it was not a joyful event. The audience fell silent, and a faint sadness that welled up from the bottom of their hearts swept over them. If the moment when the Swanas sounded in front of them was a bit frightening, the Swana at the end, together with the festive music, made people feel miserable. It was the sadness of the ignorance of the ancients, the living marrying the dead, or at her flower-like age. Especially the micro-expressions on Xiaoshuryao's face, her slightly furrowed brow, the hopeless atmosphere that lingered on her, and the eyes that hadn't blinked until now. All of this sensuality made the audience feel as if they were in the middle of this auditorium, witnessing this horrible sorrow with their own eyes. The pop-ups in the live streaming room also slowly diminished along with the music, with only a few people expressing the emotions in their hearts. The most beautiful ghost bride, there's nothing better. A knitted smile are all sad, a contempt and a sigh are all reincarnation. This is the right way to open a good song. Let a person immersed in the scene, but also let a person to reminisce. The moment the Swana came out, I knew that this song it is not simple. Xiaoshuryao is really too awesome. She has interpreted this song to the fullest. Cover your ears, Soul Brahma. On the 18th day of the first month, the bride is married, family and friends cry their hearts out, the paper is made into a wedding dress to be worn on the body, and in the future, you will never see your lover again. The auspicious day has arrived, we send the bride back to the stage. You're the devil, aren't you? It's the middle of the night and I'm home alone. The ethereal music completely fell, the lights dimmed, and Xiaoshuryao slowly retreated in a red dress hidden in the darkness. This feast mesmerized everyone. Director Ren Chao sighed, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. This kind of old Chinese culture, these older generation of talent understand best, that is a kind of hopeless sadness. Backstage Miao Anjuan, some lost in thought, she just stared blankly at Xiaoshuryao wearing a red dress walking slowly. At this moment, Xiaoshuryao seemed to have not completely come out from the music, that kind of sad atmosphere on her body, made Miao Anquan couldn't help but shiver. She was confident that her face was not inferior to Xiaoshuryao's, but right now, the aura on Xiaoshuryao's body outshone hers by a million. It was the soul that a good song gave to the singer's body. For a pure singer, this was the highest honor. Miao Anqilun smiled bitterly. She had lost this battle, not only in the song, but also in her dedication to the song. But Miao Anjuan quickly adjusted her mindset again. She clenched her fists. This kind of Xiaoshuryao was more worthy of her best efforts. She believed in her own strength. She also believed that she would sing better. Xiaoshuryao had already walked over to Miao Anjuan's side by this time. The two women looked at each other, and Miao Anjuan gave Xiaoshuryao a thumbs up. Awesome! Xiaoshuryao was in a trance for a moment, which brought her out of the song's influence slightly, and she blinked her eyes rapidly a few times. Eyes were a bit dry. Then she gave Miao Anjuan a similarly shallow smile. You sing great too. Miao Anjuan froze for a moment and smiled as well. This Xiaoshuryao, her personality was even better than she had imagined. That Gu Xingyi man is really blessed. In contrast to the harmony between the two singers backstage, Wu Fan's entire being was like a deflated ball of leather, having completely slumped in his chair. Defeated. Even before the voting session had begun, he knew that he had lost. As an established songwriter, he knew just by looking at the reactions of the mentors and the scene. The atmosphere created by his own song had been completely crushed by the atmosphere of the song. She, who still remembered his song now? Even Wu Fan himself, the sound of the Swana and the sound of joy still echoed in his mind. The Swana is the king of all musical instruments, either ascending to heaven or worshipping, the 1,000-year pipa, the 10,000-year zhang, and an arrow for a lifetime. This song, he's basically all accounted for. How can he play this? Wu Fan's entire body shrank back into the chair, frustrated and stifled by being routed in his most skillful area. He was frustrated because it seemed like he really wasn't as good as Gu Xingyi, and he was frustrated because he felt that Gu Xingyi was cheating. Using the Swana was cheating. At this time, the lights on the stage had already been turned on, and the bright lights pulled everyone back to reality from this dreamy wedding. The host, Chen Shuer, dressed in a white gown, slowly made her entrance. She held the microphone and looked down to the audience below who were still a bit confused, pausing for a moment before saying aloud, I never thought that I would hear two songs so different on this stage, the brilliant sparks of Western and folk music colliding. Two different songs but presenting the same flavor. Let's applaud and welcome our two contestants to the stage, shall we? The audience below then seemed to have woken up from a dream. Reacting, they applauded vigorously. It was too good. It was also too shocking. They had thought that the final would definitely be wonderful, but they hadn't expected that it would be so wonderful, and at this moment, they felt that buying their tickets to come to the scene was just worth it. Xiaoshuryao and Miao Anquan, who were waiting at the back of the stage, also greeted the applause as the host's words fell and slowly ascended the stage. The two of them just stood side by side on the stage, making the audience's eyes light up, and they all marveled in their hearts, what a pair of absolutely beautiful sisters. Standing with the two of them, even Chen Shuer, who was on one side, felt some pressure. Next is the mentor voting session. Let's have the mentors vote on their reviews. Chen Shuer spoke quickly, the audience's attention was pulled to the mentors, and the camera moved over reluctantly. The final of the Star Song Festival was much more formal than the previous competitions, and there was an added mentor critique session, where each mentor had to critique the voting first. The camera was given to Gao Yu, who looked at Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan on the stage, a difficult look showing on his face. To be honest, it's really hard to vote in the finals, both of them sang very well in my opinion. It's a pity that this is a competition. If it wasn't a competition, I would definitely vote for both of you. Let me say a few words about my personal feelings. First of all, I'd like to say Miao Anjuan, you sang very well, no matter if it's your singing skills or your stage performance ability. It's all top notch. And then let's talk about this song. This song to the back, there may be a lot of people who don't understand it too well, but in terms of a professional singer, the music in the back is what sublimates, perfectly presenting the repressed heart of a person who has gone through the torture of sickness and disease. Next, let's talk about Xia Shiyao. For Xia Shiyao's interpretation, I can only use the word perfect to describe it. Singing is perfect. The stage interpretation was perfect, directly pulling people into the mood of the song, making people want to stop, especially the moment when the suona and the song coexisted. My goosebumps rose. I'm now really curious as to what kind of monster Guxingyi is to be able to write such a song. So with this vote, I'm voting for Xia Shiyao. As for Miao Anjuan, I can only say that it's not your problem. There's a difference in the song itself, a song that can be enjoyed by the whole nation, and a song that can only be appreciated by professionals at the back of the room. There's a gap in itself. Gao Yu commented on the performance of the two very professionally and cast his vote for Xia Shiyao. A burst of applause erupted from the stage, apparently agreeing with Gao Yu's statement as well, and both Xia Shiyao and Miao Anjuan were as calm as ever, bending down to give their thanks at the same time. Under the stage, Wu Fan's face was a bit ashen. As a professional lyricist, he certainly understood. In this one, it was him who had lost. The next three mentors, their reviews were no different from Gao Yu's, especially after the last incident. Nowadays, in the final, there were not even friendly votes. This also led to the number of votes for the final, which became 4-0. Wu Fan's face had turned white. Nowadays, he didn't even need the audience's last vote. The result was already doomed. Miserable defeat. The song he was so proud of had lost on this most crucial match. The results of the audience's votes also appeared on the big screen at this time, making it even more difficult for the already disheveled Wu Fan to accept. 88% of the audience voted for the song She, while his own song only had a pitiful 12% support rate. Adding insult to injury, this was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Wu Fan to go into a trance. He regretted it, regretted his momentary impulse to provoke that monster Guxingyi. Now in Wu Fan's eyes, Guxingyi was a non-human. Which normal human could be so all-powerful? Love songs? Children's songs? Even this kind of alternative song, he seemed to have it at his fingertips. What is this if not inhuman? Wu Fan still couldn't understand why Guxingyi had to keep a low profile for so long if he was so cowboyish. It's fun to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? On the stage, the host was announcing the keywords for the next song. But Wu Fan didn't listen to it at all. He staggered up and walked towards the outside. He knew that he wouldn't be the godfather of music from now on, and the following competition had nothing to do with him. The first match of the finals came to an end. Although the match had come to an end, the online buzz had just begun. After a week, the audience was once again greeted with a great song, and their happy faces were smiling crookedly. As usual, the clip of Xia Shiyao's singing had long been high up on Sheikh's hot search. And unlike before, this time, everyone seemed to have unified their opinions, and the titles on the hot search list were all about the most beautiful ghost bride. Clicking on a random video, the real-time comments underneath were unusually enthusiastic. Xia Shiyao is so beautiful. Suggest watching it under the covers. The effect is much better. Dog head to save your life. You and I were not meant to be, all because an old sick said you don't blink. I just want to ask, are your eyes dry? Upstairs, is it a question of dryness now? The most beautiful ghost bride. Unique. Only Xia Shiyao belongs to her. I just want to know, isn't Guxingyi afraid of Xia Shiyao when he sleeps with his arm around her at night? How dare a vertical sun break my Taoist heart? In contrast to the harmony on Jitterbug, Weibo was even more lively at this time, and the rhetoric was even more intense. Countless viewers had been suing Wu Fan, rubbing salt into his wounds. Where is the person? Where are the people? Wasn't he clamoring pretty hard before? Guxingyi, the godfather of music? This is it? I'm standing with Guxingyi this time. I advocate for folk music. Godfather Wu Fan. Don't play dead, come out and play. Ha 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 ha. Are you guys sick? Are Wu Fan's songs bad? Anyone who can bring us good songs deserves respect. No one said his songs are bad. It's him who placed the battle cry, he's the one who asked for trouble first. What? Only your Wu fan is allowed to diss others, not us? You have to admit you made a mistake. Stand up straight when you're beaten. Losing is losing. In the midst of the online clamor, Wu fan's microblog was finally updated with only a simple sentence. Skill is not as good as others. I am willing to give up the title of music godfather. At the same time, I apologize to Xia Shuriao. I'm sorry, it's because I had eyes but no pearls before. Once this microblog came out, many people stopped verbally attacking him. Since people had done what they said, there was no need to hold on to him. It had to be said that Wu Fan was still very smart at this point. If he kept his mouth shut, what awaited him would definitely be a worse outcome. The moonlight was thick. When Xia Shuriao came out from the backstage, she saw Gu Xingyi standing on the roadside with his cell phone quietly waiting for her. Seeing this scene, Tao Lele beside her covered her mouth and laughed a little, consciously taking the lead to leave. Gu Xingyi in the distance was looking at his cell phone, and he didn't even notice Xia Shuriao until she walked up behind him. What are you looking at now? A sudden voice interrupted Gu Xingyi's thoughts. Gu Xingyi turned his head and saw Xia Shuriao standing playfully behind him, both hands behind her back, her appearance playful and cute, not at all the same kind of sadness as on the stage before. Reading the online comments, now the internet can call you the most beautiful ghost bride. Gu Xingyi smiled and waved the cell phone in his hand. Xia Shuriao spat, her face slightly red. What the most beautiful ghost bride, said as if she had turned into a ghost. Really, it's all what they say, but I think, it's quite an image. Gu Xingyi thought Xia Shuriao didn't believe it, and hurriedly handed her cell phone in front of her eyes to give her a personal look over, then he exchanged a blank stare from Xia Shuriao. No? No image? Gu Xingyi scratched his head. He did think it was very graphic. Xia Shuriao kind of didn't want to care about this nerd anymore and turned around to walk towards the parking lot. Seeing this, Gu Xingyi hurriedly followed, the two of them just like this separated by a distance of 2 or 3 steps, one in front of the other. Walking not much farther, Xia Shuriao suddenly stomped her foot, her cheeks puffing out in anger, turning her head to look at Gu Xingyi. Again. What again? A woman's heart, a needle in the bottom of the sea. Gu Xingyi felt that this sentence wasn't wrong at all at the moment. He couldn't understand Xia Shuriao's meaning in the slightest. Seeing Gu Xingyi's confused look, Xia Shuriao lightly bit her lips and whispered, "Nerd." In her heart, Gu Xingyi was getting dumber and dumber. Before Gu Xingyi could hear what she said, he saw Xia Shuriao accompanied by a fragrant breeze, walking over head-on before hugging his arm. A soft touch once again came from his arm, and Gu Xingyi stiffened a little. It's only right to cross your arm. Xia Shuriao's small face slightly reddened as she said softly, then turned sideways to cross Gu Xingyi's arm. Gu Xingyi nodded mechanically and took a step forward, only this step, more or less unnatural, like a robot. Feeling Gu Xingyi's nervousness, Xia Shuriao couldn't help but snicker. Originally, husband and wife walking together with their arms crossed was a very normal thing, but for some reason, Xia Shuriao felt that this move seemed to be very awkward for Gu Xingyi. It was as if she was the robber and he was the coerced hostage, somewhat funny and somewhat cute. Gu Xingyi was now in pain and happy because of how he felt right now, and in pain because he couldn't do anything right now. Xia Shuriao's previous move of holding his arm, to Gu Xingyi who has maintained a single dog career for decades, the stimulation is still quite big, if not for the fact that he has already had some skinship with Xia Shuriao before, he suspected that he would have fled. The two of them walked all the way to the parking lot, but there was no sign of Tao Lele. Only after Xia Shuriao made a phone call to inquire, did she realize that Tao Lele had actually taken a taxi on her own. And Tao Lele also quietly asked her on the phone if she still wants to go back to the apartment at night. Xia Shuriao's face flushed red, looked at Gu Xingyi who was sitting in the co-pilot like a nerd, and replied to Tao Lele in a low voice. I'm not going back tonight. Unlike last time, the hotel Gu Xingyi stayed at this time was very close to Xia Shuriao's apartment. Even if she didn't drive, it only took a few minutes on foot to get there. The car drove straight to the hotel parking lot, and Gu Xingyi was a little puzzled. Why didn't she just drive straight to the artist's apartment downstairs? He deliberately picked this hotel for convenience, so that he wouldn't need Xia Shuriao to send him back at night. He wouldn't feel comfortable with her being alone. Seeing that the car didn't show the slightest sign of turning, Gu Xingyi turned his head and looked at Xia Shuriao. Why don't we go straight back to the apartment? I'll just walk over by myself. Xia Shuriao's face was flushed as she eyed ahead, not answering Gu Xingyi's words. It wasn't until the car was safely parked in the parking space that Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shuriao's voice come through, a voice so light that it seemed like it could be blown away by a gust of wind. The apartment key isn't with me. No keys? Didn't Sister Yun and Tao Lele also live in apartments? Gu Xingyi was still in between doubts when he saw Xia Shuriao pull open the car door and get out of the car first, her head lowered, her expression unreadable under the night. Gu Xingyi hurriedly followed her out of the car. Just as he wanted to say something else, Xia Shuriao had already taken a step towards the hotel. 5 minutes later, the two entered the hotel room together. Xia Shiryao just briefly surveyed the room's arrangement before sitting on the bed. There wasn't too much inside the room, it was just a very ordinary king-size bedroom. Aren't you going to call Sister Yun and the others? Gu Xingyi closed the door behind him, his mouth still muttering. Sitting on the bed, Xia Shiryao's face instantly turned an even shade of red as she hurriedly lowered her head, followed by a soft and sticky voice that reached Gu Xingyi's ears. They're all sleeping, don't want to disturb them. Gu Xingyi let out an "oh," then suddenly reacted as an afterthought. Didn't that mean that it was just himself and Xia Shiryao tonight? Sharing a room? No nai yet? Gu Xingyi subconsciously gave a jolt and looked towards Xia Shiryao, who was sitting on the bed. Xia Shiryao didn't continue to speak, she still had her head lowered, her 10 fingers tangled together, and her almond eyes didn't dare to look at him. The room quieted down, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Although the two are husband and wife, but like this alone in a room time basically no, say Gu Xingyi, he is a little theoretical knowledge, pure love white. Although before in Xia Shiryao had so 1 or 2 skin kisses, but are to the point, now this situation, he is really hemp claws. Ahem then. I'm going to take a bath. Gu Xingyi was a bit unable to stand the atmosphere, but he still spoke first. Xia Shiryao just nodded, she was also nervous as hell in her heart. When she came here, she felt she was ready, but when she really arrived here, her heart was a mess. Until the bathroom door closing sound rang, then inside came the pattering sound of water. Xia Shiryao eyelashes gently blinking, apricot eyes but flooded out some blank color, no one knows what she is now thinking. Gu Xingyi in the bathroom heart is equally unsettled, he over and over again the water rushed his body, originally 5 minutes to wash a good bath, this time he washed a full 10 minutes. Will body water beads dry? Gu Xingyi tight body towel, only to take a deep breath, push open the bathroom door out. The water mist spread out from the bathroom, and in a haze, Gu Xingyi abruptly froze in place. Because he saw that Xia Shiryao was still sitting on the bed, her head lowered, but her shoulders were trembling slightly, and crystalline teardrops continued to drip from her face to the ground. She was crying? Gu Xingyi's originally agitated heart instantly calmed down, from the bottom of his heart was flooded with a burst of heartache. He slowly walked over to Xia Shiryao and squatted down in front of her, stretching out his hands to hold her small face and lift it up, with a gentle gaze and an even gentler voice. Why are you still crying? Pretty face was cupped in the palm of her hand, Xia Shiryao's almond eyes flickered with dots of crystals, teardrops like broken raindrops, dripping down on Gu Xingyi's hand, somewhat warm. I. She opened her mouth, her voice tinged with a sobbing tone, and after only saying the word I, she could no longer speak. Only in those eyes, the little bit of guilt and hope hidden in them was taken in by Gu Xingyi, who froze for a moment. What does your wife want to say? Gu Xingyi gently wiped away the tear stains on Xia Shiryao's face with his fingers, but in the next second, new teardrops once again scratched across her white cheeks, creating a brand new shallow tear stain. Xia Shiryao was suddenly a little afraid to look directly at Gu Xingyi's such gentle gaze. She wanted to lower her head, but her small face was firmly controlled by Gu Xingyi's hands. I don't think I deserve you. Xia Shiryao suddenly cried out with a sobbing voice, her tears surging even more as she closed her eyes, not daring to look at Gu Xingyi's pure and clean black eyes again. I know it all, you're not, but I'm still harboring selfishness, but I still like you, but I still want to keep you by my side, the closer I get to you the more I'm scared, I've done my best, why? With her eyes closed like this, with a sobbing voice, she kept telling the secrets hidden in her heart. The tears fell one by one onto Gu Xingyi's hand, and that pearly little face in his hand made Gu Xingyi's heart shrink slightly as he watched. He gently stroked Xia Shiryao's small face and softly interrupted her words. Your wife is wrong, you know it, I know it too, but I'm honored to be liked by such a you. You don't know right, since I was a child, I've never been chosen by someone so firmly. In fact, I'm the same as your wife. I used to be a person with very low self-esteem, maybe this is a common disease of orphans? I've never had a heart for anyone else, and I've never had anyone have a heart for me. Gu Xingyi's soft voice echoed in her ears. Xia Shiryao slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at Gu Xingyi's near face, the warmth in the depths of his eyes seemed to melt her. Until I met you guys, I didn't know that I would also have a heart for someone. In fact, I'm really happy to hear these words from your wife. Because I clearly know that Xia Shiryao likes me. I've always felt that the sentence you said before was right, some encounters, some likes, are destined to happen, the heavens have allowed me to come to your wife's side, this is a marriage arranged by the heavens. It can't be helped, God arranges the greatest. Really? Really? Xia Shiryao's misty eyes blinked, quietly looking at Gu Xingyi's good-looking face, listening to what he said, and seeing Gu Xingyi pause, she said with a sobbing, soft voice. Gu Xingyi stroked Xia Shiryao's small face again, pretending to exaggerate. Of course it's true. Think about it, heavenly arrangement isn't it big enough? Immediately after that he continued. In fact which is who is not worthy of who, when I was with my wife's honor, I was also nervous, the most beautiful ghost bride I'm just an ordinary person, my wife is so good, I have to work hard too. As for why I like you, I think, apart from the arrangement of heaven, there are also the bits and pieces of being together with my wife's honor. The love I aspire to is never sensational, but as gentle as water and plain as my wife's honor. Gu Xingyi spoke with a smile on his face as he locked eyes with Xia Shuriyao. Xia Shuriyao looked at this gentle smile in front of her, pursed her small mouth, and in the next second, she suddenly stretched out her hands and wrapped them around Gu Xingyi's neck. The soft touch came again. The two completely understood each other's feelings at this moment. It should be a good time for the scene, to spend the rest of their lives together with white heads. The deep and romantic long kiss made Xia Shuriyao about to suffocate. In the end, she still pushed Gu Xingyi's chest, and only then did the two of them separate. Xia Shuriyao covered her face, only feeling as if she was going to burn, or else why was her face rolling? Even Gu Xingyi's gaze changed from warm to hot, making her look down and not dare to look at him again. Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shuriyao's appearance and gently exhaled. His voice was a little hoarse when he spoke again. Your wife's kiss, it's so passionate that it catches you off guard. Xia Shuriyao's face turned even redder. She pursed her lips slightly. She only felt that the Gu Xingyi in front of her eyes was getting more and more beat up, typical of getting a bargain and still selling her good behavior. You get out of the way. Gu Xingyi crouched in place, not moving. Xia Shuriyao raised her small face, glaring at her almond eyes and pouting her small mouth, living like a bullied rabbit. I'm going to take a bath. Legs are numb. Gu Xingyi laughed bitterly. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, it was just that he had squatted for too long and his legs were numb. Xia Shuriyao snorted out a laugh, looking at Gu Xingyi and blinking. Oh, he wasn't owed a beating, he was just a nerd. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, feeling that his stamina value had suffered a serious questioning. He sat on his butt on the ground, soothed himself and hurriedly climbed up and moved to the side. He really couldn't figure out why he worked out every day, which only squatted for a while his legs were numb. Could it be that the exercise is not enough? Xia Shuriyao bath to go. Gu Xingyi, this will be wrapped in the body of the bath towel off. He did not bring pajamas. After thinking for a while, he only wore a pantsuit into the quilt. This wait is half an hour, straight will Gu Xingyi waiting up yawn. Gu Xingyi couldn't figure out why it took so long for a girl to take a bath. So long, enough for him to wash 10 times 8 times. He took his cell phone and set an alarm. Tomorrow morning he had to go back to Jiangcheng. In 2 days it would be the first day of school, and the kindergarten's orientation meeting would be held soon. After waiting for a while, Gu Xingyi was already a little confused, and the bathroom door opened. Xia Shuriyao stepped in small steps. Her cheeks did not know whether it was steamed by the heat, or shy, red. She wiped the hair that had just been dried by the hairdryer, while carefully glancing at Gu Xingyi on the bed. The two people's lines of sight collided right in front of each other. Gu Xingyi's eyes gradually clearing, Xia Shuriyao subconsciously tightened the bath towel on her body. You're still awake? Listen, is this human language? Gu Xingyi was somewhat speechless, but he still said with a serious face. I'm afraid that your wife will be vaporized in the bathroom. Xia Shuriyao looked at the mirth in Gu Xingyi's eyes and pursed her lips. This wolfish ambition of his, it's almost obvious, but he's still pretending to be so serious. She paused in place, momentarily a little unsure of what to do. What are you waiting for? Sleep. Looking at Xia Shuriyao's overwhelmed appearance, Gu Xingyi wanted to snicker. Well, Xia Shuriyao agreed, forced herself to walk to the bed and sat down, and in the next second, only to hear a snap sound, the room's lights were turned off by her. The room was shrouded in darkness. Before Gu Xingyi could react, the quilt on his body was lifted up, and a soft and boneless body smoothly drilled into his arms. Feeling the warmth and smoothness in his arms, Gu Xingyi didn't dare to move for a second. Both of them were not wearing a piece of silk on their bodies right now, so it was really a skin-to-skin relationship. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi could hear her slightly rapid breathing. The two men's bodies were close together, both a little stiff. Hold me. It was only after a long time that Xia Shuriyao's muffled voice came from under the covers. Oh. Gu Xingyi gulped and forced himself to calm down, stretching out his hands and wrapping them around Xia Shuriyao in his arms. Xia Shuriyao also obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, burrowing her little head out of the quilt. It was at this moment that Gu Xingyi truly felt it. The original arm's previous feeling really didn't lie to him. It turns out it really is that big. Nerd. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was like a robot that would only do things on command, Xia Shuriyao spoke softly. What? The voice was so small that Gu Xingyi didn't even hear it. I said you're Gu dork. Inside the dark room, the two of them gradually adapted their sight to the current environment. Xia Shuriyao's cheeks were flushed, but she tilted her head without fear, staring at Gu Xingyi's near face. Gu Xingyi looked down to see Xia Shuriyao's watery almond eyes in the darkness, and the two of them locked eyes. Even if you're a dork, then you're still a dork's wife. With Xia Shuriyao's words, Gu Xingyi was finally no longer so rushed, and with a smile in his eyes, he wrapped his arms around Xia Shuriyao a little tighter. Xia Shuriyao looked like she saw the laughter in his eyes. She pouted her little mouth for a moment to think, and flew up and nudged Gu Xingyi's lips, then quickly withdrew. Gu Xingyi, I'm actually scared tonight. I've been afraid of the dark since I was a kid, and I'm also afraid of ghosts, and when I sang tonight, I was scared in my heart. But once I thought of you right below, I wasn't so scared. I thought that even if it's a ghost bride, it's still your bride, and thinking about it like that, I'm still a little happy about it. And then after that, after coming back with you, I was scared again. Xia Shiyao spoke in broken words, and Gu Xingyi listened in peace and quiet. Until Xia Shiyao finished speaking, she tilted her head to look at Gu Xingyi again, like she didn't want to let her eyes leave him for a moment. So you're stupid. Gu Xingyi laughed and lowered his head to kiss Xia Shiyao on her forehead. But a fool with a nerd is still more than enough. Alright, don't be afraid, I'll use the rest of my life to prove that I'm always by your side. So, good night? Hearing Gu Xingyi's good night and looking at his eyes with a smile, Xia Shiyao froze. She wanted to cry a little again. Gu Xingyi's warmth was by her side at all times. Xia Shiyao buried her small face between Gu Xingyi's neck, never wanting to come out again. Good night. This was the last sentence Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shiyao say tonight, and it was also the one that put him most at ease. Too many things had happened tonight, from the match to the hotel room. Xia Shiyao's spirit had been in a tense state, and she had just closed her eyes for a short while before quickly falling asleep. This was difficult for Gu Xingyi. The hot and delicate body in his arms made him sleepless at all now. But he didn't regret that he didn't do anything. There are some things that should be done at the most suitable time. Tonight Xia Shiyao's mood was obviously not right, and her readiness to be ready wasn't really a readiness to be ready. Gu Xingyi was in this kind of lustful torture, stayed up until more than 3 in the morning, before he managed to sleep. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi's biological clock failed in a rare way. He was woken up by the timed alarm clock. Gu Xingyi turned off the alarm clock in a daze, and when he retracted his hand back into the comforter, he felt a softness in his hand. Moreover, one hand couldn't hold it at all. Gu Xingyi subconsciously pinched it, then woke up abruptly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xia Shiyao's face was already red, and a pair of almond eyes were looking at him with watery eyes. Young life. He really didn't do it on purpose. Gu Xingyi felt certain that he couldn't explain it anyway. Do you believe me when I say I didn't do it on purpose? Gu Xingyi blinked with an innocent face and looked at Xia Shiyao's red little face. Still, don't take it away yet. Xia Shiyao's eyes were like water, filled with shyness, her voice soft and sticky. Gu Xingyi unnaturally retracted his hand, and there was still some pity in his heart. This felt simply too good. Then get up? Speaking of getting up, Gu Xingyi was still a little reluctant to give up. The delicate body in his arms made him want to stay in bed forever. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king does not have an early morning court. Now he finally deeply understood the meaning of this poem. With such a beauty in his arms, even the emperor would have to kneel when he came. You rise first. Xia Shiyao had already buried her head into the quilt in shame at this moment, her muffled voice coming from the quilt. Last night's move had used up all her courage. Now in broad daylight, she no longer had the courage to be that natural with Gu Xingyi. Oh! Gu Xingyi scratched his head and finally got out of this warm comforter, scurrying to the bathroom in a puff of smoke. To be honest, the first time he met Frankly, he was shy too. Waiting for Gu Xingyi to enter the bathroom, Xia Shiyao then drilled her head out and looked in the direction of the bathroom, smiling. But soon, she couldn't smile anymore. A pretty face was rapidly filling with blood. She suddenly remembered that her clothes were still all in the bathroom. Gu Xingyi quickly put on his clothes and walked out from the bathroom. In his hands, he held a few pieces of neatly folded clothes and walked to the bedside. He looked at Xia Shiyao's small face that had already burrowed out of the quilt, bent down and placed the clothes on the bed, smiling. Nah, the clothes have been brought over for you. I'm going to go wash up first. Wait. Gu Xingyi was just about to get up when Xia Shiyao suddenly made a sound, followed by a jade arm reaching out from the comforter and tugging him in. Gu Xingyi only felt a piece of white tenderness come close in front of his eyes, and then Xia Shiyao's small mouth came up, pecked lightly on his own mouth and flew away again. Reward. Xia Shiyao's muffled voice came from the comforter once again. Gu Xingyi licked his lips, helplessly smiling bitterly. This Xia Shiyao, doesn't she know her own charm? Early in the morning so seduced himself, not afraid of his own beast? Well, he is now being eaten to death. Wait for it. In the future, there will be a good look at her. Gu Xingyi thought fiercely, before turning around and going back to the bathroom to take another cold shower. It wasn't until half an hour later that the two who had finished washing up walked out of the hotel and drove to the artist's apartment. Then Gu Xingyi saw that Xia Shiyao took out the apartment key from the bag she was carrying and opened the door to the apartment. Xia Shiyao didn't seem to feel anything wrong at all as she walked straight in, and as soon as she turned her head, she saw Gu Xingyi staying at the door, looking at herself with strange eyes. Why are you gawking? Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes, somewhat puzzled. Keys? Gu Xingyi's mouth hangs a smile and raises an eyebrow. He has read such a paragraph in his original life. 1 sip before marriage, 1,000 cups after marriage, so it's true? Xia Shiyao looked down at the key in her hand with some bewilderment. The next second she reacted violently. A touch of redness quickly took over her cheeks. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Fortunately at this time, Tao Lele brought Nai Nai out from the room, and when she saw Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao, an ambiguous smile rose on Tao Lele's face. Good morning, Sister Shuriyao, hey. Little Nai Nai also quickly struggled out of Tao Lele's arms and quickly pounced to Xia Shuriyao's side, hugging her thighs and lifting her little head to look at Xia Shuriyao accusingly. The little guy didn't see mom and dad all night, last night, or Tao Lele coaxed half a day to sleep. Mommy, where did you and daddy go off? The appearance of the two of them broke the previous awkward atmosphere. Xia Shuriyao hurriedly picked up Nai Nai. Didn't go anywhere, mom and dad aren't both here. Xia Shuriyao scraped the little one's nose, busy calming her down. But Auntie Lele said that you and daddy have gone to the world of two and don't want Nai Nai anymore. Oh? Xia Shuriyao froze again, then looked at Tao Lele with murderous eyes. Tao Lele was busy snorting and her eyes wandered. Sister Shiodo hasn't eaten breakfast yet, right? I've already made it. I'll go serve it over here. With those words, Tao Lele hurriedly walked away. She felt that if she didn't, she would be G8 on the spot by Shioyo-san. Not long after, the delicious meal was served on the table by Tao Lele. A few people sat at the table. Gu Xingyi picked up a spoon and fed Nai Nai. Xia Shuriyao looked around and looked at Tao Lele and asked, "Where's Sister Yun? How come I don't see her? It's already 9 o'clock, at this hour, Sister Yun must have gotten up long ago." Sister Yun went to the company early in the morning. The company side of things are not all cloud sister hand over well. Xia Shuriyao heard the words in her heart even warmer. After coming to Soundsi Entertainment, Tao Lele and Sister Yun have been busy for themselves. No matter it is life or work, the two of them can always deal with it very well. In fact, in Tao Lele and Sister Yun's hearts, they felt just as happy about being Xia Shuriyao's manager and assistant. Like other artists, their agents and assistants would be much busier, helping the artist with jobs and business negotiations, publicity and packaging, and clothing, food, shelter and transportation, etc. were all done by the agents and assistants. But when it came to Xia Shuriyao's side, basically they didn't need to worry too much about all these, because behind Xia Shuriyao, there was Gu Xingyi, who brought her own hot searches and songs. Moreover, the share Xia Shuriyao gave them was much more than anyone else, who could not be happy when meeting such a star. After the meal, Xia Shuriyao held Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi drove, and the family embarked on the journey home in one piece. Tomorrow is the time for Nai Nai to start school. This kind of important moment, Xia Shuriyao said nothing to miss. So, there were only two of them when they came, and they became a family when they went back. Fortunately, Gu Xingyi signed a free contract at the highest level. Otherwise, like other celebrities, where can they do whatever they want so freely? Just as Gu Xingyi's family was happily driving on the road back to Jiangchang, a haggard-looking woman had just stepped out of the door of the detention center. Lu Qian looked at the empty suburban road, her eyes hazy. Because of the last incident, she was detained for 15 whole days. Now that she came out again, surprisingly not a single person came to pick her up. The company has terminated her contract. Now she has nothing. Lu Qian stood on the side of the road like this, took out the cell phone that had just returned to her hands from the file bag, and pressed the on button with force. She now couldn't wait to know if Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao had fallen out because of the last incident. She believed that once they had fallen out, Xia Shuriyao without Gu Xingyi wouldn't be able to make any waves in the muddy waters of the entertainment industry. Since she was already finished, she would never let Xia Shuriyao be better off. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao both got up early, and like any other parents sending their children to school for the first time, they were all in a flurry. Hey your wife, don't pack the princess house inside. Nana won't be able to carry it. Doll bring it, that one's light. Nai Nai will be back from school this afternoon, no need to pack so many snacks for the other kids? Okay. Yesterday the two deliberately prepared a small cartoon book bag for little Nai Nai. Now inside the small book bag, has been stuffed by Xia Shuriyao bulging. On this Xia Shuriyao is not satisfied, still frowning, fretful looking at the things on the table. Gu Xingyi stood beside, cannot help but some head. He felt Xia Shuriyao some fuss. Nai Nai is to go to school, but not to celebrate the new year. The two were busy for a while before dragging the still sleeping Nai Nai up for dinner. The little one's eyes were not completely open, passively letting Gu Xingyi brush her teeth, and letting Xia Shuriyao organize her hair. Until she sat down at the dining table, little Nai Nai's little head was little by little. After the meal, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao changed into decent clothes, one holding Nai Nai, the other carrying a small school bag, and hurried out of the house. It was already 7:40 now, and they had to enter the park at 8 a.m. When Gu Xingyi parked the car in the parking lot next to the kindergarten, the three of them got off the car and saw that manhwa kindergarten was completely different from the last time Gu Xingyi came. Under the early morning sunlight, the front of the kindergarten was bustling with parents bringing their children to school, and even inside the kindergarten, there were colorful flags flying, a thriving scene. This makes Gu Xingyi a little trance. He crossed over from July to the 1st of September now, just almost 2 months' time. He seems to have completely integrated into this place, also into the role of a father. Little Nai Nai had also completely woken up at this time. She was lying in Xia Shuriyao's arms, curiously looking at the kindergarten entrance of those barfing and crying children. In her heart, those kids about her age were not good at all. Because dad said, the kids who go to kindergarten and don't cry are the good kids. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao only paused for a moment before hugging Nai Nai and walking inside the kindergarten with the army of parents. Inside the kindergarten, one by one, the kindergarten teachers were greeting the parents and children of their classes, and Gu Xingyi hadn't gone far before he saw Su Ling and Lu Dan, warmly receiving the children's parents with smiles on their faces. Su Ling was smiling and talking to one of the parents when she turned her head and saw Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao walking towards her with little Nai Nai. Su Ling spoke with Lu Dan by her side, who continued to speak with the parents as Su Ling hurriedly greeted them. Xingyao dad, Xingyao mom, you guys are here, quickly come this way. In a moment when the parents and kids arrive, we'll go to the class first. This time when they met, Su Ling even changed her address, from addressing Mr. Gu to Xingyao dad, which also represented that in the future, Nai Nai officially became a member of this kindergarten. Gu Xingyao nodded and followed Su Ling as she walked to the group of parents of primary 3 class. The nearby parents greeted the two of them in a friendly manner, and there were also some parents who saw the two of them with a hint of surprise in their eyes, which then turned to joy, clearly recognizing the two of them. Being in the same class as a celebrity child, or Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, who had been the hottest topic of conversation lately, they would have something to talk about with their friends and family when they returned. Not long after, parents with their children all arrived, Su Ling and Lu Dan in front of the lead, a line of people voluminous toward the small classroom 3 classroom. Arriving at the classroom, the children all sat on small stools, while the parents were arranged to sit uniformly at the back. Su Ling and Lu Dan stood in front and introduced themselves with a smile. Hello children, my name is Su Ling. From now on I will be your teacher in kindergarten, you can call me Miss Su. Hello children, my name is Lu Dan, you can call me Teacher Lu. The children on the small bench below obviously didn't listen carefully, they shook their little bodies, and some of them directly stood up and ran into their mother's arms, and were awkwardly lifted back to the small bench by the parent. Little Nai Nai was very good sitting on the small stool shaking his little legs, big eyes blinking looking at the two teachers on the stage. Then Gu Xingyi saw that a chubby little boy sitting next to Nai Nai suddenly turned his head to look at Nai Nai. I've seen you before. You came out of a cell phone, right? Nai Nai was filled with pride when he heard this. Yeah, my dad's pretty awesome. He can put me in his cell phone. The chubby boy pouted his little lips when he heard this and gave his dad a disgruntled twist of his head as if he was angry that his dad couldn't put him in his cell phone. But he quickly twisted his chubby little face back and raised his little head. My daddy is good too. He can make yummy food. And he's especially good at eating. My daddy is especially good at eating too. My daddy can eat a pig. The two little ones suddenly bickered on this topic for some reason, and Gu Xingyi listened with interest, even as some of the other parents' gazes were drawn to the two. That was until they heard that little fatty shout out. My dad can eat shit. In the group of parents, a chubby man's smiling face suddenly became stiff. The beautiful woman beside him secretly covered her mouth and laughed, and Gu Xingyi's heart lifted. He was afraid that the next sentence little Nai Nai would come up with an even more explosive one. Fortunately, little Nai Nai didn't. She tilted her little head to think and said with slight regret. Then your dad is so awesome. My dad can't. Phew. Gu Xingyi let out a long sigh of relief, then smiled in relief. It is really a sweet little cotton jacket, this warmth quality, bar none. Xia Shiyao also snickered, as she saw Gu Xingyi was just so nervous that he was about to stand up. Su Ling and Lu Dan on the stage were still working hard to interact with the children, until the orientation meeting finally started. They both breathed a sigh of relief. Every year at this time, it was the time they worked the hardest. The Welcome Assembly is a special event organized by Manhwa Kindergarten to welcome every new child entering the kindergarten, and it is held on the green artificial lawn of the kindergarten. Parents basically watched the whole event, and the teachers led the children to play various games to make it easier for them to get familiar with each other. Interspersed with this were performances of children's songs by each class. While primary 3 teachers Su Ling and Lu Dan quickly led the children in singing Two Tigers, the teachers of the other classes were still trying to teach the children in their own classes the children's songs. Many of the teachers looked over to primary 3, listening to the neat children's songs. They drooled with envy. They also wanted such simple and catchy children's songs to quickly teach the children. Xia Shiyao stood beside Gu Xingyi, looking at Nai Nai who was singing along with the children, a happy smile rising on her face. She turned her head to look at Gu Xingyi's side face again, her almond eyes filled with tenderness. Manhwa Kindergarten's orientation ended, the children all returned to their classrooms along with their teachers, and now it was time for the parents to separate from their own children. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao hid behind the window, looking at their own little Nai Nai, their hearts breaking, only to see that Nai Nai no longer had the curiosity and happiness she had when she first arrived. Now she was, a tiny one, sitting on a small stool, hugging her little legs, her long eyelashes fluttering, her big watery eyes, and her aggrieved little mouth deflated. Unlike other children's crying and fussing, she just sat there quietly and obediently, her golden peas falling down drop by drop. Gu Xingyi's heart felt a burst of heartache at this scene. He had the urge to rush in and take Nai Nai home. This kindergarten, not on it. Xia Shuriyao beside him gently tugged on his sleeve. He turned his head to look. Xia Shuriyao lowered her head, her soft voice with a hint of strength. Let's go. Every child is meant to go through this moment. Gu Xingyi was silent for a moment, and finally nodded. He glanced at Nai Nai in the classroom again, then took Xia Shuriyao's hand and walked towards the kindergarten entrance. The sunlight was a bit harsh, and Gu Xingyi's mood wasn't very beautiful. Not being able to see Nai Nai aggravated was one aspect, but most importantly, it was as if he had seen Xia Shuriyao's shadow as a child across time from little Nai Nai. Xia Shuriyao as a child would only be more sad than the current Nai Nai, right? Without the company of family members, a small person sitting alone on a small stool, but quiet, not noisy, and then sad can only deflate the small mouth, nowhere to talk about it. Nai Nai not only has eyes like Xia Shuriyao, but even her character is somewhat similar to Xia Shuriyao. Seeing the slightest thing is knowing the slightest thing. What made Gu Xingyi sad was this: Xia Shuriyao's personality as a child would only be more well-behaved than Nai Nai. Instead of being well-behaved, she would be careful to look at people's faces and try to make herself as well-behaved as possible, so much so that when she grew up, she was even more gentle as water, timid and cowardly, as if she was going against the grain on everything. Just like last time, even her love for him was careful, even wanting to dedicate her body to express her love. Gu Xingyi's heart was hard to the extreme at the moment. He didn't want to see her like this. He wanted her to live a little more self-centered. He wanted her to cry when she wanted to cry, to make a scene when she wanted to make a scene, and to say whatever she wanted to say. But Gu Xingyi didn't know what to do. He could only hold her hand and go home. When they got home, neither of them was obviously very excited. Gu Xingyi turned on the TV and casually clicked on an entertainment program, wanting to relax, and Xia Shuriyao took her cell phone and nestled aside, not knowing who she was messaging. The entertainment program on TV was very general. Gu Xingyi just watched it for a couple of moments, and then had no interest in watching it again. He turned his head to look at Xia Shuriyao, and compared to the TV, it was obvious that Xia Shuriyao was more eye-catching. Compared to Gu Xingyi just where to that moment, after nearly 2 months of time conditioning, now Xia Shuriyao obviously have some meat. Before that time, simply too thin. Now, Gu Xingyi looked at Xia Shuriyao wearing a flowery dress, couldn't help but grab her calf and put it on her thigh, and pinched the meat on her calf's stomach with her hand. Well, very good. The sense of touch is good. Xia Shuriyao was startled by Gu Xingyi's sudden action and let out a cry of shock. Her entire body sat up straight and looked at him in some panic. You, what are you doing? I'm your husband. What are you afraid of? I was just looking to see if you've gained some weight, and am satisfied with the results. Sure enough, you've put on a lot of weight. Gu Xingyi had a serious face. Xia Shuriyao glanced at Gu Xingyi with a skeptical gaze. Could he not tell without getting on his hands? But the feeling of lying halfway on Gu Xingyi's lap with her legs like this seemed to be quite comfortable. Xia Shuriyao looked at Gu Xingyi with a wary gaze for a while longer, and found that he really didn't seem to have any other ideas, before she continued to look at her cell phone again. Gu Xingyi looked at her white feet were still moving around restlessly. Obviously at this moment her heart was still a little nervous. Gu Xingyi continued to look like a gentleman, but a pair of hands were gently rubbing the belly of her calf. The comfortable feeling made Xia Shuriyao unable to concentrate on her cell phone. Her eyelashes blinked rapidly, but she still pretended to be calm as she fiddled with her cell phone. On the contrary, Gu Xingyi was very cozy. Xia Shuriyao's calf, the touch is not too good. It really is a series of leg play yara. Unfortunately, this enjoyable moment didn't last long, and it was time to make lunch. I'm going to cook. Gu Xingyi retracted his hand with slight regret, placed Xia Shuriyao's calf on the sofa, stood up and said, then walked towards the kitchen. Xia Shuriyao raised her eyes and watched Gu Xingyi walk away. Her eyes also had reluctance. Thinking of lunch, she thought of Nai Nai again. She didn't know if Nai Nai was used to eating the meals there at the kindergarten. After all, Gu Xingyi's cooking was really delicious. The little one's clothes and other things are all prepared by her. Water cups and tableware, including bedding, are uniformly issued by the kindergarten. Xia Shuriyao was thinking about Nai Nai. The cell phone in her hand suddenly rang at this time. Xia Shuriyao turned back to look at it. It was a call from Sister Yun. Just now she was still chatting with Sister Yun on WeChat about the company's business. Now how come she suddenly called? Hello? Sister Yun, what's wrong? Is there something urgent? Xia Shuriyao picked up the phone. She knew that Sister Yun normally wouldn't call her like this to talk without something important. Hey, Shuriyao, there is indeed something over here to ask you. There are still a few days left for the second match of the finals. This time we are going to invite a guest to assist in the singing. The company asked if you have any intended guest. If not, they will invite a veteran singer from their own company to assist in the singing for you. Xia Shuriyao was silent for a moment after hearing this. Her left hand placed at her side unconsciously clenched the corner of her coat. Sister Yun, you know, this time the keyword is love song duet. I have the intended person. You're talking about Gu Xingyi, right? Sister Yun's slightly tired voice came from the receiver. Xia Shuriyao pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Sure Yao, have you thought about it? You know that Gu Xingyi isn't a professional singer, comparing to those veteran singers' singing skills and stage performance ability, Gu Xingyi doesn't have any advantage. Also, did you talk to Gu Xingyi about this matter? Did he agree? Listening to Sister Yun's words, Xia Shiyao raised her eyes to look at Gu Xingyi's busy figure in the kitchen. Sister Yun, you know. Xia Shiyao paused. She didn't finish her sentence. She knew that Sister Yun understood what she meant. You are always so heartbreaking. How good to change this character. Good, then I'll decline for you on the company side. As for Gu Xingyi, forget it. I won't worry about you two's affairs. Sister Yun only wants you to be happy. Sister Yun said in a somewhat doting manner. Xia Shiyao plopped her little legs on the sofa, rubbing her calf tummy that had just been rubbed by Gu Xingyi, and glancing at the back of that busy person in the kitchen, softly said, will do. The phone hung up. Xia Shiyao was a bit dazed. There was actually a sentence in her heart that she didn't say. That is, I'm already happy. Gu Xingyi was concentrating on choosing vegetables. The leaves in his hand were suddenly snatched by a jade hand. It turned out to be Xia Shiyao who walked in without saying a word. She was seriously choosing the vegetables, and squeezed right next to Gu Xingyi, not bothering to look at him. Smelling the familiar fresh scent coming from Xia Shiyao's body, and looking at her little face that was red for some reason, Gu Xingyi smiled, and moved his body slightly to one side, so that the two of them could stand a little more comfortably. Old hubby, did you get inspired for the song? Gu Xingyi, who was in the middle of chopping vegetables, shook his hand and almost cut his finger. He stubbed his ears in disbelief and turned his head to look at Xia Shiyao, whose pretty face was already so red that it seemed to be dripping blood. What did you call me? Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao was so shy that she was about to bury her small face into the vegetable pot, and her hand became a bit flustered as she chose the vegetables, turning the leaves into pieces of varying sizes. She suddenly felt that Gu Xingyi was so bad. Obviously she had already heard it clearly, but she had to make her say it again. Hubby. Xia Shiyao pinched the vegetable leaf in her hand, like it was the Gu Xingyi in front of her, but she still struggled to say it again. This husband sounded like heavenly music in Gu Xingyi's ears, making him feel as if his entire body had loosened up in an instant. Gu Xingyi's face instantly turned into a smile, and even his voice drifted a bit. Why did your wife suddenly remember to ask about the song? Just asking. Let me think. Gu Xingyi looked at the vegetable leaves in the basin that had already been torn to shreds by Xia Shiyao, and after thinking carefully, he suddenly understood why Xia Shiyao had acted this way. After thinking about it, Gu Xingyi's gaze flickered for a moment, his complexion becoming somewhat complicated. For Xia Shiyao to be able to call him her husband, he was naturally pleasantly surprised. Just like the last time in the hotel, he was looking forward to these surprises. But this was different. Although it was all willingly by her, the starting point was different. She was pleasing herself again. Gu Xingyi suddenly wanted to cry a little. This idiot, every time she expresses her love, does she have to use this way? Careful, like a stray kitten that was picked up and brought home. It made Gu Xingyi's heart ache, but he didn't know how to go about it. Xia Shiyao waited for a few moments, but did not wait for Gu Xingyi's reply. Her heart was a little flustered. She wanted to raise her head to look at Gu Xingyi, but she was a little afraid to do so. Another short while passed. Xia Shiyao felt Gu Xingyi beside her move. In the next second, her body was suddenly wrapped in his warm embrace, and the sound of Gu Xingyi's gentle words came from her ears. I've already thought of a song. After dinner, I'll write it down and give it to you, okay? Gu Xingyi's warm breath hit her ears. Xia Shiyao's body stiffened for a moment before quickly softening. Such an intimate move made her legs a little soft. Okay. At this time, she had completely forgotten what she should say. Gu Xingyi only hugged her gently for a bit before letting go of Xia Shiyao, mainly because such a soft and sticky Xia Shiyao was too tantalizing. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist wanting to bully her. A lunch, hard dragged an hour to finish. On the table, Xia Shiyao was a bit stuffy. She ate her rice in small bites, her mouth bulging. Just now in the kitchen she still had a lot to say before her thoughts were disrupted by Gu Xingyi's sudden movements. The darned Gu dork was still laughing across the room right now. After the meal, Xia Shiyao took the initiative to take on the job of cleaning up the hygiene, while Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, went to the study. He seemed to have already thought of what to do. Although this would aggravate Xia Shiyao for a little while, but he believed that after this Xia Shiyao would naturally call out for her husband, not in this situation. Xia Shiyao nestled on the sofa after washing the dishes. She looked at the direction of the study and froze. There was some hope and some withdrawal in her eyes. In the end she pursed her lips, and only loving tenderness remained in her eyes. This time there was a long wait until after 4 in the afternoon. Only then did Gu Xingyi walk out from the study with 2 pieces of paper. He looked at Xia Shiyao's eyes that suddenly glowed a little. The hand holding the curved paper unconsciously got a little harder. Her careful love was so heartbreaking and helpless to him. Gu Xingyi forced up a smile and walked over to sit beside her. Look at it, love song duet. I'm familiar with it. Xia Shiyao took the song paper in Gu Xingyi's hand. She was now not surprised by his creative ability, and was not surprised at all. She just quickly scanned the lyrics and the music score, and knew that the song was still good. Gu Xingyi never seemed to disappoint when it came to lyrics and music, and his lyrics and music could always mesmerize people. But Xia Shiyao didn't have the heart to think about that right now. She just glanced at the love song in her hands that fit the keywords so well, and her eyes rested on Gu Xingyi's body and she couldn't move away. The anticipation that showed in her eyes was clear at a glance. But Gu Xingyi acted as if he didn't see it, as he stretched out, his eyes drifting away. Xia Shiyao bit her lip, the anticipation in her eyes turned into loss. She looked down at the lyrics in her hand again, and was a little aggravated. She wanted to sing this song with Dum Gu. We're going to invite guests for this final. Xia Shiyao raised her head, cupping the song script paper in her hands, her voice soft, hubby, I don't have any guest singers. Gu Xingyi's body trembled for a moment, his heart beating even harder because of Xia Shiyao's soft husband and the aggression in her voice. He tried to tilt his head up and not look at her. He was afraid that he would fall into her gentleness all of a sudden. It's fine, this kind of thing will definitely be resolved by sound and sea entertainment. Gu Xingyi stretched his back to hide his expression as he said in a light tone. Xia Shiyao bit her lip harder, she lowered her head, not daring to let Gu Xingyi see the watery mist that had risen in her eyes. The room quieted down for a moment, and both of them stopped speaking. Gu Xingyi kept waiting for Xia Shiyao to open her mouth, but after waiting for a long time, she still didn't speak. I'm going to pick up Nai first. Gu Xingyi took a deep breath and looked at the time. He still didn't bother to look at Xia Shiyao. He directly stood up and walked towards the door. Xia Shiyao just watched as Gu Xingyi's back disappeared in the doorway before the door was closed. She just sat quietly on the sofa, deflating her little mouth and silently dropping tears as Nai, who was sitting in the classroom before. A child who can't cry will never have candy to eat. Gu Xingyi suddenly remembered this saying as he leaned on the doorframe, his dark eyes revealing some sadness. Arriving at the entrance of the Jianghua kindergarten, Gu Xingyi didn't have to wait long before the school bell came out from inside. Rows of children followed their own teachers and cheerfully came to the parents' waiting area, and Gu Xingyi received Nai as he had hoped. Compared to the morning, Nai's mood was obviously much better. Her little face was already overflowing with smiles, obviously having been coaxed by Su Ling and Lu Dan, these kindergarten teachers. Coaxing children is really something. When Nai saw her father, she jumped over with her short legs. Gu Xingyi smoothly picked her up and left a fragrant kiss on her little face. Nai looked around again, then her big eyes blinked in confusion as she looked at her daddy. Daddy, why didn't mommy come to pick up Nai? Gu Xingyi was instantly choked. Could he say that mommy was bullied by daddy and cried at home? Back at home, Xia Shiyao has already made dinner. Now that Nai is in kindergarten, she needs to get up early in the morning, and can no longer go to bed as late at night as before. Gu Xingyi was still avoiding Xia Shiyao's gaze as he had just done. He was afraid that once he met her watery eyes, he would instantly soften his heart. The table was quiet, even Nai didn't play around as usual. The little one seemed to be sensitive to the emotions between her parents, as she twisted her head from time to time to look at her mom, who was eating quietly with her head down, and then at her dad, who was silent on the side. Then she deflated her little mouth, and her little body rubbed towards Xia Shiyao's side without leaving any traces. Daddy is bad. Definitely bullying mommy again. So, after dinner, Gu Xingyi coaxed for a long time, and quietly reassured the little one that he wasn't bullying Xia Shiyao, before letting little Nai immediately go to bed. Before going to bed, of course, there is no shortage of Gu Xingyi's daily bedtime stories. Gu Xingyi waited for this moment for a long time. He secretly looked at Xia Shiyao lying on the other side, cleared his throat and told Nai colorfully. Once upon a time, there is a very good little white rabbit. She has a very good friend, the little gray rabbit. But the little gray rabbit is very lazy. This year's autumn harvest, the little white rabbit hard work harvested 5 carrots. One day the little white rabbit door to find the little gray rabbit to play, and saw the little gray rabbit is starving, pitifully looking at themselves. The white rabbit saw his favorite little gray rabbit to be hungry. She did not hesitate to give the little gray rabbit a carrot. The little gray rabbit to get a carrot, happy to say to the little white rabbit, "You are so good." Hearing the words of the little gray rabbit, the little white rabbit was also very happy, and after that, every few days, the little white rabbit had to go to the little gray rabbit and give him a carrot. Until finally, the little white rabbit himself only a carrot. This day, the little white rabbit endured to find the little gray rabbit. The little white rabbit looked at the hand of the last carrot, and looked at his good friend little gray rabbit. She knew that this carrot and then give out, he will be hungry. Speaking of this, Gu Xingyi paused for a moment. He looked again at Xia Shiyao, who was still lying quietly on one side, and then gently scraped little Nai's nose. Nai, if you were this kind little white rabbit, would you be afraid of losing this best friend and give the last carrot in your hand to the little gray rabbit again? Little Nai was quietly listening to the story with her big round eyes, and when she heard her dad ask her, she wrinkled her little nose and thought for a while before she said in a childish tone, Can we split it in half? That way the little white rabbit and the little gray rabbit won't go hungry. Gu Xingyi smiled and rubbed little Nai's head and said, Of course you can, Nai is so smart, but Daddy wants to tell Nai that it's wrong for the little white rabbit to do this. She should tell her friend the little gray rabbit what's on her mind, instead of being afraid of losing the little gray rabbit and going to give him the best of her own things. Little Nai looked at her dad in confusion. She thought the little white rabbit was very kind and cute. Xiao Shuriao's body trembled slightly, biting her lip. A trace of aggression rose in her eyes again. She also felt that the little white rabbit was not wrong. Gu Xingyi kissed Nai's little face again. The little white rabbit is very good, but she forgot herself. She only thinks about the little gray rabbit in her heart, but she never thinks about herself. Okay, little Nai should go to bed if you can't get up tomorrow. Your teacher will have to spank you. Gu Xingyi turned off the bedside lamp and slowly coaxed little Nai to sleep, and in a short while, the little one fell asleep. In the quiet room, there was only the slight breathing of the three of them. While Gu Xingyi did not lie down, he just quietly leaned on the back of the bed, eyes open, silently looking at the dark night. He was waiting for Xiao Shuriao to take the initiative to find him. Xiao Shuriao's heart was also very unsettled. She had been thinking about the story Gu Xingyi had just told. She knew that it was something he had told to himself. But she didn't know why Gu Xingyi was like this. He clearly knew what he meant. Why couldn't he just agree to himself? A little more time passed. Gu Xingyi heard Xiao Shuriao on the other side sit up from the bed, and soft footsteps followed. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi's eyes were dark and glowing. Gu dork. A soft and sticky voice caused Gu Xingyi to lose his concentration a little, and he saw that Xiao Shuriao had already come to the side of his bed, her two small hands grabbing his arm. Your wife, do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Gu Xingyi's voice was a bit hoarse. His lifted heart finally fell. It was great that Xiao Shuriao could take the initiative. Xiao Shuriao didn't say anything, just pursed her lips. Gu Xingyi rolled over and got out of bed, gently and quietly pulled Xiao Shuriao to the living room. He was afraid of waking up little Nai. The neon lights of the city outside the window penetrated through the curtains, and Gu Xingyi saw Xiao Shuriao's eyes, which were already full of water mist, and also saw the grievance and loss hidden in her eyes. Gu Xingyi felt his throat get a little heavy as he looked at the careful petite wife in front of him and softly said, Your honorable wife, what do you want to say to me? Xiao Shuriao looked at Gu Xingyi on the sofa in a daze. She finally bit her lip and said in an even softer voice, I want you to be my supporting vocalist. I want you to accompany me to sing that song. Then why didn't your wife directly say it before? Xiao Shuriao was silent and lowered her head again as Gu Xingyi continued. Was it because you were afraid that I would refuse? No. This time, Xiao Shuriao answered firmly, because she knew Gu Xingyi wouldn't reject herself. Then what is it? Does your wife feel that you must give something of yourself for me to be happy? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Xiao Shuriao bit her lip and gently shook her head twice, trying her best to stop the tears she wanted to fall. No, that's not what I think. I know that your wife has always been like this. When you feel sad in your heart, you digest it alone. When you come across things that are hard to accept, it's the same. You've always been careful, even if, it's the same with me. Gu Xingyi's voice was a bit dull. His heart was even more blocked. He held Xiao Shuriao's shoulders with both hands, and met her gaze. But honorable wife, I'm your husband. You used to have no one to speak your mind to, and when you suffered grievances, you could only digest them silently by yourself. But now that I'm here, if you're still like you used to be, and you bear everything silently by yourself, then what am I really doing? Speaking of this, Gu Xingyi's voice was trembling a bit. Xiao Shuriao couldn't stop her tears at this point, but when she saw Gu Xingyi's eyes, she panicked inwardly. She had never seen him with such sad eyes before, and she had never thought that Gu Xingyi would shed a tear, so all of a sudden she couldn't care less about the tear stains on her own face, and she panicked as she reached out to help him wipe the corners of his eyes. Your wife wants to sing that song with me, and so do I, but there's another song I want to sing to your wife right now. I hope that in the future, your wife can say whatever you want to say and do whatever you want to do, and I can say it with you and do it with you. Even if your wife wants to cry and scream, I'll be happy. Gu Xingyi felt unusually uncomfortable in his heart just by looking at her flustered appearance. Originally, to be heartbroken for someone is such a feeling, and it turns out, to love someone is such a wish for her to be better. After Xiao Shuriao wiped the corners of Gu Xingyi's eyes, she tried to hurriedly wipe the tears off her face again. She was afraid that Gu Xingyi would dislike her for dropping tears all the time, until he heard Gu Xingyi say these words in a trembling voice. All of a sudden, she couldn't stop her tears even more, and she sniffled and looked at Gu Xingyi with some caution again. She never knew that it was possible for her to cry in front of others. In that case, would Dorky Gu be too annoyed with himself? But Gu Xingyi told her with practical actions. Gu Xingyi pulled her into his arms in one go, a smile forced on his face. Look, isn't it great that you're like this? And I'll only love you more. Xiao Shuriao raised her head, tearful eyes staring blankly into his eyes. He was still the same gentle nerd. Gu dork wow. Xiao Shuriao couldn't help herself all of a sudden, and flung herself into Gu Xingyi's arms and cried, crying so wantonly. Gu Xingyi gently patted her back, leaning down and lowering his head to her ear. I have a song I want to sing to Xiao Shuriao, and I will only sing it to Xiao Shuriao. Xia Shiyao gripped the corner of Gu Xingyi's pajamas with her two small hands, deflating her mouth, her face buried in his embrace and rubbing hard, but her little head still nodded out of habit. Gu Xingyi laughed a little and rubbed her head, his gaze gentle, singing softly. Want to see you laugh, want to mess with you, want to embrace you into my arms. 1 second, red-faced in the quarrel, the next second turn around and make up. Not afraid of you crying, not afraid of you screaming, because you are my pride. A pair of eyes chasing you around, a heart has long been ready. Gu Xingyi's gentle voice rang in his ears. Xia Shiyao lifted her small face and looked at him with red eyes. Originally, she is now also spoiled by someone? Xia Shiyao sniffled her little nose again, and her hand gripping the corner of Gu Xingyi's coat became harder and harder. She could cry and make a scene like everyone else now, because dumb Gu was telling her that he would always be by her side and never leave her. Gu Xingyi lowered his head, looked at Xia Shiyao's watery eyes, and gently dropped a kiss at the corner of her eyes. He stopped. Xia Shiyao was a bit upset, deflating her small mouth. She could hear that the song wasn't finished. Gu nerd continue. She reached out her finger to poke Gu Xingyi's stomach. This was the song that Gu Xingyi sang to her, and only belonged to her. She wanted to hear the end of it. Gu Xingyi smiled and pinched Xia Shiyao's pretty nose. In fact, doing this, letting Xia Shiyao be sad and then know it, letting her memorize it, was the most impotent thing he had ever done. But he had no better way. He believed he could slowly change Xia Shiyao in the long years to come, but then Xia Shiyao would still go through many times of aggravation and hide her heart many times. He no longer wanted to see her appearance when she was alone quietly digesting the grievances in her heart. Gu Xingyi looked deeply at Xia Shiyao, feeling her pinch the corners of her coat tighter and tighter, and sang softly again. Just once, I'll take you to see the end of the world. Laughing in the sunny days. Make noise in the free air. Do you know? My only want. Xia Shiyao's eyes became even more infatuated as she looked at Gu Xingyi. Her hand that was gripping the corner of Gu Xingyi's coat gradually loosened, and she turned to hug his waist, her entire body leaning into his embrace. Listening to the song, she seemed to see her future days with him, quarreling and laughing. This was a day that Xia Shiyao had never imagined before. It wasn't that she didn't want to, it was that she never dared to think about it. But now he wrapped his arms around himself and made himself suddenly dare to think about it. The world is still small, I'll accompany you to the ends of the earth. In the corners where there are no worries, stop looking. In the carefree times, slowly grow old. You know, my whole heartbeat beats with you. She carefully and clumsily showed her love to him, even trying to dedicate her body to cater to him, while he diffused it with sincerity time and time again, and this time, even more so with a song. At the end of a song, Gu Xingyi lightly exhaled a breath, feeling the delicate body in his arms that held him tighter and tighter, and said softly, singing this song, I want to let Xia Shiyao know that I will be by Xia Shiyao's side in the future, to be Xia Shiyao's reliance, no matter what, I won't go away, those things, those grievances, you don't have to hold them in your heart by yourself. Your wife is in my heart but more important than myself, I hope you don't have to be so careful anymore, running in both directions is love, my love for your wife will only get deeper and deeper. Xia Shiyao just buried her head in Gu Xingyi's chest and kept listening. Gu Xingyi finished and after a while, she lifted her little face, pouted her little mouth and whispered softly, Gu dork, you're so annoying. Gu Xingyi deliberately pretended to be aggrieved. Where is it annoying? Just annoying, knowing that I want you to go to the competition with me, and you're deliberately messing with me. Oh, that's why you deliberately called me your husband? As soon as these words left her mouth, Xia Shiyao's face turned violently red, and she glared fiercely at Gu Xingyi with her eyes that still had water vapor hanging in them, before exasperatedly pouncing Gu Xingyi onto the sofa and covering his mouth. No more talking. Gu Xingyi's eyes were filled with laughter, and he symbolically struggled for a bit, busily nodding his head, signaling that he wasn't going to say any more. Only then did Xia Shiyao let go of Gu Xingyi, only the shyness in her eyes couldn't be hidden. She sat on Gu Xingyi and looked at him with a puffed-up face. So your honor wife, isn't this still quite temperamental? Seeing such an honorable wife, I'm very happy. In the future, if there's something, I hope that your wife can also tell me with such a straight face. Gu Xingyi was pressed down on the sofa with a gentle smile. He was happy to see such a sight of Xia Shiyao. Life is short, your wife should first think of yourself before you can think of others. You are you, I am me, we are together, that's what we are, not a single me. If you only think of me, that kind of you, how can you be the real you yourself? Moreover, I will be heartbroken. Xia Shiyao looked at such Gu Xingyi, nodded her head vigorously, her hands propped up on his chest also cupped his face, her mouth deflated and wanted to cry again. Obviously such a nasty Gu dork, how come she likes it so much? Xia Shiyao rubbed his face, blushing a little, then she suddenly covered his eyes with her hands and leaned down to kiss him. Forcibly kissed? Gu Xingyi was shocked, the reaction brought about by his own move seemed to be a bit fast, and some surprise? The night was tantalizing, and the Xia Shiyao at this moment was even more tantalizing. A long French wet kiss made Gu Xingyi a little confused, even his hand, at some point, drilled into that loose pajamas. It wasn't until she was about to climb to the peak that Xia Shiyao reacted as an afterthought. She raised her head in a daze, bringing up a hint of crystal, and froze as she looked at Gu Xingyi's large hand that had reached into her clothes. The delicate soft touch on her lips left, and Gu Xingyi opened his eyes in bewilderment, before seeing his large hand that was making mischief. In the next moment, he blushed with embarrassment. Ahem, you say, is it this hand of mine? He has a mind of his own? Xia Shiyao's face flushed red, directly turning from the initiative she had just taken into a passive one, and with a humph, her entire body pressed against Gu Xingyi's, trying to stop his big hand from continuing its actions. Gu Xingyi secretly snickered, swearing to the lamp, he really didn't want to move around, he just wanted to pull his hand out. Now, he was confined in Xia Shiyao's clothes. This time, he really couldn't pull it out. Gu Xingyi smelled the fresh scent of Xia Shiyao's body, and could only hold her body with one hand, his hand gently patting her back. Alright, get up quickly? I promise not to move around. Xia Shiyao was not moved in the slightest, still pressed on his body like this, only a muffled voice rang out from Gu Xingyi's chest. You haven't promised to go to the competition with me yet. So that's the reason you're not getting up? Looking at Xia Shiyao, who was relying on herself to play tricks on her, Gu Xingyi somewhat wanted to laugh. Stupid Xia Shiyao, is this a reward or coercion? Oh. Even if your wife doesn't say anything, I'll still participate with you. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Xia Shiyao violently raised her head from his chest, staring at him with almond eyes and an unbelievable expression. So, you're just doing it on purpose. Aha! Gu Xingyi fondly pulled his hand out and spread his hands. Gu nerd! In the next second, the soft flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist was pinched by a small hand. Hiss, be gentle, you'll wake Nai Nai up. Gu Xingyi bared his teeth and said softly, he was a bit skeptical of life, so even the gentler women know this trick? He watched the men with wives on Jiayin who all came this way. Originally he didn't believe it, but now he did. Bad man. Xia Shiyao glared, her eyes voice lowered, this bad guy just knows to bully her. If you don't do this, how will your wife be like this now? I don't want to see a condescending and careful wife-honored person for the long years to come. Nah. Xia Shiyao pouted her little lips, and with some heartache, gently stroked the soft flesh around Gu Xingyi's waist. Even if she said that wouldn't change the fact that he was bullying herself. Gu Xingyi once again reached out his hands to carry Xia Shiyao into his arms, keeping the two of them close together. It's just that Nai Nai is in kindergarten now, and when I go to the competition with you, I still need to find someone to take care of Nai Nai temporarily. Xia Shiyao's eyes gradually softened as she listened to his heartbeat, and she softly replied back after just a moment's thought. Let's trouble Lele to come over and take care of Nai Nai first. It's only a few days. We still have to practice songs together. Going to the company's recording studio is a bit better. After she finished speaking, she paused for a moment and gently called Gu Xingyi again. Gu nerd. Nai Nai is also in kindergarten now. Isn't it time for her to have her own little room? Xia Shiyao buried her head, her ears red. Gu Xingyi nodded in agreement. Well, when I come back this time, I'll pack up the side bedroom and make a little princess room for Nai Nai. So I'll leave it up to you to coax Nai Nai at that time. Xia Shiyao just gently bumped Gu Xingyi's chest with her head and didn't say anything. Gu Xingyi searched for a moment and continued. There's also the car. I've been talking about buying a car, but I haven't taken much time to buy one. Tomorrow I'll contact that previous sale again and buy another one. It's also convenient to transport Nai Nai to and from school. And the house, we need to change a bigger house, but this, need to wait for the wife to make money to realize it. After all, I'm a full-time baby daddy. He said he was a full-time baby daddy, but Gu Xingyi was really busy now. He had been writing anime titles, and the first season would be finished in 10 days, and the songs were still written by him, and even the contests. He was now going to participate as a guest singer. Gu Xingyi laughed and joked a little, but he did feel that the house should be changed. This house only has 2 rooms, and now the side bedroom is still being used by him as a study. When Taluola came tomorrow, he still had to clean up the side bedroom first. Xia Shiyao softly mumbled, then raised her head and quickly kissed Gu Xingyi on the lips again. Thank you, Gu dork. She had always wanted to say thank you to him, and it wasn't until now that she finally said it. You really want to thank? Then, call your husband again? Gu Xingyi looked at the touchy-feely Xia Shiyao and said with a smile in his eyes in anticipation. This made Xia Shiyao blush a little again, and she flew up from Gu Xingyi's body as if she were racing away, her feet hurrying towards the bedroom. Only an extremely faint voice came from Gu Xingyi's ears. Time to go to bed. Fine. Gu Xingyi rubbed his nose. Anyway, tonight's task had been completed and there was an unexpected surprise. He was already satisfied. Rolling over and sitting up, Gu Xingyi also took a step into the bedroom. Returning to the bed, he once again wrapped Xia Shiyao in his arms, little Nai Nai being mercilessly abandoned by the two to the side. In the darkness, Gu Xingyi contentedly closed his eyes and prepared to sleep, before he heard the petite wife in his arms softly call out, "Husband!" This night, there were no more regrets. The next day, when Xia Shiyao opened her eyes in the morning, Gu Xingyi was no longer on the bed, and she gently pulled back the covers to see her messy pajamas. What a colorful nerd! Xia Shiyao wrinkled her pretty nose and blushed. She looked at the time again, it was already 7:30 a.m. Xia Shiyao looked at little Nai Nai, who was still asleep, and decisively picked her up. Little Nai Nai was again forced to open for business for the day. The habits that the little one had developed before could only be changed slowly now. Gu Xingyi brought breakfast to the dining table. When he saw Xia Shiyao carrying little Nai Nai out of the bedroom, he looked at Xia Shiyao, who had already organized her pajamas neatly, with a smile. "Good morning, hurry up and wash up for dinner." Xia Shiyao glanced at him and hummed in response before taking Nai Nai inside to wash up. The gentle Xia Shiyao, being petulant and naive, has a different flavor. After dinner, Gu Xingyi sent Nai Nai to school, and Xia Shiyao contacted Taluolele, each in their own way. Taluolu was very quick to agree. For going over to take care of little Nai Nai, she agreed with both hands. Such a cute baby, she couldn't wait to hold it in her arms and jerk it off every day. When Gu Xingyi came back, Taluolele had already left for the station. Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao also started to get busy, packing up the side beds, contacting sales to order the car, and various other things. Gu Xingyi on the car does not have a great pursuit, can drive on the line, he did not have any business talks, so just let the 4S store sales to give him a random recommendation. The requirement is to have a car. Tomorrow we'll be able to pick up the car. Time passes very quickly. After Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao packed up their side beds, the two of them hadn't rested long before time had come to noon. Xia Shiyao also received a call from Tao Lele, who had already arrived at the Jiangqing station. After arranging everything at home, the two of them drove to Magic City. Once again, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao were the only two people in Magic City. Gu Xingyi was a little emotional. The original world himself, a single dog, is not so busy, did not expect this life as a full-time baby daddy, go out so many times. In the morning, Xia Shiyao sent the song for the competition to Sister Yun, who took the song to the company's recording team as usual, to produce the background music and register the copyright. The two arrived in Magic City and only rested a little in their apartment before departing once again to the Soundsea Entertainment Building. The two traveled lightly to the 11th floor, where Sister Yun was already waiting. As far away as she was, Sister Yun saw the two of them holding hands together. She couldn't help but have a smile on her face. She took a closer look at Xia Shiyao's pretty face. She didn't know why, although she hadn't seen her for only 3 days. This time when Xia Shiyao came back, she felt that Xia Shiyao was a little bit different. It was a kind of brightness that emanated from within, a state that Xia Shiyao had never been in before. Seeing such Xia Shiyao, Sister Yun's heart warmed. She had accompanied Xia Shiyao for so long, and had always felt very sorry for this little niece, and also knew that Xia Shiyao had always been careful when treating people. Unexpectedly, the one who finally made Xia Shiyao change would be Gu Xingyi, who she initially couldn't see. That would be good. Sister Yun. Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi arrived in front of Sister Yun and shouted in unison. Sister Yun nodded, her gaze soft as she looked at the young couple in front of her who were like divine lovers. Back. Are we going to practice the song straight away now? It's a lot of pressure. I'm not a professional singer after all, so I still need to practice as soon as possible so that I don't sing too badly in the competition then. Gu Xingyi scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Although he was confident that his voice could and would not run out of tune, when there was a lifetime of you being able to burst into flames was also because of this aspect. But he was indeed inferior to professional singers in terms of singing professionalism. This was a fact that couldn't be changed, and he might have to drag Xia Shiyao's feet in this competition. I believe that no matter how you guys sing, Shiyao is going to be very happy, so isn't it okay for Shiyao to be happy? Xia Shiyao's face slightly reddened as she listened to Sister Yun's words, and her grip on Gu Xingyi's hand tightened a bit. Gu Xingyi smiled, a statement he agreed with. As the three of them talked, they walked into the recording studio together. Xia Shiyao took the song script paper out of her bag and placed it on the sheet music shelf as Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao began to focus on studying the song. Both of them were very serious when it came to songs, and they were very much alike in this regard. This was the first time the two sang a love song together. Xia Shiyao's eyes had been flashing with a bright light, singing a love song with Gu Xingyi. This felt so good. Xia Shiyao looked at the title of the song and the lyrics on the manuscript paper. Her heart was still a little nervous. The lyrics on it were the same as what she had always wanted to say to Gu Xingyi in her heart. The river and the sea share the rest of our lives, and the rest of our lives are all about you. And the title of the song was called The Rest of Your Life Afterward. Gu Xingyi benefited from being more familiar with the song, so when the two of them practiced in the beginning, he was obviously much more skillful than Xia Shiyao, and was even able to teach Xia Shiyao in some places. But at the back, Gu Xingyi was completely convinced. Just after practicing a few times, Xia Shiyao was obviously singing much better than him, especially in the breath conversion, and the control of the tune above directly pulled Gu Xingyi a big cut. So at the end of the day, it became Xia Shiyao's turn to teach Gu Xingyi. Throughout the afternoon, the two were immersed in the sea of music, and thanks to Xia Shiyao's teaching, Gu Xingyi was obviously much better than at the beginning. But Gu Xingyi felt that practicing songs and stuff was really tiring. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, He felt like his voice was going up in smoke, and especially when a favorite song was sung by him countless times, it really was a bit of auditory fatigue. He looked at Xia Shiyao with some heartache. From this, he could see that for those songs in front of him, how much effort Xia Shiyao had used to practice so well. It was said that 1 minute on stage, 10 years of work under the stage. It really wasn't an exaggeration at all. Just like that, in the end, it was Xia Shiyao who saw the tired look on Gu Xingyi's face and took the lead to stop practicing for the day. Gu Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt that he, as a full-time baby daddy, was simply not too relaxed. As he walked out of the recording studio with Xia Shiyao and Sister Yun, Gu Xingyi held Xia Shiyao's hand and quietly whispered in her ear, "Wife, you've worked so hard." Xia Shiyao blinked her eyes and didn't reply. She didn't feel much hard work. When she used to sing, it was much harder than this. Just the fact that these words came out of Gu Xingyi's mouth made her feel unusually sweet in her heart. At this time, someone else happened to come out of the recording studio and met with Gu Xingyi's trio. Gu Xingyi looked up. It was a woman draped in a kanji, looking very graceful, and she was followed by a small assistant with a lowered head and glasses. This woman just glanced at the three people, and then lightly hummed, "Missed the body to take the lead to the elevator." Under the feet of high-heeled shoes stepped Didi sound. The woman's feet stomped on her high heels. Didi. The three of them didn't seem to provoke her, right? Gu Xingyi had felt that this woman was somewhat familiar, but he had forgotten where he had seen her before, and was confused by this woman's gesture. He turned his head to look at Sister Yun and asked in confusion, "This is? What's the conflict with Shiyao?" Sister Yun was busy shaking her head, looking at the woman who had disappeared at the elevator and smiled bitterly. Which is no contradiction, this woman is called Lena, and is also the company's top singer. You two just focus on love, where there is still mind to care about showbiz. Showbiz, this pot is so big, and now out of the two of you every day hogging the hot searches, they are much less traffic, more or less will be some resentment towards you. This Lena is, when Shiyao just joined the company, she was a little bit unable to look at our family Shiyao. By now, she is from unable to look at to become a little jealous, right? Hearing Sister Yun's words, Gu Xingyi then remembered where he had seen this woman called Lena. When I watched TV earlier, the advertisements that were often interspersed seemed to have been made by her. This was something that really needed to be taken care of. The piece of cake that was the entertainment industry was just so big, and when they took up more, others took up less, which would naturally attract hatred. But it couldn't be helped, every industry was the same. Survival of the fittest. Gu Xingyi naturally couldn't be afraid because of this. And the reason why he chose Sound and Sea Entertainment in the first place was because Sound and Sea Entertainment's main focus was to cultivate singers with a strong star-making ability. As for the other two, Shengshur Entertainment is more Buddhist in this aspect of singers, and although they are also one of the three giants, they focus on the development of the movie and television industry, and their actors are more outstanding. The other one, Tianmei Entertainment, was not to be mentioned. Being one of the same three giants, they had the worst reputation. Xia Shiyao was a pure singer, and Sound Sea Entertainment was of course the most suitable, but even if Sound Sea Entertainment really couldn't accommodate Xia Shiyao in the first place, it wasn't like he didn't have a choice. After all, there is still the option of obscene development. Approaching the second match of the Star Song Festival finals, the netizens' attention to this match was also getting higher and higher. Last time, Xia Shiyao song she is still hanging high on the hot search of all major platforms, not only because of the high popularity of the click rate, but also because of the major netizens who are competing to cover the song, especially in the many live audio channels. The song she seems to have become a test of the anchor's singing ability. However, no matter how many netizens are covering the song, netizens always think that the most beautiful ghost bride is Xia Shiyao. No one can beat Xia Shiyao in the song she. Some people even compared the songs that appeared in this session of the Star Song Festival with the songs of the previous sessions of the Star Song Festival, and as a result, he realized that there was no comparison at all. This year's Star Song Festival, not only did Xia Shiyao songs have a much higher level than the previous sessions, even other singers, in order not to lose so ugly, came up with songs that were much stronger than before. Thus, another post appeared online, counting down a few treasure songs created by Gu Xingyi. The era of showbiz spit songs will be ended. Inside the post, starting from the initial "A Lifetime with You" to "The Wind Rises," and then finally "She," the post went into detail about what records had been broken by the appearance of these songs. Although the official albums of these songs had not yet appeared on the Hawaiian platform, their airplay and clicks were there for all to see. At the end of the post, it was summarized into a sentence that it was foreseeable that once Xia Shiyao's debut album appeared, it would be in existence where every song made it to the Hawaiian New Songs chart, and even the Golden Melody Awards, which was not out of the realm of possibility. Once this post appeared, it immediately gained countless favorable comments, and everyone couldn't help but look forward to the second final. What kind of song will Gu Xingyi write for Xia Shiyao? Knowing that this competition could invite guest singers, many people were guessing who Xia Shiyao would actually invite. Most people think that Xia Shiyao will definitely invite a veteran singer, because this is a competition about the winner, and Gu Xingyi is not a singer after all, certainly not as good as those veteran singers. Showbiz, no, all understand, the water is muddy, in order to make money, and then the perfect couple will make way for the interests. But there are some people, especially Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao's fans, they are actually still vaguely expecting Xia Shuriyao to invite Gu Xingyi. After all, from the time they appeared in the public's field of vision to now, show that they are all in the thought for each other. They expect the entertainment industry to have such a couple that doesn't go with the flow, to make the turbid entertainment industry have a clear land. For everything that happened in the outside world, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao didn't know. They were out early and back late every day these days, practicing the songs diligently. Because of Xia Shuriyao's guidance, Gu Xingyi's singing skills were rising by leaps and bounds. September 7th. The second session of the Star Song Festival finals officially opened. Until now, the audience didn't know who the guests invited by Xia Shuriyao and Miao Ankuan were, and the program group didn't reveal a single bit of information about this in order to keep the suspense. The competition site, in front of the Magic City Stadium, has long been crowded. In addition to the audience on the scene, more reporters from various companies, the number of people than in any previous installment are much more. The second final of the Star Song Festival. The second match of the final of the Star Song Festival, the one that would probably determine the winner. And this issue is a love song duet. About the guest singer candidate problem in the internet has long been a buzz. A lot of people are speculating these two entertainment giant companies will not be in this game to invite their own company's big names in the singing world too. After all, according to past experience, getting the Star Song Festival Championship is equivalent to taking a ticket to enter the first tier of singers. In order to maintain a sense of mystery, Ren Chao had arranged an exclusive interview area for the reporters in front of the stadium gates early on, while the supporting singers had quietly sneaked into the backstage long ago under the arrangement of the program team. The only ones left for the reporters to interview were the two known contestants, Xia Shuriyao and Miao Ankuan. At 7 in the evening, Sister Yun accompanied Xia Shuriyao to appear in front of the door, and this appearance immediately attracted a lot of cheers from the audience. Not long after, Miao Ankuan and her little assistant also appeared in front of the door, similarly ushering in a burst of cheers. This was the first time since Xia Shuriyao's comeback that she had accepted an official interview, and the eyes of a bunch of reporters were radiating a wolf-like green gaze as they scrambled to surround her, all wanting to get the first-hand information. Ms. Xia Shuriyao, may I ask who was the guest vocalist you invited this time? You guys will know when you sing in a while. Xia Shuriyao shook her head and replied playfully. She naturally wouldn't say that this was what the program group had ordered 3 times. Ms. Xia Shuriyao, can you tell us what your daily life with Gu Xingyi is like in normal times? This could be said, and a smile appeared on Xia Shuriyao's face. Just like any other couple, nothing different. The reporter who asked this question froze. What's the difference between this answer and no answer? He then pointed the microphone at Miao Anjuan again. May I ask player Miao Anjuan, you lost the last match, may I ask if you have the confidence to equalize this time? Miao Anjuan glanced at Xia Shuriyao by her side and smiled. I will try my best. Xia Shuriyao is a very strong opponent, and playing against such an opponent will benefit me greatly. The reporter was once again speechless. Well, you two unified your words, right? These two questions were equivalent to not asking. At this time, another reporter asked a question. Ms. Xia Shuriyao, may I ask what you think about the hot topic of Gu Xingyi raising the level of the entire Chinese music scene online? Xia Shuriyao blinked. In her heart, Gu Xingyi was the best. I don't know what others say, in my heart, Gu Xingyi is the best lyricist. Woohoo! There's the traffic for this issue. The reporter who asked this question grinned. Xia Shuriyao was pretty stiff with this statement. Even though she said it was in her heart, it was also undoubtedly saying to the crowd that Gu Xingyi was the best lyricist. A few more reporters then asked a few questions. Xia Shuriyao and Miao Ankuan saw that it was about time and casually dealt with them before entering the stadium. The reporters also quickly dispersed as they went in. For the content of today's interviews, they are both satisfied and regretful. Satisfied that they have gained a lot of dry goods today, regretful that in the end, they still don't know who the two people supporting singers are. The audience, also at this time, lined up one after another into the arena. Not long, the arena was full. As the gates of the stadium closed, a bright river of stars rose above the arena, and the starlight in the sky slowly scattered across the stage. The opening song of the Star Song Festival also resounded throughout the arena at this time. The second match of the finals officially kicked off. In contrast to the nervous excitement of the audience in front, the backstage was peaceful at the moment. Xia Shuriyao and Miao Ankuan, two beautiful women as girlfriends, general whispering chat days. They do not know what to talk about. The eyes glanced to Gu Xingyi this side, face with some smiles. Gu Xingyi, on the other hand, was talking to a man who was about 40 years old. This man, even Gu Xingyi, who wasn't very familiar with the entertainment industry, had heard of him, the old generation's Heavenly King superstar, Lu Tianwang. Upon seeing this Heavenly King, Gu Xingyi wanted to laugh bitterly in his heart. This was his first competition. The opposite side had even invited this great Buddha. It was really looking down on him. Although Lu Tianwang was not at his peak, but he was one of the 4 heavenly kings in the beginning, able to be called by the netizens as the heavenly kings. Its strength and influence can be imagined, especially in the appeal of the fans, that has an unparalleled advantage. And Lu Tianwang, at the moment he also has a very good feeling towards Gu Xingyi. He knew Gu Xingyi when he made the song A Lifetime of You. That song is also Lu Tianwang's favorite song among all the songs at the moment. Especially the melody and lyrics of that song made Heavenly King Lu feel that it should be a song that could only be written by someone of his own generation. But in fact, the song was made by the young Gu Xingyi. Thinking of this, Heavenly King Lu couldn't help but feel some emotion as he looked at the gentle Gu Xingyi in front of him and laughed. I really didn't think that the younger generation would appear such a monster as you. To be honest, the entertainment industry now really make people can't understand. After these old generation singers of ours have fallen, those songs of the new generation I really can't listen to them. It wasn't until I heard your song A Lifetime of You that I realized that there are still eye-opening talents among the youth. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. This time when they met, he also realized that this heavenly king's temper was really good, and the person didn't have a stance, so much better than those condescending celebrities he had seen before. Heavenly King Lu saying that really discounts me. You're a senior, there's still a lot I have to learn. Gu Xingyi was very modest. Such a heavenly king deserves respect. Ha, Xiaogu, it's not good for young people to be too modest. Strength is strength. When I was your age, I was still struggling silently at the bottom. Heavenly King Lu's laughter drew sideways glances from the other side from the 2 female protagonists of the day. Miao Anjuan's gaze flickered slightly. It was also her first time working with Heavenly King Lu, but it was obvious that she would feel a bit restrained when she chatted with him. But that man on the opposite side, at this moment, he was talking and laughing with the Heavenly King. This was strength and charisma, and this man, whose age was just similar to hers, was really impressive. The Miao Anquan retracted her gaze and looked at Xia Shiyao by her side. She was currently looking at Gu Xingyi over there, her eyes full of tenderness. At this moment, Miao Anjuan really envied her a little. At this time, on the stage, Chen Shuer had already gone on stage. She introduced the 2 contestants of this competition as usual, Xia Shiyao and Miao Anquan, and invited the judges' mentors to sit on the judges' seats. Next, it was really the moment that all the people were watching. The contestants came on stage. At the staff's notice, Miao Anquan and Xia Shiyao slowly walked onto the stage, facing the lights. Both of them were wearing a long dress designed in advance by the program team today, the difference being that Xia Shiyao was wearing a white one with a small golden rose on her chest, while Miao Anquan was wearing a golden one with a small white rose on her chest. One person was like a neighbor girl, simple and moving, and one person was like a royal princess, graceful and atmospheric. The 2 walked together, at first glance, giving a different kind of beauty, but after looking at them for a long time, they seemed to be on the same path, both being the ultimate beauty in their respective fields. As soon as the 2 came onto the stage, they immediately reaped a burst of cheers. Chen Shuer once again stood with these 2, and her heart was also very emotional. These 2, the pressure they put on themselves was really great. Welcome our 2 contestants who are competing today to the stage. Next, let's use our applause to welcome today's supporting singers. First of all, welcome Miao Anqian's supporting singer, Lu Tianwang, to the stage. In this match, Miao Anqilan was the first to sing, so the first assistant singing guest to be unveiled was Miao Anqilan's assistant singing guest, Heavenly King Lu. As for Xia Shiyao's supporting vocalist, it would still be a mystery, and the audience would only know when she sang. This also made the viewers curse in their hearts that the program group was a real dog, really able to hide. However, this did not affect their experience of watching Star Song Exchange, and many viewers were unusually shocked when Chen Shuer announced that Miao Anjuan's supporting vocalist was Heavenly King Lu. That was Heavenly King Lu, the idol of their youth. Many viewers were so excited that they picked up their cell phones and started sending messages to their friends and family. Quickly watch the Star Song Exchange. Heavenly King Lu is here. This also led to many people who hadn't originally paid attention to the Star Song Exchange coming to show their support one after another, and for a while, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room spread all over the screen. An army of middle-aged 30-somethings have come to report for duty. Heavenly King Lu is invincible. Tearful, I didn't realize that Lu Tianwang had come. How can this Miao Anjuan lose? There's one thing to say, I wouldn't recognize Heavenly King Lu. Who is this? A look upstairs is underage. You don't even know Lu Tianwang? I don't know him either. Is it hot? I only know Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi. They're all called Heavenly Kings. Do you think it can't be hot? Our generation is just getting old and doesn't want to surf the internet much. It's not like we're dead. Support Heavenly King Lu. Support Miao Anjuan. Invincible. This was the influence of the Heavenly Kings. Although most of their fans were starting to align with life, once the Heavenly Kings appeared, their youthful memories came back with them. On the stage, Xia Shiyao and the host also retreated backstage at this point, handing the stage over to Miao Anjuan. Under the spotlight, Heavenly King Lu slowly walked onto the stage from behind the stage. He enthusiastically waved his hand towards the audience. Even though his age had already reached his 40s, his appearance was still well maintained and gave off even more of a mature charm. This made a lot of audience under the stage go crazy. They have enthusiastically waved their hands fluorescent sticks to welcome the veteran king of the sky. Music also began to sound at this time. Along with the soft music, above the dark stage, starlight fell, forming a starry sky. On the big screen at the back, the title of the song they were going to sing this time also slowly appeared. Embracing You Under the Starlight. As the starry sky appeared, Heavenly King Lu, who was wearing a black suit, sang softly. His voice was a bit vicissitude, but in the vicissitude, there was some unique flavor that was mesmerizing. The audience closed their eyes and listened attentively. Until a verse of lyrics ended, Heavenly King Lu turned his gaze to Miao Anjuan. Amidst the melodious music, Miao Anjuan locked eyes with Heavenly King Lu and picked up the microphone and also slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was clean and crisp, like a silver bell entering the ears of the crowd. Good to listen to. The song came up and captivated the audience, and the duet between the two managed to bring them under a starry sky. And under the starry sky was a couple who were passionately embracing each other. The starry sky above the stage was dotted with stars, and at this time, a heart-shaped pattern made from the convergence of starlight also slowly appeared, matching the music, making the audience unconsciously recall in their hearts the scene when they embraced their loved ones. Whether it was the audience at the scene, or the audience in the live broadcast room, they were all mesmerized in the sea of love at this moment. Even Gu Xingyi, who was backstage, closed his eyes and slowly savored the song. In the end, he was a heavenly king. He had sung the song's flavor completely, and in terms of singing ability, Gu Xingyi was really ashamed of himself. But he wasn't very stage fright either. He believed that his song, likewise, wasn't bad. Xia Shiyao also felt the same way, in her heart. As long as Gu Xingyi was there, singing with her, she wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Even the heavenly king wouldn't be able to. Miao Anjuan and Heavenly King Lu's song Embracing You Under the Starlight completely awakened the audience's souls of love. Pairs of couples on the scene embraced each other under a heart-shaped pattern formed by the starlight, while those single dogs, who could only drool with envy in their eyes, hugged their brothers sitting on the side and comforted each other. Which is what love song duet competition. This is clearly a dog-killing conference. Until those sparkling stars in mid-air disappeared and the music came to an end, Heavenly King Lu and Miao Anjuan bowed deeply to the audience before their figures gradually faded into the darkness and retreated from the stage. Even though the two had already retreated, the glow sticks under the stage were still waving neatly. Gu Xingyi looked at the Lu Heavenly King who was walking head-on and was overcome with emotion. This was the ability of the Heavenly King. It was also the influence of the Heavenly King. When he first crossed over he thought that this world's songs were just like this, but now he realized that it was the original owner's insight that was too shallow, and that the music scene where the older generation was in the past was different from what it is now. As the army of middle-aged fans said, they were just old, not dead. After the older generation of artists retreated behind the scenes, they just got busy with their lives, but really when these people reappeared, these fan armies, accordingly, appeared. These older generation artists were truly worthy of admiration. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, at this time, were also frantically brushing the screen, as the appearance of Heavenly King Lu brought many people to tears, and his easy mastery of this song also represented the strength of the Heavenly King. Tearful eyes, long time no see. Heavenly King Lu. See you again. Heavenly King Lu. After listening to this song, I'm going to go and line up with life again. Have you all noticed that Gu Xingyi and the older generation of artists seem like the songs they created are all so good. That's the legacy. China is always like this. There's always someone who steps up when every field is at its lowest. Gu Xingyi is like that. Indeed. I'm also a middle-aged man. What were all the songs in the entertainment industry before? It wasn't until Gu Xingyi appeared that I listened to songs again. I just don't know who Xia Shiyao's supporting vocalist is. It's hard to bear. I really hope it's Gu Xingyi. It can't be him. Showbiz, no at all. Miao Anquan has invited a heavenly king. I think Xia Shiyao won't be any worse. Why is it impossible? I truly think that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi, they're really different from the others. What's the point of arguing? Just read on and you'll know. A bunch of barflies. Shoo. It's starting. While there was still a heated discussion online, Xia Shiyao's figure had already appeared on the stage, her white dress, the small golden flower on her chest paired with the happy smile that spread across her face, causing the audience to fall into a trance. This kind of happy expression was something they had just not seen on Miao Anquan's face. This was the kind of expression that only comes from truly having love. When Miao Anqilan sang in duet with Heavenly King Lu, even though they sang very, very well, that kind of look that you only get when you're in love, they didn't have it. They weren't supposed to be a couple, so naturally they wouldn't be as natural as a couple. But Xia Shiyao was different. This look in her eyes right now was clearly the look that only a small woman in love could have. Seeing Xia Shiyao like this, many viewers' hearts trembled slightly. Could it be? Could it really be him? On the stage, the lights gradually changed, a warm light suddenly appeared, and along with the light, a piece of pink rose petals fell down from the air in an ocean. Immediately afterward, on the big screen, the title of the song appeared. The Rest of My Life. The lyrics, composer and arranger, was still Gu Xingyi. But when the audience saw the name of the song being sung, their hearts suddenly trembled for a moment before a great sense of satisfaction rose. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room, which had just stopped for a while, suddenly brushed up again at this time. I told you so. I told you. They're different. It's worthy of being the people I'm a fan of. They're just different. Open your eyes and see. Sung by Gu Xingyi. Xia Shuriyao. A breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Brothers, I adore it. Just the name alone blows me away. This is Xia Shuriyao. Heard the showbiz world is muddy? I'm sorry. It doesn't exist. A love song duet. Of course it has to be a couple. Xia and Gu. They really didn't let me down. How dare she? Isn't she afraid of losing? Are you looking down on my Gu Xingyi? Although that cub seed has made mistakes, he's truly reformed. And he's famous too. Regardless of what the audience's reaction was, at this moment, Xia Shuriyao, who only had a soft gaze in her eyes, turned to look closely at the backstage entrance, where a familiar figure was slowly appearing. Soft music also sounded at this time. Under the warm light, Gu Xingyi was wearing a black suit, also wearing a golden rose on his chest, welcoming Xia Shuriyao, walking with deep emotion. The audience under the stage and those who were watching the live broadcast had their mouths wide open. It was the first time they had seen Gu Xingyi in formal wear like this, and it was still such a clear picture. This guy, in formal attire, was really quite handsome. The prelude gradually fell, and in a rain of roses, Gu Xingyi picked up the microphone in his hand and sang softly. Finding the sun where there's no wind, being the warm sun where you're cold. The world is full of people, you're always too naive, the rest of my life I only want you. Singing this, Gu Xingyi had already walked slowly to Xia Shuriyao's body. He put down the microphone, looked at Xia Shuriyao with a gentle face, raised his hand, and gently tapped on the tip of her nose. Numb. The single dogs were completely numb. The dog-killing conference didn't work once, it came again, and it was even stronger than once. Audience members who had girlfriends or wives had smiles on their faces at the moment. They looked at the person next to them and followed Gu Xingyi's action, gently tapping on the tip of the other person's nose, and then the two of them laughed heartily. The single dogs who didn't have girlfriends could only look at the big brothers around them and cry without tears. This action, how can they not do it? Xia Shuriyao blushed slightly as she tilted her head to look at him, her eyes full of him. She similarly raised the microphone, and the gentle song sounded once again. For the rest of my life to come, the wind and snow are you, the blandness is you, and the poverty is you, glory is you, and the tenderness of your heart is you. As far as the eye can see, it is also you. A bunch of lights flashed, and in the rain of pink roses, starlight rose again. A little bit of starlight hit Xia Shuriyao's body, dotting her collarbone with a faint halo of light, flickering and flickering, the beauty of which made Gu Xingyi's eyes fall into extreme gentleness. The moment Xia Shuriyao's clear and gentle voice rang out, the audience had completely fallen into the song. Not only the audience, even the tutors and the backstage Miao Anjuan and Lu Tianwang, they all had a slight glint in their eyes and a gentle smile. Professionals are professionals in the end. When Gu Xingyi was singing, people paid more attention to the gentleness in his eyes and the atmosphere of the stage. But as soon as Xia Shuriyao left the stage, people were immediately pulled into the song. The audience all felt that the song, like a burst of tingling electric current across the body, made people unable to stop falling into the beauty of the rest of their lives. If Heavenly King Lu and Miao Ankuan were singing about the present of love, then Gu Xingyi and Xia Shuriyao were singing about the future of love. Both the present and the future were perfect love, mesmerizing. The two people on stage, suits and long skirts, held each other's hands in the rain of flowers and then in the starlight, facing the audience off stage. All the audience held their breath at this moment, looking mesmerized at the two people on the stage who were like a divine couple. Such love, so good. They also wanted it. Accompanied by the sound of music, Xia Shuriyao once again raised the microphone, and for this part, she sang first. Her gaze was as watery as water, and with a smile, she looked at Gu Xingyi beside her, and lightly opened her vermilion lips. I want to take you to see the clear sky. I want to tell you out loud that I'm obsessed with you. The past is in a hurry, you will always be touched. For the rest of my life in the future, I only want you. Gu Xingyi held Xia Shuriyao's hand and took a step towards the front of the stage. In the midst of the audience's stupor, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, his eyes smiling, and lightly kissed her forehead. Xia Shuriyao's mouth was slightly open, the whole person looked delicate and naive. She also did not expect that Gu Xingyi would do this. This was his temporary intention. For this song, Gu Xingyi had the deepest feelings. Whenever he heard this song in the original world, he would imagine that the person who would accompany him in the future, what would it be like? Now that he knew, that person was Xia Shuriyao. Gu Xingyi was completely immersed in the song, and singing it, it seemed like he had already seen the rest of his life with her in the future. Gu Xingyi picked up the microphone, as if he was gently speaking to Xia Shuyao. For the rest of our lives to come, the wind and snow are you, the spring blossoms are you, the summer rains are you, autumn and yellow are you, the cold and warm seasons are you, and wherever your eyes go, it's also you. At this time, all the audience who were watching the Star Song Festival, no one cared about how Gu Xingyi sang, whether he sang well or not, it was no longer important. What mattered was that they had all been immersed in the beautiful images on stage, immersed in the beautiful declaration of love for the rest of their lives. As far as the eye can see, everything is you. For the rest of my life, I only want you. Time is like water, there are always no words, as long as you are there, it's a sunny day. On the judges' table, several mentors have also been moved. People say that singing, but even better singing, but also just to let the listeners better wholeheartedly resonate with the song, although Gu Xingyi's singing is really slightly inferior, but he did resonate the word. In the broadcasting room, Ren Chao covered his chest. He was no longer concerned about the data on the monitor that skyrocketed to the extreme. He was more concerned about the fact that he really saw such a duo in this kind of showbiz atmosphere now. Although he had already known that Xia Shuyao had invited Gu Xingyi to be the guest vocalist, when they really stood on the stage, this excitement, this shock, was something that no improvised pair could bring. It was a feeling that came from within, and it was mesmerizing. And now in the major live broadcast rooms, the pop-up screens were uniformly floating on the screen. For the rest of my life, it's all about you. There were even countless couples who secretly decided that when they got married, they must sing this song in duet at the wedding site. This was the charm of a love song duet. Backstage, Heavenly King Lu looked at the duo on stage like a prince cradling a princess, with a smile on his face, his eyes slightly drenched. He suddenly felt that he had come on this trip, it was worth it. Showbiz, there is a successor, will never be criticized again. On the stage, Gu Xingyi wrapped one hand around Xia Shuyao's waist, and with one hand, he brought her to gently spin around, and the two of them resumed standing side by side, facing the audience. They raised the microphone together and looked at each other, their eyes showing love. The chorus began. For the rest of my life, the wind and the snow are you. You're the one who's plain. Poverty is you. Glory is you. The tenderness of your heart is you. Wherever you look, you are you. Wherever you look, it's you. The music fell, and the last note of the two ended. The scene suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. They were both touched, but also incomparably envious. A good man and a good woman, but that's it. Kiss. Unknown to the stage, who shouted out. The next moment, all the audience shouted in unison. Kiss one. Kiss one. Xia Shuyao's face grew redder and redder. So many people under the stage made her incomparably shy. Gu Xingyi twisted his head, looking at these watching audience under the stage, picked up the microphone and put it to his mouth, suddenly asking, Kiss one? The stage immediately rose up, and the audience screamed. However, as cunning as Gu Xingyi, he had a bitchy smile on his face and said again, thinking about it is beautiful. If you want to kiss, you should also go home and kiss again. Boo! The audience couldn't take it anymore and booed in unison, and the atmosphere of the scene became even more heated as a result. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room all laughed as they transformed into Land Key Immortals, and the pop-ups instantly spread all over the screen. Good you Gu Xingyi. Waiting to die are you. Caught. As if anyone wants to see you spill dog food. If you don't kiss, what's so fierce about it? Gu Xingyi, can you do it or not? That's right. If you can't, just say so, I'll do it instead. Upstairs, I can hear you from thousands of miles away. Gu Xingyi, alas. Once there was a great opportunity in front of me, I did not cherish, until after the loss I realized that if God gives me another chance, I must. Definitely. Kiss on. Gu Xingyi didn't care about the ghostly cries of the audience under the stage anymore. He looked at the shy Xia Shuyao with a gentle smile. After thinking for a while, he removed the small golden rose in front of his chest, and wore it on the tip of her hair. After embellishing it, Xia Shuyao was instantly more beautiful, like the bride in his dream, making the color of joy in his eyes even more intense. The audience under the stage immediately ate another mouthful of dog food, each howling even more joyfully. Fortunately, the host Chen Shuer quickly stepped onto the stage at this time, and busily pacified the audience at the scene, which stabilized the excited mood of the audience under the stage. After that, Miao Ankuan and Lu Tianwang were also invited to the stage. The four stood side by side on the stage, looking toward the tutor seat, at this moment to the tutor review voting session. The first to comment and vote was still Gao Yu. He looked towards the four people on the stage, and suddenly had a feeling that he had no way to speak, and after thinking for half a day, in the end, he smiled bitterly before he finally opened his mouth. This match, letting me critique it is harder than killing me. Words just exported, led to a burst of laughter from the audience on the stage. They all understand, on stage this is what combination a heavenly king, a now the most bold and the lyricist, shelf who are going to hemp claws. But as a professional judge tutor, I still say my opinion. First of all, Lu Tianwang and Miao Ankuan, your duet even I am ashamed to be inferior. Lu Tianwang is a senior, the strength of the natural unquestionable, but Miao Ankuan, today gave me a big surprise. Your performance today was very good. You didn't show any fear even when you sang with the Heavenly King on the same stage. That's good. Secondly, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao, the two of you, I can't say anything about it because I was also brought into the happiness you envisioned by the song, and the stage effect was even more full of points. If uninformed people saw it, they would definitely think it was a wedding scene. When Gao Yu said this, he paused for a moment, and a struggling bitter smile spread across his face again. This match was a feast for the audience, but for him, it was truly a sure hell. He hadn't even decided who to vote for until now. At this moment, the gazes of all the spectators at the scene were focused on Gao Yu, and Gao Yu's entire body loosened up for a moment, still deciding. This vote of mine, let's vote for Miao Ankuan, because I'm a professional tutor, and in terms of professionalism and singing, Miao Ankuan and Heavenly King Lu are clearly better. After Gao Yu cast his vote, his entire body loosened up and leaned on the back of his chair. This voting really made his heart tired, more tired than a concert. God knows how long he had been tangled up inside. The voting session has always been the most tense moment in the atmosphere of the scene. The four people on the stage, on the contrary, their faces were as normal. The audience under the stage, however, held their breaths. They seemed to be even more nervous than the parties involved, because they all had their own support players in their hearts. Until Gao Yu vote finished, the audience only came a little noisy sound. To the professional mentors, there was nothing wrong with Gao Yu's vote, but to the audience, they were more able to empathize with Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's the rest of their lives afterward. Many people were a bit disappointed, but they didn't say anything. Gao Yu's critique really wasn't wrong. Although Gu Xingyi had practiced hard for a few days, his level of professionalism was still inferior compared to Heavenly King Lu. The second mentor who voted, it was Shui Xiaoqian's turn. He also had a difficult look on his face. He thought for half a day on the mentor's seat. Finally he made a good decision, took a deep breath, and looked to the four people on the stage. My view may be a bit different from tutor Gao Yu. I think that songs are a way for people to express their emotions, and people are finding that resonance point in songs that belongs to them. Professional singers are able to drive the audience's atmosphere precisely because their singing is able to resonate with people, and tonight, Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao are undoubtedly doing a better job at this. So, for my vote this time, I still choose to vote for Xia Shiyao. When the song reaches the hearts of the people, in my heart, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi have already won. Shui Xiaoqian finished his opinion in one breath, before letting out a long breath. 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets, and 1,000 listeners naturally have 1,000 feelings. In the face of two hard-won good songs, Shui Xiaoqian chose to follow his heart. The number of votes once again came to a 1-to-1 tie, so the audience held their breath even more. This night, the result will be exactly how. By now no one's heart has a bottom. If you want to say that the most relaxed at this time belongs to the four people on the stage, their hearts at this moment feel that, no matter win or lose, they have already tried their best. Try their best is the best answer to themselves. What's the saying? You just try your best, and leave the rest to God's will. This was the mentality of the four people on stage right now. When it was the turn of the third mentor, Chen Yisun, to vote, he didn't comment first, but instead stood up and took the lead in bowing to the four people on stage before speaking with emotion. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to the Chinese music scene for many years, but it wasn't until today that I realized I was wrong. As it turns out, the Chinese music scene isn't as declined as I thought it was, and I'm here today to witness the emergence of two stunning love songs, and the sparks that collide between the new generation and the old generation. If it's about the play and songs of the two contestants, this vote, I would vote for Xia Shiyao, but if I add the performance of the supporting singers, I would still choose Miao Ankuan and Lu Tianwang. I agree with Gao Yu. As a professional singer, I would naturally be more inclined to a more professional combination. So, with this vote, I'm voting for Miao Anjuan. Chen Yisun's words fell. Gu Xingyi on the stage smiled helplessly. Sure enough, in the end, it was him who dragged Xia Shiyao down. Comparing to Heavenly King Lu, he naturally couldn't compare to him above the degree of professionalism in singing. After this vote, the number of votes also came to 2:1. Everyone's eyes all stared at Lu Ruoying. The guide's camera also pulled close, giving Lu Ruoying a close-up at the right time. When the camera drew closer, everyone suddenly froze, because they saw that Lu Ruoying was secretly wiping her tears. As a former love song diva, Lu Ruoying had the deepest feelings for love songs, and she was touched by the kind of beautiful love that Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi displayed. When she saw that the camera was already on her, she then realized that she had lost her composure, so she busily wiped her eyes again and put up a small smile on her face. Sorry, I lost my temper. This vote, I'm voting for Xia Shiyao. I don't have much to say in terms of critique. I just want to say that this song of yours has touched me. Looking at Lu Ruoying on stage with sincere feelings, Xia Shiyao and Gu Xingyi bowed to Lu Ruoying at the same time. Especially Gu Xingyi, looking at the familiar faces on the tutor's table, his heart did not mention how much feeling. This world's Lu Ruoying, and the original world does not seem to be different, but she has a famous song has not yet appeared, and I do not know in this world, whether it will appear or not. Gu Xingyi's heart was a little gloomy, always felt that if that song didn't appear, it would be a pity for this world. The votes of the 4 tutors have ended at this time, 2-2 tie. The next time the audience performance arrived, on the big screen, real-time voting opened, only to see the audience on the scene have taken out their cell phones, nervously to their favorite players to vote on their own exclusive that vote. At this time, even the pop-ups of the major live broadcasts have disappeared. All the people who are concerned about the Star Song Exchange have clicked on the voting button. The voting of the Star Song Exchange can only be real name system, one person, one vote. So at this current situation, every one of their votes for the outcome of the competition is crucial. For the audience, this was a different kind of war. Whether their favorite contestant could win or not depended entirely on them. So many of them began to call on their friends, and in various groups, they were all actively pulling for votes for their own little masters. Xiaoshiyao Guxingyi's relatives group, 1, which used to be a small group, has now grown into 5 large groups, and the long diving group owner Xiaohong rarely jumped out at the moment, her cell phone screen tapping until it was on fire, frantically asking her groupmates to notify their respective friends and relatives, and pulling votes for Xiaoshiyao. On the internet, some accounts that have not been seen for a long time have also appeared. They are all middle-aged people, and the army of life against the line. They also received the message at this moment. They are fighting for Lu Tianwang. This was a battle between the new generation of fans and the old generation of fans, as well as a battle between the new king and the old king. On the big screen, the real-time support rates of both parties were high, biting off more than they could chew, and they were still increasing all the time, lasting longer than any of the previous matches. The audience's votes, for a moment, were caught in a tug of war, and the support rates of both sides were catching up with each other. At this moment, even countless media outlets looked at the support rates on the big screen with disbelief. They never thought before the match that Gu Xingyi's energy would be so great that he could compete with Lu Tianwang for 1 or 2. Although Tianwang was old, he was still a Tianwang. They had thought that Xia Shuriao's choice of Gu Xingyi to be the guest of honor would be a mistake, but now the situation had hit them hard in the face. When exactly did Gu Xingyi start to have this popularity? They thought about it carefully, and suddenly realized that it seemed like without realizing it, the song that was now exploding in the entire Chinese music scene was created by Gu Xingyi. This cub, just like this, had silently occupied half of the Chinese music scene. Although the hot searches had been inseparable from Gu Xingyi during this period of time, they were mostly about things that happened to him, such as the domestic violence incident, such as the dating incident. These things had silently covered up the sparkle of his songwriting. It wasn't until this moment that all of them had come back to the fact that, putting these things aside, what they were listening to now had always been Gu Xingyi's songs. Terror! The media who noticed this gulped, and they suddenly realized that the Chinese music scene might be about to change. Once these songs created by Gu Xingyi were made into an album and put online at Huayin, the charts at that time, they didn't dare to imagine. With just one person's power, they could slaughter the charts? Thinking of this, they unconsciously put their eyes on the big screen directly above the Star Song Exchange stage again. They knew that once Xia Shuriyao won this time, it would mean that the sky of the entertainment industry, from this moment onwards, would really change. This Star Song Exchange was the most popular one in history, and at this moment, not only the audience, but even the eyes of the entire entertainment industry were focused on this. Shangshi Entertainment, Sanxi Entertainment, Tianmei Entertainment, as well as all the large, medium, and small entertainment companies, at this moment, all of their executives, all of them converged in their respective companies' conference rooms. What the media had noticed, how could they not have noticed? As early as before, they had held a meeting, but at that time, there were not many people who thought that Gu Xingyi had the ability to be able to change the dynamics of the entertainment industry. But now it was different. On the Star Song Hui, Gu Xingyi's terrifying popularity was undoubtedly showing them that Gu Xingyi already had the strength to approach the Heavenly Kings. Although he didn't have enough of a resume, his popularity was already beginning to take shape, and compared to the Heavenly Kings, he was perhaps just that much further away from an opportunity. China's entertainment industry, since the 4 Heavenly Kings gradually retired, no one has been able to have such a scale of popularity. Gu Xingyi is the first, ridiculous thing. He cannot be seriously considered a circle of people. A character who had been straying from the edge of the entertainment circle, yet had such popularity. This was the most frightening. In the conference room of Soundsi Entertainment, a group of executives were watching the big screen intently, and what was playing on it was the real-time live broadcast of the Star Song Festival scene. The guide camera turned to Gu Xingyi at this moment, and a ripple appeared in Yang Xian's originally calm and wave-free eyes. He still vaguely remembered that not long ago, Gu Xingyi single-handedly barged into Mordor and asked him for a seemingly impossible top contract. At that time, Yang Xian only thought that Gu Xingyi was a talented, bold, and capable young talent, but he didn't expect that only 2 months later, the hot search was like his backyard garden, wanting to enter. The Chinese singing world was also dominated by this man, and the songs that have exploded in popularity lately are all his. Yang Xian took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to be happy or worried. The tree attracts the wind. After this, I'm afraid that Xia Shuriyao and Gu Xingyi's life won't be easy, even his own company. Now there are some different voices. The cake is so big, you want to eat all of it. What about others? Yang Envy's eyes flickered as he looked at the big screen, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desktop. In the conference room, more complicated than Yang Xian's mood, belongs to the Yang Lin sitting at the bottom, before the imperial sister now see, actually has lost some weight. She looked at the big screen Guxingyi. Her eyes are a little complicated. Since the last time he passed the phone, Yang Lin never contacted him, because smart as she, naturally heard Guxingyi phone deliberately distant. During this period of time, she also understood her own mind. She admitted that she was so much in love with Guxingyi, maybe from the first time she received Guxingyi, maybe it was when Guxingyi sang As Long As It's Ordinary in the office, she didn't know when, but Guxingyi made her heart flutter. It was also true that it was hard for such a talented man with a good personality not to attract attention, and she was not exempt from that. But again, she knew that Guxingyi only belonged to Xia Shiyao, so she didn't bother him again and deliberately avoided hearing from him. Now that she saw Guxingyi again, he was even more dazzling and attractive than before, and his feelings for Xia Shiyao were obviously deeper as well. Yang Lin lowered her head and smiled bitterly, somewhat not daring to look at it again. She didn't know why she fell in love with such a man with a family. She could only say that she didn't know what she was feeling, but she was deeply in love with him. At this moment, Shangshi Entertainment, like Sound and Sea Entertainment, all the senior management were concentrated in the conference room. Sitting in the first place was the chairman of Shangshi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi. Compared to the serious atmosphere in the conference room of Sound and Sea Entertainment, the atmosphere of Shangshi Entertainment was obviously much more relaxed. Even the chubby fat on Tian Xingqi's face was trembling with his laughter. Tian Xingqi laughed while holding up the gold-rimmed round glasses on the bridge of his nose. This is only interesting. It's good to have a Guxingyi come out and stir up the otherwise dead pool of the music industry. Anyway, I'm not focusing on music, movie and television is the direction of our company. Ha 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 ha. The executives in the room all laughed when they heard this, and a director sitting to Tian Xingqi's left immediately flattered. It's still Chairman Tian's good tactics inviting out a heavenly king, letting everyone see the strength of Guxingyi. Losing is not a disadvantage, let the other companies have a headache. Winning is also our Shangshi Entertainment's Miao Anquan winning, we're naturally happy. Ha ha, winning makes everyone happy, losing is also a small profit, a high move. Tian Xingqi blinked his wise green eyes and glanced appreciatively at the directors around him. 1,000 wears, only a horse's ass does not wear. Tian Xingqi was comfortable in his heart. You Guxingyi can make a small profit, but I, Tian Xingqi, will never lose. At this time, the most saddened, belongs to Tianmei Entertainment. This session of the Star Singing Festival, with their company's 2 dark horses were eliminated one after another. Originally Tianmei Entertainment thought that there was nothing for them to do. But now, when people are sitting at home, trouble comes from the sky. A Guxingyi had caused everyone to be in disarray, and when they thought that the songs that would be on the music charts in the future might all be created by Guxingyi, their hearts were stuffy. In the conference room of Tianmei Entertainment, the atmosphere was dead at the moment, and the chairman of the board, Lu Gao, was even gloomy. Who can tell me, Lu Qian is the situation? And where did Guxingyi come from? A retired 2 years married woman, hard to be held up by him alone? Lu Gao heart is very tired. This time he has been abroad to talk about the project, and did not pay too much attention to the domestic things. As a result, he did not expect how long he just left. Home is going to be stolen? A group of executives looked at each other in dismay. How did they know where this monster-like guy came out from? They only knew that those songs were really good. Looking at the silent senior leaders, Lu Gao was suddenly furious. A pig teammate. One by one, they only know how to get drunk on paper and gold. They've really been living in comfort for too long, and they don't have any sense of crisis at all. Now, immediately, investigate the matter clearly. No one can leave until this matter is clarified. Also, contact the Water Army for me. No matter how much money is spent, this fight must be won by Miao Anqilan and Heavenly King Lu. We can't let Guxingyi successfully sit on the reputation of having a chance to enter the next Heavenly King and minimize the impact. Also, go out to another person and contact Guxingyi tomorrow to test his reaction. Just say that we're going to ask for a song date. Lu Gao finished in one breath, once again casting his gaze to the big screen. He looked at Guxingyi's smiling face in the screen. How could he look at it? How could he find it piercing? In addition to these 3 giants, various small and medium-sized entertainment companies also acted at this time. Some of them chose to befriend Guxingyi and release their goodwill. Some, like Soundsea Entertainment, chose to extinguish his flames before he could rise completely. For a while, the entire entertainment circle was surging with dark currents, and the most peaceful place right now was the Starsong Festival site. The Starsong exchange scene was quiet. Everyone was looking at the real-time support rate on the big screen, and they didn't even dare to take a breath. Because on the big screen, the support rate of the 2 people, but at this time rare to maintain a state of parity. It was outrageous. All the viewers, including the mentors and contestants, were staring at the big screen with wide eyes. Unbelievably. It's even? How does this count? The number of supporting votes from both sides had actually come to the same number. which was something that had never happened before when looking at the entire history of Starsong Exchange. After all, the audience had a huge base and it was basically impossible for this to happen. Time was still passing by the minute, but the number of votes seemed to be fixed like this, and there didn't seem to be any more votes on either side. The time stipulated for voting was also approaching its end. The audience at the scene couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Could it be? Is this the way the game will end? Just when everyone felt that things had come to this, suddenly, on the big screen, the number of votes in favor of Xia Shiyao suddenly jumped a bit. The votes had been flat for almost 5 minutes, and with only 1 minute left, Xia Shiyao had steeply gained one more vote. The scene at this moment immediately sent out a gasp of shock. Their mood was like riding a roller coaster. At this moment, they had already raised their hearts to their throats, and the tension in their hearts had reached the extreme point. Could it be? Xia Shiyao was really going to win? On the big screen, the countdown had already started. 60, 59, 58. At this moment, no matter if it was the audience at the scene, or the viewers in the live broadcast room, they couldn't stop themselves from counting down the numbers neatly along with the countdown on the big screen. Tense. Exciting. Could it be that today, Gu Xingyi could really win over the veteran Heavenly King in the competition? Such a reverse scene was a favorite in many people's hearts. At the moment, the match didn't seem to have much to do with Xia Shiyao and Miao Ankuan anymore. They were more interested in knowing who was more popular, Gu Xingyi or Heavenly King Lu. Well, just as everyone was excitedly already counting down to 40, all of a sudden, Miao Anjuan's support votes, too, jumped a tiny bit. The scene once again erupted into a gasp of surprise. Another tie? But the truth was beyond everyone's expectations. After Miao Ankuan's votes jumped a little, without pausing for a few seconds, they jumped again, 1 vote, 2 votes. It rose at an even rate visible to the naked eye. This obviously abnormal scene made everyone at the scene frown. These people who were voting were too disciplined. It wasn't something that fans could do at all. Such a professional vote up was like an assembly line job, making people feel squirmy inside. The audience was still a bit uncertain, but the mentors and contestants on stage, as well as Ren Chao who was watching in the background, understood in their hearts at this moment. This was someone hiring a water army. Ren Chao clenched his fist. This was the second time. The second time someone had messed up on his program. The key was that there was nothing he could do about it. The loopholes that hadn't even happened before were all revealed in this edition of Starsong Exchange. When he invited the contestants, he had signed a treaty with their respective companies that they couldn't swipe votes. But now, someone was openly swiping votes. Ren Chao knew that it had to be impossible for Shengshire Entertainment to have done this, because the cost of breaking the treaty was much greater than the gains achieved by Miao Ankuan's win, and it was only the second final. The winner was not yet certain who the winner would be. Soundsea Entertainment is even more unlikely. Xia Shiyao is their company's contestant. The rest is Tianmei Entertainment and those small and medium-sized entertainment companies. Ren Chao immediately understood their intentions. This is some people do not want to see Gu Xingyi on the throne. Although Ren Chao understood, there was nothing he could do about it. He was just a director. He couldn't help these companies. Even if it was the company behind himself, he still couldn't help so many interest groups. This is the entertainment circle. This damn showbiz, it's really hopeless. Ren Chao punched his fist on the table in front of him and spoke through clenched teeth. Then he closed his eyes and began to take deep breaths. After easily soothing his emotions, Ren Chao's eyes tended to calm down, and as if he had made some kind of important decision, he took out his cell phone from his pocket and called the company's number. On the stage in front, the results of the audience's real-time voting rate had already appeared. Miao Anjuan won this competition with a lead of a few thousand votes, but she and Heavenly King Lu did not have any expression of elation on their faces. A victory won in this manner was simply an insult to their status as singers. The original tense scene was rarely cold. The audience below all froze in place. If a few votes or dozens of votes appeared in the back against the odds, they were not rare. There will always be someone late, but this kind of large-scale uniform frequency of votes, it is also too strange. In the live broadcast room, some people have already spoken and questioned. The netizens' eyes are bright. This kind of obviously unreasonable things, they are not fools. What's the situation? I just had my heart in my throat and suddenly I'm given this? Shady again? It shouldn't be. It's not like Miao Anjuan doesn't have a chance of winning. There's still a few dozen seconds left. I believe in Heavenly King Lu's character, and the program group wouldn't be stupid enough to do this. It's probably someone messing around. Hired the water army. Then how can this be counted? How else can it be counted? A loss is a loss. We can still watch one more game. Upstairs, you can't say that. This vote is obviously not normal, so Xia Shiyao deserved to lose? That's all. Let's see the results. Let's see what the program team will say. The results had already appeared. No matter what, as the host Chen Shuer had to announce it, she picked up the microphone somewhat helplessly, and just as she was about to open her mouth, she saw the director, Ren Chao, hurriedly walking up from the backstage. After Ren Chao came up, He whispered something to Chen Shuer. Chen Shuer was relieved to hear it and handed the microphone to Ren Xiao. Ren Xiao took the microphone and gave a slight nod of his head to the 4 people on stage, then turned to face the audience. Hello everyone, hello again, I'm the director of the program, Ren Xiao. I'll be hosting for you next. The results of the competition have now appeared, although there were some ups and downs during the voting period, and the results were not as satisfactory as they should have been, but that's just the way it is. Ren Xiao looked at the audience on stage and spoke in a serious tone. The guide also cut the camera to him at the right time, and the live broadcast room was quiet, all wanting to know what he would do next. For those extra audience votes in the back, I think many people know in their hearts what's going on. For this situation to occur, this is a mistake of our program team, and a failure of the entertainment industry. As the director of the program team, I feel sorry that I didn't get to see contestant Xia Shiya win the title today, but I'm also happy that contestant Miao Ankuan was able to win, because their performances, in my opinion, that both deserve to win this competition. As for the result, this one is still won by Miao Anjuan. In my heart, both of them are champions. After Ren Xiao finished saying this, some noises came from the audience under the stage, but the noises quickly disappeared. Although they were a bit upset about the number of votes, they still recognized the strength of Miao Anjuan and Heavenly King Lu. Only after the scene quieted down again did Ren Xiao continue. The next thing I'd like to announce is that this session of the Star Song Exchange comes to an end. I apologize for not being able to bring you all a good viewing experience. We will definitely improve the competition mechanism in the future, and the next Star Song Exchange will not have any more problems. Although this competition did not produce a champion, I believe that the true champion is in everyone's heart. Ren Xiao solemnly finished this paragraph, then bowed deeply to the stunned audience at the scene, before looking at the 4 people on stage with apologies. The 4 people on stage all smiled at Ren Xiao. They all felt some admiration for Ren Xiao for being able to make this move. After all, not everyone has the courage to be able to make such a decision. The Star Song Festival ended like this with a tiger's tail. There was no champion, and the program didn't even finish airing. This was something that had never happened before in the entire history of entertainment. It was one of the biggest failures and one of the biggest successes of the show. Because, this program made most people know the figure of Gu Xingyi, and there were multiple great songs on the program that were able to massacre the charts. For the audience, although it was regrettable, the champion in their hearts already existed. Backstage at the Magic City Stadium, the staff were packing up the venue and were busy. The 4 of them, Gu Xingyi and Ren Xiao, stood on the side, looking at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but sigh a little. A good program, just like this end. The previous days of the pomp and circumstance of a few people are vivid in their minds. Really did not expect, in the end will be such an ending. Especially Ren Xiao, at this time has been slightly disheveled. This program is his heart and soul, and now said no one no more. In the future, I guess I can no longer see such as this exciting competition. At this time, the 4 mentors also packed up and walked over. Shui Xiaoqian seemed to be more familiar with Ren Xiao. He looked at the drooping Ren Xiao and patted his shoulder. Tutor Ren, relax, this time it's already like this, just pay more attention in the future and make the rules better. Ren Xiao gave a bitter smile and shook his head. How can it be that easy, this time? Because I forced the end of the match. The breach of contract will be a total loss of this time's earnings. Whether or not I can keep this director's position is questionable. That's serious? Shui Xiaoqian was stunned upon hearing this, clearly not knowing that things were so serious. Ren Xiao waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to say more about this. Although it was possible that he would lose his job this time, he did not regret that he did so. When the few people present heard this, they all looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say. Gu Xingyi held Xia Shiya's hand. As he looked at Ren Xiao, who was already in his middle age, he couldn't help but admire his courage and character even more in his heart. This kind of choice was really hard for ordinary people to make. Ren Xiao also found the awkward atmosphere on the field at the moment because of him. Dizzy Face again smiled and said, "Hey, you guys should chat about anything, don't care about me, isn't this matter of mine still undecided?" Ren Xiao himself said this before a few people came out of the awkward atmosphere. The older Heavenly King Lu was the first to open up the topic. He looked towards Gu Xingyi and smiled. "This time I came, the biggest surprise to me was you. I can foresee that in the future, at the top of the Chinese music scene, you, Gu Xingyi, will have a seat." Heavenly King Lu's eyes were full of admiration, making Gu Xingyi a little embarrassed. Where was he any good? That was all due to his predecessors in the original world. Before Gu Xingyi could speak, Shui Xiaoqian followed. "Right. There's no problem with what Heavenly King Lu said. Gu Xingyi, you're so great. I wonder if I'll have that honor to ask you for a song in the future." The few people on the field were a bit impressed when they heard Shui Xiaoqian's words, and all of them looked at Gu Xingyi with 2 bright eyes. As veteran singers, they naturally wanted to have a good song of their own. They weren't short of songs, but they were short of fine songs. They naturally knew that Gu Xingyi's songs were basically the best of the best. Gu Xingyi looked at the eyes of several people like wolves and tigers, and was busy waving his hand. "Several of you are seniors, don't discount me. If there's a need in the future, I can give it a try." Then it's a deal. Sister Xia Shuriao can't be jealous. Gu Xingyi then realized that this Shui Xiaoqian was a self-acquaintance. As soon as he finished his words, Shui Xiaoqian said right after with a smile on his face, and by the way, he also brought along Xia Shuriao to bring the relationship closer. Xia Shuriao blushed slightly, her hand was still in Gu Xingyi's hand until now. Hearing Shui Xiaoqian's words, she was busy shaking her head. It won't. Gu Xingyi he has always had his own ideas for composing songs. Originally, Shui Xiaoqian was just joking. When he saw Xia Shuriao answering so seriously, he froze, followed by a few people laughing. It was really unexpected that the radiant Xia Shuriao on stage would be such a gentle and naive person in reality. A few people gathered around and joked for a while longer, and before parting ways, a few mentors, including Ren Chao, and even Heavenly King Lu, added Gu Xingyi's WeChat. As for Miao Anquan, she didn't bother to add Gu Xingyi, but she also had Xia Shuriao's best friend, and after these two competitions, the two of them were already quite familiar with each other. A group of people went out of the gymnasium and went their separate ways. In fact, according to the custom of previous years, after the program was all over, it was necessary for everyone to get together and have a celebratory drink to celebrate the successful conclusion of the program. But this time, because of the accident of the program, the celebration reception naturally did not. When Miao Anjuan got into the company's nanny car, she happened to see Xia Shuriao and Gu Xingyi talking and getting into the car together from the car window, and then their car drove away from the parking lot in front of her. Looking at the car in front of her that had already disappeared at the exit, Miao Anjuan's gaze flickered a bit. She actually quite envied Xia Shuriao. She felt that Xia Shuriao was powerful, had a good personality and was pretty. The most crucial thing is that she also has a good husband. Just when they were talking together, there were so many veteran singers on the field, and a heavenly king, but their topic of conversation always revolved around Gu Xingyi. She and Xia Shuriao were the same contestants, but it was obvious that the two were not worth the same amount of money, and the reason for this was that Xia Shuriao had Gu Xingyi, while she, herself, only had a company focusing on the direction of film and television behind her. Everyone has their own suffering, she is also the same. The Star Song Festival accidentally ended, she went back, and will continue to struggle in the position of the third-line singers. This competition is over, Xia Shuriao has something to be busy with. The two have just returned to the apartment. Sister Yin came with a pile of documents in her arms, which are all sorts of things, making albums, running notices, pushing albums, fan meetings. There were all sorts of things. The days of leisure seemed to be getting farther and farther away from her, and when Gu Xingyi saw this thick stack of documents, he couldn't help but rub her temples for her. Xia Shuriao was sitting on the sofa with Sister Yun, quietly flipping through them. Gu Xingyi didn't disturb her and turned around to go to the kitchen. This was her business, as long as she was happy. Sister Yun, these few advertisements, help me push them. The other two, you can take them, but make sure the product is authentic. And it's only after the album is released that I'll have time to shoot. Xia Shuriao looked at it while frowning as she pulled out a few advertisement invitations from it. Any advertisements that had the slightest flaw were picked out by her. Sister Yin picked up these few advertisements from the table and looked at them carefully, then her face held a hint of worry. Have you rejected them all? There are 2 advertisers in here that are big partners of the company. If they are rejected, I'm afraid that some people in the company will have a problem with it. Sister Yun, don't think too much, just reject them. It's clearly written in the contract, no problem, and don't forget that the copyright of the album will be in our own hands. Everything will be done according to the contract, and they won't be able to suffer any loss from Sound C. Before Xia Shuriao spoke, Gu Xingyi, who heard Yun's words, said, holding a spatula in his hand and leaning on the kitchen doorframe. He and Sound C Entertainment are in a cooperative relationship, not a contract of sale, so why should he care so much about them? Hearing this, Sister Yun and Xia Shuriao looked up at the same time. Sister Yun nodded when she saw Gu Xingyi's confident look. Since the 2 main couples were going to refuse, she naturally wouldn't say anything more. Xia Shuriao, on the other hand, was warm in her heart. As long as Gu Xingyi was there, what did she have to be afraid of? The next day, a double holiday. When things in Magic City ended, Gu Xingyi returned to Jiangcheng. Now that Xia Shuriao had more things to do, he had to hurry up and change Tao Leilei's temporary nanny back. As a member of Xia Shuriao's Dragon and Tiger Generals, Gu Xingyi couldn't let her become a baby slave like himself. When Gu Xingyi arrived home, Tao Leilei was nestled on the sofa, holding little Nai Nai in her arms, watching cartoons, both of them smiling from ear to ear, with a large pile of snacks on the table. This made Gu Xingyi's forehead go up 3 oversized thick lines across it. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the 2 on the sofa turned their heads together, and little Nai Nai grinned the first time she saw Gu Xingyi, smiling as she could down from Tao Leilei's arms and pounced into Gu Xingyi's embrace. Gu Xingyi smoothly picked her up. I don't know if it's an illusion. At this moment, he always felt that Nai Nai had gained some weight again. Tao Leilei also stood up and looked at Gu Xingyi with an inviting look, that looked as if she was saying, you see? Whether it's Sister Shuriao or little Nai Nai, I was able to raise them all white and fat. Gu Xingyi was powerless to spit, and could only say in sincere words, great merit, go back, your Sister Shuriao needs you now. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Tao Lele instantly pinched her waist and couldn't be bothered to feel great. Then she quickly packed up her luggage, held her head high, waved at Gu Xingyi who was already frozen in place, and left in style, leaving Gu Xingyi with only an invincible back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. Hiding your accomplishments and fame? Bullshit. Don't you need to send them off? The corner of Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at Tao Lele's back, as if he heard a song playing in the underworld. How invincible. How lonely. In the end, Gu Xingyi still hugged Nai Nai, caught up with Tao Lele, and drove her to the station. In the next half a month or so, Gu Xingyi was finally free. During this time, in addition to picking up Nai Nai to school every day, he was at home studying the script of One Man's Life, completely turning into a good man at home. Xia Shiyao is also getting busier and busier. She is not only recording songs in the company, but also running notices and doing publicity. Anyway, from day to day, basically there is no free time. This also led to her only being able to make a video call to Gu Xingyi every night before she went to bed, and the two of them talked about all kinds of big and small trivialities that happened every day in the video. It was worth mentioning that because of the issue of Xia Shiyao's top contract, some people in Sound C Entertainment did have quite a few comments, especially when Xia Shiyao refused some business activities. These comments behind the scenes became even louder. However, fortunately, these comments were suppressed by the recent heat brought by Xia Shiyao, and the chairman of the company, Yang Xian. He also explicitly prohibited the company's gossip. According to his words, everything is based on the contract. September, destined to be an extraordinary January, Xia Shiyao's publicity was very successful. Now the internet is full of news about Xia Shiyao's new album. The album contains The Wind Rises, Courage, Sea of Flowers. The album contains a series of songs that have appeared on Star Song Festival, etc. It is said that there is also a new song that the audience has not heard before, which makes the netizens look forward to the album online without fail. Xia Shiyao's blog was also updated at the right time. The album will be officially launched on October 1st at 8 p.m. on the Huayin platform. Because Xia Shiyao's heat was too great, some other singers who were prepared to release their new songs on October 1st could only change the time. They said, there was no way. It's hard to compete. It would be difficult. Xia Shiyao's appearance broke the balance of the Chinese music scene. Everyone knew why, but there was nothing anyone could do about it at the moment. In addition to Sound and C Entertainment, there was also a monster of a man standing behind her. As early as the second day after Gu Xingyi came back, he received a lot of information from companies inviting songs. Among them was Tianmei Entertainment, and the price they offered was very attractive, but Gu Xingyi didn't pay any attention to it. Xia Shiyao's album was about to go online, and he was a fool to help other people write songs at this time. Regardless of how the entertainment industry is now in a state of flux, how the dark current, Gu Xingyi's life is very calm. On the 20th of September, Gu Xingyi finally created a complete script for the first season of One Man's Life. The Madman side had called before to inquire about the progress, and now he was finally able to give him a complete script. Early the next morning, Gu Xingyi dropped Nai Nai off at school, then contacted Chen Feng and drove to the studio he was in. Although it was in the same Jiang city, Chen Feng's studio was some distance away from his home, and it took Gu Xingyi more than 40 minutes to arrive at this familiar commercial building again. On the 6th floor, Chen Feng had been waiting in the company for a long time, and when Gu Xingyi pushed his way in with a thick file bag, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Was this really the scribbling studio from before? The last time he came, the beer cans all over the place in the empty room gave him a big impression, but now, in this studio, the few pots of greenery placed on the windowsill were full of greenery, the brand new desks were neatly discharged, and more than 20 staff members were busy at their posts. With a smile on his face, Chen Feng put his arm on the shoulder of Gu Xingyi who froze in front of the door. Brother, what's up? It's okay, isn't it? Isn't it decent? Gu Xingyi twisted his head around, looked at Chen Feng fixedly, and suddenly said, did you empty your family's pockets? Chen Feng scratched his head, a silly smile on his face, busy pulling Gu Xingyi towards the inner office, whispering as he walked. Shoo, keep your voice down. Emptying my family's pockets is impossible, except that it's hard for me too. What you're looking at is all surface work. In reality, once the anime starts production, I might not even have enough money on me. Gu Xingyi frowned and said with some doubt. Crazy man, you're not going to beat your face up, are you? Fine. You're already fat enough for face work. Say, how much money have you actually prepared? 5 million. What? Gu Xingyi thought he was hallucinating. His voice got louder all of a sudden, drawing the staff in the room to look at him in unison. Luckily he had been wearing a mask and no one seemed to recognize him. Keep your voice down. I know it's too little, but my parents have given me an ultimatum, and this $5 million is the last chance for me. Old Gu. This is the moment of truth. My future is riding on you. The corners of Gu Xingyi's mouth twitched as he looked at Chen Feng with a skeptical gaze. 5 million? Still not enough? There was still a possibility that it wasn't enough? Crazy man, Are you trying to tell me next that if you fail, you'll just have to go back and inherit your family's national supermarket chain that's worth over $100 million? How do you know? I know your ass. Gu Xingyi felt that her previous self must have had a brain fart to feel sorry for Chen Feng. Pushing open the door, the two of them entered the office. Gu Xingyi sat down on the chair and glanced at Chen Feng with a sultry look. It's not that I'm talking about you, crazy, you're a rich second generation. How can you be bullied by two little yakuza? Hearing Gu Xingyi say this, Chen Feng also straightened up, as he poured hot water for Gu Xingyi while saying, "It's my own problem that I was cheated, it has nothing to do with whether my family has money or not. And although I called Wang Jun a good for nothing, in fact, he is indeed quite capable, his professional abilities are fine, and his family's situation is not bad." After speaking, Chen Feng took a sip of water and smiled bitterly. Old Gu, as you know, when scolding people, you only think about how to belittle the other party, but actually, he's not as useless as I said. After Gu Xingyi heard this, he also nodded his head. This matter what Chen Feng said was right on the money. Get up from where you fell. This he supported Chen Feng's concept. So then what's the situation when you say 5 million isn't enough? Gu Xingyi had only studied how anime scripts should be written during this period of time. He didn't know much about the details of producing anime. Chen Feng looked at Gu Xingyi's serious down look, his face also solemnized, and he immediately explained with Gu Xingyi. Old Gu, you don't understand the industry of animation. It's an industry that burns a lot of money. Just one ordinary anime costs around $10 million. The emergence of an anime is not as simple as people think. The preliminary stage requires planning, scripting, art design, scene design, character design, and so on, some specialized talents to design. Wait. Gu Xingyi interrupted Chen Feng's long speech that was about to come out of his mouth. His head was a bit buzzing when he just heard 10 million. He knew that doing animation was quite costly, but he didn't expect it to be so costly. Now Chen Feng was throwing so many specialized things at him, where could he figure it out? It was true that he was a traveled person, but it wasn't like he had the systems necessary for traveled people. Where would he be so omniscient? Crazy man, keep it simple, the whole thing is so specialized, I can't understand it. It's actually about selecting the right script, and that script must meet the requirements and standards set by the company and the TV station. Why are national comics lagging behind? It's because of the stricter domestic requirements. Chen Feng scratched his head and chose to speak in an easy-to-understand way. After the script is reviewed and approved, then the audience and market demands are taken into consideration, and the corresponding anime is produced. When producing the anime, the character image, clothing, personality, voice, etc. are first determined, and then the music is produced to match the anime's look and feel and ambience. Only after these two steps are done can the production of the more complex anime be officially opened. It can be said that every minute of anime production burns money, and there is also a large amount of publicity costs after the anime is produced. So, really don't underestimate a small anime, every frame of it is burning funds. Hearing Chen Feng say this, Gu Xingyi fell into deep thought for a moment before he raised his head. Crazy man, you said that an ordinary anime would cost around $10 million, so what are you going to do about this follow-up? Chen Feng waved both hands, seemingly innocent. Let's take one step at a time, and we'll save a lot of costs. First, the script doesn't cost anything. The original is completely in our own hands. We don't have to share it out. Secondly, when it comes time to publicize the anime, we'll still need you and my star sister-in-law to help out. I know that you guys are as hot as ever right now. When the time comes for you guys to casually cast the characters in the anime, that traffic will still take off. Chen Feng hemmed and hawed. Gu Xingyi skimmed his lips. This fatso was thinking quite far ahead. Alright, since you've thought about it, this script is for you. How to build it is your business. Just that I have one request. Don't spoil this anime. This was something that he had spent a lot of time writing out word by word, and it was a treasure of the original world. If Gu Xingyi didn't really believe in Chen Feng, he wouldn't have taken this out at all. Chen Feng took the file bag handed over by Gu Xingyi, opened it and carefully looked at it. This look, he was completely caught up in the script. The various ups and downs of the plot inside captivated him deeply, and according to his expertise, Gu Xingyi had completely portrayed all the scenes and all the characters' images, personalities, including some minor details, perfectly. Even the dialogues between each character, Gu Xingyi had portrayed them according to the professional anime perspective. The more Chen Feng looked at it, the more the smile on his face flourished. With this anime script, he felt that he was bound to succeed. An hour later, Chen Feng stood up violently, his eyes looking straight at Gu Xingyi. Old Gu, don't worry about it. This script of yours, coupled with my specialty, guarantees that it won't be buried. Gu Xingyi sighed in relief after hearing this. He had written this script entirely on his own according to the online requirements, and now that he could get Chen Feng's approval, it meant that he hadn't written it wrong. He smiled and stood up as well, patting Chen Feng's shoulder vigorously. Good. You said it. I believe you. Handing over the script of one man's life to Chen Feng, Gu Xingyi also settled a matter of his heart as he looked at the time and continued. It's almost noon, let's go have lunch together. I'll have to rip you off this time, right? Dog big house. Eat. Feel free to eat. However, before we eat, you have to sign this first. Chen Feng laughed out loud, and while talking to Gu Xingyi cheerfully, he took out a document from his desk drawer and handed it to Gu Xingyi. Gu Xingyi didn't know what he was up to, so she took the document and glanced at it with some confusion. What caught his eye on the document was the large line of title on it. Equity Transfer Agreement. Gu Xingyi instantly frowned as he looked up at Chen Feng with a displeased face. Crazy man, what do you mean by this? Chen Feng, however, was full of sincerity as he looked at Gu Xingyi in front of him and said solemnly, Old Gu, don't get me wrong, didn't I say so back then? If you come and work with me, I'll share half of my company's shares with you. Now that this script was given by you, and my hope of insisting on producing anime was also given by you, this share, naturally, should be given to you in half. Don't you dare bullshit with me here. Crazy man, the reason I gave you the script is because I don't want to see my brother bullied and still without his dream. If you don't want it, give it back to me and I'll just take it away. Gu Xingyi rolled his eyes and directly threw the share agreement in his hand to Chen Feng. For Chen Feng's good intentions, he was informed but could not accept it. I don't care. You have to sign even if you sign today. If you don't sign it, you have to sign it as well. Or else I won't leave. Look at the name of the company on it. You don't want it, just take it as my gift to Nai Nai. Nai Nai is so big, I as an uncle haven't given a gift yet. Looking at Chen Feng who sat on his butt on the ground tugging at his own pants leg and crying like a ghost, Gu Xingyi's mouth couldn't help but twitch up, his eyebrows even more unconsciously trembled. I've seen people crying and begging for money. I've never seen people crying and begging for money. And this cub seed. When did he learn this trick? Even if Nai Nai had come, when she saw this trick, she would have to surrender to it. Looking at Chen Feng sitting on the ground like a child, tugging at his own pants leg, Gu Xingyi rubbed his temples. He did not expect Chen Feng to give him this trick. Sitting on the ground, Chen Feng squinted and sneaked a glance at Gu Xingyi, and when he saw him like this, he snickered again. When Gu Xingyi's line of sight looked over, he quickly turned his face away again, putting on a look of an aggrieved little daughter-in-law. Gu Xingyi thought about it and said helplessly, You old six, I'm really convinced. You get up first, anything can be said. If you sit on the ground again, I'll leave. Hearing Gu Xingyi's words, Chen Feng looked up at him and realized that he didn't look like he was joking. He quickly climbed up and licked his face and smiled as he shoved all the agreements into Gu Xingyi's hands. Old Gu, don't be anxious, look again, what I said is true, think about it, the script is yours, the later publicity still needs you, you don't think about yourself, you also have to think about me. Not like this, how do you let me think in my heart? With those words, Chen Feng picked up another pen from the table and handed it to Gu Xingyi, looking at him blearily. Gu Xingyi looked at Chen Feng's sincere eyes, and also understood that he had to do something, letting him accept this share like this. He couldn't do it, but he could think of a more twofold solution. After thinking about it, he picked up the equity transfer agreement and looked at it. There was Chen Feng's signature and the company's seal on it, 50% of the equity, and what made him care more was the name of the company. Star Yao Animation? Gu Xingyi glanced at Chen Feng, seeing the name he knew, so this guy had thought of this long ago. Probably waiting for himself here. Crazy man, I can sign the name. But there's one thing, I also need to inject capital. Doesn't your money happen to be rather tight? Since that's the case, I'll also contribute $5 million. Well, since I'm doing it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. As Gu Xingyi spoke, he scratched his head again, and without waiting for Chen Feng to answer, he continued. But, I don't have that much money right now, I'll have to wait for a while, at most next month, so I'll tighten up that money of yours in the early stages first. Since he could not shirk, Gu Xingyi decided to enter the shares. He is now not so much money, but his wife will have money next month, and so on the sales of the album out, that money is not beautiful. Chen Feng on the side of the words, and finally did not say anything. Gu Xingyi can sign on the good, he does not ask for anything else. After signing the word, Chen Feng will save the agreement to the file bag. After as long as he found a time to go to the business change information on the good, this thing is done. Chen Feng, this is a smile, hooked Gu Xingyi's shoulders, to the office outside. He. Old Gu, walking, must treat you to a big meal today, and by the way, it's just right to introduce a few of the company's backbones for you to get to know. This time, let's consider it as a get-together before the official opening of the company's project. Gu Xingyi nodded. He was now considered a member of the company, and it was good to get acquainted with the people in the company. It was just that he seemed to be getting farther and farther away from the full-time baby daddy life he had dreamed of. Gu Xingyi sighed in his heart, thought of being a salted fish, did not expect the salted fish eventually did not become. It is true that there is a saying, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Pushing the door out from Chen Feng's office, the staff outside was still busy. Chen Feng stood in the aisle, holding the script he had just gotten in his hands, clapping his palms vigorously to draw everyone's attention over. Only then did everyone put down their hands and look over, and from a few other offices, 5 people also stepped out to look over here. Upon seeing Gu Xingyi's proper face, many of them were obviously stunned. followed by their eyes lighting up all of a sudden. Seeing everyone arrive, Chen Feng put a smile on his face and said loudly, "Everyone put down their hands first. I'll introduce a colleague to you first. Many people were curious before why my company name is called Staryo Animation. Now you should understand, this one next to me is none other than the lyricist who's doing fire on the internet right now, Gu Xingyi. He is also the biggest shareholder of our company just like me. And to tell you all one more piece of good news, our anime script. There it is. The script I'm holding is the anime we'll be producing, and from today onwards, everyone will have to work harder. Let me say this in advance. Thank you all for your hard work. Today's lunch is my treat. Let's eat." Chen Feng's words just finished, the surrounding employees also broke out in cheers. They just joined this company not long ago. They were still worried about the company's future. After all, these days there is no actual work. Chen Feng's salary opening and let them satisfied. They were really worried that this company would go out of business, but they didn't expect that they would finally wait for their first script, and it was obvious that the one who brought the script wasn't someone else, but Gu Xingyi, who was the hottest topic on the internet right now. All of a sudden, they all felt that the future of this company was bright. Chen Feng arranged for the staff to book the restaurant, then pulled Gu Xingyi to the 5 people who came out from the office. These 5 people, 3 men and 2 women, 4 of them looked young, just in their 20s, only one was about in his early 30s. And these 2 girls, also dressed in a secondary dress, sweet and cute looking, or a pair of twins. Gu Xingyi unobtrusively glanced at Chen Feng. This kid, he's not going to mess up again, right? The truth is that before Wan Qing was this kind of secondary dress, brought Gu Xingyi a kind of preconceived bad feeling. At this time, Chen Feng also began to introduce. He first pulled Gu Xingyi and said to several people, "This is Gu Xingyi, my iron brother." Then he introduced the few people to Gu Xingyi in turn. These 2 little beauties are Chu Xiyin, Chu Ximeng, 2 sisters. One is the drawing supervisor and the other is the art supervisor. They are both responsible for the style, character, and background design of the manga. These 2 are Tao Jing and Duan Heping, but I managed to get them from a university town. They are in charge of photography and music. And this one, brother Hongwei, Fu Hongwei, an old friend of mine, in charge of performances, responsible for drawing the score sheet with extremely simple lines, as well as giving instructions on the characters, animals, and scenes. After Chen Feng's introduction, Gu Xingyi smiled and shook hands with a few people respectively. Chu Xiyin and Chu Ximeng's eyes were even more glowing as they grabbed the lead and said, "Gu Xingyi, although we're from the anime industry, we're all fans of Xia Shiryao. We've been listening to every song of hers." "That's right. It was when we saw the name of this company before that we were abducted in." Tao Jing and Duan Heping also smiled somewhat coyly. They were Gu Xingyi's fans, and when they were fooled by Chen Feng, they also joined this company. But of course, it was also because Chen Feng treated people with sincerity, and they were satisfied with the salary given to them. A group of people talked and laughed and walked outside, all young people. A few people quickly familiarized themselves. The 2 little beauties even surrounded Gu Xingyi and asked him questions, mainly about Xia Shiryao. Gu Xingyi was also somewhat unexpected. Originally came out to deliver a script properly, he became a shareholder, and now a proper meal has turned into a fan meeting. He glanced at Chen Feng, who was laughing like a fool next to him, and had the urge to send him to the morning market. This cub seed, it turns out that he was going around taking people under his own name. This is outrageous. This was the first time the entire Staryo Animation Company had gotten together for dinner since its inception, and Chen Feng was visibly happy as hell that this was the closest he'd ever gotten to his animation dreams. At the table, the atmosphere had been great. It was only under the curious urging of the crowd that Chen Feng took out the script, and several people curiously gathered around to look at it. On the front page was the large name of one man's life. At the time of seeing the name, everyone had some guesses in their hearts. National Comics, under one person, it must be a hot-blooded tomato. National Comics we all know, not good to do a little worse script, Poison Point is too much, and is hot-blooded tomatoes, even worse to do, strict audit, and cannot be too bloody, but also to attract the audience's attention, the limitations of the big. Their company came up to do this kind of, the crowd heart is a little not optimistic. Chen Feng at this time turned over the first page, let them continue to read on. The table a few people did not say anything, whether they look good or not, but since they joined the company, then they will certainly all work hard to complete the production. On the first page, and the opening, a drunken man mumbled something to himself while walking through the gloomy woods. He unknowingly walked to a graveyard and wanted to rest his feet at the grave. Suddenly a sound of shovels digging a hole caught the drunkard's attention. He was creeped out and shouted that there was a ghost. Gu Xingyi describes it well, and when several people see this, they can't help but continue to read on. And what's especially interesting is that the characters' conversations in this are all flavored with a strong dialect, which gives people a very fresh feeling. Immediately after that, the slightly amusing protagonist Zhang Chulan appeared, the mysterious girl Feng Bauer appeared, and the world that the protagonist encountered began to become different up. First, his grandfather's body was stolen, and then he was besieged by zombies. As Chen Feng flipped the script, story after story, making the eyes of the few onlookers grow brighter and brighter, and their moods grow more and more excited. This script, the writing is too good, but also too comprehensive, they just so slightly looked at, the mind cannot help but appear the specific image of the characters as well as the background atmosphere. Dumb and cute, speaking a mouthful of Chuan Yu dialect Bauer sister. The seemingly lazy, easygoing and spiteful, but actually thoughtful Zhang Chulan. And this gradually unveiled the mystery of the alien world. The more the crowd watched the more obsessed, but also the more they watched the more shocked. This anime, once made, will undoubtedly subvert the traditional system of the current national comics. We must know that the current national comics is still stuck in the past old-fashioned setting system. And this alien world, the power system inside is completely a new type of battle setting. Gu Xingyi was still gulping down the food. He hadn't even managed to take a few bites of his meal before just chatting. He was still very confident in one man's world. At this time, the phone he had placed on the dining table suddenly rang. Gu Xingyi looked up at the few people who were still engrossed in looking at the script, picked up the phone and headed out of the private room. The phone call was from Lin Guodong. They had left each other's phone numbers when they were at Hua Yin. They just didn't know, this time, what Elder Lin was looking for him for. Arriving outside the door, Gu Xingyi picked up the phone and was the first to greet. Elder Lin, good noon. Ha ha ha. Good noon, Xiaogu. You've been causing quite a ruckus lately, haven't you? I can hear about you every day even in Hua Yin. Gu Xingyi said it's just a sprinkle. No, I'm just kidding, I'm at home with my baby, and I only sang a song when I went out. Gu Xingyi told the truth, he did go out and sing a song, the rest of the time he was at home with the baby. You kid, is that just a song? Well, not to tease with you, it's like this, as you know, Huayin is a department under Huayang, and now the TV station is going to come out with a program, an inspirational program, with the theme of encouraging contemporary young people not to give up, and to insist on bravely moving forward in pursuit of their dreams. On the phone, Lin said this and paused. Gu Xingyi heard Elder Lin's strings, so he answered quickly. Elder Lin, is this program still missing a song? Hopefully, you're looking for me to ask for a song? Ha ha ha, you kid is just smart. Yes, the songs created by those lyricists in the department were not too satisfactory to the TV station, so didn't I think of you? Lin gave a bright laugh and talked to Gu Xingyi about the cause of the matter. Originally wanted to find you directly, but you were busy before and ran to be the guest of honor. I can't delay you for your wife's appearance as not. And now the TV station side is urging the tight. I had to come to ask you, how is it? How about the theme song of such a program? Are you sure about it? Listening to Elder Lin's words, Gu Xingyi's mind was rapidly pondering. Inspirational, brave, perseverance, pursuing dreams without giving up. As soon as these keywords came out, Gu Xingyi felt as if he had heard them somewhere before, and in the next moment, a song that he could even hum on the spot appeared in his mind. Crap! Wasn't this the song Chasing Dreams Red Heart that he had listened to every day when he was in school in his original world? Isn't the meaning of chasing dreams with a red heart to strive hard, go forward, and follow your dreams? The original world Don't Too Hot song, Gallo won all kinds of awards with this song, and this song once became an inspirational God song that was passed down by young people by word of mouth. Master Lin, I have some inspiration, it should be fine. That's great, it's worthy of you. Xiaogu, how about this, are you free tomorrow? Come to Kyoto. I'll be waiting for you at the Kyoto Huayang TV station. You come over then, I'll take you there, and if the song is suitable, Huayang definitely won't treat you badly. Elder Lin Guodong asked directly, since Gu Xingyi said that he was inspired, he believed that Gu Xingyi's song must be very good, after all, he was working at Huayin, but he knew the quality of those songs Gu Xingyi had created recently. To go to the headquarters of Huayin in Kyoto? Gu Xingyi was a bit tempted. This was the headquarters of Huayang, not the Huayin branch in Magic City, but he was a bit hesitant. He still had to take care of Nai Nai. Nai Nai was in school now. He was only free for a while when Nai Nai was in school every day. But Elder Lin had taken the initiative to find himself, and was writing songs for Huayang, this kind of thing, he could not refuse. Gu Xingyi thought for a moment and could only say, Elder Lin, I really can't go to Kyoto on my side. I'm currently at home with my child, who can't be left alone. Do you think this will work? I'll write down the score and lyrics at night and pass them on to you, then record a small sample and send it to you, so you can try it out and see if it's okay? Is that so? That's fine, the child is important, I'll wait for your message tonight. Good. After making an agreement with Elder Lin Guodong, the phone hung up. Gu Xingyi scratched his head. Well, this side of the anime hadn't been fixed yet, and now he had to make a whole song out of it. Sure enough, he was getting farther and farther away from his dream life as a full-time baby daddy. But this is all hopeless. Life is like this, one ring follows another. Cause and effect are connected. From the moment he first went to Magic City, he was destined to be like this. Gu Xingyi put the cell phone away, put aside these distractions, turned around and walked into the private room. Returning to the private room, Gu Xingyi suddenly realized that the essence of the crowd was different. They had already finished reading the script, and were now looking at themselves with glowing eyes as they pushed the door in. The slightly older Fu Hongwei was the first to speak. Xingyi, this anime of yours is simply outstanding. I've been in the industry for so many years. This is the first time I've seen such a wonderful national anime. I have a feeling that as long as this anime goes online, it'll definitely kill the explosion in the anime industry. The other four also nodded their heads rapidly. They very much agreed with old brother Hongwei's statement. Gu Xingyi touched his nose at the compliment and was a little embarrassed. This was clearly the original world's Mier Daluo Nyobi, and had nothing to do with him Gu Xingyi. When he was writing the script of One Person Below, he had learned that the anime of this world, especially the national anime, was still stuck in the old animation production kind of level. Even in the last few years, the emergence of those few new national anime, the content of the content also tends to be Japanese anime. When Gu Xingyi was writing this script, he also purposely combined the originally very short first season with the second season to create a new first season. The difference between One Man Down and the national comics of this world is that its background is accompanied by the historical development of China, as well as the elements of various traditional Chinese sects. For example, the line in it that was the hottest in the original world. Wudong Wang Yi, pay respects to the old heavenly master. In one simple sentence, the traditional mountain worship of the country of China appeared, along with the temperament of the two sects. That's why he wasn't surprised that this script was favored by the crowd. He would be damned if it wasn't favored. As long as everyone likes it, it's also my contribution to the national comics. Gu Xingyi returned to his seat and smiled back. When Shen Feng saw that everyone was satisfied, he stood up and pulled Gu Xingyi, insisting that he say a few more words of encouragement. He was undoubtedly happy that Gu Xingyi was recognized by everyone, and as Gu Xingyi's good brother and the company's chief director, he was also happy. Looking at Shen Feng with a look of honor, Gu Xingyi could only stand up again and think seriously before glancing at Shen Feng, the corners of his mouth bringing on a hint of a smile. Then I'll say it? Ahem. You all probably don't know it, but your boss, Shen Feng, is someone who has been through trials and tribulations on this road. Crap. Shut up. Seeing that Gu Xingyi was about to reveal his old self, Shen Feng instantly roared out in a hurry and pounced up to cover Gu Xingyi's mouth to death. Let him say something encouraging, this cub seed. Say this. The crowd all of a sudden became more interested. They still don't know what the boss Shen Feng has gone through. Look at this, there is a big melon. Gu Xingyi even innocently blinked at Shen Feng. The meaning was clearly that you told me to say it. He genuinely felt that there was nothing more encouraging to the crowd here than this. Unfortunately, in the end, Gu Xingyi still didn't get to say as much as he wanted to, and Shen Feng was on guard, his eyes staring at Gu Xingyi like a thief. A group of people ate a big meal, fighting spirit back to the company, Shen Feng to go to the TV station for script approval and a series of other issues. Gu Xingyi would like to do a hands-off, but was pulled by Shen Feng, and let him accompany him to the media university in a few days to recruit some voice actors in other positions. Because the script of One Man Down was entirely written by Gu Xingyi, no one knew more about the character's voice characteristics than he did. Gu Xingyi agreed after only a little thought. Indeed, no one knew the characteristics of the characters best than him, the person who had seen the anime. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi, who had returned home, half laying on the sofa, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the melody of Chasing Dreams' Red Heart, as well as the musical instruments used for the accompaniment, as well as its hissing roar that belonged uniquely to rock music. Since it was what Hua Yang needed, then he definitely had to make the music the best it could be, without any flaws. Master Lin had recommended him, and he couldn't bring shame to the old man, could he? After thinking for a long time, Gu Xingyi then began to take out a pen and paper to write out the lyrics of the song slowly. He wrote very carefully, even when to use what instruments are labeled in detail. Until more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi only put away the pen. Will create a good song, put away, hurriedly go out to pick up children after school. Came to Jianghua kindergarten door, did not wait a while, little Nai-Nai's figure appeared in the school team. Just her state today is obviously not right. In the past days when the school is out of school she is bouncing and jumping out, but today she flattened the small mouth, a face of a grieved little look. This let come to pick up the baby after school. Gu Xingyi heartbroken to death, he hurriedly walked up. A hand will be small Nai-Nai picked up. Gu, what's wrong with my little princess? Being bullied? Arriving in her father's arms, Nai-Nai was obviously even more aggrieved. Even the small golden peas were flowing out of the side of her eyes. So it was ridiculed by his classmates. Fang Xiao Xiao? It seems to be the little fat guy who said his dad could eat shit, but he's the real fat one, isn't he? Gu Xingyi weighed the little guy in his arms and pondered for a moment. It seemed that he had indeed gained a lot of weight. This was all thanks to Taololi's feeding before. Plus during this period of time the little one had fallen in love with snacking. She had indeed gained quite a bit of weight, and even her little face had become rounded. So you didn't retort back? Fang Xiao Xiao is even fatter than you. Gu Xingyi coaxed the waif in her arms as she walked towards the car. Speaking of which, Nai-Nai's little mouth deflated even more. Oh, I said that. but he said I'll be like him soon. I don't want to be like him. Okay, don't be like him, then Nai will listen to daddy and eat less snacks every day, okay? We won't learn from your Auntie Lele, she's just a little chubby. If Tao Lele was here, she would definitely jump up and punch Gu Xingyi, she's just baby fat. Not fat. Good. Nai nodded her little head earnestly, and in her heart, she also seriously blacklisted Auntie Lele and potato chips. Seeing the little guy like this, Gu Xingyi snickered. Sure enough, a woman, no matter how old she is, can't allow others to call her fat. Even 3-year-old Nai was like that. Gu Xingyi had read a post before that said the fastest way to anger a woman was to say she was fat to her face, and at the time he didn't believe it, but now he did. Back home, even for dinner, Nai ate less. Gu Xingyi accompanied her to watch a cartoon for a while before putting the little one to bed. Now in kindergarten, little Nai is basically around 8 o'clock at night to sleep. After the little one fell asleep, Gu Xingyi tiptoed up, came to the living room, and will be the lyrics and music seriously over again, to determine that there is no problem, sent to Lin Guodong old master. The old man had obviously been waiting for him, and not long after the message was sent over, his phone called. Xiao Gu, you are truly amazing. With these lyrics, this tune, I dare affirm to you that this song will be chosen. Elder Lin's excited voice came through the receiver, and Gu Xingyi slightly moved the phone away from his ear. That's good, as long as Elder Lin thinks it's okay. More than okay. That's the only thing you're not good at, Xiao Gu, you're too modest. In front of this song of yours, those previous songs really can't be summarized in a single word. You're really a musical genius. Hearing Elder Lin say this, Gu Xingyi was somewhat at a loss for how to reply, and could only laugh awkwardly twice. What music genius, he is just a mediocre time mover, the best rock song of the year, the gold content naturally no all understand. Gu Xingyi silently recited the original singer, Big Brother Nyobi, in his heart as Elder Lin's words continued to come through the earpiece. Xiao Gu, don't worry. When this song is chosen, you definitely won't be treated any worse. Pursuing dreams with the heart of a red sun. What a red sun's heart, I really like it. Then I'll thank Elder Lin here first? Gu Xingyi laughed. Another small amount of money was coming into the account, and it was still from Huayan. Just nice. Xiao Gu, it's us who should thank you. You're good at everything, but you're just too modest. People with talent shouldn't be so modest. You have to be open-minded. Lin Guodong's words came out of the phone again, and this time Gu Xingyi listened carefully. He was originally a small lyricist in his original world, and now that he had come here, his thinking hadn't completely shifted yet, so he had always acted modestly, but Elder Lin's words had awakened him. In the eyes of others in this world, he was a genius. The kind of genius who pressurized the entertainment industry and couldn't breathe. Did this kind of genius need to be so modest? No need. Although it was wrong to be proud of one's talent, it was also wrong to be overly humble. Lin Guodong woke up the dreamer with a word, and Gu Xingyi, who had reacted, held the phone and said a thank you to Lin Guodong in a very solemn manner. This cry of thanks put Lin Guodong in a whole blank stare for a moment before he reacted. This kid should be aware of how much talent he has. Good. Just as long as you can figure it out. This time it's a specific promotional program for Huayan. I'll tell you tomorrow when there's news. By then the contract is a series of things. I'll send it to you by email to sign. Good. Gu Xingyi agreed. Lin Guodong's side was also going to rest, so the two hung up the phone. According to Elder Lin's words, the matter of pursuing the dream of the red heart should be the nail in the coffin. Gu Xingyi sat on the sofa and did not immediately go to sleep. He used his fingers to gently tap the curved manuscript paper on the coffee table, quietly thinking about something. There were no words for the night. In the next few days, Master Lin's side had news on the second day. Huayang had confirmed that they wanted the song, and the contract was sent over. The song license fee was 400,000 yuan, and after the show the song would be uploaded to the Huayan in major music platforms. But the song will not be charged, but a free system, anyone can listen to the complete song, only traffic revenue, these will all belong to Gu Xingyi all. Of course, all of these fees will only be given to Gu Xingyi after Huayang's program this time, which is scheduled to air at the end of the month. This is already very fast, only more than a week less time. This is still because the Central China has long prepared the program some material, now the song has, they are waiting for the selection of people to sing and with the material on the line. Gu Xingyi also quickly signed the contract, not to mention that the price given by Huayang side has been very fair, just to say that in the Huayang program on their own name, is a thing to be proud of. On Chen Feng's side, Xingyao Animation's script also successfully passed the TV station's review. He was even busier this time, even walking flies. The company has just stepped into the right track, everything is thriving, he is tired and happy. Gu Xingyi's life peacefully and steadily. The entertainment industry at this time is the wind and clouds up. Xia Shiyao give more and more pressure. Today's online, hot search 10/8 are about Xia Shiyao new song will be released soon. There are two more. One of them is still before the Star Song We final second phase of the Water Army voting event. There is no heat, there is no traffic, unconsciously, everyone's head is shrouded in a layer of shadow. The industry gossip is also getting louder and louder. The first to bear the brunt was Tianmei Entertainment, who had previously thrown out an olive branch to Guxingyi, but hadn't received a response until now. In the Tianmei Entertainment headquarters building, the high-level meeting was once again convened. Lu Gao's face was somber as he looked at the directors sitting around him. He now had a thorough understanding of the ins and outs of all the things that had happened during this period of time. A single person can completely revitalize this stagnant water of the entertainment circle. I really don't know whether to say that you guys are losers or that he is too powerful. What were you guys doing when Xia Shiyao just had the beginnings of a fire? At that time, if you just controlled the number of votes at will, would Xia Shiyao have a chance to become what she is today? Looking at the chairman's anger, the company management sitting below were silenced. A director sitting next to Lu Gao's left-hand table gave a dry laugh and took the lead to open his mouth. Chairman, this can't be blamed on everyone. After all, no one expected her to rise up so quickly, so that people simply can't react to come. Now it is imperative to consider what to deal with next. Who knows that when he heard this, Lu Gao became even more furious. He slapped the table hard. Can't react? The first song Yi, Guxingyi, took to Xia Shiyao took over all the hot searches. Now you're telling me that you guys can't react? The first song in the first place, The Wind Rises. Did you guys listen to it or not? Is this song something that can come out in the entertainment industry now? Besides, before this song came out, the song, As Long as It's Ordinary, are you deaf? The person who can make Wayne personally choose the song and write this kind of song, you guys didn't go to communicate as early as possible or go to suppress it as early as possible, and now you guys are telling me that you can't react? The more Lu Gao spoke, the more angry he became. He really felt that he was raising a group of drunkards. Don't be angry, didn't we have Sound Sea Entertainment to protect her before? It's not good for us to make unauthorized decisions. Now that things have happened, it's better to think about the countermeasures first. The singers below now have a lot of grievances. There can't be any more delays. It was still that director who wiped the false sweat from his forehead and continued to persuade. He also didn't want to speak at this time. Who left this place in addition to Lu Gao. Only his shares are the largest. With Lu Gao's relationship is also the best. Lu Gao was also just knocking on them first. Things have happened. Now that the knocking is done, it's time to step into the main topic of the meeting. Block it. Issue a notice informing all the businesses under our company's name that they are prohibited from having any interests with Sound Sea Entertainment. If they move this piece of cake first, don't blame us for coming down hard on them. And then notify those all media outlets, including advertisers, as well as partner companies that we're working with, that if anyone has a partnership with Xia Shiyao, we'll terminate our contract with them after this period of contract ends. Put this decision of mine into effect as soon as possible, in addition to contacting Shengshire Entertainment again to let them know this news. Tian Xingqi, that old man of the soil, will definitely understand what I mean. After Lu Gao finished his words, a director next to him immediately opened his mouth with a worried face. Chairman Lu, isn't this a bit of a fuss? This is equivalent to going to war with Sound Sea Entertainment. Our losses will be great. Hearing this, Lu Gao however waved his hand with a winning expression. Yang Xian, isn't a fool. If we lose a lot, he'll lose even more. He understands us and won't die to protect Xia Shiyao. As soon as these words came out, that director pondered for a moment and finally nodded his head. Within a short time, a message that shook the entire entertainment circle came into the ears of the major companies. Tianmei Entertainment had decided to block Xia Shiyao. Block Xia Shiyao? All the major small and medium-sized entertainment companies were confused. This Tianmei Entertainment was going to do something big. If it was to block a singer with little backstage and little traffic, they could still understand. After all, this was something they had all done. But to block a popular singer without any bad deeds for no reason is very easy to storm the lightning. At present, only the three giant companies dare to do so. And even with the big three, it's rare for this to happen. The last time something like this happened was last time, and it was also a famous director from Tianmei Entertainment who tried to subvert a star, but was publicly mocked back by that star sending out a roundup blog. After that, that star faded out of the entertainment circle and was completely blocked. But this time, the situation was different again. Last time, that star herself was someone from Tianmei Entertainment, and didn't have any particularly big background behind her. But Xia Shiyao? She was an employee of another giant, Sound Sea Entertainment, and it was more than that. There was also a monster of a husband standing behind her, almost a few days of a divine song, hanging the existence of the entertainment industry. Was Tianmei Entertainment stupid? All the small and medium-sized entertainment companies looked at each other in disbelief. Some of them couldn't believe it and some of them hoped that it was true. After all, if they really succeeded in blocking Xia Shiyao, the benefits they gained would definitely be greater. At this moment, these small and medium-sized companies didn't immediately make a move, but chose to uniformly wait and see. Their companies were small. They couldn't withstand the ravages of any big storms and waves. They were now watching to see how Sound and Sea Entertainment would react, to see what Shangshi Entertainment would do, to see how those capital manufacturers would choose, and to see which side the media would take. For a while, the entire entertainment circle was surging with dark currents. On the surface, it was peaceful, but in reality, underneath, it had long been noisy. In Shangshi Entertainment, Tian Xingqi convened a meeting again. This was already the second meeting held by several major entertainment companies because of one person. In the conference room, there was a lot of noise. Basically everyone had their own viewpoints. Some thought that this was prone to lightning storms. Shangshi Entertainment shouldn't get involved. Some thought that Xia Shiyao's existence also affected their company's interests, and that they should support Tian Mei. Tian Xingqi just squinted his green bean eyes and took a nap, not paying the slightest attention to the crowd, until after half a day, everyone realized that the chairman didn't say anything, and only then did he stop. The conference room quieted down. Only then did Tian Xingqi hold up the gold-framed round glasses on the bridge of his nose and laughed. "Why don't you argue anymore? Wasn't the noise quite lively just now?" The crowd snapped and laughed. Don't look at this Lao Dang who was usually kind, but he was the one who actually started from nothing, all the way from opening a mining area into such a giant entertainment company as it is now. How could this kind of person be as kind as he appears to be? As we all know, in the entertainment industry, our triumvirate is the benchmark and the community of interest. For so many years, we all know it by heart. Although our main development direction is not above the music scene, but we can't allow such a potential threat to exist. However, we can't cheapen that old fox Lu Gao for nothing. Didn't they send someone to contact us? In that case, on the movie and television side, don't we happen to have a new project that we're fighting with Tian Mei over? Let him spit it out and we won't need him to worry about it on our side. Tian Xingqi said with an airy face. The eyes of the people in the conference room couldn't help but light up. It was still the same director from last time who immediately picked up the conversation. Wonderful. It's worthy of being Chairman Tian. This plan of killing two birds with one stone is truly marvelous. It turns out that the chairman had thought of all this before when he voted in the Star Song exchange. That's why he sent a heavenly king to participate. Chairman Tian is really far-sighted. Tian Xingqi laughed. The more he looked at this director named Ma Liang, the better he looked. As for Sound Sea Entertainment, a meeting was also being held at this moment, and the conference room was equally noisy, especially Yang Lin and Zhang Chao, who had a rare red face at this moment. The two of them, they were the ones who had witnessed Gu Xingyi's journey from nothing, step by step, to today, and they were the only ones who understood how terrifying Gu Xingyi was. As for Yang Xian, he just crossed his arms with a calm face and didn't take a stance. Yang Lin was a bit angry to see her father like this, although she was Yang Envy's daughter, but the company had no father and daughter, and in public, she was only a vice minister. Chairman Yang, can you old man say a few words? How exactly did you decide to give a quick word? Others didn't dare to question Yang Xian like this, but Yang Lin dared to. She had a stern face and angrily asked her father. At the beginning of the contract, 2 years, give top resources, top freedom. If we break the contract, Gu Xingyi will take her away. We won't have any loss, so let's snowball Xia Shiyao. Notify down the road, all the resources are withdrawn. Dismiss the meeting. Yang Xian still spoke these words calmly. Yang Lin was immediately furious. She felt how his father was becoming more and more timid. The opposite side was a giant company, but they weren't? Need to be afraid of their threats? Of course, there was also a happy presence in the conference room. The singers under them didn't have any meat to eat right now. They also had a belly full of grievances. Hearing Yang Xian's words, the other company executives dispersed. Only Yang Jialin came to stand in the conference room. Dad, I need you to give me an answer. Facing Yang Envy, Yang Jianlin did not have the slightest fear and stared at him angrily. Yang Envy, however, suddenly let out a laugh with an inexplicable expression on his face as he looked towards his daughter who was angry and hurriedly stood up and walked over to her, calming her down. Xiaolin, you sit down first and listen to Dad slowly explain to you, okay? In front of outsiders, the high and cold Yang Lin, in front of her own father at the moment is like a little aggravated bag, pouting her lips, obediently sat down, and skimmed her face to stop looking at him. Yang Xian smiled bitterly. Only those with daughters know that no matter how powerful they are outside, in front of their daughters, they are all daughter slaves. Xiaolin, haven't you ever wondered why Gu Xingyi sent Xia Shiyao to our Sound Sea and signed a contract like that in the first place? I won't talk about the top resources, the top freedom, but it's inside this treaty, 2 years, we all have to give it like that, and if we don't do it, he can take away Xia Shiyao at any time without having to pay any liquidated damages. I have to say, Gu Xingyi is really the smartest young man I've ever seen, and he has likewise given us the right to choose. Within 2 years, if we keep following the contract, then all is happy. If we haven't done so, it may seem like we're each going back to our own homes, and no one will lose anything, but in reality, he's won valuable time and pre-development. After Yang Xian finished these words, his mind couldn't help but recall Gu Xingyi sitting in this conference room at that time, with that unassuming demeanor and self-confidence, and now it seems that he had already thought of a back way. After hearing this, Yang Lin froze for a while before looking at Yang Xian with wide eyes, her face full of incredulity.
Dad, what do you mean? Gu Xingyi has long since left himself a way out?
Seeing that his daughter still couldn't believe it, Yang Xian could only nod his head and put his hands on Yang Lin's shoulders, saying in a serious tone, I don't want to let Xia Shiyao go either, but if we go hard with Tianmei Entertainment, we'll only lose both, and there's still a Shengshi Entertainment watching from the outside, as well as large and small entertainment companies, who are all staring at this place.
The company's interests outweigh everything, we can only let her go. And after letting her go, do you think Gu Xingyi will be left without a way out? The couple now isn't the same silent, nameless existence they were back then. If it was when they chose to open an entertainment company and develop on their own, the best outcome would be nothing more than Gu Xingyi bringing Xia Shiyao to develop obscenely and secretly, as well as carefully avoiding the sights of major entertainment companies. Far from being like this now, with their backs against us, we, Soundsi, don't owe them, we gave them the platform to make a name for themselves in the early stages. Yang Xian finished speaking in one breath, looking towards Yang Lin who was still in a stagnant state, and letting out a silent sigh in his heart. If his daughter also had the same backing as Gu Xingyi, where would he have used to explain so much today? Xia Shiyao, what a lucky woman! Regardless of how the showbiz industry was in turmoil at the moment, what was presented to the public was still peaceful. The netizens were still talking about what the new songs in Xia Shiyao's album would be, and what programs Xia Shiyao would participate in after the album, a series of topics that they couldn't seem to get enough of. The netizens' ears were never satisfied, although they were still listening to the previous songs with full loss sound quality, they were already looking forward to Gu Xingyi's new songs. At this moment, Xia Shiyao, who had just finished recording the last song in her album, was sitting in her own exclusive lounge, resting, while Tao Luolu was lying in front of the table, organizing Xia Shiyao's schedule afterward. These days can give them exhausted, all day long, in addition to recording songs, is running publicity, the schedule is arranged after the dance activities. Xia Shiyao rubbed her shoulders, took out her cell phone, opened WeChat, above and Gu Xingyi's chat records are still fixed in last night. Looking at the chat records on WeChat, Xia Shiyao couldn't help but hang a light smile on her face. Yesterday, Nai seemed to have kicked the quilt, I don't know what time Gu Xingyi went to sleep. Thinking of this, Xia Shiyao's face rose another even red. Nai follows her, sleep is not honest. At this time, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open, Xia Shiyao and Tao Lele looked up at the same time. It was Sister Yun who came back, only Sister Yun's face seemed to be very bad. Sister Yun? Did something happen?
Xia Shiyao put down her cell phone and raised her eyes to ask. Shiyao, something happened, the company has cancelled all your trips afterward. And it won't provide any more resources in the future, I just received the news, it should be that someone outside has blocked you.
Blocking? Why?
As soon as Tao Lele heard this, she immediately jumped up, even her eyes widened.
What right do they have to block Sister Shiyao? Sister Shiyao didn't do anything.
Xia Shiyao also furrowed her brows, she didn't know what was going on even now. Sister Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She just had a fight with those management in the company, especially that Lena's manager. That look of looking at a joke really owed her a beating. It should be because Shiodo is too hot right now, moving other people's cakes, this kind of thing. No one dares to do this except the three giant companies. Either Tianmei has pressurized, or Shangshi, or possibly, it's them acting together. Sister Yin had been an agent for so many years, she was still very sensitive to the dynamics of the entertainment industry. Before she was afraid that Xia Shiyao's tree was too big, she didn't expect that. Now it had come true, and it wasn't suppression, it was a direct blockade.
Then what should we do now? Is the company going to hide Xia Shiyao?
Tao Lele was a bit anxious, looking at Xia Shiyao with a worried face. Sister Yin also looked at Xia Shiyao. Shiyao, notify Gu Xingyi, only he has a solution now. I've read the contract, if Soundsi company breaches the contract, we can leave at any time.
Right. Inform Gu Xingyi. Sister Shiyao, quickly call and tell your man that you're being bullied. As soon as Tao Lele heard Gu Xingyi's name, her eyes immediately lit up. Right. There was still that monster Gu Xingyi. They weren't afraid of it. Xia Shiyao only hesitated a little before nodding her head as well. She knew that now was not the time to be melodramatic, and that she and Gu Xingyi were already different from before. Last time something happened, she didn't tell Gu Xingyi because she still had concerns in her heart, but now, she didn't have that concern anymore. Today is Saturday, Gu Xingyi is taking Nai in the shopping mall shopping, to Nai to buy new clothes. As a baby daddy, the daughter will be beautifully dressed as the nature of the baby daddy. The shopping guide was trying on new clothes for Nai in the fitting room, and Gu Xingyi was sitting alone on the sofa bench outside, waiting, when the phone rang. Gu Xingyi picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, the corners of his eyebrows rising involuntarily. Hello? Why are you free to call me at noon today? Gu nerd, I've been blocked. A simple sentence caused Gu Xingyi's rising eyebrow corners to fall straight down, and his eyes became serious. Blocked? What a big deal, huh? What did Soundsi Entertainment say?
All my trips afterward have been cancelled, and the resources have been stopped.
Ha! Playing quite big?
Gu Xingyi only took a moment to think and realize the intentions of Sound Sea Entertainment. When he sent Xia Shiyao to Sound Sea Entertainment, he also had the intention of relying on a big tree.
Unexpectedly, the big tree could not be relied on now. Okay, I know, wait for me, I'll go over now.
Xia Shiyao softly hummed, only the tone of her voice clearly showed that the owner of the voice was a bit happy at the moment.
Then hang up first. Don't worry, everything is with me.
As the phone hung up, the shopping guide lady walked over just in time to hold Nai Nai, who had changed into her new clothes. Nai Nai in her new clothes was even more like a little princess in a fairy tale, and the two little bows tied around her head kept swinging with her smiling face. Gu Xingyi took Nai Nai from the shopper's hands, put away the old clothes, paid again, and then carried the little one towards the exit.
Nai Nai, let's go lie down at mommy's place, okay? Gu Xingyi smiled while pinching little Nai Nai's chubby little face.
Hearing mommy, Nai Nai's eyes instantly lit up, then curved into a crescent moon.
Good act. Nai Nai also misses mommy. Good. Then let's go now. Yes. And this time, we'll bring mommy home.
A large and small figure walked towards the mall's parking lot, the sound of cheerful laughter echoing under the bright sky.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Xingyi arrived at the Sound and Sea Entertainment Mansion.
Parking the car and hugging little Nai Nai, Gu Xingyi walked straight in. Along the way, many people saw Gu Xingyi holding the child. They already knew the truth of the matter, their eyes were a bit evasive, and couldn't help but secretly glance at Gu Xingyi stepping into the elevator. They knew that Xia Shiyao's biggest card had come, and they were curious as to how this man, who had risen to fame in the entertainment industry as soon as he appeared, would handle this incident. All the way to the 12th floor unhindered, pushed open the door of Xia Shiyao's lounge room. Xia Shiyao, Sister Yun, and Tao Lele were currently sitting on the sofa talking about things. Their faces all looked a bit sad. After all, this matter is really tricky. So far, no one has been able to turn around under the giant company's blockade. Hearing the sound of the door opening, they looked up, and when they saw the visitor, a trace of joy appeared on their faces.
Gu Xingyi finally came. Hello, ladies, why are all of you looking sad?
Gu Xingyi smiled and greeted them with a relaxed look, a look that brought all three of them to a slightly relaxed mood.
Mom, hug. Daddy said he's going to bring you home today. Oh.
Nai Nai's face was even more smiling. The first time the little guy saw his mom, he opened his hand to jump into his mom's arms. Xia Shiyao stood up and smoothly took little Nai Nai from Gu Xingyi's arms. The moment she saw her daughter's smiling face, all the worries in her heart disappeared into thin air. She kissed the little one's little face affectionately, then pretended to exaggerate.
Yeah. Who is this little chubby guy? Or is it my family, Nai Nai?
As soon as Gu Xingyi heard Xia Shiyao's words, he immediately realized that he was going to suffer, and sure enough, after hearing his mother's words, little Nai Nai's little mouth immediately deflated, and his happy smile just now disappeared, and he looked at his mother with wide open eyes in resignation.
No longer the good mom she used to be.
The group of people were amused by the little one's quick change of face. Tao Lele jumped over and wanted to tease the little one too, but little Nai Nai turned her face away in disgust. She remembered that her father had said that it was this fat aunt who had caused her to become fat by giving her snacks. Gu Xingyi also laughed twice. This atmosphere of a family gathering together really made him feel comfortable. He walked forward and pulled up Xia Shiyao's hand, smiling. Wife, wait for me, since I'm leaving, how can I greet the others? When the greetings are done, then I'll take you home, let's go develop ourselves obscenely. Xia Shiyao, who was pulled by her hand, her face slightly red, her heart was even a little sweet, she just softly mumbled. No matter what Gu Xingyi would do, in her heart, she was incomparably convinced of every decision he made. After Gu Xingyi finished speaking, he looked up and looked at Sister Yun and Tao Lele, nodding with them. The sadness in Sister Yun and Tao Lele's hearts was also washed away by Gu Xingyi's air of talk and laughter, and both of them smiled. Once again looking for the road to Yang Lin's office, Gu Xingyi heart some sighs. The last time to come here, the scene is still vaguely in front of us, did not expect, once again patronize, is the time to go their separate ways. Without much thought, Gu Xingyi knocked on the door. Inside, Yang Jianlin's familiar voice sounded. Gu Xingyi pushed the door and entered. Vice Minister Yang, long time no see. Being busy with her work, Yang Jianlin couldn't stop her body from stiffening when she heard this voice. She looked up and saw Gu Xingyi's kind of gentle smiling face, just like that day when she picked him up at the station. A stranger like Jade, a male in the world, that's the kind of person he's talking about, isn't it? Unfortunately, fate was never on his side, and when he met the wrong person at the wrong time, he could only laugh it off. Yang Lin smiled, raised her eyes to look directly at the man in front of her who was already sitting in front of the chair. I guess that you would move over immediately, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Yeah, long time no see, mister. Gu Xingyi shrugged his shoulders with a helpless face. Wife has something to do, I as a husband must be diligent. Talk about business, the purpose of this time I come you should also know, since you guys defaulted on the contract, then I can only take Xia Shiyao away. Your personnel department, I can only find you, forgive me the contract is troublesome.
Yang Lin put away the documents on the table and nodded. It's fine, I was also the one who introduced you to the company in the first place, now I'm here to handle the departure. It's only right, however, my father would like to see you, I don't know if it's possible? Of course it's possible, it's good that Chairman Yang can see me, why don't we go over there now? We still have to rush to pack up and go home in the afternoon. Without the slightest hesitation, Gu Xingyi directly agreed to meet. He still had a good impression of Soundsea Entertainment. As for the decision that Soundsea Entertainment had made, he could also figure it out. After all, a company couldn't possibly go against another company for an employee. Good. Then let's go now. Yang Lin did not delay, directly took the lead and stood up to walk towards the door. Gu Xingyi also stood up with her, following behind. The two of them walked on the road one after the other, without much communication. This time they met. Their relationship seemed to be a bit more rusty than before when they first met. All the way to the chairman's office, Yang Xian seems to have been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Gu Xingyi, he didn't have a little surprise. Instead, he poured a cup of tea and put it in front of Gu Xingyi. Xiaogu came come, drink tea. Gu Xingyi sat down obediently, gently sipped the tea, and a smile was put on his face. Chairman Yang is polite. I also want to thank you for taking care of my wife during this period of time. Really many thanks. Yang Xian also smiled. He looked at the Gu Xingyi in front of him who was just like that day, with some emotion. This thank you, I'll take it. I didn't expect it would be such a short time. We're going our separate ways. It's also because we're not capable of leaving Xia Shiyao behind. However, your purpose should have been accomplished as well, shouldn't it? Gu Xingyi and Yang Xian glanced at each other. Both of them were like thousand-year-old foxes with a smile in their eyes. Chairman Yang, you're blaming me wrongly. At first, I genuinely wanted Xia Shiyao to join your company. I didn't have any other ideas. Gu Xingyi said frankly. In fact, in the beginning he really wanted Xia Shiyao to have her back against a big tree. It's just that at that time he ignored the original world's underpinnings. The original world's underpinnings made him extremely talented and threatening in other people's eyes. It was only after that phone call with Elder Lin that he was enlightened, and at that time, he was considering what to do if even the big tree of Soundsea Entertainment couldn't cover up the original world's underpinnings. Fortunately, he had already thought of a countermeasure, or Master Lin's words, people with talent shouldn't be so modest. Yang Xian just smiled when he heard Gu Xingyi's words, not commenting on it. He took out Xia Shiyao's contract, placed it on the table and continued. The contract is also here. From now on, Xia Shiyao has no relationship with our company. The copyrights of those songs are also in Xia Shiyao's hands, so I can only say that we, Soundsea Entertainment, are considered to be working for you for nothing this time. Only earning a good reputation with Huayin. You kid has earned a lot. Yang Xian returned the contract to Gu Xingyi, shaking his head and looking helpless. When Gu Xingyi saw Yang Xian in such a posture, he pondered for a moment and immediately stretched out a hand. 5 songs? I will create 5 songs for free for Soundsea Entertainment. Just contact me when Chairman Yang thinks of who to give them to. This was also considered to be a repayment to Soundsea Entertainment, and those who treated people with sincerity would be treated with sincerity. After giving Xia Shiyao the resources, Soundsea Entertainment had never asked Gu Xingyi for any of their songs until now. This was their sincerity and their gesture of goodwill. Gu Xingyi gave back 5 songs, which was considered a thank you to Soundsea Entertainment for taking care of Xia Shiyao during this time, as well as a gesture of goodwill to Soundsea Entertainment. 5 songs? Yang Xian pondered for a moment. This was pretty much what he expected in his mind, bearing in mind that Gu Xingyi had only released a few songs in total up until now. They had only provided Xia Shiyao with a platform, and they had harvested 5 songs, which was already fine. Good. Little Gu, this is what you said, huh? Then I'll be obliged if there's a need in the future, huh? Yang Xian smiled and stood up, shaking hands with Gu Xingyi. Yang Lin just stood on the side, watching this pair of big and small foxes fighting wit, only to feel that she was really still too young. She didn't know until now that things could be talked about in this way. Neither one of them explicitly said anything, but each knew what the other meant. After chatting with Yang Xian for a while longer, Gu Xingyi got up to leave. The purpose of this visit had been accomplished. There was no need to stay here any longer. Back on the 16th floor, in Xia Shiyao's exclusive lounge, several of them had already packed up their things. They knew that since Gu Xingyi said that he would bring Xia Shiyao home, he must have already made plans to follow up. Just before they left, the 3 of them were still a little reluctant to look at the luxurious lounge in front of them. When they first came here, they liked it very much, but they didn't expect that they would have to leave without having stayed in this lounge for a few times. Gu Xingyi saw a few people who were a little reluctant to leave. He scratched his head and didn't say too much. Instead of painting a big cake now, it would be better to see his actual actions afterward, and he also believed in himself that he would definitely let a few people have a better lounge. Leaving from Sound and Sea Entertainment and arriving at the artist apartment, the 3 of them stuffed the 2 cars to the brim with large bags and small luggage, and handed everything over with Yang Lin, before the several people drove off in the direction of Jiangcheng. This trip to the Magic City trip,
for Xiaoshuryao 3 people, as if a dream, the last time the scene full of ambition to come here seems to be yesterday, did not expect, in the blink of an eye, and to go back. Tao Lele looked at the scenery flying past outside the car window, a moment of some size, she turned back to look at Sister Yun who was driving. Sister Yun, what do you think Gu Xingyi will do next? Sister Yun shook her head, but a hint of a smile appeared on her face. I don't know, but I'm sure he has a way. It's like when he went to the hospital to find me. In him, I can see that kind of self-confidence that others don't have. Taluola nodded with seeming understanding, and continued to look out the window. She also realized that she didn't know when it started. The Gu Xingyi who originally made her hate him had already turned into the backbone of the crowd. When the crowd arrived at Zhangchang, the sky had already darkened. Taluola will go with Sister Yun to stay at her home tonight, and after several people agreed to meet at Gu Xingyi's home tomorrow, they parted ways. After returning home, little Nai Nai who received her mom was obviously still very energetic. It was already past 7 p.m, the little guy was still not sleepy at all, and he refused to come out by relying on Xiaoshuryao's arms. To know since the kindergarten, she has developed good habits. In the past this time, is Gu Xingyi to tell her fairy tales to coax her to sleep time. However, tomorrow is Sunday, still a day of vacation. Gu Xingyi did not restrain her too much. The family of 3 simply had a dinner. After dinner, under the strong request of the little one, Gu Xingyi and Xiaoshuryao could only accompany the little Nai Nai nestled in the clouds on the sofa and watched cartoons. Xiaoshuryao and little Nai Nai once again shrunk into Gu Xingyi's arms left and right, making Gu Xingyi quite the head of the family at the moment, and also making Gu Xingyi's face all smiles. Sure enough, or a family reunion, the feeling is the best, usually only small Nai Nai around. He always felt that there is something missing in life. Under the warm light, not big living room, from time to time came small Nai Nai happy laughter, accompanied by cartoons. From time to time sounded the sound of animation sound effects. The small home, the atmosphere of happiness is more and more thick. After watching 2 episodes of the cartoon, not enough animation addiction, little Nai Nai was Xiaoshuryao dragged away to wash up. Gu Xingyi smiled, stretched comfortably, we'll turn off the TV. When Xiaoshuryao and Nai Nai finished washing back to the bedroom, he also took a shower, and only then climbed onto the bed in a happy manner. To this big a small fairy tale, Nai Nai soon fell asleep in the fairy tale. Gu Xingyi carefully turned off the lights, lay down his body ready to sleep. Just not much time, a hot petite body crossed the center of the small Nai Nai, drilled into his arms. Gu Xingyi instantly lost his sleepiness. He lowered his head and reached out his hand to gently pinch Xiaoshuryao rounded face. The feel was a little better than before again. In the darkness, he could hear Xiaoshuryao slightly rapid breathing and heartbeat, and in the next moment, he closed his eyes and searched for Xiaoshuryao lips and kissed them. Xiaoshuryao hummed lightly, her body only stiffened slightly and then softened. A small farewell was better than a new marriage. Both of them were rather oblivious at this time. Until for a long time, lips parted, Xiaoshuryao hands propped up Gu Xingyi's body. Her breathing was a little short, but she still somewhat angrily plucked away Gu Xingyi's big hands that were still doing strange things on her body, and whispered, "Not now, it'll wake up Nai Nai." Gu Xingyi was equally uncomfortable, his throat was a little dry, and he swallowed hard to suppress the agitation in his own heart. "I know, I'll go take a shower." After saying that, he took a deep breath, carefully rolled over and got up, and scurried out in a puff of smoke. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to control himself. Such a Xiaoshuryao was so tantalizing. It seems, the matter of arranging a separate room for little Nai Nai had to be put on the agenda. Seriously took a cold shower, washed Gu Xingyi without desire. The weather at the end of September, already not so hot, especially at night. Gu Xingyi now only felt cold, without any other thoughts. Once again, he burrowed back under the covers and embraced Xiaoshuryao into his arms. This time neither of them moved in any different way. Outside the night was very thick. Inside the house the two embraced each other. Slowly, both fell into a deep sleep. There was no more talk for the night. The next day, not only did Sister Yun and Taoluo Lele both came to Gu Xingyi's home, even Chen Feng was greeted by Gu Xingyi. This was also considered Chen Feng's first official meeting with everyone. It was just that this meeting was obviously not as peaceful as Gu Xingyi thought it would be. Inside the room at the moment, Taoluo Lele and Chen Feng were staring at each other with wide eyes, hostile to each other, and in the middle of the two, the innocent little Nai Nai was blinking her big eyes, and she didn't understand why this uncle and auntie in front of her had to quarrel. Obviously I was here first. Nai Nai should be brought by me. Although Taoluo Lele was a bit smaller in size and stature than Chen Feng, she was not the least bit weak in her aura, and was currently pulling one of Nai Nai's small hands, glaring angrily at Chen Feng. "What? You're the one who has to bring it if you're here first. Nai Nai obviously likes my gift. Look, she's still holding the toy I gave her in her hand right now. And what do you have?" Chen Feng condescendingly looked down at Mamalu Lele. The expression on his face was even more bitchy. Looking at Mamalu Lele just wanted to jump up and punch him. Alright. I didn't ask you guys to come over here for you to argue. And Nana isn't yours either. It's mine. Gu Xingyi helplessly rubbed his temples and took little Nai Nai. who was in the middle of the two, into his arms. At this, the two turned their heads at the same time to glare at Gushingi, who had carried away little Nai. This guy, really exasperating. Ignoring the two's grim expressions, Gushingi hugged little Nai and sat down on the sofa. Tao Lele exasperatedly ran to Xia Shuriyao's side. Holding Xia Shuriyao's arm was a burst of violent shaking. The meaning was obviously, you quickly control your family's mouth, he bullies people. Chen Feng is also full of reluctance. He only hugged the little one when he first arrived, and before he could warm it up, there was a Tao Lele who grabbed it with him, and now it's good, even Gushingi is involved in it. Old Gu, you called me here just to piss me off, right? Chen Feng said with a long trailing voice. Gushingi, however, didn't continue the topic, but waved his hand and said, calling you here is to discuss something with you. Seeing Gushingi come down with a straight face, the few people stopped playing around and all listened with a serious face. Madman, I want to create an entertainment company. Well, the name is Star Yao Entertainment. If you're not doing anything lately, help me look for a suitable venue. The initial scale doesn't have to be too big. After all, we don't have much manpower right now. When several people heard Gushingi's words, they all looked a little joyful, especially Sister Yun and Tao Lele. When they heard that Gushingi was going to create an entertainment company, they were all a little excited in their hearts. This was creating a company of their own. In the future, they would no longer have to look at other people's faces. Although this kind of thing felt a bit heavenly, coming from Gushingi's mouth, it always gave people a sense of conviction. Chen Feng didn't feel surprised when he heard it. He also knew about Xia Shuriyao's banning when he arrived. Now that Gushingi was going to set up an entertainment company, it made sense that he and Tao Luolu and Sister Yun had different horizons, so naturally, he wouldn't be surprised by this. Chen Feng only thought about it for a little while before his eyes lit up. He was busy walking up with a joyful look on his face. Laogu, the commercial building that our company is in right now, one of the floors just happens to be rented out and hasn't been taken down yet. I think it would be great there. And when the time comes, we can move the two companies together, with Star Yao Animation as a subsidiary underneath Star Yao Entertainment. Star Yao Animation, integrated, very convenient. That 10-story commercial building in the center of Zhangcheng? It was indeed a good place and convenient. As an initial company location, it was indeed fine there, and later on, once the company was red hot, it would be fine to find a new place. Then madman, you go talk about it first? If it's okay, a week later, we'll officially go over to sign the contract. Gushingi made a good choice after just a little thought. Why a week later? Chen Feng asked with some puzzlement. If the time dragged on after a week, he would have to find a way to delay the date of renting the room as well. Gushingi was somewhat speechless. Why else? He didn't have that much money right now. Moreover, there were still things that hadn't happened yet that had to wait for a while, and now wasn't the best time to do so. Because, I'm going to let the bullets fly for so long first. Gushingi looked at the several people's puzzled looks and smiled and finally said, time passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, September is coming to an end, and a week has passed since Xia Shuriao returned to Jiangcheng. At this time, the majority of netizens online who were still waiting for Xia Shuriao's latest album, but slowly found something wrong. I don't know from when, online about Xia Shuriao's latest news suddenly gone. It was suddenly gone. They didn't even know what had happened. Of course, they wouldn't know that this was all because those small and medium-sized entertainment companies had moved after watching for a few days and realizing that Gushingi hadn't made any moves. In the end, it was one of the three giants, a powerful capital that could never be fought by a single person. Reassured, the various companies began to make moves, and thus, the scene that was now on the internet appeared. The media no longer send out any topic related to Xia Shuriao. The major stars and netizens without Xia Shuriao's pressure also have begun to jump up. Even the relevant marketing number are slowly no longer released anything related to Xia Shuriao. All of this is the work of capital. Even the posts of netizens are controlled by the heat of the capital. Time seemed to press the stop button. Everything about Xia Shuriao's topic seemed to have stopped directly a week ago. The netizens who gradually came back to their senses could only pile up and stay under Xia Shuriao's Weibo and Gushingi's Douyin to discuss it. Especially after they saw these clusters of demons on the latest hot search, they couldn't help but miss Xia Shuriao and Gushingi even more. So many netizens began to ask for the reason under both of their Weibo and Douyin. Xia Shuriao's latest Weibo was the one that announced that she would be releasing an album on October 1st, and at this time, the number of comments under this Weibo had already exceeded 10 million, and the number of views was over 100 million. Still alive? What's the situation? How come there is no movement all of a sudden? Come out and say something? It's hard. Want to cry. Another day with no updates. Brothers, why don't you help me out? What the hell? Why isn't my post on the Hot 100 when so many people have liked and retweeted it? Right. Something doesn't feel right. No need for you to feel. It's just not right. This situation makes me vaguely think of a certain star at the time. Upstairs, you're saying it's the one that was blocked? It can't be?
As time went by, netizens felt more and more that something was not right, especially when they suddenly realized that Xia Shiyao's blog tag used to have a logo that belonged to Sound and Sea Entertainment, but now, this logo was gone. Is Xia Shiyao blocked? Or has she retired again? For a while, all the netizens were a bit terrified inside. They had just heard a few good songs, and now they were told to listen to that garbage again. They really couldn't listen to it. Your ears have been spoiled by you. If you say it's not there, it's not there? The netizens went from puzzled at first, to probing, to angry, and this time, in addition to Xia Shiyao's siege blog and Guxingyi's Douyin, Soundsea Entertainment's official blog was also being rushed rotten by them. The angry netizens were like headless flies, rushing around, and they were so angry in their hearts. The album hadn't even been heard yet. The album hasn't even been heard yet. At this moment, in the Tianmei Entertainment building, Lu Gao's secretary was wiping away her weak sweat, reporting on this matter. She didn't even expect that Xia Shiyao's disappearance would trigger such a big reaction from the netizens. Chairman, do we really not need to care? The internet is a crowd right now, and the companies below are all having a hard time. The cause of this incident was in Tianmei Entertainment, and when something happened, others would only point the finger at Tianmei. Lu Gao's complexion, however, was calm as he waved his hand. Don't worry about it. It's just a bunch of rabble. After the commotion, they will naturally disperse. They are all people who have to live their lives. No one is stupid enough to hold on to this. Lu Gao's words just fell. The office door was suddenly pushed open. The person who came was the head of the operations department. He was sweating profusely as he barged in, not waiting for Lu Gao to frown and speak. He was the first to open his mouth. Dong. Chairman, Gu Xingyi. He sent out a roundup blog. Lu Gao continued to frown tightly with a look of impatience. Posting a Weibo is posting a Weibo. What's all the fuss about? Just continue to keep the heat of his Weibo down. But no one dares to lower it. The head of the operations department's voice took on a sobbing tone, and even trembled a little. He posted a song. The name is something called Against All Odds. No, that's not even the most important thing. The most important thing is, Hua Yang gave him a retweet and a like. Big event. Gu Xingyi finally posted a roundup blog. At first, because the heat was suppressed, the netizens still only knew about it by a small number of people, but now, this peripatetic blog directly soared to the first of the hot searches. You want to ask why? The central mom praised and forwarded the joy is great. Everyone in this moment as if in the darkness to find a beam of light, suffocated for a long time they hastily clicked on the central mom forwarded the blog. In the tweet, there was a video, and a long description of the situation. Hello, a long time no see everyone. Today's update of the Weibo is to make it clear to everyone about Xia Shiyao's recent situation. As you all can see, Xia Shiyao has cancelled her contract with Soundsea Entertainment. Of course, we belong to a peaceful breakup with Soundsea Entertainment. Don't get excited. Alas, the entertainment industry is not a good place to be. Some people don't want us to have a good time, and for no reason, they put a blocking order on my wife, Xia Shiyao. I don't think I need to tell you, you can guess who it is, and it's not Sound and Sea Entertainment, anyway. Now, we can only come out and stand on our own, and here, I would like to say a word to those who feel that they only have their hands full in the entertainment industry. This sky, you guys can't cover it up. The new era of the entertainment industry will be revolutionized by us. The following song is titled Against All Odds. It's for you guys and for the netizens. Thank you netizens for your support and concern during this period of time. We will only fight injustice to the end. Come on, let's fight. Just by seeing these words, the netizens began to get excited. Sure enough, they had guessed correctly. It was Capital oppressing entertainment again. What has Hua Entertainment become now? They even dared to oppress it. Now it's not easy for a treasure singer to come out. It's not easy for a divine lyricist to come out, and they even want to block it? In this instant, the anger in the hearts of the netizens was instantly ignited, and they didn't even have to think about the fact that if it wasn't Soundsea Entertainment, Hua Entertainment would just be those two giants who could do such a thing. They didn't even look at what Hua Yang said when they retweeted it, and they hadn't even clicked on the video before the comments below exploded. Shit. It goes without saying. It's either Tianmei or Shangshi. Really think that we netizens of this session are dead, don't you? This isn't challenging our bottom line anymore. This is shitting on our heads. In the past 2 days, my eyes and ears have been polluted. Brothers? How so? This is still not a punch? They think they're the sky? I'm going to make this sky today. I can no longer hide my eyes. Let this keyboard turn into a sword to cut the sky. Come on. Be sensible. Brothers, you're just giving them heat by going now. From now on, as long as it's something that comes out of these two companies, we'll just boycott it. That's right. Upstairs is the right solution. See what the central mom says first. Then watch the video. And didn't Gu Xingyi say, he will fight to the end. It's good that we support it. Right. Watch the video first.
After the netizens got excited, they then proceeded to look up the Roundup blog, only to see that Hua Yang's retweeted write-up was clearly, "The song is great.
If you can't make it in the entertainment industry, you can come to my Hua Yang."
In addition, Hua Yang's new program Chasing Dreams with Redheart will be officially broadcast on Hua Yang channel tomorrow at 8 p.m., with the theme song uploaded to Hua Yin simultaneously.
Trivia: the theme song is exclusively composed by Gu Xingyi. Welcome to Tune In on Time.
What do you mean you can't get along in the entertainment industry? You can go to Hua Yin.
Our vast number of netizens disagreed.
The netizens naturally know that once Gu Xingyi goes to Hua Yang, there will definitely be fewer songs in the future. They won't be able to release songs at will. How can this work? Fortunately, Gu Xingyi immediately replied to Hua Yang, "Thanks for the love, Mom, I won't go to Hua Yang."
This interaction, this reply, the deep netizens were satisfied.
At this instant, the netizens who saw this couldn't help but nod their heads.
Gu Xingyi could only be in the entertainment industry. Can't go anywhere. As for his hotness, it would be guarded by them.
Immediately after, netizens clicked on the video with excitement. "It's been a long time since they've heard this Thence new song.
It's been a long time since I've heard this Thence new song."
Clicking on the video, in the video, Gu Xingyi was wearing a denim jacket, eyes closed, holding the microphone in his hand, raising it high, full of fighting spirit. The next moment, the music started. The rapid melody brought by the electric guitar matched with the electronic synthesized Battlefield song, making everyone unable to stop bobbing their heads up and down along with it. Then Gu Xingyi in the video snapped his eyes open, holding the microphone, the hem of his coat swung, and the song started. On this windy battlefield, the musical teenager takes the stage. In triumph over the blazing fire's heavy roar,
the whole world is clamored. The smoke flies wildly as a signal that the age of entertainment is coming, and hot blood flows against the current.
The chariots are burning hot,
and the warriors are unstoppable.
Yeah! The drums fell steeply, and Gu Xingyi jumped up with the music as he raised his hand high and then dropped it heavily. All the netizens who heard this unconsciously swayed their bodies along with him. Some of them were even still frying their dishes, and they began to involuntarily wave their spatulas in their hands. The song continued.
"Come on, Counter-Strike is here. Ace to be wild. Trespassing the universe to set the world right.
Oh, against the odds, 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 against the odds.
Ace wants to let off steam. Fighting is where our stubbornness begins. I'll maneuver my way to the top. I'll make my presence felt. Watch this dragon battle in the wild.
This battlefield of 1,000 fighters.
Racing forward. Warriors who will shake the world. Fighting again. What's a battle song? It's called a battle song. It's so hot. Gu Xingyi, this bastard. Writing the song was still so steady. The netizens listening to the song were boiling over.
They quickly tapped their fingers on the screen, one by one itching to transform into a key god at the moment.
Against the war. Against the war. Wild. Ace wants to vent. Don't you guys want to block? Come on. Go to war. Whoever wimps out is a grandson. Battle song. Woohoo, how long has it been since I've heard a battle song in the entertainment industry? It's so enjoyable. Ha 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 ha.
Brothers, let me tell you guys a joke. I just saw a media outlet posting about Xia Shiyao's dynamic.
It's really messing with the sun. They couldn't hold it in when Central Mom came down. Laugh your ass off.
I saw it too. Now even the marketing numbers are coming out.
Blocking? Gu Xingyi, I beg you to block it. Central Mom, block who? Ha 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 ha. Gu Xingyi's One Siege blog, a song against the odds, made the originally anxious netizens instantly find their belonging. That man, still there.
With an almost invincible stance, he broke the inherent posture of the entertainment industry, and with his talent, he stood out in a high-profile way, announcing a new era of the entertainment industry, officially arriving. At this moment, the most difficult than those media and those independent marketing number, their hearts have screamed bitter, before the pressure of the capital to them, they in the wait-and-see 2 days, like before, succumbed to the capital. I did not expect Gu Xingyi, the old six, waiting for them here. Hua Yang had all nodded and forwarded it, so could they, Hua Yang's juniors, not keep up the pace?
It's so hard. It's the new year. It's New Year's Eve.
As Gu Xingyi's siege blog became more and more hot, more and more netizens caught wind of it, they excitedly clicked on this siege blog that they had been waiting for so long, and then looked delighted.
Sure enough, it still had to be Gu Xingyi.
Only the songs of this cub breed could mesmerize them. And it's not just today's song against all odds. Tomorrow Hua Yang has another song Chasing Dreams Redheart, and the day after that, Xia Shiyao's album is online, which not only contains a few songs from the previous Star Song exchange, but also a mysterious new song.
Love. Love. Netizens felt an instant burst of happiness. This is really the new year.
The online heat completely exploded, and as various media and marketing numbers came down on the scene, not only Weibo, but even Headline, Douyin, and even the UC Shock department all joined in. For a while, Gu Xingyi's This Peripatetic blog and Hua Yang's retweeted Peripatetic blog, at the same time, ascended to the first and second of the various software's hot lists, while the previous first of the hot lists had long been squeezed out, and could only shiver in the third. In Tianmei Entertainment, Lu Gao looked at the blog that was at the top of the list, his face was gloomy to the extreme. He never thought that Hua Yang would come out and stand up. Which of those star singers in the past were not the playthings of capital? Even if Gu Xingyi and Xia Shiyao's hotness was high before, he hadn't even put it in his mind. Because the heat will always pass, can always be suppressed, once the heat is gone, everything will return to silence. Capital could never be defeated, because no one could refuse cooperation for profit.